Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello everybody and welcome to the final day of RES Regional Champions. We waited for this moment for a few months. There were different qualifiers and finally we are not just at a LAN, but we are also at the playoffs. My name is Heko and I am your host, but the two lovely men that are by my side are Yumi and Tea Time, and they are our analysts. Guys, we finally got to the playoffs.
I'm blushing. I've been called lovely. But you know what's going to be lovely is the Counter-Strike that we're watching today. Hopefully it's also going to be not lovely sometimes. Hopefully it'll be scrappy because we've had scrappy, lovely, beautiful, terrible, fantastic all across the group stages.
Yeah, it's definitely been a tournament that people have warmed up into, I think. Some people not having as much LAN experience or the rosters having a little bit of instability or questions on their longevity, I guess, after this tournament. But I think we've been pleasantly surprised with the growth that quite a lot of the teams have displayed.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that maybe some of our viewers, or maybe most of our viewers, have a 9-to-5 job and they were busy throughout the week. Right now, it's a Saturday, so maybe we can give you a summary of what exactly happened in Group A and Group B.
Of course, over in Group A, we did see Aurora being knocked down by Fluxo. Fluxo looking very good all throughout, but they ended up being eliminated eventually by Nemiga, who also happened to take out Aurora. So far, Nemiga have been the heartbreakers, but Sangal have been the hearty boys. They, of course, went through looking like they have some very promising prospects. Their IGL, their star players, their riflers, everyone.
Yeah, maybe a few jitters, but they definitely also saw improvements from their players. And then in Group B, it felt like we were, I guess, set up with the expectation that we were going to end up with Paravision, Fnatic, most likely, you know, the circumstances surrounding Unpaid, and then also Team Solid as a sort of inexperienced Brazilian team. We weren't sure how they would perform, but Unpaid surprisingly able to take down Paravision, even though the expectations would be there that Paravision would perform. Unpaid had that upset, and I mean, I kind of breezed past Fnatic because they also kind of breezed through the group.
Oh yeah, they had like an easy time. All the series went to 2-0. But yes, today we will start with Fnatic against Nemiga, and afterwards we're gonna have Sangal against Unpaid, or maybe at this point they're gonna be paid. It is maybe something up to discussion.
So far they haven't gotten the money. That happens after the tournament, so they're not actually breaking their branding for this one, no matter what. They could get all $150,000 if they want, and that's exactly what's up for grabs.
Oh, definitely. But the first series that we're gonna have is between Fnatic and Nemiga. It's a best of 3. The winner goes into the grand final and is gonna meet the winner of Sangal or of Unpaid. Boys, Fnatic, Nemiga. As you already mentioned, Fnatic had like an easy time. On the other side, Nemiga, they had to go like kind of a bit for the loser bracket, and they had to go to like all 9 maps.
I think there was a way that Nemiga actually could have just been the team that topped their group, to be quite honest. I mean, they got in a winning position versus Sangal, and then had them. Sangal came back and then I think broke them mentally by the time they got to that 3rd map in the series. So I think there's actually quite a tough match ahead of here for Fnatic, because Nemiga have been, I think, the characterized team as just being hard to read or hard to call around, but they also are I guess, lacking that level of development that we've seen other teams go through, where they can show that slower style, more consistent executes. That Group A was, I guess, that was the story for all of the teams in that group. All of them want to fight and take early advantages, and sometimes that didn't happen.
And I mean, to just illustrate how difficult it could have been, Nemiga could have just been knocked down in the losers bracket. But of course, in front of them, Crims headlining the Fiends of Fnatic. They were looking incredibly strong, untouchable. BlameF, one of the reasons why they couldn't be touched, coming through with a fantastic performance, a 2 KD to close out that last series. Of course, he wasn't alone. Knock right beside him in that one in particular, looking like the Swedish AWP is coming up and heating up as well, all headed by big man Body, the brain behind the beast, and he is indeed braining it up. Of course, the bronze, sometimes supplied by Matt, it's not just BlameF, getting very aggressive, taking matters into his own hands, and looking good so far in the tournament. This is a fantastic lineup.
Yeah, Mattis looks like he's been hitting the gym as well, maybe inspired by how toned BlameF is. But
as long as he's inspired by the gym and not the gameplay, because I don't want Mattis to be, playing defensively now, right? I want Mattis to be getting in their faces.
Hey, I don't think Blame's been playing too defensively either at this tournament, and I think that's all shout out to the... I mean, we had some questions maybe coming into this tournament about if Fnatic underperformed, given the recent addition of Nork, that maybe there'd be questions about the coaching staff and the back-end development of Fnatic, but they've been playing really well, and they've actually, I think, had some very nice anti-strat work or weaknesses spotted in their opponents as they've been exploiting this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we had like some questions to Fnatic at this desk, and I believe Ted had an opportunity to actually ask some of those questions to Body.
Okay, I'm here with Body from Fnatic. First of all, congratulations on winning Group B. How are you guys feeling? Bet it finally feels a little bit better to get a couple wins under your belt after a pretty lackluster couple results before the event.
Yeah, that was, thank you to start with, thank you very much. That was a rough start to the addition of Noke and just before to the Pro League. So it was like a great feeling in the gut to come here and just play our game and feel like we can actually win games again. And yeah, we have a really good mindset right now. We think that we can win the tournament, honestly, and I'm just excited to play later today.
Talk to me about Noke a little bit. Obviously, this is your first time playing with him on LAN, and it feels like things are working out. How would you say is the atmosphere on the team? How has the acclimatization of him in the team been? How is it different than with Afro?
So first of all, I lost a great friend in the team. I lost Afro that I really enjoy playing with. But the addition of Noke has been doing us a lot of good. Honestly, he has a really clear communication that helps a lot in stressful situations, such as LAN environment and stuff. I think he's really good at mid-rounding and late rounding. He's a really good clutcher. He can kind of decide what he wants to do and be really clear about it. And I think he is going to destroy today, honestly.
I mean, someone else that has been destroying is both Mattis and BlameF, right? They've been playing outstandingly, the two highest rated players of the event before the start of the semifinals. Have you guys changed something specifically to make them a little bit more comfortable within the team?
I would say that Matush and Blamef has been like two of the most insane riflers in the scene right now. Like they are really good individuals. And I think my goal as the IGL captain and the goal of the coach is to make everyone as comfortable as possible in the team. We've been lacking some structure to manage to being able to do that properly. So like our goal for the past weeks after like loss after loss was to find the best solution to achieve that. And I think today we got a kind of a good answer for Blamef and Matisse to be able to frag and play in the best conditions, like through the best feelings possible for them.
Okay, and lastly, you're going to be playing against Nemiga in the semi-final. How do you feel about that game? What's your opinion on the team? What's the game plan going to be like going in?
I don't really know what to expect from them. They have been like really solid. They have been playing all the RES tournament back then and almost winning them all. Let's say except the one that we played, of course, because we are back-to-back winners. But I think they're really solid individuals and they can bring the fire into a server like really quickly. So our goal is just going to be to enter the game as fast as we can, show them that Fnatic came to fight and came to destroy them, and basically just come as prepared, come as ready, and come to frag as fast as we can is the game plan.
Okay, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ted and Bori, for that interview. I really like the fact that whenever Bori got asked something about maybe specific like the changes or the attitude and what we should play, he would show like that like cheeky smile as if like, yes, we did make some changes. But I'm not going to say during an interview, I'm not making that mistake. I have years of experience.
You can tell he was like, how much am I allowed to share and how much should I actually share throughout that whole thing? I mean, definitely some good answers, though, I think, being offered by Body, understanding the expectations of both him and the coach in terms of making these star players work. And as well, nice to hear that Nolk is a nice, stable addition in that he's calm, he communicates well, and he will call his own game as well in a number of instances.
I'm also glad that we don't have this really annoying idea that, oh, well, you know, it's our first LAN with this 5, and we're happy. No, Fnatic are here to destroy, they're here to win. They have set clear expectations, both publicly and internally, and that's exactly what you want from a team like this. Also do like the fact that, you know, listen, at the end of the day, Afro, great player, great friend of his, brother, countryman, whatever it might be, that's not what gets you to the top of Counter-Strike. It is excellence, and that's what they're here for.
Yeah, and maybe like throughout the interview, Body was like a little bit cheeky. Like when it comes to Nolk, he was like, saying a few things and saying like, yeah, I hope he's gonna destroy the opponents. Like that's gonna put like the pressure. I was like, whoa. Okay,
like, I left my brother behind for you. You better mess them up.
He's such a nice guy, but he destroys.
He destroys. I mean, that is the reason why he got picked up by his team. But the question obviously is like if Nolk will be able to do it against Nemiga, and obviously against this guy who is also an OPER question mark?
Yeah, I mean, that is, I guess, the biggest question. I mean, surrounded by also some fantastic riflers. Risky, I think, has definitely been one of the high-impact players within this team. And then you have, like, the further down the list, you have Lear, you have Xanter as players that can take space and actually call around themselves as well very late in rounds.
And of course, Wai, we can't forget about him. He's had an absolute striking performance so far. Changing up his roles a little bit. Michael, we talked about this off camera. You mentioned that, you know, you don't think he's been that aggressive online, and it is starting to show. And, you know, when you also think of one of the other factors that I think we haven't really gotten a chance to touch upon is that the transition from online to offline is also a big test for someone like Lair, because in the online, you know, they've got coaches behind them who can talk maybe a little bit more in TeamSpeak and things like that. In the meanwhile, going to LAN where there is so much more pressure, that means that you might have more of a free-flowing style for these players, while Lair also at times has to focus on his own game. I think that's one of the reasons why we've seen Zwei and people like that step up.
Yeah, and sometimes you wonder whether or not they can actually handle not having that input from the coach as frequently when they're in that environment. But they have been doing rather well at this tournament. I think there is going to be extra pressure now that they are actually in these playoffs against one of the, I mean, most impressive teams so far at the tournament.
Yeah, well, we had an opportunity to hear it from Body, and I believe that Ted also managed to find Lear for a few questions.
On the team right now, because obviously you guys played a lot of really intense and close games so far.
Thanks. We're in playoffs right now. We are all good in our team, in our atmosphere. We have a lot of fun to play there. We have a lot of confidence to play there. That I'm gonna say that's all good.
Okay, talk to me a little bit about the Flexo game, because that was, to say lightly, a crazy experience. How do you keep your composure? How do you stay calm when the game is so intense?
I don't know. That was crazy game. That's only why we throw in. I don't know how to say it because, in my opinion, that should be 2-0. But somehow we lose Ancient, and there was some crazy stuff from Fluxa on Inferno when they start to abuse B. They tries, but we had a good preparation and we was ready to play against them. So that was an interesting game.
Okay, and one thing I want to ask you, because obviously this is your first time playing a LAN event with Zway on the team. So how would you say he has been doing? Because he didn't have almost any professional experience before you guys got him into the team, right?
He did a great work on this tournament. He had some LANs, local tournaments in St. Petersburg, but that was a little small tournaments, and that his first event with our team. He did a great work. He had a great mental work. He's playing really good. He had a great statistic, and that's all. He had a great tournament for sure.
Okay, you sound pretty calm, pretty collected. You are going to be playing against a really experienced team of Fnatic, though, in the semifinals. So how are you feeling about this Fnatic team, especially with BlameF and Mattis playing the way that they have been playing so far in the event? Do you think you're going to be able to stop them?
Yep, sure. This name tag is so famous. Fnatic, it's great to play against these players. BlameF, Matus, maybe Creams, but we're ready to beat them. We had good preparation. We are confident a lot, and we can show our best CS today, for sure. And we're ready to beat them. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much and good luck.
Yep. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Lear, for this interview. Yeah, basically kind of the best way we can explain this. Like, they have the confidence, they are having fun, and they're all good. That's basically what he just said.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a more convoluted way of saying we're going to play our own game, doesn't it? But it's just a longer answer. He wanted to show some respect to being interviewed in the first place.
And the nice thing is that this is obviously a very young team, and they look like a young team in the sense that they are very much power of friendship. So where on one side we've seen, obviously, maybe Afro put behind, now we've got all the 5 friends together, and they're looking like the vibes are good.
Yeah, I mean, probably the players that are going to be playing their own game are the ones that we kind of want to highlight in this series, because on one side, we're going to have BlameF that is kind of going maybe like through like a redemption story right now here in Fnatic. On the other side, it is Risky Bob, who, despite his nickname, is not actually that risky.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Zway has been having a great tournament and has kind of been leading the way in a number of entries, especially on T-sides, has actually made Risky's game that much easier and a lot more effective in late rounds. In terms of the way that they set up Risky, he is supposed to kind of be a star. Like, if Zway can have that performance, then it alleviates some of the strain in the early round for Risky. Instead, he has to kind of serve as a closer. But if you're talking about positions, Xanter is maybe the head-to-head between him and Blame, but I don't think Xanter is as good as Blame has shown this tournament.
Oh, definitely, definitely. But throughout this tournament, obviously the teams were doing a lot of prep work, and the same goes for my analysts. You guys have been doing a lot of homework, and I think if it's not right now, then never. It's time for an exam. Let's check out. Let's not show the Vetos yet. Okay. Let's check out your preparations and how good are you at analyzing and predicting. Because when I look at the possible Veto, I see Vertigo, yeah, probably gonna happen for Fnatic. But what's gonna happen for Nemiga? Tea time?
Look, there's obviously the elephant in the room that both these teams ban Nuke. Now, I would like that Nemiga doesn't ban it at all. I would actually like it if Nemiga banned out Vertigo, and then Fnatic also continues to float it forward. Now, the problem is that Fnatic has decided to ban second, which means eventually they will be the ones who have to ban it. Nemiga could come out on top if they themselves ban out Vertigo. Fnatic likely to ban Mirage. Anubis comes out for Nemiga. It'll be Ancient from Fnatic. Already 2 great maps for Nemiga and Fnatic, funnily enough. Then Nemiga can take Vertigo out again, Inferno out, and then have an advantage. Fnatic will have to ban Nuke, it becomes Ancient. Now, I'm not sure whether this happens. It could just as well be Anubis Vertigo into Ancient, but I'm really hoping for the former.
There's like 15 permutations this could actually go. I think there's even arguments to be made about whether or not you pick Dust 2 into this tournament. I don't think anybody's really toyed with that idea at this event so far. And I actually do think Fnatic have done a good job of targeting weak maps that their opponents have had. And Nemiga, I think Dust 2 could serve as a vulnerability because they actually haven't been able to iron out some of those creases from the group stage.
And maybe let's check out how good are your predictions. How good were you at predicting what exactly is going to get banned out? What exactly is going to pick? Oh, it is a Vertigo ban!
Oh, Fnatic also banning Nuke very early on. This opens things up for a Mirage pick potentially, but Nemiga keep it safe and they go for their Ancient. It is a Dust 2 though, Michael.
Yeah, that's just the problem is that when you're thinking about how you're going to transition into a LAN environment and as well Dust 2 a map where there are a lot of these individual fights, that will only stress out players like Xanter. It'll stress out players like Risky and Jouet as well on some of those extremities. And that's where I would rather have Mattis and BlameF opening bomb sites and taking over rounds, I think, far more substantially.
And I think you're not even talking about the fact that obviously we mentioned about how Khan on the rifle might be better than Khan on the op. Who's going to take the op in Dust 2 then, right? You need an opper to be showing up, and the knock on the other side is such a clear, intentioned, exact opper. This is going to be a very nice pick. I do really like this risk that Fnatic are taking.
Yeah, but Nemiga, they decided to go for Ancient and kind of like into their own comfort pick because this is the map that they kept on playing throughout the tournament, like the map that they played the most. But it also has some minuses because Fnatic also got to pick this map, and they also have a lot of data on Nemiga on Ancient.
They also dismantled Paravision when they played this map, didn't they? So I think there is going to be something that is exploited. It won't be as bad as in that Paravision game where it was just constant like BlameF coming through elbow smokes and exploiting the fact that Cheetah was never occupied. There is more versatility, I think, from Nemiga on this map because it is so well rehearsed, but I think their CT side can sometimes also feel a little disconnected. So I may be worried that those gaps that BlameF likes to insert himself into on those mid rounds, especially on T side, that could cause a massive problem.
I'll be honest, I don't like this Ancient pick at all. I think they would have had it in the decider regardless if they wanted it. And this is just screaming that, hey, we want to be comfortable when really, honestly, you're not going to be comfortable against a team like Fnatic. You're going to have to really exceed your limitations. I would have loved to see a Mirage pick, even if they're thinking internally, well, Fnatic knows we want to get a Mirage in there, etc. They're probably prepping. I don't care. It's not Fnatic's best map. Ancient is a map they've been picking into since before they even got knock-in, and now that's just an extra threat coming forward. It's also one of the maps where you need to change the structure the least on the knock edition.
And also Nemiga yesterday showed that they are not untouchable on this map. They lost to Fluxo, and even like during the interview, like Leo was like, yeah, like somehow like we lost our map pick, which was Ancient.
Yeah. Fluxo did some weird things on Inferno. They did some interesting moves on Ancient. I mean, so much about how they call is based off of like Lear and his individual performance in the fragging department, but also how he's able to read and redistribute the map. But they also played very slow comparative to almost every other Ancient, which might have actually been the nerves of, hey, we might actually be eliminated if we don't get this one map buffer for ourselves to make it out the lower bracket.
And look where you're talking about how maybe potentially Fluxo might have read into what they were doing. Maybe they might have outcalled. Body and Kata can do the same, right? We know that they're very capable of that. We saw the preparation they put into Mirage when they thought Mirage would be played. They knew Ancient would be coming up at some time in this series. I'm sure they're fully ready for it. I see very difficult days ahead for Nemiga.
Another thing that I see is that when it comes to the talent, we all agree that it's going to be Fnatic that will end up victorious in this series, especially now considering what we saw from the Veto. I think at least my confidence went even higher.
I don't know if it should maybe be all of us on Fnatic. I think we're just so impressed with how they looked in the group stage. I think there is some ways in which Nemiga can come back. Even the Dust 2 pick from Fnatic is maybe even a little bit of a risk themselves in terms of getting actual game time on that map. Who's to say that it couldn't just blow up in their face as well?
I mean, who's to say? Maybe our casters, Jack and Ted?
Yeah, I don't know. The Dust 2 kind of threw us off as well when we were kind of looking at that. Yeah, that could definitely go two which ways. I don't think this is as nailed on as maybe a lot of people think. And it also kind of comes down to it as well that arguably, Nemiga are the most structured side that Fnatic have faced in this event.
Yeah, absolutely, right. You're looking at the first two teams that Fnatic had to play in the group stage, not to take anything away from them, right? They looked absolutely spectacularly, but you're looking at an unpaid team that is playing with Nexa, who has to come in and be an IGL-ish. We got to have a little bit of a chit-chat with the players. We know that they're actually, quote-unquote, free-balling it a little bit, right? So there's a bit of experiments going on there, and Paravision haven't necessarily been the most convincing of sides in recent times. So Nemiga's probably the most serious test that Fnatic have had to face off against so far in this event. But truthfully, when you have Madison, BlameF hitting the form that they have been hitting so far, going into this there's no way. There's no two ways about it. There's no way we overlook Fnatic being the big favorite of it.
Definitely not. And starting us off with this pistol CT side start for Fnatic, and Risky Bob being put under a lot of pressure. Already lost his 2 teammates and is going to have to fight here from the front line, but eventually you're going to have to reload that Glock as Fnatic do not stop. Mow them all down in mid, and he's made his way out towards this A bomb site, does have a P250, but 4 against 1, that's not a favorable fight.
No, absolutely not. And it's a 4K from Crims to kick things off. Khan, 1 versus 4. He was incredibly clutch in some of the previous games from Nemiga. That has been the trend yesterday against Fluxo. Up until the very end, you never knew which one of those 2 sides was going to make it into the semifinals. And this is officially the most successful event that we've seen on LAN from Nemiga in the team's history. First one, first way as well. This one is definitely going to be a tough challenge, though. Came really close against Sango, but look at this one. Khan is just trying to find something. He's on the prowl. They're just toying with him. No, having to walk around, being able to dodge him quite nicely. Seems to realize there's a bit of a timing, though. Spots him out, a couple shots. Not really going to connect, but from here on out, it just feels like it's going to be a damage hunt for Khan.
They don't want to give him anything at all, do they? It's a little bit of a ring around the rosy around the B bomb site. And Crim's actually on for the ace here. So holding with the pistol, Khan is going to run directly to him, and Blame F is going to snatch it away at the final moment. But still, it does not matter. It's a pistol under Fnatic's belt early on, which is absolutely massive. Nemiga, you know, they really wanted that solid start, that big, strong foundation to build something off on that T side. But instead now, they're going to be fighting with their backs against the wall. Still, it's extremely early on.
Yeah, it is, right. The thing is, going into this Veto, and this is something that Michael and Mamoon brought in on the desk as well. Obviously, if you're an Nemiga, this feels like safe territory, right? Going for an Ancient, it's the map that they've just been picking into the last couple of weeks. It doesn't matter which event we're talking about. We're talking about the Fluxo game, we're talking about the Sango game, and the 3D Max game at the ESO Challenger. We're talking about the Sango matchup here at the RES Regional Champions. And it has been going really well for them, right? Bar that Fluxo lost yesterday, which was a 13-10, and it's still a series that they're able to win in the end. They were on, what, 5 in a row without their opponents even being able to reach double digits. The thing is, it's always going to be incredibly risky when you play into your strengths that are also strengths of the team on the other side, when the team on the other side is Fnatic.
Yeah, exactly. You know, if you were to compare the individuals on both of these sides, you know, there's only one winner coming out of that one.
I mean, should I say the numbers?
Work away.
You want me to say the line, Bard? Because we have the 2 highest rated players of the event so far, and I want you to listen really carefully. Blame F, and this is 1.21 rating as well, 1.21. This is Blame F on 1.48 and Mattis on 1.41. This is absolutely outrageous. I mean, you're thinking about the Parivision game, right? Parivision were able to win a map. They were able to win Mirage via comeback, right? Because Fnatic had an 8-4 lead at halftime. Then you're looking at a 13-3 Vertigo for Fnatic and a 13-4 Ancient. Blame F drops 23-6 on Vertigo and 24-9 on Ancient.
One of the most spectacular performances.
Back-to-back maps.
Yeah, it was insane. As you can see there, Observer, Mata.
Oh yeah, we have Observer camera.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Got to get everyone included. Speaking of which, finally we get to see a little bit more from Nemiga in this one. First buy round. Early on though, Blame F opens up.
Yeah, good find out towards middle, which is going to worry Nemiga for a moment. The rest of Nemiga, Barzanta, are going to be heading out to this A bomb site where Crims is the closest player. He does have a little bit of support in Knock, and Nemiga are being silent about this one, hoping that the contact is going to be their friend. But yeah, it's very dangerous, especially with the 2 CTs there, but easily cleared out of Donut. Fnatic are worried a little bit now. They're down a man. They're mollied out for the moment. And this bomb being planted is definitely going to be a difficult one to pull back.
I don't want to be the one to call it in, but I really want to see them safe right now. You're looking at an MP9, a FAMAS, an M4, and yeah, they've already called it in. I don't feel like it's worth the risk, right? That was just a bonus round. You had a couple SMGs, a couple FAMASes, and Nemiga know it quite well. You get that opening kill towards middle. The main story here is if you're a Fnatic, probably in a bonus buy, the A bomb side is going to be the most uncomfortable one, right? So You'd rather want to have Nemiga fight in towards middle, maybe in towards lane, maybe in towards the B doors as well. But once they just walk out the A bomb side, and that's the reason we see that reaction, they know that Fnatic, after not losing anyone in the previous round, they're not going to have Nok on an AVP. Something, though, that could change for this round, especially if Nok wants to go for the glass cannon. Usually not known to be that type of an extravagant purchaser. But hey, you never know. Oh, okay. Apparently it's going to be a glass cannon, and he will go A. That's how you lock it in.
Yeah, that's how we know. Of course, a little bit harder to read into what the Nemiga guys are saying, but
yeah, just a bit. We need Heku here to translate for us.
Exactly.
Well, I can do a little bit, but we all know my skills in Russia are not top notch.
Flash is going to perfectly blind Madness here, under a lot of pressure from Xander. That's a lovely opening for Nemiga, who, if they really want to, can force the issue over towards B, which is going to worry the Fnatic IGL, because he's standing here solo. Knocks out onto the site, though. Gets into a pretty decent position. And actually, Nok is looking to maybe flash him in body. Maybe calling for it. Nok has decided not to throw it just yet. Instead, Body's going to keep eyes on Cave, whereas Xander, he's thinking about creeping out.
Yeah, you didn't want to give away the fact that Nok is on the angle. It's going to be really important, though, if he's going to be able to land the first shot. There goes Body. The air drops down. Xander out of Cave. Refracts are good enough, though. Body good for a double, and it's going to be Crims towards the back lines. Gets one. Gets a second. And just like that is the new kid on the block. 17-year-old Zwei, first LAN event in his career as a Counter-Strike player. And he's up against Crims and Blamev, an absolute legend and one of the best rifles in the world in the last 4 years on the other side of this clutch for him.
It's so tough, but he's been given a lot of space. He's been given a lot of room to maneuver. Fnatic, they'll walk out over towards middle. They'll hear that bomb is going to be planted and maybe try and approach from the back line.
Quite far away.
Yeah.
You got to run.
They're going to have to make up some ground here to get over to this bomb site quite quickly. Crims is the only one with a kit, and he is quite low, so if he goes down, this could get a little bit messy. Well, still just sticking together. The buddy system implemented as they creep forwards, way pushing through this smoke, and he's going to gather all that information that they're not through long, not on CT. Sees the nade, sees Crims tap the bomb. Blamev needs to find a trade, but he won't. What a monster of a clutch early on. That's going to fill you full of confidence if you're Nemiga.
Yeah, I was questioning it a little bit, man. I'm not going to lie. When Lear gave that interview and he said, well, we know we can screw them over. We know we can just run over Fnatic, and we're going to be really confident going into the game. I'm not sure I believe him. Now I believe him. What a clutch that is from Zwei. And this is probably the best person that you'd want to put in that type of a position as well early on, right? Get a 1 versus 2 against Crims, against Blamev, shut them down, and make sure that going forward, you keep your head up. Zwei has been playing spectacularly alongside Risky Bob, the highest rated players of that Nemiga lineup. And especially for such a young team, there's no point in even comparing experience in a game like this one. It's obvious which side has more of it, but especially for the younger side of things, to get a couple clutches like that, a couple explosive rounds, is going to be quite vital, especially in a semi-final game.
Especially so early on as well in a semi-final game. Just settle yourself a little bit. And now comes the easy part, or the quote-unquote easy part, taking down these pistols.
Yeah, you know what's the thing about Nemiga? They might not be the team to win their games in the cleanest way possible, but they almost never get stopped either, right? That's why we were so shocked when we saw that third map against Sango in the opening round of the group stage after, of course, how competitive the first 2 maps were. I would say the first was one-way traffic in favor of Nemiga, and it was an Ancient, so we've already seen them dominate, quote-unquote, the other best team in the event, bar Fnatic, on this map.
Yeah, that Sango game that just talking about, I mean, we were having that discussion as well and saying that, you know, Sango are probably one of the best Anubis teams in the event. And of course, it's still a possibility.
I'd say the best with quite a margin,
Yeah.
by the way. Yeah.
I would say as well, you know, it's still a massive possibility that whoever wins this, obviously Sango could be the front runner there. They're taking on Unpaid later in the second semi-finals. So maybe Nemiga can set themselves up for a little bit of a rematch, but Fnatic.
You know what's the interesting part about all of it? Is because we have we have Nemiga, who we've been quoting like probably the best Ancient team in terms of fundamentals, right? Obviously, Fnatic and Sango could always, I feel like, beat every single other team in the tournament on every single map. But this is because of, you know, especially with Fnatic, you're looking at the name value. You're looking at people like Madison, BlameF that have been playing spectacular Counter-Strike. Now with the addition of Nog, Body's always been an in-game leader that's been incredibly high-paced and really potent individually, right? Especially in the last couple of years. So. And Crims can still hold his own. So you're looking at a team like Fnatic that could pretty much beat you on every single map if they're having a good day individually. But in terms of proper Counter-Strike, Nemiga is probably the best team when you're talking about Ancient. And now you get to see them play against the Fnatic team that could beat them. So this is the ultimate test for Nemiga. And then later on, you're going to get to see Unpaid and the side of Sango, both of which absolutely adore Anubis.
It's setting itself up nicely. Little tactical time out there for Fnatic early on, which is maybe not a worrying sign, but you know, they're just trying to get their heads right, their heads straight. Knowing that the key to probably beating Nemiga on this map is not letting them get comfortable, especially on this T side. They love this kind of slow play. Haven't really seen too much of it though. This is a little bit higher of a tempo than maybe we're used to. Nog holding, looking for his first kill of this semi-final, and he'll get it, but instantly traded back. Body down through the wall. Mattis realizing now he has to take a little bit of initiative. He's discovering that B is clear, and that's because everybody from Nemiga is beginning to creep out. A Crims stands no more, and Nog posted up in this position.
Yeah, he's going to get smoked off, though. They've been doing a really good job at isolating the AVP from the action. Going to try and redirect him towards that tempo angle. You're still a little bit worried, though. I mean, eyes on the in-game leader, eyes on Lear. He's still in towards that B-bomb side. Santer drops Mattis. The lurk hasn't even activated, but it's not going to be a lurk. It's not going to be a flank. It's just going to be the hunt.
Lear not even needed at all whatsoever here in the steps of BlameF. That's a nice little jiggle, realizing that one player up there, at least, you're in a small bit of trouble, but the flashbang was perfect. BlameF couldn't see a thing, and Nog needs to save this AWP, but look at the amount of Ts that are hunting him down. He picks off one, tries to tread the eye of the needle, find a little bit of safety, but places of refuge are going to be few and far between. It seems like he's onto the only spot right now over towards that B bomb site that is safe, but it still is going to be a foot race to see who can get to him. Nog misses the shot and he'll go down to the Glock. Absolutely nothing saved for Fnatic, and Nemiga opening up a lead.
Early on, this is looking a little bit worrying, right, from the perspective of Fnatic. Nemiga have been doing a really good job at isolating the AVP of Nog. I know he's the one to open things up, and Lear is incredibly potent with that spray there, but you're talking about Nog. Obviously, the impact is going to be absolutely nuclear. When you're talking CT side engine, he's going to be moving around constantly. So far, I feel like they've been doing a really good job, but giving him the reason to be on the wrong bomb side, right? So I wouldn't say necessarily that Nog has been putting himself in a bad position. I'd say that Nemiga have been avoiding him, and it has been really paying dividends.
Game plan so far working out for Nemiga. Not so much for Fnatic.
It's always difficult to build up that economy as well, right? When the Ts get on the board that early, you just feel like you don't get to play your CT side.
You really don't. Nemiga once again going to try and exploit this A bomb site this time. Not really seen much anywhere else, so Fnatic are going to have everybody here. Nemiga haven't even started to come out the mouth here of a main. The swing across is just going to be no good there from Body, but might bait them in. They see a shadow. They know there's at least one more player there, and surely now their spidey sense is going to be tingling that they may be walking into an A stack. Nog picks off one, but it's instantly traded back, and Nemiga, they're still just playing this quite slowly. They're still just making sure that they can take these fights at a long range where they can just put down the pistols, and that's exactly what they will do. Just a really good understanding of what was going on there.
Yeah, incredibly. Nemiga's one of the most uncomfortable teams to play on Ancient, and I feel like this is why we're putting them in that category of probably the best Ancient team in the tournament as well. They are really good at those pauses, then they go, then they pause again. It's just a constant tempo switch, right? And especially when you're talking about Ancient, there's going to be a lot of spamming through the smoke, a lot of spamming through the walls as well. They're incredibly accurate with it. I mean, we saw one just in the round prior to this one, right? From Lear in towards the B-bomb side. And this is a repetitive thing. That happens almost every single time you see Nemiga play. So when you're on the CT side, up until you really get going, really get a lot of confidence, Nemiga know how to keep you down.
Yeah, they do. Keeping them down right now. Mattis lands that dink, and luckily got the finishing blow off there. That's been a big problem there for Xanter. Tucked away from that flashbang is going to be Lear, and he comes back to make sure that Risky Bob is at least going to be traded out. Body trying to pick one off, and the Opera just simply couldn't take him down.
That was much needed. A great response from Body, especially after the 2v2 or the 2-4-2. In towards the lane position. He's going to keep going. He's getting so much information right now. Not spotting anybody out. Because of how proactive he is, they're just going to be forced to walk right into the AVP of Nog. And he picks up another one. Spots out Lear. Bomb on his back. 57 seconds. He knows where Body was, but the problem is a couple seconds have passed since the last time he's seen him, so Body could literally be anywhere. And look at how proactive Crims is being as well. They're barely giving Lear any map to work with.
Yeah, they know he can only be in a handful of positions. And surely somebody's going to spot him in a moment.
Oh.
Not bodied up. Turns away.
Timing.
That gives away a bomb plant and a 1 versus 2 that is definitely not out of the question. We've seen Zwei already clutch up early on to really kickstart this streak of Nemiga rounds. And now it's on the leader. Knock, Crims, creeping into position. Still silent. No kit this time around, though. That's going to be the big problem. And Lear playing all the way around the world. We've seen the kills that he's got off the spam. This time, not going to attempt it. It's not in the position to do so. Planted quite open for it. The molly could be good enough. 10-second defuse. He already picks off one. That's going to worry Knock completely. He's off the bomb, and Knock realizes he just has no time on that B bomb site. A 1 versus 2. It doesn't matter about the numbers. All that matters is Nemiga keep getting more.
Yeah, surely when it's a 10-second defuse, you want the smoke on the bomb, right? You understand why they're doing it. They're both coming in from CT. They know he's going to be, well, they walk out onto the bomb site. They want to smoke off one of those choke positions, right? Because they know that he could have pushed towards the ramp, went into towards cave, and then it's a little bit easier. But if he has the Molotov, then it's no bueno. Then round's over, right? He deploys the molly. Even if he doesn't win the first fight, he's won the round. They didn't have the time, simply.
Second tactical timeout from Fnatic as well. You can see Body trying to get the guys motivated. Maybe a little bit of frustration creeping in for Fnatic early on. They thought that maybe, just maybe, they'd be putting up more of a fight.
You know what's the thing? It's a really risky thing to say before a game, and it's quite a risky mentality. I personally love it. When you have two teams that have all the confidence in the world that they're just going to come in, and you're looking at the choice of words from Body in the interview as well. He says, I think Nog could absolutely destroy those guys. I mean, I'm not quoting him directly, but it's among those lines, right? You're looking at the conviction coming in from Body, from Lear. When you have such confident teams, it really hurts when you fall down. For the one that did believe and things are working out, it's absolutely fantastic. But for the other one, when you were expecting to absolutely dominate them, you go into the game and then suddenly you're 2-6 down, you have no money, you're just relying on Knock on a hero up and a couple pistols. It could be a bit of a harsh reality check when it comes down to that Ancient.
Well, something along those lines of Knock destroying. It's going to have to be really just him in this round. He only has a rifle. I say only has a rifle, he has the only one. These pistols trying to maybe sneak and creep down where they can pick somebody off, and they're doing a lot of damage, Fnatic, but haven't found the kill just yet. And still, one falls on that B bomb site. Nemiga, they want to move in a little bit closer. Body, of course, hearing this little bit of util is going to call Knock to at least get into position.
Yeah, HE gonna open up the smoke. Still not properly though, and Body on the other side to punish. You're looking at the low HP, by the way. This could still become really dangerous here for the side of Nemiga.
Lear doesn't know how close he is to Blame F as well. If he picks him off, then maybe he can call his team back, but Fnatic are just going to move in and close and have everybody over here towards this B bomb site, bar Blame. They know if they're going through A, it's through Con. More often than not, it's going to be B in this situation, and Nemiga are running this clock so slightly, but the spam is absolutely perfect from Lear once again. Body having a nightmare in that fight, but Knock with that AWP. Does he peek into the op? Can gets off the angle. They have to go. Nemiga have to get up onto the site and get this bomb plant, but Fnatic, they're picking them off one by one. They're just going to rush the plant there. Lear with that double, but it's not enough to save the round. Blame F simply staying alive will grant Fnatic their third.
That spray transfer was absolutely nasty, but Nog does so much work there. And it's all on Crims, right? It's all on Nock and Crims being able to find the kills that matter, right? It felt like Nemiga had it under control. Body as well with a really impactful one, but the moment that Lear gets that spam kill, this is his second of the map. You just thought that the B-bomb side would collapse. Massive pickup from Nock, follow-up HE, Crims with the 5-7, everything goes their way. And this is another half by that Nemiga crumble against. This was one of the reasons for that Fluxo game yesterday to get quote-unquote overcomplicated for them, right? It could have been over much sooner. Lear felt the same way as well. It's all the rounds against the Pistols all over the tournament that have been quite problematic, and this is really going to give Fnatic a bit of an edge. Thankfully, this time you have Lear to shut down Madison towards Cave.
Lear's been popping up in so many important moments in this tournament. He's in towards Cave, and he'll get one more. Lear, he's so low, but still picking up frags and having such impact for Nemiga. And if you're Fnatic right now, you're a little bit worried. You peek down in towards B, you see nothing towards the laneway. Nemiga are just playing this so slowly. Lear still trapped. And he is on a timer right now. Body might be spotted out by Sway, and that's what he's really hoping for. And he has seen him. He spotted him out. Lear will at least be worried, but it's enough of a distraction for Nock to find the kill. It still won't matter. Nock's the only one that remains, and Nemiga, they're sprinting towards this A bomb site.
Yeah, that has to be a save, even for a player like Nock. Even though we know how potent he is when it comes down to the clutches, he's already had a couple really nasty ones in this event as well. But you just appreciate how valuable that AVP is going to be going forward. Once again, you pick that round with the pistols and the hero op up, and then you just drop one the next one. And Nox realized that he's calling this one off. Lear has been having a masterclass of a performance so far on that T side.
And it's something that Michael was talking about on the desk as well. You know, when Nemiga are playing well, it's usually because Lear is having such impact with his frags.
Sure, yeah. That's the thing, right? You have Xanter, who's incredibly good when it comes down to multi-kills, especially when you give him a lot of freedom on some of the T-sides. Let's say Anubis, we're talking Vertigo, he's a really solid anchor. Then you have Zwei, who's really good in the clutch. Most of the time, though, when you're talking about the T-side of Nemiga, especially ever since Flamus got picked up by Gamer Legion, it's been either Risky Bob or Lear to open up the space, right? And what we're seeing right now, it is Lear. And we're not talking about pure entering, right? We're not talking about opening attempts. Because if you look at Lear, the numbers are not that great, right? He's, I believe, the third player on their T-side that attempts the most entries. But it's about how he takes the space. Even if he's not the first one to make contact, even if it's going to be Xanter, which is the case most of the time, there is that type of an in-game leader that just knows how to make himself look as sneaky as possible. Put himself in a position that no one's ready for. And you saw a great example. So, yeah, Nemiga, they dropped one against the Pistols, but they answer back immediately. And now eyes on the A-Rush.
Yeah, they're running into the only rifle. M4, that is. Blame F. Picks off one. Nock gets off that angle. It's a little bit awkward. Nemiga are sprinting out towards this bomb site, though. They've got the smokes up. They've got the mollies down. They know that the site is clear. They just have to worry about this retake. AWP in the hands of Nock, and well, Khan is just going to see Body standing there. That is just going to be easy pickings for him, and Nemiga are making this T-side look a lot smoother than maybe it should be. Nock and Mattis, if you're Nock, you're definitely saving. If you're Mattis, you may stick around and see if you can pick a rifle up to save, but I don't believe there's going to be any near you. Not in the close vicinity. You're going to have to risk something to try and get anything out of this round, but in terms of the result, it is only going Nemiga's way.
And talk about being isolated, by the way. We mentioned Nock's name. Let's talk about Blame F a little bit. He's been trying to get himself involved. Buy round-wise, they just haven't been challenging him, right? A lot of the action has been going in towards that B-bomb side. And then he finally gets to play around with a hero rifle. He's like, okay, they haven't come A in such a long time. I'm just going to get aggressive. I'm going to try and take a little bit of space, maybe have a 1-versus-1. He walks into 4 people running at him through A main. Nothing he can do about this one. Still gets a kill, but a bit unfortunate. Same for Nock there in towards middle. Could have been a 4-versus-3, but just gets off the angle. Timing not great. Nemiga 8 rounds and looking quite strong for a 9th here, to be honest.
Especially when you look at the performance from Madison playing Rush. They just have not been able to deal with Nemiga at the moment. We're not seeing that level that we've seen in the other few games that Fnatic have played, and Nemiga, once again, they'll get out towards this bomb site. Util is good. Fnatic are nowhere near, and they're not even going to be thinking about going for the retake just yet. They'll wait group up together. That's a lovely pick off through the smoke there from Crims. This is the first time really that we've seen Fnatic in a winnable position. But it's going to be very difficult to get in. You need to continue to pick the players off. The lurk in here from Lear could be absolutely everything, but he's losing too many players on the site. Khan has to try and distract for a little moment longer. He's been seen, he's been spotted, but at least he gets one. Lear, they nearly line up for him, but it's just not going to be enough. Fnatic will at least claim 4 in this first half, and that honestly is a saving grace.
Yeah, it really is a saving grace. And you hear even the noises from the back room of Fnatic there. They realize how important that round was, right? And they played it to perfection. Those are the signs of a team that has their fundamentals, their ifs, buts, and maybes. The utility was absolutely perfect. Molotov towards the back of default. Flash is going over. The spam from Crims obviously helps out massively because it's not a 5v5 retake. You have the man advantage, then you break open the smoke, set up body for another one. It was just extremely methodical there from Fnatic. Realized that they have lost the bomb side, but it's still a 5 versus 4, especially after Crims gets the kill. They have all their utility. They have all the numbers. They had all the time in the world as well to make it work. Might have not been the most successful of CT sides. We got to say, though, Nemiga still, regardless of not picking up the final round, that was a masterfully cold first half, masterfully cold T side from Lear.
Let's see if it'll transition into a solid CT side, though.
And I mean, ask Lear if he was going to be able to shut down BlameF and Mattis. So far, he's got more kills than the two of them combined.
Yeah,
who would have seen that one coming?
Doing a good job. Doing a good job right now. Fnatic out towards middle. Risky Bob. He stops the first and the second, but not able to drop body. Still, Fnatic down to 3 players. Xanter feeling a little bit of pressure in towards the red room as he's forced into a corner. He's got sway for a little bit of backup, but can't take him down on the across. Fnatic are fighting on all fronts here to get back into this pistol, and they have.
Look at down though. Crims ready for the angle. Instant headshot, leaving Lear in a 31 HP 1 versus 3 clutch. Should be impossible. He's got a smoke. He's got a kid. It's one of those rounds in which you'd want to see him potentially consider just holding on to the smoke in the kit if they want to go for a force buy in the next one. He probably doesn't get a shot on the Ninja defuse, and I think he realizes it, so yeah, he's just going to head away. The pistol round will go in favor of Fnatic. A much needed one as well. Body coming in clutch with the double. Crimson BlameF as well helping out. We're going to see the replay here. The moment that you see Risky Ball pick up the first 2 kills, you're just thinking he's going to have one of those rounds. But it really is on Body and BlameF in towards CT spawn, in towards the deep ends of the red room. Being able to fight back, get those 2 unanswered kills. Fnatic get the pistol. Best pistol round team in the event so far. Before this one started, they had picked up 60% of their pistol rounds. Now they've picked up both here on Ancient, and interestingly enough, they have 100% conversion. Not a single time have Fnatic picked up a pistol round and dropped the round after so far. The only team in the event to have that 100%. And I mean, we saw what that type of a record, what that type of a capability can do against Bleed, right? We even got to have a bit of a chit-chat to some of the, or unpaid players, sorry, to some of the unpaid players. And they let us know, well, it didn't feel like we could actually play the game, right? Because you instantly start with a, what, 1-6-0-7 deficit. This is the type of thing that makes Fnatic an incredibly dangerous team. They can just run you over. And right now, they'd be hoping to do the same here on the T side. Nemiga with a pretty precarious 5-man stack. I don't think I've ever seen that particular one before.
Yeah, it's a little bit unorthodox, isn't it?
Fnatic just have no idea this is a possibility, by the way. You're not thinking about the chance of 5 people being in line behind the box. Look at that. Body's going to turn the angle. His soul is going to leave his body. Quite literally. Look at that.
There you go. Instantly dead. Sees absolutely everybody. Well, Risky Bob's going to go and acquire this AK. Needs to put it to good use, though. BlameF making a meal of this one. And, well, Sway.
They still have the kit.
Take him down. A little snack. They still have the kit. Yeah, they have an AK. They've got a MAC-10 now as well. Knock taking a lot of damage because of that HE. And Fnatic are heading towards A with the bomb here, but Nemiga realize it.
Yeah. There's the tap on the bomb. That's going to give it away. Knock. Is he going to be ready for Xanter, though? He's heard the steps. Absolutely blindsided. No clue whatsoever.
And that's a 4 versus 2. Yes, you have no armors in the equation, Nemiga, but you really have given yourselves a really decent chance. 2 smokes, a kit, flash, 2 rifles, and a MAC-10 going up against Crimson Maddies.
Boat in towards Donut. Smoke on the bomb, and Lear, he's just going to get on and stick. Drops over the rifles. Way take point. I'm just going to hold it, stick it down. And Fnatic, your perfect record is just gone like that. Mattis will hold on to this Galil, but they will not hold on to the round. And that was Fnatic's route back into this.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure if they can hear that through the rooms there, but he sure as hell gave it a good go. And I mean, you can't really fault Fnatic, right? This is such a creative 5-man stack into our CT spawn. I can't remember the last time I've seen that. I'm not sure if I've ever seen that. And I don't think Fnatic had seen that either. And now look at what that has done to the money. Thankfully, they were able to get a bomb plan out of this, because they wouldn't have even had that 1 AK and the 2 Galils.
But it's still just a pick and mix of what they can actually bring to the table this round. Mattis needs to find his entry, but he's been silent so far on Ancient. Lear, the man to take him down, traded back at least, as Fnatic will recover 1 more weapon. But this is a must-win round right now for Fnatic, already without 1 of your star riflers. Need a few more players to step on up, and Body seems to be that man, because he will find that double. He'll collect 2. And into that B-bomb site, surely they go.
Yeah, there's the captain stepping it up, but issue is the bomb is yet to cross, and Khan is going to get aggressive. Nog, Holt doesn't spot him out. They've missed the timing. BlameF's not going to be ready for this. 100%. His ways just dropped Crims. BlameF just going to walk right into his own death trap. And do they realize Nog's caught that timing? Surely. You're just wondering, why wasn't BlameF looking? Why wasn't he ready? It's a Nog clutch. That's exactly why you pick him up. Name a better duo, just try, but it gets denied by his way this time around. And Nemiga keep on winning rounds that they just should not be winning. And if you're Body, you're just saying it out loud. You're like, what more can I do to win a round here?
It's gonna really just shatter the confidence of Fnatic. You're 10-5 down. You know, you win the pistol, you think you're back into it, and all of a sudden, USPs beat you down. And now, you're on Glocks.
Yeah, that's the real test. This is why we brought it into the conversation as well, right? You're looking at Unpaid, you're looking at Parry Vision, you're looking at Nemiga. This is probably the toughest team that Fnatic have played so far, and now they can feel it. This could be the first stomp. Now, let's not forget, Fnatic had already lost 1 map before. The big difference is, in that 1 map, they had a big lead, then they dropped the pistol, their money got broken, and they were the ones to allow Parry Vision back into it. Fnatic have not had an opportunity to get into this engine so far. Nemiga have just kept them down from the get-go.
It's been lights out. They lost the first 2 rounds. And then, all of a sudden, Nemiga really just stepped it up a notch. And Fnatic kind of getting his last say in.
And those are the real tests as well, right? This is something that we saw already with Sango in the group stage opener, because we know Sango and Fnatic are the 2 best teams in the tournament, right? This is, I feel like you can't really have an argument about this, and they're probably the 2 teams that have the biggest chance of picking up the trophy. But we already saw how difficult Nemiga could be to deal with against Sango, and Sango were able to pass that test. I'm not going to say they passed it with flying colors, because they did get absolutely dominated on Ancient as well, and then they needed a 9-12 comeback into an overtime on map 2 to only then win Anubis. But Fnatic are just getting the same treatment right now.
Mattis has just not had this impact that he did on Ancient versus Paravision. Going up, taking that cave control, going into Cheetah and making it work. And once again, he's going to give away his life. Khan on the shelf, collects that kill. Body looking to find another trade here, but Lear, he is just quicker. The meeting of the minds, and Lear will come out on top. And Fnatic, they've got BlameF out towards middle, searching for something. You need him to have 1 of his rounds.
Yeah, 1 of his rounds. Or Nog. Or even Krems. He's been playing a good game, to be fair, when you're looking in. I mean, directly, firepower-wise, Krems has been the best player, at least in the kill department for Fnatic so far. But as we said, you have BlameF, you have Nog. quote-unquote, two of the newest additions to that Fnatic team. Of course, BlameF has already been here for a couple of months for Nok. It's just the first LAN tournament, but we know how good they could be in the clutch. Look at the read from Nemiga, though. They're going to have 3 players towards that A-bomb side, with the AVP as well.
One rotates away, has to keep an eye on middle. Can misses an opportunity. Zoe, however, will not, looking to spray absolutely everybody there. But Crims, hold on a second. We've got a moment now. Crims, 17 seconds left on the clock. He's already got 3 kills. Needs the insta-headshot onto Lear, but it will not happen. Nemiga get onto 12. And Fnatic look flustered.
Yeah, they really do. Flustered is the best way to put it right now. Even with that really good attempt from Crims, it just feels like Nemiga are one step ahead at all times. And you're looking at the way that they're going for the fights. You're looking at the reads they're making. You're looking at the movement on the CT side. This is a team that is just showing one massive middle finger right in front of the face of Fnatic right now. They're like, we're going to come in, we're going to play with all the confidence in the world, and we're going to show you that if you want to take us down, you're going to have to be your best selves. You're going to have to bring out the absolute top level play that you can to the server. Otherwise, you're just going to get steamrolled out of the event.
And it looks like the steamrolling will continue that Nemiga are doing right now. Fnatic just being cut apart, can't even get any map control, cannot get any space, no room to breathe. They're just being smothered by a CT side that is so punishing. And Fnatic, it falls onto BlameF to try and rescue it, but man, a 1v5 and they've done no damage at all.
And it's simply desperation from here on out. You thought going into semi-final, grand final day, Fnatic would be probably the team to pick up the trophy. One of the 2 big favorites for sure. You thought it was going to be just a walk in the park against an Nemiga team that struggled so much against Fluxo yesterday. But you see the confidence being brought in. You're looking at the team effort. Xanter bottom kill with 10 kills. Top frag for Lear with 17. The kill distribution, the team impact. It's just been a well-oiled machine, and BlameF. Can you really expect a 1 versus 5 with a dropped bomb and 28 seconds on the clock from this man? You probably couldn't. And they're going to keep on re-flashing, re-smoking, let him cook in his own sauce of disparity. Let him realize that he's just been bested in a 13-5 fashion. He's going to give it a go, but it's just 1 kill, and it's Nemiga all the way on Ensign.
Man, that is an absolute statement coming out there from Nemiga. Nobody here, talent-wise, thought they had a chance to do something like that. I don't even think Nemiga, they might have had a little bit of confidence, but I don't think they were going to, say that that was going to happen. And Fnatic, I mean, they'll go for a little bit of a walk. They'll go have a little bit of a break and see if they can, regather themselves, because honestly, heading on to Dust 2, I'm worried.
Yeah, and you know what was the thing? We brought in that factor. Dust 2, the last time we saw Fnatic play was in August. So it's been a little bit of a while. They haven't played it with Nok yet. And now we're starting to ask a couple questions. And I know the best people to answer all of them. If you have any questions about how this game is going to go and what happened here on Ensign, just call, well, I was going to say 911. Don't call 911. Call Heku, T-Time, and Yumi.
I mean, I definitely have questions. I'm not sure if I have answers. I hope you guys do have. Because did I expect this? Definitely not. This was a really strong showing from Nemiga.
And he says we've got answers to all those questions. He's saying to call us, and I'm glad I haven't given Ted my private number, because I feel like there'll be a lot of phones ringing. I actually am very surprised with how poorly Fnatic entered this game. There were definitely moments that they could have had turned their way, but this is also what Nemiga would want. They pick into a very comfortable map, they're able to set the tone, and their players that they expect to perform did, and then we got even a little bit more out of them as well.
And like, this is also one of those circumstances where normally whenever an upset happens, even if it's on a good map for your opponent and whatnot, there's a few factors that you want going for you. It's that, okay, maybe they start off strong, whatever it is, but there's very often clutches that come into play, because that really changes mindset. And I think Lair had these 2 very crucial clutches in that first half. Or Nemiga in general had those 2 very crucial clutches initially, which made it so that Fnatic never actually had a chance to go forward very well on that CT side. They put themselves in advantage positions. In the meanwhile, this is the sort of mental pressure that's being exerted onto Nemiga. You're thinking, well, this is a better team. There's Crims, there's BlameF, there's all these legends of the game. But then when your IGL comes out with some of these moments, when you're coming through, things become more free-flowing. And you really saw that work.
I mean, that first the first clutch was, I think, Jouet, and then Lear then pulled off the 1-3, which is, you know, for a Jouet that also started a little cold, didn't go for as many aggressive fights. We actually got more opportunity to see Xanter in some of those, I guess, pack lurking sort of style calls that Nemiga went for. We had Risky Bob as well, still able to find some impact in the early round. I think things really did come together when, after they win some of these clutches, they also realized that, listen, I understand we're against an experienced roster, one with more veterans than us, but they are making mistakes and they are playing reserved in a number of rounds. And I think even Fnatic themselves would be surprised with the clutches and the man advantages they gave away, how, I guess, reserved or scared they played in some of those circumstances. There were definitely better ways to approach that, and I imagine that's going to be what they talk about heading into that Dust 2.
Yeah, like going into this map, I kind of brought up like 2 topics. I was like, okay, Fnatic, they should take it because it is a map that they feel comfortable playing on, and they can collect like so much data on Nemiga on this map. And now I'm looking at it, and I'm like, okay, Nemiga played 32 Ancients in the last 3 months.
A lot.
Well, you know, it's like if you maybe the data pool is just too big in order like to, you know, like to actually prepare, because there's just so many possibilities, because like the strat book is so deep.
Yeah, and I think as much as I was maybe targeting the idea that on their CT side they can sometimes be a bit disconnected, I think by the time they got to that CT side, even though they lost the pistol round, they came out with a very cute idea on the anti-eco where they were just full save on USPs that, I mean, that halted all momentum building that Fnatic hoped to do. And I think they get a bit greedy and read into some of the tendencies of these Fnatic individuals. Blame F going in and trying to contain the eco frags, and then Nok also sticking around late. I mean, it ended up in a 2-4 that they didn't anticipate a kit being brought forward into a round like that as well.
Yeah, Lair brought a smoke and a kit into that one as well, and I really do like that, because we always have this conversation, Michael, is that what's the smallest value grab that you can get in an eco round, right? Very often you're talking about flashes, you know, 1-2 flashes can help you overwhelm, maybe save guns, but they came in with a clear idea and they executed on it, and it really felt like that was the story of the rest of the game as well, be it Khan being able to get aggressive over into elbow a few times, be it really containing Mattis, which was something that I think was a very big factor. Mattis really wasn't here through the entire game. It felt like Nemiga was shutting him down at every turn and corner, and without that, Fnatic really lacked the X factor. Sure, Crim's had a few rounds here and there, Blame is still here, everyone's doing fine, but on Ancient, Mattis is normally my guy for Fnatic.
And is it actually, I've just thought, like, is it really... would it be advisable, or is it a mistake that Fnatic chose to start CT on this map?
Maybe.
I personally think so. Nemiga, I think, are more lethal on that T side. I think if you're going to expect an Ancient in this series, you would actually want to exploit the other half of their map and actually find ways to activate players like Mattis or Blame F that can be so aggressive, can just take over rounds when they're being aggressive.
Yeah, that's usually the case for Nemiga. They are the team that usually pick Ancient, their opponents get to choose the side, and usually everyone just go for the CT, which means that Nemiga, if they do start on the T side, they set up the pace. They say, like, are we going to be playing all of this really quick? Are we going this slowly? They have like way more control of what is going to be happening on the map.
Thing is, Fnatic might not have too much control going forward left in them, right? Because we don't see those individuals fragging. We don't necessarily see a superpowered Blame F or a superpowered Nok or a powered Mattis for that matter. When you don't have individuals, my only question is, what are you going to be doing moving forward in the series?
Yeah, I mean, when we're starting to shift the conversation into Dust 2, then it becomes more open-ended as to what version of Fnatic we actually see, because they talked about on the cast, we've actually not seen this 5 play on that map yet.
Yeah, we have not seen like a Fnatic too much like on Dust 2. We will talk about the map and maybe give you like some insights of what we should expect after a break.
Let's see how many seconds it takes to finish. Let's go, let's start.
the new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payout.
So Fnatic, they did not succeed at taking control on map 1, but now it's going to be Dust 2, it's going to be their map pick. We do have some data, we do have some information on Fnatic on this map, but we need to keep in mind it was a little bit different roster, it's only like 4 maps, 75% win rate, that's great, but like not a lot of maps.
Why are you looking over there? We're over here. Like, come on, heck, we get it right.
It's hard to say that we can actually infer too much about how they used to play. I don't even think the version of Fnatic we got on Ancient is how they used to play, or even how they have been playing in this tournament. And I actually don't think that they are going to be able to take control, because I'm saying Fnatic made a mistake by not starting on T side on that Ancient. I don't think Nemiga are going to give them the opportunity to get the juices flowing on the offense, because I would love if they just kept leaning into that T side, because you imagine the mental kind of warfare that can have in that you're always holding angles, you're always trying to predict what your opponent is doing through fog of war, and then you just keep getting destroyed by late round aggression or early peaks. I don't think their engine is quite fired up, and I'm hoping Nemiga don't let that get started.
And this was always going to be a bit of a risk to go into Dust 2, because Noc's been good, right? But he hasn't been phenomenal. He hasn't been taking over series. He hasn't needed to.
Yeah.
But over here, where your primary point of aggression is a little bit missing, and I don't know if Mattis is going to be coming back, because you look on the other side, you've got Layers, Way, Risky, all looking like they're doing fantastically well. And anyone who's trying to aggress into them in playing a defensive T side as well at certain points, I think Noc will be the center point, and sure, he might have a better head-to-head, but it's not just Khan he has to deal with.
Well, in a way, Ancient kind of looks like the Garden of Eden, but there's no doubt that Dust 2 is an Oper's paradise. And we had that interview with Body where he's like, well, you know, Noc, he's blah, 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 blah. I'm expecting him to destroy them. If he's gonna do that, this would be the map for that.
It would, and it would definitely be a level to Noc that we've actually not seen engaged on this Fnatic roster. He's been very much an area denial kind of guy. He'll get 1, maybe 2 kills in a round, and he's really just allowing those riflers to be a little bit more exploitative of other areas of the map and actually go for a bit more aggression. That's why the communication side of him is quite nice, because he's, I mean, left in sort of anchor-type positions very frequently on CT sides. So I don't know that he will destroy them, to be quite honest. I just don't think that's even how they're game planning his positions.
And I think this is very much going to be a case of Fnatic maybe coming out to regret this risky pick coming into it, right? Because on one end, sure, there's no research for Nemiga to do. On the other end, Nemiga has proven to be incredibly good at making small pocket strats that don't rely on what their opponent themselves are doing. You know, they're probably coming into this with 2-3 plays that are planned in, even if not necessarily for the map they might have been. I mean, they probably didn't expect Dust 2 to be played, if I'm being perfectly honest, but even so, it's not like they can't really bring a few things all together. This is a very creative side as far as their individuals are concerned. They do have that young player thing where they're like, oh, hey, we can boost over here, we can go for this pick, we can do this, we can do that. And sometimes in all of that adrenaline-fueled comms, you come out with brilliance.
But also, how much data are Fnatic going to be able to infer, even from Nemiga? Because I think they've played a very different style to what they do in their online officials, and it's been even some time since they last played Dust 2. So the development that we're seeing individually and the work that they may have put into this map off of the server actually could just be something that Fnatic maybe overplay into and think, oh, yeah, we can go into these types of these bomb sites, and they don't have crossfires built, but they may have those actually loaded in the back pocket.
Now, after seeing Ancient, do we still have the same feelings about Fnatic closing the whole series? Or if this is where it's going down?
I feel like Ted got a Freudian slip in earlier on when he talked about calling 911, because that's exactly what's on Fnatic's mind right now. They've come into this putting a lot of pressure onto their own shoulders. Body comes into this with clear intentions, and I like that, but that doesn't mean it's not pressure, and that doesn't mean you aren't just down a map going into a map you've never played with this 5. You haven't played in general since August. You were not even that fantastic on before because you weren't picking it despite your win rate. It was just that Afro sometimes would pop off, so you let it remain in the map pool as a decider and whatnot. This was never a super comfort territory for Fnatic even before, and they might regret it.
Yeah, and I think even just the idea of them being chalked up as the big favorites, the one that have more veteranship. You know, we're talking about Sangal and Fnatic, and then I imagine Fnatic as an organization and given the expectations are thinking, if those are the two teams in the conversation, then we are favorites. Did they get maybe too comfortable thinking that it would be a simple road? I think Nemiga have already thrown in a very big speed bump.
Big speed bump, but it wasn't a map that they picked and that they feel like really comfortable playing on. Even though like Fnatic, they had a day off yesterday, but
look,
the thing is,
if you're playing Nemiga, you expect to play Ancient.
And you pick Ancient yourself.
Exactly.
This can't be the excuse that, oh, it's not my map pick, etc. That's what you say to rookies when you're trying to lie to them that you played terribly. No, it's okay. It's your opponent's map pick, this and that. Crims is 30. He knows that they like to pick this. He knows that they were supposed to win that. He knows that they were welcoming Nemiga to pick into it. He knows they came in with game plans for Nemiga with that time off that you're talking about. Nemiga, despite all odds, despite the obvious pick, were dominant there. This is nerves now.
Yeah, and it serves us right. Everybody picking Fnatic coming into this series. I think there was actually an argument to be made about Nemiga, given the tenacity that they had. But even I wasn't confident enough to do that. BlameF and Mattis were actually unbelievable, and they will still be the highlights and the focal points in this game. If they don't show up, Nemiga could find themselves in a final.
But did Nemiga like really not expect us to when like they didn't ban Nuke and they decided to ban Vertigo? What else? What else would Fnatic go for like in order to maybe have some kind of surprise?
I mean, to be honest, they could have gone for an Inferno as well. I think that's what they were sort of expecting to come out, especially because yesterday we saw a pretty poor performance from Nemiga on Inferno. So you're right, Dust 2 could have been one of the options, but honestly, once you've taken out Ancient, it should be either Anubis, which is the obvious one for Fnatic, or Inferno, in my opinion.
And it could have been Mirage as well, given the amount of versatility they showed in their CT
and
sides.
Not picking Mirage. Let's not go that
far. And the problems that they had on T. Listen, I think they've been putting in work to try and make that map work.
Sure. So. They're not picking it.
Yeah, maybe not.
One day, maybe one day we will see Mirage from Fnatic, but it's not going to happen today. Today, we're going to look at Dust 2. So let's go to our casters for maybe potentially the last map of the series.
Thank you very much. How does that sound? Last map of the series. And it's just map 2, man. I mean, probably going into this one, if it was the other way around, if you're saying a Fnatic 2-0, a lot of people would have raised their hand and say, hey, yeah, that's what I am expecting out of this one. Not a lot of people had a 2-0 Nemiga on their cards, but yeah, now you're going into Dust 2. And I feel like as much as the folks on the desk were making a really good point about this being a bit of a surprise maybe, I think when you're an Nemiga, you're looking at a Fnatic that hasn't played Dust 2 with Nog, that hasn't played a Dust 2 since the end of August, and you're saying, well, if they want to pick into it, let them pick into it. They might have practiced on it, they might be feeling comfortable on it after pracs, but they don't have a single official on it, and we do.
That's it. Like, when we're looking at this one, you have to be a little bit worried because, you know, even looking at that Nog interview, right? And he was saying, you know, we're going to go in and then get a little bit more practice done and then kind of work on the micro stuff. I don't know if Dust 2 was kind of involved in that conversation.
It's really difficult to work on the micro stuff when you haven't played a single official, right? Because usually players play a little bit different when it comes down to officials and practice. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to jump right into Dust 2. Map 2 as well. Nemiga with a, I was going to say map and series point, not quite, but a map to take them into the grand finals here. Shall they still away Fnatic's map pick? So yeah, there will be a little bit of pressure. And 1xBet have jumped ship when it comes down to Fnatic. Now they're siding with Nemiga for this one, and Zwei already opening his account up on Dust 2.
Already picking one off with ease, and Fnatic stall it for now towards long. Eventually are just going to peek out altogether. Nemiga want to fight this, but it's going to be difficult with that smoke up in towards CT for Lear really to see anything at all. So Fnatic actually double back. They will get out. They're not trapped. Risky Bob, though, could pick one off for free. Does a little bit of damage to BlameF, who wants to go back and take this fight, but that is ill-advised.
Yeah, and this is a big kill from Risky Bob, right? He was the aggressive element in towards that B-bomb side. And now because of him getting that fight, Fnatic just don't feel safe anymore going for the B play. They're forced to go A.
they're forced to make their way back, but it's going to be so difficult. Nemiga, you know, they're not going to rotate away. They haven't really been given much anywhere else on the map, but they're just playing for info right now. You've already taken care of Blame F. He was maybe a little bit of trickery that Fnatic had up their sleeve, but that is a really nice job. Taking in the high HP player, forcing Zwei all the way back. Khan going to take point now with these Julies, and he is close enough range to do a lot of damage. And Zwei is continuing to just pick Fnatic off one by one, little by little, and there's just no way even close to the site right now. Crims had an incredible pistol to start things off on Ancient, but this time it is nothing near it.
Yeah, and this is terrifying right now. You're just seeing the confidence being brought in from the previous map, and this is what you're praying for if you're Fnatic, by the way. You just hope that Nemiga won't feel the same way that they did on Ancient here on Dust 2, but it's already looking a little bit scary with that pistol rounds. Way with a big double, especially on the low HP, made a big difference. And those crouch and slide peaks from Khan, you know this is getting on the nerves of the Fnatic players on the other side of this, especially when he gets a kill. This one, just the full eco, no, the only one that's purchased the scout. He's going to have one in the next round as well. Of course, Dust 2 being an Oper's paradise, you can justify that investment even when everyone else is on those default pistols.
All on the pistols, and well, Xanter is just going to try and farm up as much cash as he can.
Speaking of Khan,
simple.
There he is.
There he is, rearing his head. As expected.
Yeah.
That round goes in favor of Nemiga.
See, they realized that Nok had a scout. That was what Lear was saying there. It was like, there was a scout in the mix. He's going to be on it once again, so be careful about the scout. See, I've been working on my Russian.
A tactical timeout brought in here from Nemiga, as they will have a little bit of a discussion. It was usually Fnatic that were calling all of them, a little bit panicked on map 1. This time, Nemiga know that they are in the driver's seat from the get-go. This is the position that Fnatic were in on Ancient before.
You know what's the awkward part about all of this is the fact that Fnatic should not be the team in the driver's seat, maybe score-wise at all times, but at least mentally you'd expect so, right? You're looking at such a well-drilled team. You're looking at Crims, who, as Mamoon made sure that everyone remembers, is 30. In fact, he's been on Fnatic for a little bit over 7.5 years. If you're not counting the little venture outside of Fnatic, if you're counting the first period, then it's 9.5 years in total that he's played on that team. You're looking at Nok, you're looking at Body, you're looking at Blame. If you're expecting Fnatic to be able to pick themselves up, and that's exactly what Nok does. This is a kill and a half, by the way. Quite literally in Crims. There goes the follow-up onto Khan. This is much better here for Fnatic.
Yeah, this is not an ideal start for your gun rounds for Nemiga. Need to be very cautious about how you approach this one, but I don't even think this is salvageable at this stage. Zwei over towards this B bomb site with only an SMG.
He has to push. The moment that he starts hearing stuff towards middle, he's just going to go for the fight in towards the tunnels, and it's all going to go down to one single 1v1 fight between himself and Matties. Unless they read a little bit too hard into this one and want to do a little bit of work in towards A. That's lightning quick from Mattis, and now surely you go B.
You would think so, especially not really hearing much out towards middle, but still Fnatic.
Not really.
Are going to creep up towards A. It's going to be Body just calling his team all the way up. I don't think it's really going to matter all that much.
I mean, they could pick up an AK if Crims overextends, but I feel like they're just going to wait for Body to take first point of contact from the bomb side.
There it is, and well, the contact is a bullet to the brain for Lear.
Good contact.
That's
the contact you need.
That's the best contact that you want. And Risky Bob. Sight set on saving. Body's going to go searching for him. And, well, that's going to be off the mark completely. Fnatic, a clean T round. First gun round. There's still a little bit of money in the bank accounts of Nemiga. Be interesting to see how much investment they want to put forward into this one. But they call attack. They realize what they were up against, but still, they fall short, and very short at that.
Yeah, and this is much needed for Fnatic, right? We had that conversation before the start of even map number 1, or at the start of map number 1. Fnatic is a team that just struggles to get rolling at times with closer games, with more intense games. Sometimes things just don't work out for them. Obviously, they're a newer lineup now with Nog playing their first LAN event with him, but once they get rolling, once the individuals start showing their potential, then, well, not even potential, we're talking about pure class level there, then they could be unstoppable. And it's really nice. It's quite poetic seeing that Body is the one to lead them forward alongside Crims. Of course, you're talking about a really impressive longevity with Body's career. The last time he actually won a LAN event, an international LAN event, was in 2017. That's when he was obviously on G2 with Kenny, Apex, MBK, Shocks. It was the DreamHack Masters Malmö 2017. And you know which team he actually beat in the final?
Oh my goodness, Xanter. I got off your point there, but Xanter's just got all the way behind.
Yeah, you know what? They beat North in the final. I was just going to have my talk about it. This is disrespectful as hell. I'm just talking about longevity here, and you knife Crims.
No respect whatsoever.
I mean, there's the money for the AVP in the next round for Khan.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Xanter.
That's if he wants to wield it. We've seen him a few times just opt to play it with the rifle.
I don't think that's an option when it comes down to Dust 2.
Not on Dust 2.
Yeah. Because you know Nok is going to be having a field day if you just decide to stay on a rifle.
Yeah, hold on to the AK anyway. Slow. Few rounds here for Nemiga, who ideally would want to get this one done in 2. If it heads over onto an Anubis, even though it is quite a strong map for them, Fnatic do pose a massive threat, especially if we see the individuals on the side of Fnatic wake up in this game. You know, we're talking about that duo rifle of BlameF and Mattis. We didn't really get to see them in the form that they were during the group stage. Crims kind of stepped it up a little bit, but still it wasn't enough. Completely outclassed and outplayed on that first map. But they are at least staying competitive as of right now. Nemiga though, back with a buy, Cam with the AWP.
He's
scoped in, ready. Oh, but gets off at a horrible time.
Lightning quick from Nog. Yeah, timing wasn't on his side, but Nog didn't really miss a beat there. That's going to let them take a lot of space now. They've spotted Zway pick up that AVP. Question is, do you read into the fact that this is Zway, who's the B player? You think there's going to be another rifle? I'm not sure they're ready for 3 in towards that A-bomb side. Definitely not. Xanter, first point of contact, make that a double. You just let him tap, and he can do it all day. But now you realize, now you know it was Zway to get that AVP, and you still know you've got him isolated in towards B. He's going to be all alone.
Yeah, he's all alone. But Fnatic, they still don't want to go towards this B bomb site right now. Knock. Oh, that's a great peek. Xanter is no more. But still you're going into the stack. Still you're going into Risky Bob, who's got Lear close hand. But Fnatic decide to change their mind once again. Going to route through the tunnels, which is actually the perfect scenario right now for Zway. If he just stays patient, stays scoped in towards the tunnels, that would be perfect. Tries to get up towards the window, but the timing is just horrible. He had to go check middle, and he just gets caught out. If he just waits a couple of seconds longer, he's able to spot out a few players, and maybe, just maybe, Nemiga have a chance in the round. But instead, Lear and Risky Bob, with no kits available, are going to have to try and retake this B bomb site.
It's a save.
And it's not going to happen.
Yeah, the one thing that you're missing in that scenario is just one nade on Lear, or on Risky Bob, sorry, who was in towards the A-bomb side, right? If he has one HE to break open that mid-smoke, see that there's no players going out, then it would have been incredibly difficult for Fnatic to make it work. It's another great opener from Nog, though. And regardless of Xanter's taps, Nog just having a blast of a round on Dust 2, and this is what you want to see from him. Been a long time since we've seen him lift the trophy as well. And we were having that conversation earlier today, because we obviously had that history lesson now with Body, and when was the last time that he's won a tournament. The crazy part about this Fnatic team is the fact that you're looking at BlameF as probably the best player on the team, and he's never picked up, and I say that again, never won an international LAN event. The only LANs that he's picked up were show match LAN events in Denmark. One of them with Astralis, and one of them before that with a mix. So you're looking at a BlameF who's been a top 20 player for 4 years in a row, who's got probably the best possible mentality that a player in his position could have, you know. He's coming into Fnatic, he's saying, I know I need to prove myself and I'm not afraid to take one step back in terms of not being part of all the biggest tournaments and having to actually fight for my spot in some of the biggest tournaments in the world. And he's been giving it his all. So you're having, I mean, probably the best player you can have for a team competing in mainly tier 2 events right now for Fnatic, and occasionally in some bigger LAN events such as the RES right now. And he's never won a LAN tournament in his career. This is crazy. And you remember the conversation that people were having about BlameF back in the day when he was IGL in Complexity, right? He was saying, well, we feel like we're a LAN team. I feel like I'm a LAN player. I feel much better when I'm on stage. He had to pick up a tournament, though. And the RES still could be a great opportunity for him. Might be one map down, but that Dust 2 definitely looks much better than Ancient, at least at the start.
Yeah, it's still very, very early days, though. Flash coming in here, there's the peak, BlameF able to dodge it, but not the bullet to Risky Bob. He wants to try and hold on to this control he's just gathered, wants Xanter to maybe get his hands on a rifle. The pistols are falling all around right now. Barzway, who is tucked into a corner over towards B. Xanter has actually just dropped on down. Way. Yeah, no idea that he's pushed, and he's hearing the steps going towards lower. So A's got a wonderful timing if he knows how to use it.
Yeah, and he just gave it a couple of jiggles, making sure that Crims didn't just pause, and Crims might not be ready for this timing. This is going to be absolutely perfect. Turning around, spotted him out, though. Now he's seen him, but they know they're just going to be running back into the rifle, so it's a bit of a pick your poison right now. Crims is just 1-1 versus 1, and if he loses it, then the round is going to be over his way. You can overlook him, though, and Crims is quick enough.
Yeah, but there was so much time. Maybe there was a chance that Xanter was able to rotate, unless Nock always had eyes on middle, and Crims still going to be a little bit concerned about it. This is what it comes down to here. 20 seconds, bomb is going to be planted. Xanter creeping towards short. If he finds this kill onto Nock, it's going to be clutch on, but no. Nock will just about clutch on to that AWP. That headshot needed there saved Crims from being put under all kinds of pressure.
A little bit stressful, isn't it? Around like this one, especially when it comes that close to the wire, is the fact that the rifle actually gets only one kill, and then is the pistols to get the refrags. That was a great reaction from Nock there. As calm as you'd like him, as calm as you'd expect him to be. One of the clutchest players that we have in this event. He's gonna go for a bit of an opening, spotted that player in towards pit, realizing he's missed the timing. Better to give it away.
Yeah, better not throw your life away for nothing, overly risk something when you don't really need to. Fnatic are actually going all into the B tunnels right now. Khan's here with the AWP. This could be absolutely perfect for him. And perfect for Nemiga. In position. Ready to receive what surely is just going to be a pop. And Sway going to hear that initial util. He's going to wait to see if the presence is going to be made on now. Khan just drops a smoke, but still, I don't think that's going to stop Fnatic. They're going to come bundling out. Sway comes away with one. Needs to get another gun in his hands, but won't. Khan trying to hold down the site by himself, but he can't. Overwhelmed. Fnatic will take it by force. And Nemiga, again, entrusted with a decision.
Yeah, and this time they're going to give this one a go, and it's for one reason and one reason only. You have that double flank coming in from the tunnels, but the B-bomb side on Dust 2 is still notoriously maybe the most difficult one to retake in the entirety of the map pool.
Body creeping out through the window, and that's a lovely pick-off. Nemiga now losing that initial fight surely means that they do a U-turn. They get on out of there. Fnatic's T-side right now is holding water on Dust 2 exactly when they needed it. Could not afford to get a slow start. But they have come out the gates, come out the blocks, sprinting towards a first half victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Great refragging there. And then a lot of words have to be said once again about Body, by the way. His performance so far on the T side has been absolutely perfect. And I love the fact that when we have that good play from Nemiga on Ancient, that really good style of calling, that just insane domination, a lot of it had to do with Lear having a good map as well, right? And now we're seeing something similar. Now we're seeing Fnatic picking up 5 rounds in a row on the T side. Things are starting to make a lot more sense suddenly. And Body's playing outstandingly. Yes, he's not putting in the same numbers that Lear had. He's not on 12 and 5. He's on 8 and 4, but he's still getting a lot of impact, and he's still receiving a lot of support from Nog, especially with those opening picks.
The aggression in towards short here, fighting. Pushing Blame F all the way back there.
French Counter-Strike used to be great on those two back in the day, man.
It did.
There's history there. It's a bit of a love and hate relationship.
Blame F, I believe, got a ding from his troubles in towards lower tunnels. You've got the 2 rifles waiting on A here.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, this is a little bit awkward right now, especially if
they have a flash
to push. Nox just posted, but are they going to stick around? No, Nox gets off that angle. Crim's nearly got going over towards blue. Nox comes back, and all of a sudden, Nemiga pick off 2. They drop the bomb as well. Body has to go into this fight and try and get it back, but there's just 2 players there. He gets overwhelmed.
They don't know the bomb's there, though. Is it on top of the box? I think it is on top of the box. They're not going to realize they have it.
And this becomes an impossible task right now for Fnatic, surely. Mattis and Blame F, the 2 highest rated rifles in the event, not just for Fnatic. We're gonna have to try and do this, and yeah, the bomb is there, on top of the boxes.
Yeah, they didn't know, but I think now you realize, right? When you see Fnatic expend that amount of utility just to retake long doors, you're going to start reading into it. But with 15 seconds, there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, this round is lost. Nemiga just pick it up, and Madison, Blame F, they can just save from here on out.
A little bit of an unfortunate circumstance that the bomb has made its way up there. I believe Nock was carrying it. And when he went down...
I'm not sure if it just went up after he died, or they just dropped it there at the start and they just thought they were going to pick it up after when they were walking away. Oh yeah, because he tried to jump back. So he was in the air, they kill him, and the bomb bounces. It goes on top of the box in the corner. This is the premium edition of unlucky.
You can't write that.
The full package.
You actually just cannot write that.
That's what happens when you walk under, I don't know, 15 ladders. There's 20 black cats just walking in front of you. That's when you what happens.
You break 5 mirrors.
Yeah. And there's salt all over the ground.
Is that bad luck?
Yeah. Yeah.
Good to know.
I mean, in Bulgaria it is.
Oh yeah. Well, if you spill salt, you pick it up and you throw it over your left shoulder. Ever heard that?
No.
Just an Irish thing? That's all right.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
You throw it over your left shoulder?
Yeah, for good luck.
Why the left shoulder?
I don't make the rules, I just play
by
by
them.
them.
The heart?
Could be.
Sure.
Let's see if Xanter can continue on this upward trajectory for his side. He's really began to turn the screw, but unfortunately for him, Fnatic just sent so many bodies out towards long. And they will take names this time around, but so will Khan.
There's one of them. That's the body.
Lifeless over towards long, and Fnatic, they're forced away from this position, but look how quick Nemiga are reacting here.
Yeah, you know what's the issue as well? This is one of the first times that Risky Bob is actually going to start with his way in towards being knocked. Should be aware of the possibility. He's one step ahead of the play. Question is, do you read into Risky Bob being in towards the tunnels as well? Are you going to be ready for this? Nog just jumping around. Does he scope into it? Timing's absolutely perfect. This shot from the Risky Bob. Gets one. Smoke deployed. Out of there. Blame F's position in towards middle. Might make them want to go back, but look at Lear. He's going to push all the way in towards top middle. This is going to be so sneaky. They're never going to be ready for this.
You're not going to be ready. You've no idea that Lear has got into this position. Blame F stomping around in towards mid. Lear is going to look back, but he gives himself away a little bit too early. He's going to be ran down by another player from lower tunnels, but Nock can do nothing about him. And Lear just staying alive is going to be a massive problem right now for Fnatic. They don't feel like they go back. The molly's going to fail. Lear will not burn in this corner. It's not going to spread to him. They're going to have to force him into a fight, and he picks off one more. Lear is absolutely destroying Fnatic in that round. The IGL leading by example and dominating.
You really thought he was going to slow it down compared to map 1, did you? 1 kill before the start of this one, but Lear goes absolutely nuclear in this one. And there was no pun intended here, but he really did. The failed Molotov, the fact that he gets given the time to burn a little bit more, a couple more seconds, but he didn't need to. He was the one to pick up every single kill. And this is now the frustration. This is now the pressure starting to build up for Fnatic. This start was absolutely phenomenal. You drop 1 to the Pistols, and suddenly Nemiga find themselves just 1 behind. And this is usually how things were happening for Nemiga so far in the event. They were the ones to start off nicely, then give away a round with a half buy or against a half buy and just fall flat. Now Fnatic up against a pretty well-playing CT Nemiga on Dust 2.
Pretty well, I'd say. Very well in the last few rounds. The reactions have been there, the adjustments have been there, the reads have been there. And the aim has been there. That's the most important thing. All well and good being in the right position, but you need to shoot them before they shoot you.
Yeah, Counter-Strike really is a simple game of simple things. You kill them before they kill you, you're probably going to win in the end of the day. And a lot of the time is going to come down to it, even on the highest level of competition. Still the same. Blame has been having a really tough time with Molotovs in the last 2 rounds.
Been having a problem in this series as well. Not really seeing the bright lights that we're so used.
You know what's the thing? With Blame F especially, you just know that he might have the most awful day of his life. He can just turn it around like that. That's the type of level we're talking about. The thing is, what happens if he doesn't? And as of right now, there isn't too much light in the tunnel. And speaking about tunnels, this is where Fnatic are going. But look at the setup from Nemiga. They're going to have Zwei here, Risky Bob, and Lear. They have everyone. This is the perfect setup. This is the perfect opportunity for a 5-5.
25 seconds, need to make sure that you're not going to be caught out. Flash is going to be good. Zwei at least picks off 1. Risky Bob trying to just lock down this bomb site, but Lear is here once again. Crim's the only man left. Fnatic, there is just no way in right now. Nemiga are making sure that if Fnatic want these rounds, they are going to have to work really hard for them, but nobody up to the job, nobody up to the task that time. And Fnatic, when you're not working, you're running out of money. And that's exactly what's happening.
I know Body was the one to play in all those French lineups, all those French mixes across the years, but Lear is the one bringing in the heat to this one. He really is. You just see the instant impact. Lear is struggling towards the start of the round, or towards the start of the map. They can't pick up rounds. Lear starts fragging instantly. The setups look a little bit better. Confidence is up there. Nemiga level things up, and now it's just the pistols in the Hero AK and Blame F's hands. And we did speak about how dangerous he could be on a good day, but at this point, you just need him to be heroic. You just need him to have one of those rounds. And there he goes. Opening kill acquired by Blame F, but he still needs his teammates to find something with the pistols in towards long.
Need them to have some kind of success whatsoever, but nothing of the likes out towards long. Nemiga just putting bodies here, just making sure that they are taking heads everywhere they go. Noct is going to reacquire that rifle. He does have armor. This is still a little bit doable, but Zwei holding his exit. This is what it comes down to, and Zwei was perfect when he needed to be. Nemiga, they will have that 6th round. Fnatic, we're saving. So they'll have everything, surely, that they could have wished for. Need to get knockout on that AWP, but...
And that's a key, that's a key conversation, piece of conversation right there in the pause. You can see Noct saying, okay, let's boost. Just get me boosted in towards T-spawn. I'm going to try and open up the round against for ourselves. This is Noct just trying to take the initiative. He can clearly tell that things are not working out. He knows that he had a couple of really good moments. And that's where you value him. That's when you need him. Especially on a map like Dust 2. You just know that Noct could be the difference maker.
Especially when the rifles are having a tough time as well, though. your hopper on Dust 2 is able to pick two off in a round. Just makes your job a whole lot easier, makes you breathe a whole lot easier. But when everybody is having an average to below average performance, that's when the pressure really begins to mount up. And Xanter already pushing it very deep through the long doors. Crims doesn't realize it just yet. He's considering it as a possibility, definitely. But Xanter, he's going to have this shadow advantage. Body now joining Crims. They're going to walk in. Shadow's seen, and Xanter goes a little bit early.
Yeah, they bait him in really nicely. Jiggo comes in. Crims was holding the line at all times. And there goes Knock. Risky bomb in the middle of nowhere. And this is much better here for Fnatic. You just slow it down a little bit. You retake long. You punish Xanter. And from that point on, you're just rolling and rolling and rolling up until you level things up. And it's another double kill from Body for a Fnatic round. A masterclass of a performance from the in-game leader. At least a couple smiles on their faces. They get a leveled up performance. This best round is going to be really vital though going into the second half. Whoever picks up the tempo, whoever picks up the slack, could just run away with it. We know this is how Dust 2 is sometimes. We just need to get going.
Pistol is so important here for both sides.
Sometimes they default lot 3 mid and just wait so long.
Yeah, we don't want to leak that part.
No,
it's really interesting for us.
Yeah,
but we don't want to leak it.
Pistol.
I mean, I want them to leak it. They probably
of course. No, I don't think they'd be too happy.
Yeah, no, I'd enjoy that. Yeah, I'd find it really interesting.
I mean, you already got a chance to talk to Body. He didn't really want to spill too many secrets, so.
Yeah, you know what's the thing? When you see that cheeky smile on the player's face, and you know that the thought process is, I think Heku said that, the thought process is, I've just been in the game for too long for you to catch me off guard and for me to give something away. I know what I can tell you.
I'm not leaking Anthony Shutton, definitely not.
Yeah.
Don't want to be leaking rounds here, though, especially to start out your CT side. Nemiga. Standard pistol from them. Slow on the approach. Make Fnatic maybe think about all of the possibilities, all of the options. And Fnatic, they've left nobody in middle.
Yeah, absolutely nobody. Looking like an A play still though from Nemiga. The thing is, when you have Zwei in towards that B extremity, you could show the bomb, you could go into a couple fights, and then rotate back into a B play. It really depends on how the first couple battles are going to go in towards long. Knock, giving it a bit of a jiggle. Spots out a couple, now spots out one too many. But Body still alive towards the pit. There goes the first. All alone, second tap, good enough. Refract comes in though, and now Zwei could come into play.
It looks like he might. Crims was thinking about heading out in towards middle. And actually, Nemiga being called back here. They are maybe considering going over towards B. Fnatic are seeing nothing over towards long, though. Surely that has to worry Crims a little bit.
He wants Zwei to go, though. He doesn't want to die and just be in an impossible to refrag position, but then in the same time, you want to make sure that you're not giving away too much space. And look at Grimm's going towards lower. He's going to hear all the steps. Question is, how many kills does he get? When do you time it? First one is clinical. Does he want to go for a second? Yeah, tapping in, and Grimm's. There it goes. There go all the years of experience, and there goes the veteran.
A beautiful, beautiful pistol round from Crims. That USP in his hands, he's just able to do something magic. And really bail Fnatic out there, because Nemiga, if they're able to get onto that bomb site, I don't know how clean of a retake it would have been for the Fnatic boys.
Yeah, let's go Freddy's, right? You know, if you have him performing well, then you're in for a good day in the office. You're talking about someone that's played 16 majors. I haven't watched 16 majors. He's played in them.
A ridiculous amount. And still playing at this level as well. Still performing at this level. As Nemiga, hoping that they can perform to a high enough level to maybe, just maybe, cause one of the upsets of the event here. Glocks. All that they're going to be wielding in this one, a single flashbang. They haven't been spotted over towards mid. They are threading the needle right now. U2 being given away, trying to spill into this B bomb site. Things are not going to help out Mattis. He's not going to be able to find a kill. Crims is going to need to step up massively here. There's so many T's spilling on in, and Lear going to try and pick up a rifle, maybe the bomb, and just get it down safe. Make sure that he's at least going to get that money injection from his side, which he will. Now he's going to be looking for a little bit of a bonus, but Knock makes sure that nothing more amounts from that. But damn, they get so close on those eco rounds.
Yeah, you can say that again. I mean, this is a fantastic round for Nemiga. You're bringing in Glocks. You get 3 kills, a bomb plan out of it. They lose some rifles. That's like you forced, right? If that was a forced buy, we would be saying that this is good enough for Nemiga. That was a full eco. They didn't bring anything into it. You can just look at the money. Everyone above 5K. Not sure if they're going to have the money for an AVP, sadly, but other than that, this is a great start to the T side when it comes down to losing. Well, yeah. Apparently they do have the AVP, but as I was saying, this is a good start of a T-side campaign, considering they still lost the pistol round. Let's see, Khan, open hand. First one is just a tag.
That's still huge, though. I mean, you land the tag onto Mattis, and definitely one of the players, no matter what his stats are saying, you want on low HP and out of the round as quickly as possible. But an opening pick, still eluding Nemiga for now. Fnatic, a lot of bodies here. In towards mid, making sure that Nemiga aren't going to exploit that part of the map once again. HE in return on top of Khan is going to chip away at his health. Xanter getting into a fight in a moment, but Body evasive in that corner. Xanter wasn't really expecting him to be there, and that's just going to be an easy pick.
Yeah. Being able to counter Xanter on his solo endeavors and towards the extremities, especially when he's on the T side, quite important. Puts Nemiga in an automatic disadvantage. And look at Fnatic, they have the read. Nemiga might be thinking about going for that B split, and if they do, there's going to be 3 people waiting for them.
BlameF in a lovely position, maybe to find that double. Mattis helps him out, but that's perfect. Fnatic holding on to their bomb sites, stopping Nemiga in their tracks, especially after losing so many players in that last round. If they're able to keep 5 alive here, perfectly ideal. And it looks like they might. I think Nemiga have their sights set on saving. They want to bring that up on Khan forward. So even though they lose so many to the Glocks, their money is beginning to recover a little bit, and they'll have that extra tiny piece of insurance.
Yeah, and this is where you're starting to see Fnatic's game plan working in, right? They expected that B play. Of course, a lot of it has to do with the fact that Body's left in that type of a corner in towards long that you wouldn't usually play if you're just, I don't know, alone with an Oper in towards the A-bomb side, unless the Op is a little bit close by. But the big issue there is that Xanter doesn't see anything, right? There could have been another player just playing anti on the angle in towards long and just waiting for Body to make first contact. Xanter wouldn't have spotted him out, so I guess you just assume that you'd have a bit of a gap and there's going to be just 2 players in towards the B-bomb side. We're just not ready for the numbers. It's a good one for BlameF and Matties as well, as we pointed out. They have been struggling so far this series. Best players of the event going into this game. Still not really having the opportunity to showcase why, but we always know they can tune in. We always know they can turn up, and Fnatic need them right now.
Is there a little bit of a timing for Nemiga to catch out towards this B-bomb site? There might be Zway not able to double up. That'd be perfect. That would have really thrown a spanner into the works of this round. The AWP unsuccessful on its endeavour over towards long. Now it's in Khan's hands, but loses his teammate, which is trying to just bait out the shot. Instead, takes it full on the chest. And there's no rifles to be acquired right now if you're Lear, which maybe cause a little bit of a distraction and see if Khan can do the dirty work, get you into a bomb site. Lear right now doing a nice enough job, to be fair, of just keeping BlameF a little bit occupied, but Khan can do nothing. Lear's going to have to try and rescue this round, and he'll have some weapon to do so.
He's on a timer though. Jump hurt. BlameF coming in from the back lines, as easy as a kill as it gets for Blame. Fnatic get up to 10. This is starting to look a lot more like the Fnatic of old. Well, I say the Fnatic of old, the Fnatic of a couple days ago. But it's not the usual heroes. It's not BlameF and Mattis. It's everybody else. It's Body showing up. Crim's having a lot of good rounds. Nog now as well with the AVP bringing in a lot of impact. Had a couple really big rounds on the T side with the openings. And now here, shutting down Nemiga. The third and final tactical timeout for Box. The third and final chance for the ex-Nemiga player. Spent 3 years on the organization as a player, played alongside Lear, entrusted him with the team that he loves so much and with all the knowledge that he's got to be the next leader of that squad, but still stayed around to help them out. They'll need all that experience that Box can bring to the table right now.
Yeah, they will. This is pretty much one of the only chances that you're gonna get. I mean, we're talking 2 solid buys if Fnatic continue to win on out. Maybe if you get a force in there, maybe if you get a bomb plant, you might be a little bit lucky to get a little bit more, but there's a lot of weight on this round right now. And Nemiga know it. They slow it down. Smoke over towards mid. They'll take tunnels control. The rest of Nemiga happy enough just to sit outside the long doors, take a peek in at a moment, but still undecided right now about what they want to do.
Yeah, Fnatic have a really good read on the situation though. They realize that they've announced that Body will be holding long all alone a lot of the time, so that's why you see the reaction. That's why Nog is starting the round with him. They're expecting Nemiga to try and go for a walk, but Nemiga suddenly changed their mind a little bit. Nothing spotting out. They take all that space in towards middle. Still a lot of options in terms of where they want to finish. But it is starting to look like a B play. Crisscross smokes. Not going to be given away in terms of the information, but the B split looking inevitable at this point.
Yeah, it is. And it's not even going to be a split. It's going to be 4 men just trying to spill out the tunnels. Madison Crims, you need to be so ready. Crims has had a massive performance, but he's mollied out of this position right now, not seen through the flames, but easily dealt with. Mattis tries to get away after collecting the first, but it won't happen. And Lear trying to cut off these rotations before they can even get there, but Nock is so clued in right now. Bomb is going to go down. And Lear,
they're going to save, are they? They're still waiting for Lear. I mean, he realizes he doesn't need to give anything away up until he hears something. There goes the flash. He can hear the steps of Nog running towards him. He's looking, but Lear is a little bit quicker, and this is going to be the end of the round. That's why Lear doesn't peek. He knows, up until they see me, they think it's a 3 versus 3 retake. The only reason for them to go for that in towards the B-bomb side on Dust 2 is if they get the kill on me. So I'm just going to stay put. Wait, if they want to try and find me, if they want to try and get me out, well, they can be my guest. And Nog, he was his guest. He didn't like it.
And now you're so thankful as well on the side of Fnatic that the last few rounds you were picking up were so clean, they were so convincing, because you'll have money to fall back on. That's not an issue. But Nemiga, in a must-win round, they come away with everything. Bar the 2 rifles that were saved,
you know what's
of
the
course.
thing? When you go back in time in the last couple of weeks, the last couple of months, the one thing that a lot of people probably have noticed is the fact that Fnatic have shown that they have good game plans, good work, well-drilled strats, but the longer and closer games could be their weak spot. A lot of the times, the closer a map becomes, it feels like some of the players at times are discombobulated. Maybe they don't believe in each other so much, or they don't believe that they can trust each other as much, or at least this is how it looks from the outside at times, right? So if you're an Nemiga, just making this Dust 2 as close as possible, trying to get up to the end of it. And I know that sounds like a crazy theory, because on paper, Fnatic is supposed to be the better teams when it comes down to longer games, because they have more experienced individuals. I feel like after we've seen all that tenacity and fortitude mentally from Nemiga in the last couple of days, we can't help but to say that they would be in probably a better position if that becomes a really close map.
And well, already, you pick off one. It's looking a little bit risky, the situation that Fnatic were finding themselves in. And Mattis is going to pay the price. He's got 55 seconds, and Nemiga still undecided. They can go anywhere. They can go A, they can go B. Doesn't really matter. They just need to make up their mind in a moment or two. Smoke off. It's going to force Nemiga maybe up short. Especially with Xanter positioned towards the long doors, getting into a little bit of an engagement himself with body. Util's just going to rain on in down. 30 seconds. Nemiga, are they going to try and go through this? Lear kind of wanted to, but that nade is going to stump him, and body, well, will just pick him up before he can even get there. They're going to have to commit. Risky Bob needs to find this frag, and he will. Molly onto the site, not towards Goose, so Blame F is in a prime position really to stop this right now. They need to be ready. They need to swing him together and clear him out, and they will. Risky Bob will put that bomb down. Crims, step hard, Sway locked into that position. And well, Fnatic looks like they're locked in for the save here. They're not budging towards that bomb site.
Yeah, it's another 0-to-hero moment. Risky Bob was on 5 and 11 before the start of this map, or the start of this round, sorry. Gets a triple kill out of nowhere. Fantastic spacing, fantastic refragging from the T side. And now you can go and hunt a little bit. Oh, that timing is absolutely awful for Crims. And this is starting to fall apart slowly for Fnatic here, financially at least. It's still a little bit too early to ride them off. Nemiga's still 2 behind even after this round. But especially if Note goes down, I mean, he's got $250. Of course, it's going to be a little bit more, but if they find him, they're going to be in a whole lot of trouble. Thankfully, holding on to the AVP is going to be a possibility. But the atmosphere in the server, the energy is starting to change.
Yeah, it is. It really is. And Fnatic using their last tactical timeout as well. This is the last chance in regulation.
Both teams have run out of tags.
That we're going to see a coach get involved.
Yeah, and it's going to be Kita. Of course, great cohesion between himself and Blame F. Been together for such a long time. We were talking about those complexity days. Well, Kita was the coach back then of that co-team, the Juggernaut.
Well, the discussion was had, and the answer that they came up with was invest everything. It's not a bad buy. Mattis is just going to have to take a hit. Well, Nemiga, a little bit faster out towards long. Mattis is the first player there trying to defend it with a P250. The flashes are so good right now, though, that everybody is blind. But eventually, when Nemiga come to, they come out on top. Blame F sat waiting behind the car, and he's been spotted out. They know he's there. Khan not reacting at all to the information that's been gathered by his team, and this is just an absolute mess over towards this car position. But eventually Blame F gets cleared, but he definitely gets more out of that situation that he should have.
Yeah, and it's terrifying right now because you know you haven't spotted out Nok, right? You know the AVP is still in the mix and you have no flashes left on the T side.
Yeah, you know what's waiting for you as soon as you make your way up onto the bomb site, and that's the most terrifying part of it.
You need Khan to hit that shot. Nok is not going to walk in. He knows that Crims has them locked in as well, and he has to step it in. Nok, one shot at a time. Xanter, oh no! He stepped on it. Xanter just crouches below. Nok doesn't see him. This is the end of the round. Surely Crims, a 1 versus 3, but Khan is locked in. He's going to take him down. And this reaction tells you everything.
The slow clap, anything but the slow clap.
I'm going to tell you what, if this one keeps going the way that it has in the last couple of rounds, I don't know about the slow clap from Crims, but this could be a really quick one for Nemiga here over Fnatic. And you can see the reaction. They just know it's so unfortunate. The good thing is that you're not seeing those signs of frustration on the face of Noah, because you know how unfortunate that is. You know how close he is to spotting out Xanter there. And no one's seeing it from his screen either.
That's the worst part as well. You've got so many people watching as well, inspect, and nobody sees him. AG's just going to rain in, and well, you'll chuck a flash and see if you can get anything out of these pistols. A little bit of bang for your buck. The swing doesn't actually come in. Fnatic decide to disengage this time around. Try and invite the rifles up onto the site maybe. Body in a position where he's not going to be burnt out because of that Molotov, but surely just going to be spotted out, spammed down, and Nemiga just dropping them one by one.
One after the other, they fall, and it's another clean one. It's a team ace for Nemiga as they level things up. At one point, it might have felt like it was going to be just a replica of map number 1, just the other way around. Fnatic running away with it. It felt like Body was doing enough at the start. It felt like Crims was doing enough. It felt like Nok was doing enough. All of them have gone silent, though. And Fnatic just don't seem to have an answer for this young team on the other side of the server. We're leveled up. Another buy comes in, and Khan looking for an opener. Even goes for the reface. He's gonna stick around. The second smoke, though, not gonna leave him with a gap.
No, it's not. So they'll have to try other ideas. And in this situation that you're in for Fnatic, you were feeling pretty comfortable. Not anymore. Not whatsoever. This is where the real money is made. In these situations, this is where you earn your living. As you can see, Fnatic, nobody wants to risk their life at all right now. Everybody playing very, very passive.
Yeah, and we're seeing the replay of the same default that Nemiga brought to the mix a couple rounds ago. The double starting towards the tunnels, the triple starting towards top middle, thinking about going out long, letting Khan work, and then the moments that you don't see anything, but you hear all the Yuto, you get pushed away from the extremities, you take all that space in towards middle. Xanter, first point of contact in towards long. Player spotted in towards the pit. Body not alone this time around, though, and Xanter might overlook Blame F.
He does completely, but that's too out over towards long. They're going to put pressure on this B-bomb site. They see Crims. They know surely he is going to be the only man there. Somebody had to keep their eyes on shore, and Nok has missed the timing layer. If he goes through the window right now, Crims is in trouble, but he doesn't know which way to look, and he panics. Sway puts him out of his misery, puts that bomb down, and Fnatic, this is a situation where I don't know if you roll the dice.
No, absolutely not. Not that late into the game, not that late into the tournament. You don't have the Yuto, you don't have the chances. And it comes down to such narrow timings as well. Nok just missing out on that one player of Lear that's taken the space in towards middle. Crims being caught between two minds, not knowing where to look. He could just hear the steps from both sides, and it goes down to one unfortunate timing and a quick enough kill from Sway. Even with Xanter going down in towards long. The B-bomb side just doesn't hold on. That was a 5 versus 3 there. A 5 versus 3 in favor of Fnatic. But Nemiga pull it back. And again, Lear doing so much work to get that refrag onto Mattis, to spot out Crims, to win all that space. And even though he's not the one to take the kill onto Crims, he is the one to set him up for failure there only by staying alive, only by not going down to the AVP of Nok. Fnatic are in a really tough spot, and you can clearly tell they don't want to be here. They're not going to buy around this. They're just going to go with a half buy around the AK, the M4, and the AVP. They don't want to risk it.
It's not a bad option, but you still need to put those rifles to good use. Saving to make sure that they at least have everything they possibly want if Nemiga come away with this round to stop them as soon as they get 12. Overtime's still a massive possibility in this one. They'd open the smoke. Tag is not going to be enough there from Nok.
You know, it's going to be a low buy. The damage is really good, though. And I mean, we say a low buy. You still have 3 rifles, including an AVP into the mix here for Fnatic. So definitely not one to overlook, especially when the 3 people with them are Blame F, Nok, and Body. Body usually not the top fragger for the team, but so far on Dust 2 has had something to do with every single round. It feels like that Fnatic have been able to pick up. And it's the 3 rifles in towards the A-bomb side. B is just guarded by the pistols of Mattis and Crims. I'm not sure if you read into that if you're an Nemiga. You probably feel like if you go A, you're going to be a little bit safer, but you're just going into them. This is going to feel like a full buy round here for an Nemiga.
And that's what Fnatic were hoping for. They were hoping to see these rifles. They weren't hoping to see that timing caught from Zuedo. Xanter up on the side. He's going to be able to deal with one body, trying to lock it down, but he can't. These rifles are getting ran over on A, and Knock has already turned away, trying to get away. Nemiga run into those rifles and say absolutely no problem whatsoever. They'll get up onto 12. They are now only 1 round away from going all the way.
Would you believe it? Would you really believe that type of a comeback here from Nemiga? Crims is just gonna go down. Oh, never mind. Actually wins the fight with the 5-7. And that might be another gun to pick up. This is financially at least gonna be a good round for Fnatic in terms of the guns that they bring in. Even if Risky Bob does drop Crims, but this is going to be 12-10 Jack. Fnatic just have not been able to do anything on that CT side of things. Yeah, the start was good. You could even say great at some point. It looked so incredibly good. And now you don't have tactical timeouts. Now you just have the experience. Now you just have people like Crims, like Body, like BlameF, like Nog to try and take the initiative. Say the right words. Make the right plays, keep you alive. Nemiga are just 1 round away from the grand final here.
Khan thinking about going aggressive. That molly convinced him otherwise. Nemiga, they slow it down once again. It's just been evident how they want to play this T side. If they don't feel comfortable going for something, they will wait. They're not afraid to let the clock run thin.
No. And why would you be? Those defaults have been doing so much for you. Fnatic just don't feel comfortable enough going for aggressive plays on that CT side. Just holding from the back lines. Crims and Maddie's in towards B. BlameF in towards middle. Knock and Body on long. And you're just hoping that no matter what Nemiga decide, you're just going to be able to hold them back, and it's looking like a short play. Still, it could all be a ruse. It could all be a fake just to pull BlameF away from CT, just to pull him away from middle, and then go back into a B play. Let's not forget about Zway towards the tunnels.
Definitely a massive factor in this round, but once again, Nemiga, they let the clock run slight. Knock in position, but obscured by that smoke. 26 seconds, Nemiga, you do not have a lot of time to get going on up. That is a perfect flashbang, a second one as well on top of it. He has no idea. He's been spotted by Khan, but he hasn't been taken down just yet. Bomb is going to be planted here right now, and Zway has already picked off Crims. Zway, he was lurking, the man not to be forgotten about right now, the 17-year-old shining on through for Nemiga. But Fnatic still not out of this one. They are still not down and out. BlameF needs to be so careful because Zwei is not done. He says one more, make that 4, and Nemiga go all the way to the final. Fnatic are finished.
I don't know about pressure. I don't know who's the big favorite going into this semi-final. The only thing I know is that Nemiga just gave Fnatic a challenge and a half, and this is one that is going to leave a mark. This is one that you will remember. They didn't give them a chance. They didn't win a close game. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't competitive. It was pure domination.
Man, I don't believe what we've seen there. Nobody gave these guys a chance coming into this one, and I think that's shame on us because the way that they were playing. But Fnatic coming up against a team that were a lot more structured, the most structured side that they played against in this event, and they didn't come close.
That's why Nemiga's a dark horse, man, right? We had that conversation on day one, especially after seeing how comfortable Sango were on day two. We're like, well, there was only one team that was actually close to taking down Sango, and that was Nemiga. They had 3 opportunities to get a 2-0 victory. Sango were able to dodge a bullet. Fnatic weren't.
Simple as that. Well, enough yapping from us. We're going to send it over to the desk and see if they can break that one down.
Nemiga just said, F your predictions down, because no one expected this. No one expected the team that was on the top of the group of death to be eliminated by Nemiga, that so far had to always go all 3 maps in order to survive in the tournament, and just 2-0 Fnatic.
They had moments within their group stage where they looked like their mentality wasn't in the right place. They had poor decision-making by individuals. And then you see them up against a Fnatic that basically were able to breeze through their group in a very convincing fashion, just shut down. And, you know, I think a lot of our conversation coming into this, especially when we saw the Veto, was definitely very... it seemed a little risky, a little bit different from what maybe you would expect from the likes of a Fnatic. But you had to be confident coming into this game. And I think maybe there was a sense of maybe complacency or maybe overconfidence and maybe not enough respect, not only by us, Instagram were also choosing Fnatic for this one. I think there has to be a lot of credit done to the calling and I guess the game planning from Nemiga coming into this series.
And the credit where on Ancient maybe would have come down to, oh, look at all these clutches, Lair is winning as well. Dust 2 was a completely different circumstance. We had 0 1vx's coming out, so yes, there's clutches in these 2v3s and whatnot, but we also had every single player on Nemiga being negative or at most neutral in their opening duels. So what that means is Fnatic is winning their opening duels. Fnatic is doing so much, and that's exactly what we saw over here in this round as well. Nok ends up getting a kill over in towards the lower tunnel side as well, and with that it feels like Fnatic has control, but because Risky wasn't the only player, there was a second man still in upper tunnels. Lair had control over the top of the bomb set, and Molotov is missed. Fnatic lose control of the round, and that's what was happening. Even if they got advantages, that's right where Nemiga was right back into it. And you look over towards players like Xanter who have had poor tournaments, and Michael, you know, you were mentioning to me that he started off on a poor T side as well, but Xanter still ends up then doing with 5 kills soon afterwards what it felt like no one on Fnatic could. Fnatic is made of heroes, but Nemiga are the ones who created theirs on the spot.
Yeah, and I think the fact we had these step-ups from individuals in different moments for Nemiga was actually also indicative of Fnatic having actually a good read on how Nemiga were going to play a lot of circumstances, and maybe even reacting a little too slow because they were trying to find lurkers around the map. I mean, we reflect on the first gun round, or first proper gun versus gun round. They have a great setup on that B hold, and they find all these extremities players. Hell, again here at 10-10 as well, but then you see the counter kills, you see what Lear is able to do and create in those mid-round moments. They actually exploited the fact that Fnatic were sometimes too hesitant to make those moves because Lear was often lurking, cutting rotates, and I think the big thing that distinguishes Lear, not just being this one-track in-game leader and not just being this one-track kind of player in those moments, is that even though he knew he was in good positions and he should hear rotations, he never overstepped, he never overpeaked. If he didn't hear sound cues, he actually regressed and played more defensive, expecting that they were searching for him. I think Fnatic get caught maybe expecting Nemiga to be exactly like they thought in the demos, but Nemiga showing that growth again.
And in a way, we kind of questioned at the desk, maybe Nemiga, they should consider going for the T side on this map, because so far, you know, like whenever they would play Ancient, they would set up the pace. Here, they're ignoring, like, we will maybe not play to our strengths, we'll play to Fnatic's weaknesses.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's not like they didn't have their own game plans, right? Like, even over here, when they had 2 M4 saved, I believe it was 2-5. We don't have a replay for that, don't worry, guys. But when they had 2 M4s saved up as well, they're going for initiative plays, they're going for fights, they're being aggressive in those circumstances, they're being variable. Nemiga showed us what, again, Fnatic just couldn't. It is variety on their CT side. It wasn't turtling up. It was going for picks. It was going for aggression. And honestly, that just works out so well for them, despite the fact that often Fnatic met it head on. The problem was Fnatic just didn't have enough map control, even in these 5v4s, to necessarily punish.
And I have to say, you know, between the two rosters, obviously we have a lot more experience on that Fnatic side. There were definitely moments where I think Crims was the most consistent from Ancient into this Dust 2. But I think towards the end and further along we get within this within Dust 2, I think Crims might have even shut down a little bit, or all the conversation about Nork and his communication might have actually been something that didn't crop up in that 10-10 round I was talking about as well, because it was Crims on the B bomb site looking at doors and window and tunnels all simultaneously. When Nork had his doors, he spotted one guy going window, and so the responsibility there for Crims is usually just to pick one fight and commit to it, and he gets caught transitioning. And we also saw that reaction where he just looked so completely annoyed at how the rounds were developing.
What do you mean? Are you saying this is not encouraging to the rest of your teammates as the most veteran player on the team? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Honestly, Nemiga, fantastic stuff, but incredibly disappointed in Fnatic right now. And of course, I can't be disappointed in the man who was steering Nemiga forward. It was Lair, no surprises on the MVP. Look at the clutches he was getting in Ancient. Look at the calls he's making. Look at the frags he's getting consistently. Sure, Dusto, he might not be highlighting the top of the scoreboard, but still solidly in the middle of it. Lair was fantastic.
Yeah, and fantastic at punching up, it seems, within this tournament. I think expectations were maybe a little lower given all the success they have online. That can often be a poisoned chalice when you do have that transition to LAN, but I mean, they just continue to impress.
Talking about expectations, because something that we didn't expect is probably for Nemiga to end up qualifying to the grand final, especially considering that they had to play against Fnatic. Yumi, you seem like you have something else to add to that.
As an organization, this is their first international LAN grand final that they're going to be in. And I think it is incredibly deserved. They did not have an easy road. They had complications, even against teams that they maybe on paper would or should beat, given how well they perform online. I don't know what to say about this Nemiga, aside from they are a very legitimate contender to lift that trophy. When you're thinking about, on the other side, Sangal versus Unpaid, if you're Sangal, they have a lot of exposure to Nemiga, but they were probably anticipating playing Fnatic in that final too.
I mean, I don't know why you need to care. Unpaid's going to be the one in the finals, right? But no, Nemiga, I'm going to give some credit out towards Nemiga over here as well, right? Because this wasn't a team with a day off either. This was a team that had to go through the lower bracket. They had to prep for Flux, so we clearly saw it was a difficult series. It's not one you can discount or ignore. Going up against Sangal, going up against Flux, so it felt like Xanter was kind of missing, except for in certain key moments as well. So this is a team that is, playing without its star player popping off. He's had good maps, but it's not like he's dominating the tournament. It's playing with a very new set of players in Zwei and Khan who are doing well, and you're integrating that into your calling and structure with Lair having a fantastic time, despite the fact that, again, as I mentioned before, maybe he doesn't have quite the same amount of support from his coach as he would in an online series, right? That's some incredible achievements for the organization and for this team, but with all the odds being stacked against them, that also means they're stacked in Fnatic's favor. Right? And I have to say, I don't think we can leave this desk without a little bit of criticism towards them as well.
Oh, definitely. Well, commiserations to Fnatic and the fans. Congratulations to Nemiga. They will be playing in the grand final. Now they will have a break. We'll also have a break before we go to the last semifinal.
Let's see how many seconds it takes to finish. Let's go, let's start.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payout.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We already had our first semi-final, and it was a surprise, not only to us, but also, I guess, like to Fnatic, that unfortunately now they are eliminated, and Nemiga will be the team that we're going to see in the grand final. But we are eager to find out which is going to be the second team that will join them.
Yeah, I think that is the big question coming into this. I mean, obviously into the playoffs, we have limited expectations about unpaid. As you know, Sangal definitely impressing from that group stage, but we've already been surprised with the favorites maybe under-delivering when it comes to that semifinals game. So I'm kind of hoping for the same here as well.
I mean, the limits might be off of here, right? For unpaid, I think we've seen them level up consistently, but the problem is we've also seen the same happen with Sangal, right? So this is a very interesting matchup of experience. It's a very fun matchup when it comes down to Sangal obviously cruising through their group as far as what it would seem like on paper, but then when you take a look at a closer examination, obviously when they were going up against the Nemiga side, they really struggled. Nemiga now, though, have proven that they just beat, on paper, the best team in the tournament. So, yeah, a lot to think about, but not a lot of time to do it.
I mean, another team that ended up like cruising through the tournament was Fnatic until today. It is really the fourth day of the tournament, and we just need to find out who is going to be the last participant in the grand final, because as already mentioned, as already implied, we saw a lot of surprises, because so far, Fnatic, they kept on going 2-0, 2-0, and this time it was an 0-2.
Yeah, no, I think there's definitely the pressures of knowing that you are the team expected to win, especially after the group stage. I think Sangal are going to be less disillusioned like that, just because getting to this kind of a height, especially with a younger roster when it's more of an ambitious project in terms of growing into the circuit, I think Sangal will have... they will have tempered expectations, knowing that they've played well, but at any point, if they start to under-deliver or underperform, that they could be abused or given life lessons that they'd have to take further into their career.
And look, I also don't know whether this is more pressure or not, but now that Fnatic is out, Sangal are the clear outright favorites, right? They should clearly be walking home with $150,000. They were probably the favorites before, but then you're always thinking, but Fnatic's on the other side, such experienced players, all of the caveats that I was giving into the rating itself. But no, now Sangal's already beaten Nemiga. Sure, it might have been close, but they should on paper be able to do it again. Sangal should be better than unpaid on paper right now. Sangal should be counting their dollars. And look, who better to count their dollars than LNZ to be leading all of them together. GOAT IGL to in the making. I'd say that, you know, you obviously follow him up with so much more behind him. Samy's been having a fantastic game. Jora on your screen right there, also having leveled up consistently. Xflout sometimes going missing, but still has had moments. And Youngster, the big star who comes in from the unlikely situations.
Yeah, now doesn't always play the best roles, but has definitely been putting up big numbers when they need him the most. So if there is going to be some star drop-off from Jota or xFloud, Youngster is our guy that seems to come to the forefront in those dire moments.
Yeah, we've had like a lot of question marks and mysteries throughout this tournament. One of them is like maybe T-Time's attitude towards LNZ. I'm not sure because sometimes he's hot, sometimes he's cold.
I've been very hot on LNZ throughout. I do think LNZ is the GOAT IGL in the making. I think he's going to go forward to be one of the greats that we have in Counter-Strike. 2 years from now, he's going to be looking, you're going to be looking at him saying, well, what does he need to be compared with the legacy of Alexi in CS2? What does he need to be to compare him to Glaive, Karrigan, Fallen, all of these guys from their CSGO times? But the problem is he has to obviously get there first. And look at this, right? You look over towards all of the former GOATs. You look at Fallen, has to overcome the Brazilian region itself not being, not really being given too much credit. Yeah, look at Karrigan. He has to overcome the choke factor. He can't do it with the Stralis. He takes years more to come forward. You look over towards Glaive. Glaive was kicked. Glaive was removed from Counter-Strike back in like 2014 or something. He stepped back into existence. He stopped existing for 4 entire years. Alexi's had his issues as well before finding Na'Vi. My point is, LNZ needs issues to be the GOAT, and Nexa is here to create them.
I mean, I believe this desk can talk about LNZ all day long, or at least one of them.
Listen, at the very least, I think the most comparable, the more recent RISE in-game leader in Shuhei is probably the most direct comparison that I would give, in that, he's dropped into a roster with players that are a little bit more experienced, but maybe have had some struggles in terms of getting individual performances and actually performing when they get into officials. I think, if we're going to look at LNZ and the road or the blueprint that
See how hard it is to fight against LNZ?
The blueprint that is there is mainly to structure yourself around a Shuhei who ended up coming up with a lot of the Academy guys.
Let's just maybe not just look at LNZ, but also listen to him in this interview.
So I'm here with LNZ from Sango. LNZ, first of all, congratulations for making it into the semi-finals. Top of the group. How are you feeling? How's the team feeling?
Thank you. I think we're feeling very good. We're very happy about making it fairly easy to the semi-finals, and I think kind of suits our expectation as well to win this tournament, to just go very fast into the semis. So hopefully we can win it.
You had a really good start from start to finish against Flux. The one thing that I want to emphasize a little bit more is the performance from some of the individuals. We've been seeing some of the best Counter-Strike that we've seen from Youngster so far. He's been clutching a lot. He's been doing a lot for the team. Do you think that he's maybe finding his level of confidence now because he's not usually the big star of the team?
Yeah, I would say so. I think not much has changed for the players, at least in my opinion. I think we've always, online too, had all 5 being able to shoot very hard. Some days it's more others, and obviously Youngster doesn't have the positions where he will do that easily, consistently. It's more like xFloud maybe, and sometimes Jota too, and maybe even me. So I think Youngster has always been in this level, but obviously it's kind of hard to be that good consistently. So props to him for that.
And talk to me about Sami a little bit, because obviously you guys played in the last season of ESL Pro League. Sami didn't necessarily have the best tournament of his career, even though it was his debut, so I guess this is pretty expected. But he's been showing some great form here. Did you guys spend some extra time after EPL to make sure that he's going to have a fresh mindset coming into this event?
I think we did that, but with all players. I think Jumpy had a lot of 1v1s, manager and head of esports did too, and I think we had a lot of good talks. We came to a lot of good conclusions, which we started applying directly after EPL, and I think it helped Sami quite a lot too.
I'm really glad you mentioned Jumpy. Obviously, you and him seem to be having a really good cohesion, both inside and outside of the server. Talk to me about the dynamic between you and him as an in-game leader and a coach.
I think the team and the project itself is led by Jumpy. And then also, since I'm the IGL and other leader, we're helping each other with a lot of stuff. I'm more focused on the in-game parts, and he's more focused about everything. But we're also helping each other with stuff, coming with ideas about everything. And I think we haven't really talked about a system itself. It just kind of formed. The more we talked and the more we played with each other. So I think it's been a very natural process for us to get this good of a sync, and I think it's also due to this respect we have for each other, and also we we're kind of like similar in how we see the game.
A lot of people, and that's been one of the main conversations even on the desk, have been saying that you guys and Fnatic are probably the big favorites to win that entire event. Do you feel any additional pressure now that there is some bigger expectations of you and your teammates?
Maybe a little bit, but I think at the same time, we haven't played too much officials lately, and I think we've been focusing a lot on just pracking, so I don't think we're coming in with like the overdog mentality too much, but I think we all know that since we're the highest ranked team, is most probability should be us winning. But I think we haven't really talked too much about that, and I don't think we're giving ourselves extra pressure. We're just kind of playing, having fun, focusing on what we should do and not what we should not do.
Okay, and lastly, obviously you don't still know in the moment of recording this interview who you're going to be facing off against in the semi-final. The game is actually right now being played between the sides of Unpaid and Parivision. But give me your quick thoughts on both teams, and which one would you rather play in the semi-final and why?
I think Parivision is a quite ugly team to play against. I think they have a really very hard play style. I think whenever we play them online, we always had trouble winning against them, and they also won against us sometimes. So I'd rather play Unpaid, since they don't have any strats or stuff like this. They haven't really practiced as a team, and I think that's the kind of teams that we easily punish. But obviously it would be more fun to play the better team, which in my opinion is Parivision.
Okay, that will be all. Thank you.
You ask and you shall receive. And yes, the opponents of Sangal are going to be Unpaid. Yumi, I see that you're eager to say something, but I do want to ask Tea Time because, you know, you've been talking about this guy so much. Now try to use, I know, a limited number of words just to maybe summarize this interview because it was a pretty long one.
Listen, what he said right now is that it comes naturally to me. I'm naturally creating this team. I don't need to think about structure. I don't need to think about this, that. Jumpy's with me. I'm with him. We make this team whole, and they have made this wholly fantastic. But they also said Unpaid be looking kind of bad. So I mean, that's an interesting.
He also gave no real answer as to which team he would prefer to play. He was just kind of like, yeah, I mean, it'd be nice to punish Unpaid, but then also maybe Parivision. So he's a little half-half. He will have Unpaid on the server. I think the key takeaway from that interview is really that they're not applying extra pressure. They are not setting that expectation themselves that they should win. They understand their position. They understand how well they have been playing and their ranking, but they are not expecting that they are going to have all these problems fixed overnight.
Okay, but that was yesterday. Now it's today. Now they know it's Nemiga in the finals. Now they know that Fnatic's not in it as well. They were watching that match. You don't think they were sitting and talking? And you know who was sitting and talking? It's Vladimir from Unpaid, because he had a fantastic match yesterday. Hometown talent, homegrown hero coming forward, but a little bit less homegrown was, of course, Jacob. Fantastic interview out on HLTV yesterday as well. The Norwegian warlord coming through, and then right with them, Harn, the Bulgarian mercenary, comes in, has had a few good moments, but very much in the calling department. But now when the phone is really picked up, it is Nexa dialing those digits, looking good in the numbers, looking good on the comms. And obviously on the comms, Cypher can't be forgotten. Always aggressive, always fun, and always happy. This little hobgoblin of a man is looking fresh in the server.
Maybe his posture when he plays, I can agree with that. No, I think this team definitely has a lot of talent, and I think as well that that interview with Jacob was very revealing in that they are relying on a lot of sort of independent decisions, a lot of communal calling, but Nexa is still the guy that is making the final decisions. He still has a lot of input on those rounds. I actually think my concern coming into this, and as much as he is a player I'll hold dear to my heart, is maybe Cypher and the extra responsibilities that he has to wager himself. He is supposed to be on this roster as a star level rifler, and he's had some troubles getting that consistency.
I like the fact that, Titam, you just said like the word mercenary, and I believe the definition of a mercenary is like someone that gets paid for what they do. And
it's top 4 now.
Yes, but you know, they still
You gotta accomplish your job as a mercenary, right? They brought him in to win the war. They have won part of the war. They will get part of the money.
Maybe a bounty hunter.
Bounty hunter. That sounds like way more fitting. What is way more fitting is for us like to highlight the players that we should be following throughout this series, because I believe we should focus on those IGLs. Maybe like Tea Time sometimes focuses a little bit too much, but we cannot just forget that on the other side there is also Nexa.
I think the good news for Unpaid is that Nexa was actually fragging really well in that Paravision series. If we had to, I guess, have critiques about Nexa, his individual form sometimes struggles. I think the opening day, he clearly wasn't comfortable with how players were positioning and maybe was looking at the radar too much, trying to micromanage perhaps. But as this tournament has developed, I think the fact that Jacob is taking over some calling, I think Harn is coming up with ideas as well. Nexa is actually able to focus more on his individual performance, and I think he showed that in spades against Paravision.
Nexa has called his way to a major grand finals with Amanek as his opper. That is a fact. I think Nexa is incredibly disrespected in our scene. I think he is incredibly underrated in our scene. And I think experience in general as we've come into CS2 has been discounted very often. And that's what the entirety of Unpaid have, headed by Nexa. That's why I actually do think that despite the fact that I'm very impressed with what LNZ and Jumpy have brought to the table with their team, what has come through from Sammy, what has come through from Youngster, you do have pressure on your shoulders, whether you've made that a priority or not. It's in the back of your head. And on the other side, Unpaid also have a pressure. And I'm going to be very, very frank over here. These guys have had their lives ruined by what's happened in the past few months. They have no idea what's going on over there. They've said it in interviews. They've said it in private as well. This is not a team of young guys either. This is a team of people who need this to work out. They were one match away from the major. That could have changed their fortunes. That one match, that first match that they lost after being 2-0 was to Sangal as well. The hunger that this team has right now is unparalleled to anyone else in the tournament. And unfortunately, I think these young guys are about to find out what that power looks like.
Listen, would you not excuse this more than, say, NIP, for example? You know, there's a lot of people that say your time on NIP doesn't count. Does your time on Bleed count? I know that there were still expectations about making to the major. There's still expectations for the individual players to show that level of form. But I think given the extenuating circumstances, there's also a lot of caveats. And, you know, you'd actually wonder how much that is actually going to weigh in on the rest of their careers. I think you still have good pieces on this roster, but a tournament, like a trophy or at least a shot at it, would definitely help alleviate some of that stress because they'll know that they've done a good job.
Talking about expectations, maybe let's have like another Veto exam and see how good you are at your homework, because obviously in the end of the day it is important for us to find out like which maps are we going to be following, because in the previous series Dust 2 was a surprise.
To be honest, Veto's Unpaid is kind of hard when you actually get down towards it. But I guess this is where the exam does get difficult. Obviously, we're expecting Sangal to ban out Inferno. We're expecting Unpaid to most likely ban out Nuke, in my opinion. That should be what they're taking away. Now, I think they should probably opt into something a little bit more buggy. Something like a Dust 2, personally. They obviously do have other options. Anubis would be maybe something that comes to mind. Ancient as well. Sangal, then, in my opinion, will be picking up Vertigo, and then I'm having Anubis as a decider, assuming Dust 2 is picked initially.
Yeah, I mean, there's arguments. I think Sangal could even go to an Anubis at the start. Yeah. And I think a Vertigo is something that could be seen as more of a punish pick, but I wouldn't be surprised as well if we see that Mirage, just if it is picked into the series by Unpaid. I would worry that this could be a 2-0. I do think that they themselves might have to lean into an Anubis and hope that they can offer a better performance than they did against Fnatic.
Yeah, we will not see Nuke, we will not see Inferno.
Ancient. Yeah, that's not too surprising. That is obviously one of the maps that they're the most comfortable on. And to be honest, Sangal haven't looked the best on it either. So Anubis, Vertigo, Ancient Vertigo into Anubis, that was sort of my secondary idea as well. I think this is going to be a 2-0.
Still,
for Unpaid.
For Unpaid?
Oh.
Wait a second. The predictions?
Even
in the beginning?
Unpaid.
Yeah, he did. He did actually predict Unpaid.
I'm going to be honest with you, talking about LNZ just for 24/7, he's like...
Heku, it's a team game. It's
a
team game. And you know who's in his team. There's a youngster who's been overperforming. That's got to end at some point. There's a Sammy who's been overperforming. That's got to end at some point. There's a Cypher on the other side who's underperforming. I guarantee that's going to end in this series. It's a team game. LNZ can't do it all. And who's he doing it against? Major Grand Final IGL Nexa, who's now been fragging out of control, who even Dweg had to say he's good now.
Good times, good times.
I can't believe how hard he goes for one in-game leader, and they just flip-flop the complete other way. Like, that is actually unreasonable behavior. I don't think there's any reason to be concerned about the way that Sangal have been calling. I don't think there's any reason to be concerned about the way that they've been getting those rounds. I think they have actually been doing a very good job of creating small individual structures throughout this entire tournament. I went with Sangal. My heart would say to go with Unpaid, just given the story and all the problems that they've had. But Sangal have been that good at this tournament that it's almost impossible for me to justify that, especially with Vertigo in the pool.
And I feel even more confident knowing that Michael has the worst prediction score in all of the entire county.
It's not. It's true.
I mean, in your defense, we got the previous one wrong. Like, we all predicted Fnatic, and we saw how that happened. But I guess right now, the desk has a lot of mixed feelings. There's a couple that kind of wants to believe in, like, the Cinderella story. The other one is, like, being a little bit more stoic. You know, like, Sangal, they've been doing really good in their groups. So I wonder, Jay, Wake, what should we expect from this series?
Well, I'm hoping that we are going to expect a fun time between these two squads. I have to say that the fairy tale run for Unpaid feels so exciting to believe in, I guess you could say. And you can see T-Time, obviously, you know, going back on his original opinions, the idea that they weren't going to make it out of groups. And, you know, I mean, look, I've sort of been riding that hype train as well. But the problem is that every time they face up against the structured squad, it always comes down to the same conversation. You might have some key stars and key individuals that can do well on Unpaid, but Sangul have been the more structured, more tenured team in terms of being a team for longer.
And there is no denying that Sangul are the better team, and not just in this semi-final, but out of the last remaining three. However, Aurora placed in last. You have a Fnatic side that should have won earlier today, and they didn't, without even taking him out. There has been surprises. There has been question marks. And I'll actually say that Sangul will probably struggle more in this series than they will in the final, because you're going up against a mixed squad. You're going in the exact same story of what Fnatic was, in which they should win that game. Sangul should win this game.
Yeah.
And maybe that's added pressure on what could be going up against a mixed squad.
Look, right, my head definitely says Sangul, but my heart is with Unpaid, and I just want to see them do well. I think everyone has to root for them because of the circumstances around the roster and what's been happening to them recently. And I want to see them in the grand finals, but there is always that logical element that I have to weigh into my predictions. So even though I am going Sangul in terms of my personal predictions today, God, I would absolutely raise the roof if Unpaid made their way into the grand finals.
And picking straight into Ancient, we've seen them play quite a lot of it in the tournament already. Against Fnatic, they had only 9 rounds, couldn't push for double digits. But in Paravision, it was Anubis and Mirage. So let's actually see, can they get an Ancient victory against one of the top teams and not just solid in the groups?
With the Fnatic's elimination, you'd expect Sangul to be the tournament favourites that remain alive at this stage. Now let's see if they can capitalise upon that, or whether it will be a grand final of dark horses. Unpaid will start things off on the CT side of Ancient, and Cypher is the first port of call in the pistol round. He's got the dually set in. Very few upgrades available for Sangul on the other side.
With that red smoke, it gives Sangul plenty of opportunity to prod out from mid, to put pressure into Donut. You've got a very defensive A setup where it's actually a heavy bait. You've got Han taking contact, but the other player of Vladin's just tucking.
Good shots on, damage being done. At 45 points of health goes LNZ, and he's continuing to take further fights. Vladin is going to finish off the kill that Han had started. Han will take Goosh damage. Jota finally gets a decent trade in alongside Youngster on the bomb site. 3 versus 3. Han is low. Nectar's on site. Gets down Samey. Jota able to trade, and Youngster's going to follow it up. It's all on Cypher now. The British boy walking past one. Fighting on Youngster, but doesn't hit the divine shot. Needs to get on Jota close range, but doesn't connect it. In the end, it is a pistol start for Sangul.
Jota looked unbelievable in that series a couple of days ago against Fluxo. That 13-5 on Nuke and 13-5 on Mirage. He finished the series with 40 kills and 16 deaths, 102.1 ADR and a 1.81 rating. So watch out for him to be a solid rifler, someone that's going to step up when required. And the hype has started already. Look at xCloud get straight to the camera.
And I mentioned yesterday as well that Sangul were in the practice rooms when I saw them in the elevator, or at least when I saw LNZ in the elevator. So they are coming into this one as prepared as you could possibly be. But let's see how that preparation is going to play out here in the matchup itself.
I'm going to debate you on that one. How can you possibly be prepared for Unpaid?
Well, that's why I say as prepared as you can possibly be. You can't do any canty strats, obviously, you know, but you can come in as hot as you can possibly get out of this. You can try and see if you can isolate any weaknesses over the last couple of days that maybe Fnatic have exposed, maybe Paravision might have been able to expose here. That's what Sangul's key focus is going to end up being. I'm not expecting a tactical mastermind game from Unpaid at all.
No, but you're also expecting that to be similar from Sangul. I think that they need to keep it quite basic in this best of 3. I think if they try and exploit too many timings, and they try and be too tactical, they try and force over rotations and get under the skin of Unpaid, that's maybe where you fall into the trap. You keep it very basic, you keep it very fundamental, and Sangul know that the start of this T side is going to be very important.
And big boy Chev on the observation as well. Hello, my man. Good to see ya. And good to know that we're in safe hands when it comes to spectating this matchup, because it is a vital one today. One of these two teams in the grand finals. Fan favourites and tournament favourites going to blows here. Unpaid with SMGs in the third round.
Both teams have got 5 wins on Ancient in the last 3 months on HLTV, but different losses. 4 for the Sangul side and 9 for Unpaid. So when you look at the track record, question marks from the Veto, but not question marks on why the picks come out, just the result basis.
Stacks centered away from the A bomb site. A lot of emphasis towards mid for Unpaid. We'll see whether these SMGs can get any exit frags, because now that they've lost the bomb site, the plant should be secured pretty quickly by Sangul, and indeed that is the case. No chance to deny. One man already fallen. Han tagged up at 27 points of health as well in the corner, and then Zed's going to catch him. Looks for the triple. Nicely done. Actually, Jota steals it away. Not like it matters. It's a 2 versus 5.
Yeah, so far, it's looked quite clean from Sangul, which is a good sign moving forward. Unpaid are going to have to give us some goods in this first gun round, because not only do you want to compete in the first few rounds of the map, but you want to give everyone a bit of a judgment to say, okay, you're not going to get blown out of the water. You're actually going to come into this series and we're going to have a bit of a threat on our hands.
3-0 start for Sangul, where they want to be at the opening portions of this matchup. We have seen how Unpaid have played from the back foot yesterday. Might have to be the nature of the approach against Sangul as well.
It does make you wonder who would Nemiga rather play, because if you go up against Sangul, okay, you're in a grand final against a team you're very familiar with, but you're also going up against a team you lose to quite frequently. Is it better to play an Unpaid side where you can't really prepare for your opponents? You're going up against experienced players in a LAN grand final. It's damned if you do, damned if you don't if you're Nemiga.
Yeah, I mean, look, we can only speculate. I know LNZ gave a bit of a non-answer during that interview as well about who he'd prefer to play.
Isn't that a classic?
Yeah.
Trying to get answers out of players. Maybe we have to wait till the event's over and that's when we get the truth.
Yeah, I would have liked to have played High Erosion, you know? Yeah. That would have been my preferred opponent. Didn't end up happening in the end, however. Vladen not going to find much in terms of the openings again for Unpaid. Look at how the rushdown of X-Cloud has exploited mid-control very quickly. HE is coming in as well. Jacob unable to deal with the SMG. From range, Nexus finally going to be able to frag back, but that's still a man advantage for Sangul, and Samy's even further ascended in towards his red position. He's going to catch Nexa as he tries to get back to that B bomb site. Cypher's unsupported, and now so is Han to defend either A or mid. Trying to fight on towards mid, does not see Sammy, does not spot him rotating back.
Well, this is a good call from Sangul. You've got a 4v2 with a huge amount of time left. You just start packing. You go triple into Donut. You can leave Youngster as the late lurk. You can cut some rotations from Shelf or out there in Cave. That's no issue.
Han will hope to get a shot or two. That may be about all that they can really get out of this. Smokes have come down to suppress that vision. Plant is much safer towards CT spawn. And yeah, Han's just looking to back away and regroup with Cypher to save their weapons. Youngster will be on for the exit frags, but this will be a 4-0 start for Sangul.
And they just got beaten by pace, didn't they? You have a Mac-10 running out elbow, catching Vladen at donut easily, and then Jacob's in red room. It's a slight timing. It's a close quarter kind of duel and doesn't go his way. Cypher ends up getting deleted out of B, and now they've seen the AWP. This is where they should start converting.
Flashes. Just keeping Han blinded, know that he's out there towards the back lines, and plenty of time for Sangul to go hunting here. LNZ's engaged out towards long. Youngster's going to peek towards it. And there you go. All players to fall, all reasons to celebrate. Completely flawless on the board right now for the Sangul side.
I don't know if you saw that, but LNZ just left him hanging.
I didn't know.
No. Let's see how often that happens.
4-0 for the Sangul side. They've left Unpaid hanging at this stage. Hang on. Oh, I was going to hope we were going to see it on the replay.
They've Japaned you again.
Damn it.
Well, Unpaid are going to have to use their tactical timeouts pretty quickly to be able to adapt on their CT side. They've got to be wary about these aggressive approaches in from lane and elbow on the gun rounds. Up here on the anti-half bar, you're going to get a boost up for the NWP for Sammy.
AWP set in. Youngster trying to watch out towards that bottom end of mid. 3 players in a donut. Nexo with the hero M4. And I believe he can try and provide those impactful moments like he did in yesterday's series. He's the only rifle in play right now for Unpaid. They are looking to save into the guns in the next.
Now, Unpaid need to try and make this expensive, though, because you can't just allow the T side to keep, what, 3, 4 alive consistently. Otherwise, you'll never be able to force that reset.
We'll try and do so. They get a couple of kills out of it. Cypher and Nexa is appropriate. Nexa blind through the smoke takes X-Cloud. Youngster forced to try and keep control, but it's still a man advantage here for Unpaid. No rifles recovered. Cypher's next up. He got a kill, and he'll double up for it as well. Youngster down. Jota now all alone to the clutch. Will line up with a bomb plot, but no. Nexa comes in from long, and there's the first round stolen by Unpaid.
Now, that was a bit uncomfortable for Sangul because you could see how they were pressuring the deeper portion of mid. They were up there on the red stairs. And then there's a moment where you've got two players, Donut, and then Nexa in red room, and they've got that crossfire where you can't really escape, so you need to keep fighting against it. I would say Nexa gets quite lucky with the spam. Look at this second kill, straight through the smoke to a complete headshot. That means that X-Cloud was not able to get down from the stairs and focus his attention towards the Donut individuals.
Yeah, very nicely held from him individually, but no real information from his teammates on that Donut entrance. Lots of smokes now to continue to suppress that information from Unpaid. Han's now the man in red. Two players only towards Donut this time, Vladden and Jacob. Be blind firing their way through the smokes. Alan's able to evade that. Send some HEs deep, try to drive them back. Next, they will take some of that damage. Jacob is first up to task, though. He's AK, posted towards the back wall. The teammate engages. Han gets the opening kill. Jacob with a follow-up. Jota will find a trade back and double up as well. Needs the triple to make it a 2 versus 2 and try and even up the man stance. Han almost might give it towards him, but Nexa comes in to bail him out.
But good respect there from Nexa to help out Han, because you could feel that the Bulgarian was in trouble there. Chucked out towards the right-hand side. He's trying to strafe out to the left. Two players have been seen in red, but the timing's just not quite there for Youngster. At least he knows that Han is somewhere in mid, and he knows that Cypher is somewhere towards spawn.
They missed the headshot on the Brit, so couldn't quite land up the double up. Instead running in towards Han, whose AWP is ready for him. Shots to connect, and he's been very consistent over the course of his period here. See whether he can continue to bring up the high-impact AWP play. It's early doors for him and early doors for Unpaid. They have got their second on the board.
Now, we've seen, I would say, moments in halves where Han has really stepped up to be a top multi-fragger, to be a top player that can win rounds. But for the most part, in the group stage and moving into the playoffs, you just want consistency out of him.
Yeah.
Strong shot out from shelf to make sure that nobody else falls. And maybe something to reflect on, even in that previous Eco Steal, was how strong they've been in the group stage with those half-buys and hero weapons.
X-Cloud ready to try and find potential in the double up straight towards mid. Jacob and Vladden feed themselves over. Jacob unawares of how much presence they would have had there at elbow. Falls very quickly. His theoretical defender or trader just found so quickly as well. 5 on 3, gained instantly by Sangul.
It just looked to be a little bit of miscoordination with the util usage and exactly who's holding what. You couldn't have asked for an easier couple of kills. That's a perfect start to the round for Sangul.
Slow it down, no need to pick up the pace until the timer starts running out on you, and they've got all the time to play with at the moment. 4 players back towards lane. B is the most likely target, minus some sort of distraction play or Cypher just going thermonuclear here on the B bomb site, but he's not in a position to do so. Jota's going to try and prod out towards Nexa's position, try and see if he can get a kill that baits that third player away from that B site. Almost Nexa got torn timing, but he does end up with the kill regardless. That's the lurker dealt with. Rotations will now begin, but they're going to come in a little bit too late. Cypher has to do some sort of defense.
And what can he do? He can't block. He's got absolutely no utilities. The best that he can hope for is a spam kill through this long smoke, or maybe a bomb plant denial spam.
It was spammed up to LNZ's casualty, so Cypher has done the best that you can do. All 3 players tagged up on this T side, a 3-on-3 standoff. Cypher is still trying to look for something back here. As Sammy gets tagged to 44. His teammate's on 46, Unpaid. This is a very winnable retake.
Oh, Han's got a good timing where he spots out the boost, so he knows exactly where X-Cloud is.
Flicks on the Sammy and peeks back into the angle. And now it's Youngster all alone, 1v3, taking the first man. And smoked off towards the cave entrance. Cypher has tapped that bomb once to try and bait the man into a spray, into information given over towards Unpaid. Tap and hold the defuse this time. Is Youngster going to go for the blind flap? No, he's not going to connect it. Cypher's just off kilter, and Unpaid will make the retake work. 3 on the trot for them.
Well, that timing was impeccable for Han, but I want to give even more credit to actually landing those good connections. Doesn't matter if you get the information. Doesn't matter if you can come out that there's 2 players with a boost up of the AWP to look towards long. You need to be hitting those shots, and that's exactly what the Bulgarian was able to do.
Okay. Tactical. Okay, no, not tactical. I assumed it would have been a tactical at this stage, given the resistance posted up. I thought Sangul might have taken a moment to readjust themselves and realign their tactics, but Unpaid. Knocking on the back doors, hoping to equalize here in the next one.
And maybe this is where we start discussing the experience versus the youth. T-Time was talking about it on the desk. You've got Nexar that was at, what, the PGL Stockholm Major Grand Final, was at a Cologne final, a Katowice final, won plenty of tournaments. You have got X-Flound with 88 maps on LAN. LNZ with 76, Johto with 25, Samey with 24, Youngster with 22. These guys haven't been in deep stages of LANs. They haven't played against many top teams on LAN. The majority of them, it's all sort of local LANs, isn't it? It's in your own scene where you know everybody. So this game on paper has a lot going towards Sangal. They've just qualified to Pro League. They've won a couple of CCTs this year, or I should say in the last few months. They did really well at the last season of Pro League, beating FaZe, beating Heroic. But on paper versus in the here and now, it's two very different things.
It is, you know, and that's not even to take into account the idea that the LAN numbers are not only more amazing for guys like Nexar and Jacob, but think about the caliber of the LANs as well. Like you say, that the local level is all that they've really got over on the Sangal side, and it's a very different beast when you go to those kind of higher positions. And, you know, I know this isn't exactly like a big stage with a big arena, but that experience can help you in this environment.
Yeah, of course it can. And pressure, making incorrect decisions, making overcalls, maybe over-peaking, all little slight macro things. I will say that Jumpy is probably helping prepare a lot, not from just the tactical point of view, but also the stabilization of pressure and those sort of more little errors that can come up in a game. Because remember, he's coached some very big organizations. He was out on Fnatic when Golden was there, when they were in a really good period of the organization's life cycle. He was out on North too. So you've definitely got a coach that can bring quite a bit of impact in semi-finals, in deep stages of LAN tournaments.
His introduction has come at a very good time for them. And I mean, just thinking about what Sangal were like at the tail end of last year, even towards the beginning of this year, they were a team that I was very worried didn't really have like a solid sort of identity, honestly. Like, they weren't really doing all amazing in some of those competitions. It was really only around about May time where they started to, you know, turn the trajectory, turn the corner in their success.
Well, you'd have to say that the Space Soldiers and Eternal Fire roster of Sangal, when it was Paz and Engine and Woxic and all of those guys, was probably better than anything that Sangal had ever produced. I mean, after the Turkish squad went away, they started picking up the international project. I would say the Skrunk Corey iteration had good moments of time. They were sort of in and around top 40 on HLTV. They had a couple of blast showdowns. They could win the odd tournament here or there, but that was the #1 iteration of the EU squad. And like you mentioned, it probably wasn't until latter parts of this year that this version and this iteration with the brand new players had overtaken what the previous one did.
Absolutely. They did not go to Pro League, these guys did, and not going back to Pro League, these guys certainly are. They're also not favourites to win here in the RES Regional Championship. This Sangal side at the moment, of the 3 teams that remain, are our logical favourites. It's the reason why so many have backed them, including you and I, in our prediction game. Unpaid would absolutely love to put paid to those thoughts.
Well, you've got a Sangal side that are currently on a 5-game winning streak, a 2-0 versus Sashi, 2-1 versus Nemiga, 2-1 versus Saw, 2-0 versus Fluxo, and another 2-1 versus Nemiga. Those are all wins against top-end teams in Tier 2, and to be able to bring that flair of consistent wins and deeper tournament runs is not easy. As Sangal have won 22 out of their past 28 best-of-3s on HLTV in the last 3 months. They've only lost to Fnatic, Nemiga, Eternal Fire, FaZe, Heroic, and Bet Boom. So they're not even getting upset every once in a while. There's not a Jerry's WW at 100th on HLTV that's maybe getting an upset. They are beating all of the teams that they should be beating. And that comes to the same conversation today of going up against a, 92nd ranked squad on HLTV of an unpaid.
Again, key reason why we rate them so highly. They are a confident unit. But as yesterday had shown, Logic was not really followed in terms of the results themselves. I think Logic would have definitely dictated that Paravision would have had the success over Unpaid. Their magic has seemed to carry on here over this one.
And maybe it does come in the conversation of a few rounds making a difference. I reflect back on that Aurora game versus Fluxo with going all rounds in regulation on map 2 and map 3. Mate, if one clutch goes differently, if one gun round goes differently, maybe Aurora are a team that make it into the top 4. Maybe they're a team that can push for the semis. And it was a similar notion against Paravision. That Mirage was, what, 12-10 for Paravision? They had 2 map points to close, and they couldn't close. If they just take Mirage, we at least get a decider. We at least get to see what a third map's going to look like.
Overtime Bonanza worked better for Unpaid, and then they turned the reverse on them. They were 12-10 up at the tail end of that Anubis.
And closed straight away.
Indeed.
13-10.
No overtime. No overtime at all.
Didn't even need the buffer.
Love nothing more than to find that same success against Sangul, although I'll admit that I'm still a little bit sort of undecided, well, not undecided, but I'm still a little bit sort of leery about giving them a 2-0 victory.
And there actually are some parallels with this Unpaid roster to what happened out in Mongolia a few months ago, where they just brought Jacob and Nork into the roster, and straight away they're at a grand final. Now, they haven't brought newer players into this Unpaid. They're using stand-ins, but it is a fresh-looking team. Is it going to draw those parallels of getting yourself into a top 2 finish, getting yourself to at least compete in a LAN Grand Final?
I mean, well, it could be a case that they are just, you know, so new and unpredictable that a team like Sangul, as you said earlier, might not be able to prepare fully for the little intricacies and bits and pieces that you wouldn't expect out of a team.
Very true. And they've discussed it a lot on Jacob's interview. If you watch that on, or listen to it on HLTV, read through it, he talked about how when you are a bit of a mixed squad, when you don't have a defined in-game leader, a lot of players are going to come up with different ideas. A lot of players are going to be calling individual maneuvers. Harm might say, for one round, right, I'm feeling it. I want to bring the AWP into an aggressive shelf play. Give me the run boost. And you won't get that in a more structured team like a Paravision, like a Sangul, where you tell an LNZ, mate, I want to go for this. And he might say, yeah, you can do it. But he might also say, no, this is the system that we've got. So more responsibility is going to go on the individual players. And maybe similar with the conversation that we had with Blame F of, I need to perform if the team needs to perform. That's what Cypher's thinking. That's what Jacob's thinking. That's what Han's thinking. There's going to be so many guys on this Unpaid side that are thinking, if I don't perform, we're not going to win.
And if you haven't seen that interview, if you haven't read that interview from HLTV, it's a very insightful sort of piece into the mindset and the current things that Unpaid are dealing with. I mean, the headline is, we are all fighting for our future careers here. And it's like, it's very vindicating for us because, you know, as the talent team, we've sort of been pushing that angle and sort of discussing that being a possibility. And to hear it from the horse's mouth is very much a case that, right, okay, there's a lot of stakes for Unpaid right here. And it could be a case that, I mean, even a semi-final run could already start to justify at least a short-term future. A grand final run could be like a little bit more towards them. It would be nice to show off to other organizations as well. It would be a huge deal towards them if they win this series.
Yeah, and I don't want to go too detailed into this because it's a bit personal, but about Cypher, he used to live quite close to me. And when the offer came with this team, he's moved. So you're paying rent, you're living on your own, you're focusing on your own expenses, all things to that notion when you don't have a paycheck coming in, when you don't have a salary coming in. How do you even deal with that?
Well, going back to that Jacob interview, I mean, he explicitly said, and I'll give this a quote right now, the good thing with an org is that you're paid to play, but also you don't need to worry about anything other than CS. At this point, some people had to worry about more stuff than only CS, and that may be a reason why these guys haven't done as well as many as expected them to do. Maybe that's part of the reason why Unpaid are now starting to unlock some of that prowess, perhaps. I mean, it's very much like a mental game, theoretical speculation side of things, but look, you know, that's something to consider, I think, at the moment.
And consider this, okay? Top 4 are the only teams to get money in this competition. You've got 25 grand at bare minimum. Win this semi-final, you guarantee at least 50. That's doubling your prize pool in one best of 3.
Well, now we're ready to get back into proceedings here in round number 8. So let's focus more in server and how Unpaid are going to take to the fight on Sangul. 1 round to the good on Sangul's side. An opportunity to equalize the lead on the CT basis. They're going to try and flash their way in towards main. Vladen is the only man to defend the bomb site, lining up a couple of kills and almost holds on to the triple. Youngster taking some damage in that exchange, but he's the man to get the trade back and secure the bomb plant as well.
Now that smoke drives off Jacob's position, but also the volley forces him further back. The spams out from CT are continuing to do damage. This means that LNZ and Samey are going to have to do something strong in the post plant to recover.
18 points of HP on Youngster, so he may become a non-factor, minus a couple of very quick and advantageous headshots out towards the bomb site. Cypher gets that kill. Samy's trying to get Dink down as well, and Jacob will take him. LNZ, captain of the team, fights on Cypher, takes that one kill. The second pick not quite lined up all the way. Jacob survives, and Unpaid take us to 4-all.
And it's exactly what you want from Vladen being your anchor, to step up when it's a site hit and just put the damage down. He gets 2 kills instantly before being traded. You've got Jacob out from Donut that doesn't overpeak, doesn't commit too far for his life. He lets the CT players come in from spawn first. So good work from Unpaid on the retake. They make that look quite clean.
And as hyped as always in the Unpaid squad.
It's 2 retakes back-to-back and 4 rounds in a row.
Evening up the board. From an early streak of their opposition into evens and maybe well in the lead here with the Bride starting to get weakened on the Sangle side. Where have I seen that before?
We are seeing consistent streaks over the course of this tournament. And we are seeing consistent openings. Cypher, fast, aggressive. Jacob the same, but he loses the fight in from mid.
Cypher trying to get some blind kills through the wall bangs, or at least some damage being done to LNZ. Not a massive amount of it. The HE's up. Han does not land the flick. Is he going to reface? Yes, he will, but he's looking mostly towards Tetris. Jota could catch him off at close range, but Han backs away to account for that.
But just taking further space, he can actually wrap in all the way around. He can try and get to the back of elbow, and this means that Sammy and xCloud could actually be multied up.
Oh, Han just spotted. Jota lands that flick, and you also saw Cypher a moment ago doing damage onto xCloud. Vladen's backstab going to continue. We may well catch the bomb carrier here. Sammy is going to be exposed, and there goes the man to fall. 4 versus 2 for Unpaid, making it 1. Cypher looking for the triple, and he gets exactly what he hopes for. 5 on the board, Unpaid are in control.
And the kill distribution's looking strong. You've got Han, Cypher on 7, Nexa on 7, Vladen on 5. Jake and the mid players had a tough time dealing with some of those aggressive elbow plays. But this has been a very exciting CT basis from just the positivity aspect of constantly looking for fights, not being too defensive, Vladen catching a good timing on the info to get the wraparounds. And the hype is only going to continue when these rounds are flowing in.
So momentum-based with his Unpaid side being quick up for the M4 of Jacob, not spotting Jota. May have to back turn towards the man in the end. Vladen's going to take the spray back and dish out the damage to the second player as well. Cypher pressing on against the pistol players. Saman's going to try and catch that aggression, but no, Cypher still gets the kill, and Vladen takes the man advantage and extends it to another one. Youngster might catch Cypher with his back turn. The Tech9 struggles to get it, but does do so in the end. But Unpaid have all the info they need.
And Nexa's pressing down from the bottom of ramp, and he knows that Youngster's going to be close behind that smoke.
All on to the last player, the Youngster, quite literally. 1 versus 3. The Sangle, kill found on Nexa. Hansdorf is still ready towards the bomb site. Posted to the crack angle, landing the leg shot, and that puts many of the chances of Youngster paid. Flashbangs against, tap the bomb once, try and isolate Han with a good headshot, sees him in that corner, but the USP knows he did the damage and he'll get the kill closed out. Minimum 6 for Unpaid.
And Cypher has been a player that they've spoken about on the desk. I've been mentioning up on the broadcast quite a bit. He's had an underwhelming tournament. It's certainly been a performance that you don't expect from the caliber of player that he is. I think about their game yesterday that they had against Paravision. He had, what, 33 kills, 39 deaths, 63.3 ADR, 1.87 rating, struggled in the opening kill department on the D side. On the CT basis, I'm liking what I'm seeing. He's winning quite a lot of duels in Cheetah.
8 frags deep, still even with Han and Nexa, so each player has gotten a kill since that last update. Vladen trailing behind at 7, so that rifle core with the AWP support is just doing all the damage they need to. Cypher does get caught by Jota, but he took Youngster with him. Now they're executing onto that B bomb site, and Nexa does stand at the defensive line in the back. He catches a dink on Jota. It's not quite the kill. Samy's looking the wrong way with the AWP. Bomb carrier just denied at the very last moment as Jacob and Vladen clean up. This is looking extremely confident for Unpaid.
And where is the adaptation for Sangle? The problem is you have an Unpaid side that are constantly fighting mid. We've seen it with a little bit of difference, especially this round where they bring the AWP aggressively out from mid rather than back in red room or towards an A-site anchor. But with the constant aggressive duels from Jacob in mid, from Cypher and Cheetah, it's kind of minimalizing the numbers before you can even think about an exec, before you can even focus on getting up on a bomb site.
We've got our first 1xBet odds update of the map up. Sangle lead on the odds charge. Unpaid are leading on the scoreboard on their map pick. Han's already found Youngster as Samey goes falling. Leg shots on Jota continue to tag him down. XFloud will take Nexer out as one decent trade. A second decent trade also gained, but he's lost LNZ in the back. AWEP landing his legs. 5 points of health for XFloud. The HG is going to get him. And Unpaid lock in a wonderful, wonderful round. Once again, all of them in a row on this CT side.
Looking decent. That was a good CT basis from them. They had the AKs up. They were keeping a lot of players alive. Very few post plants we were actually seeing from Sangul. And in the few that we did see towards the A side, it was always a man disadvantage. They didn't get themselves in a lot of winnable stances. 8 in a row. And imagine if Unpaid can come out here and close their map pick in a one-sided fashion. If they can put down a 13-5, 13-6, really make a statement on map number 1.
And they got 5 rounds to make it happen. Sangul are the trailers this time. The pistol set in for Unpaid. You'll see the jewelry's out for Jota on the Sangul side. And keep in mind as well, that 4-0 advantage that Sangul had taken was because of the pistol victory. Unpaid take that back. Could that be a key crutch to the scoreline taken out of Sangul?
Well, I'm waiting to see when Jota and XCloud are going to upgrade their performance. I was keeping them as the second behind BlameF and Matties. Haven't seen much impact from them in this first half.
Not been given much of a chance. Unpaid, ready for the aggression of LNZ. He's got the kit on him as well, so I can't be too aggressive. If he loses that, then there won't be much to retake the site with, although he has got 2 players right behind him. Extensions will no longer be seen by Sangul. They take contact, they hold their nerve, Unpaid back off.
Well done from Han just to give up on that fight. Now they're walking out mid. You've got a player up in shelf. The bomb's been seen on a jump spot, but they still don't have much of an idea of where Unpaid are pressurizing.
There's a good shot on Jacob. Now the main players start moving and Han's going to engage them. Jota tagged up, LNZ continuing to be seen, and now they start backing away as Cypher looks up towards the B-bomb site. Did see a player back towards short, trying to engage from Rain against XFloud, but unable to get the kills against him. Both players go blow for blow on relatively even HP. Smokes out towards short, will suppress that point of vision. And the Youngster and flashed in. Cypher's going to be allowed to cross. The bomb's now on the bomb site. Nixer sees so many players around that corner. Cypher gets overwhelmed. Vlad will get the bomb down in the meantime. It's him and Han to get a kill. Not a second. Vlad are now all alone in this clutch. So many CT bodies around him. He'll take one player with, but he will get no more than that. Unpaid will concede a second pistol. That's 2 for 2 on Sangul.
Now, are they going to buy? I'm looking at this one thinking maybe you get a hero rifle out for Jacob or Cypher. You only got 2 casualties. Yes, you got the bomb plant bonus, but without getting 4, no, I don't think it's worth it buying up all the way.
They have been very conservative with their economy. Let's see what their decision is going to be. If they are going to go against the grain. That seems to be the case. A heavy investment with Mac 10s on 3 players. Cypher's Deagle, Nexus Tech 9. Eventually a Galil upgraded towards Cypher. So we'll see some firepower out here.
Now try and get as much out of this round as possible. Now you've got a lot of lane players to the start for Cypher and Jacob. Han is sending it out from elbow. Spots both of those players, and now he can just go into red room.
Does get flashed off. No one is in red, and they have to account for that here eventually on the CT side. Footsteps may well be heard, but a fast rotates back. Meanwhile, the B-site execution is going to come through. Youngster is waiting to receive them. Keep your eyes on that mini-map, though, because Red's about to get contested here. Cypher with a swing, kill gets found. Youngster's fallen, and the Mac 10 sprays through only one of them, not the second player. Meanwhile, Cypher has caught off the last B defender, and that sends Sangul into the full retreat, Unpaid. Find another steal.
Well, it's excellent decision-making there from Han, because you've sent it out elbow. You've seen the red players escape into the donut entrance just because of how much util there is. So Han knows there's not going to be anyone in red. I can use that timing. I can get up aggressively. You have the B players that are pretty much just sending all of that distraction, aren't they? They're trying to pop up from ramp, trying to commit the entries onto the bomb side. Han just needs to get 1 kill on one of those rotators through CT spawn, and it's going to make a huge difference in the round. This is an excellent force by play from Unpaid, and Sangul are really going to struggle to put up much of a fight in this second half.
Especially as all 5 players go down. So this next round is going to be the first stage of loss bonus and nothing more than that for Sangul's side. A little bit of kill bonus on the triple of the last man that remained alive, but ultimately that won't be enough for everyone.
No, it'll pretty much be 5-7 armor or Deagle armor for everyone.
An SMG for Jota, again, that kill bonus. One also towards XFloud as well, so a little bit of cash. As Unpaid use their first tactical timeout here.
Probably just to let the opponent simmer in it. Not so much for their own sake, but just to put the pressure on the young squad of Sangul.
You'll take this chance to talk regardless and ensure that you're going to stay on track. How momentum-based unpaid of being any roadblocks may cause some problems. This shouldn't be one of them. Treat the 5.7s and the SMGs and the Deagles as the appropriate amount of respect is required. Do not allow Sangul to be a threat, and we could well be seeing maybe another 13-5 on Ancient. The second one of the day would be certainly very poetic.
It would be. Unpaid have come out here swinging, and it has made it very difficult for LNZ on what is a fairly strong map in the pool for them. Made them look very uncomfortable.
Early positions taken. Jacob. With opposition flashed into position. It's actually X-Fab that goes down to the drive phase. He's got support on Nexa. Jota can take Jacob back, but Nexa's going to maintain the man advantage here. 4 versus 3. And that red and donut position is going to eventually get vacated. Sangul sticking around for a little bit longer, hoping Unpaid would have extended, but they didn't.
Now this is for Unpaid where you could just run the clock. Minute 15, you've got Cypher at shelf, you've got Han down there at elbow, Vladden and a teammate into A main. Now Youngster and LNZ might think about a slight gamble stack on B. If the bomb goes towards A, then so what? We'll just hold what we can, bring it into the next round. I mean, you'd expect this bomb to go A, that Cypher's just distracting in cave right now.
Putting those smokes down. Pressing over at Red, Youngster and LNZ. Got their pistols on the crosses over at Cave, but it is a B stack from these 3 players, as Unpaid will not look to that side of the map. It is all on the A emphasis. Number 10 will be secured. And Sangul, well, like I said before, first stage loss bonus for this round, second stage for the next. Money just will not line up for them. Unpaid are really going to run away with this.
And imagine what the hunger from the young and inexperienced players must be on Unpaid of both Vladden and Han. Now, these are 2 guys, Jay, that have never lost on an HLTV LAN Grand Final. So being in a semi and going up against Sangul, they'd love to drive themselves into that top 2 position and give themselves a crack at the title.
They're giving themselves a crack at a couple of exit frags on the Sangul camp, but not for much more longer. AK's maintained. CTs keep 3 players alive, so their economy will overall build up, and there'll be nothing saved over from Sangul. So they are working with just exclusively that loss bonus, and probably would lead to just the basic USPs as a result of that, built to the guns in the next. The circumstances have led to this, 10-5 scoreline, most likely 11-5, minus some absolute miracles on Sangul.
Do you think there's any correlation with the day off? Fnatic had a day off? Sangul had a day off?
It's a good point, honestly.
Just to not be there in the official capabilities and to be using it for prep, is that a hindrance?
It might well be. I mean, Unpaid a little bit fresher because they were playing yesterday. Sangul, I mean, as I said before, they were prepping yesterday. I'd imagine Fnatic were in the same sort of boat, but given how on the day and with the just individual impact Unpaid's run has been so far, maybe that is the deciding factor for this series for them. It certainly is decisive here on Ancient. 2 picks on Cypher, B site, mostly opened up. And even if it isn't, the Deagler Youngster will need some stellar headshots to fend off all 5 T-side players. This should be 11-5. It's almost a guarantee. As Youngster goes down, it pretty much is.
It's just the bit that surprised me the most is the lack of competitiveness that we've seen in gun rounds. Yes, there's been a lot of overwhelming anti-ecos and anti-half buys, but 4-0 to 5-11 down in a semi-final, something feels off there.
Indeed it does. Unpaid. Unrelenting in their map up thus far. And only 2 more rounds to close it in. 6 for Sangul to make up. And a tactical is appropriately called by Jumpy.
Unfortunately, not only is it a little bit too late, but secondly, what can the coach bring here? You've been absolutely slammed, you've tried to adapt, and you haven't been able to bring the fight back to Unpaid.
Yeah.
Is it just a mental reset and focus on your map pick for map number 2?
I mean, it might well be, honestly. Regardless, the outlook is not incredible at the moment.
Well, let's even consider how similar this best of 3 is looking to the opening game of the tournament for Sangul. They went up against Nemiga in the opening match of Group A, lost 6-13 on their map pick. They were down, as Jack said, 9-12 on Vertigo, ended up bringing that back in overtime and had a really good stomping affair on map 3. You can't be reliant on that again. Surely you can't be in a best of 3 where you think, okay, well, we'll just bring it back on our map pick.
Well, 1xBet are starting to lose a lot of faith in Sangul at the moment. Odds still favoured, well, actually, they do favour Unpaid at this moment, but by a small margin. That is 50-50, you can get it.
Samey's on 2 kills.
Yeah.
And LNZ's just been spammed from Cypher up there in lane and towards Cheetah.
Dead to rights in an instant. Jacob swinging in from elbow, doesn't quite get as much success. The low fragging element there for the T side. It doesn't matter when Cypher's continuing to just frag out on every single angle. 20 kills for him in this map up. Vladden's there for good measure. And Samey, no more than 2. Dead to rights. This is a scary Unpaid.
And this is a Cypher that has struggled in the majority of ancient performances over the course of the tournament. Just in the last 3 months, a 0.97 rating on this map, the lowest out of anyone on Unpaid. But he is farming right now. He's looking sharp. He's on the money. He's getting opening kills that are leading to more than just a 5v4. Cypher's loving it.
He has every right to. I spoke to him earlier. He said his form wasn't great. That doesn't look like not great to me.
No, that looks like he's used that and turned it into something more.
Oh, Youngster's going to try and pick up the pace a little bit for the CT side alongside the other SMGs in towards lane. And they do actually overwhelm Unpaid this time. Han on 22, Vladden on 100, but a 2 versus 3, making it 2v2 as Jota overextends by just a tiny amount and gives up the advantage for Sangul. At range, Samey should find a quick burst onto Han, but now it's onto the bomb carrier. All the way back at the B doors, well known to LNZ, who will post up. Samey's on the way.
If there's anyone you want in a 1v1, though, it's Vladden.
Of course, of course. 1 kill already, looking for the triple in this clutch. Not spotting LNZ, but does bait him out to make that spray. He knows exactly where the man is and gets the headshot. Oh, Vladden's on for it now. But he's slowing it down. 1 minute on the clock. Samey's going to press the issue as well. He might catch him with his back turn. Vladden starts running, and the M4 takes a fight, sprays through, but misses the kill.
Oh, this is great from Vladden. He actually could go back to B here. He doesn't need to commit donut to A.
Straight wraps in from Red. Samey's missed the marker. Oh, this is absolutely brilliant. He's going into donut. He makes his way back into red at the right moment. That gives him a little bit more breathing room, but he has no info on where this bomb's gone down.
Well, the bomb is planted open for CT, so you would think you're maybe long, maybe aggressed. You don't expect you to be caved. Now, Vladden's going to get out here towards Shelf to try and beat the rotation. Because he doesn't see him, that tells him in his mind, Samey's coming CT. He's not coming Shelf.
Samey's making noise. Smoke down to the bomb, Molotov in towards Cave. And a HE to try and open position. Swing forward for the kill to spray. Forces Samey off the bomb, but he's back on the defuse. No kits on him either. Vladden, is he going to call a bluff? He's going to try and face around the corner. Order sprays out. The clock is pulled. Samey's down. And Unpaid have dominated their way through map 1.
13 out of the past 14 rounds being won by Unpaid. And it's Vladden to clutch with the 1v2 to close. What a showing from the international mix.
Even I didn't expect that. Even my heart wasn't ready to cope with what Unpaid were bringing to the table. That was just sheer class on their map pick. That has got to send a statement, I think.
Indeed it does, and everyone performed. We saw moments from Harm with the AWP. We saw Cypher ripping the aggressive duels. Jacob may have been a little bit quiet at times, but Vladden was multi-fragging on the anchor rolls, and Nexa was providing impact too.
Honestly, just wow. Just wow is all I've got to say. It's back to the desk, because wow.
Wow. Wow, indeed. Before this series, before this map, we focused so much on the players, of what we should expect from the IGLs and individual plays, and that maybe we didn't really discuss what we should expect on Ancient. Right now, we see the results.
In a weird way, I'm kind of glad we didn't set expectations for
Exactly.
Ancient, because we would have just been dead wrong.
No, you would have been dead wrong.
Of course,
Right.
that guy.
I forget. You pick Unpaid, and of course, this is everything you expected. I mean, if you really put it in context, Sangul win both pistols. They start 4-0 in this game, and they get completely blown out of the water. This is not the LNZ that was calling circles around some of the other teams that we've seen at this tournament. This was not the samey that we saw out of the group stage. We had so many moments that, honestly, Unpaid didn't look like they were totally refined in every area. They missed their elbow smoke, and then they had to win a 3v3 retake in this particular round. And part of it does come down to Sangal, I guess, getting a little complacent and trying to punish some of these rotates coming back into the bomb site. But Unpaid, that's where they start to really pick up steam, and they never let go of the gas once they had it.
And that was a really nice thing that we got to see, right? I mean, on one end, obviously, we have the interview coming out where LNZ is saying, oh, hey, we haven't thought about structure, we haven't thought about this, we haven't thought about that. When you haven't thought about these things, you're going to run into issues when you're quote-unquote choking. But what I mean by that is momentum's not going your way, right? You've lost a round that you shouldn't have, you've lost a couple of more, and then now aggressive picks are coming through. Cypher is activated as well. And to be honest, I never thought Cypher would be inactive for as long as he has been, but this particular round is also incredibly interesting because this is where Cypher comes through, gets a great entry. Harn, in the meanwhile, actually lurks forward over towards Red Room, gets himself another kill, and then from here, Unpaid have already taken out that force spy round that after Sangal win the pistol becomes completely irrelevant. More and more pressure was mounted. Every time it felt like Sangal was going to find some breathing room, Unpaid rammed their fist down their throat.
The thing is, that's the call that in that round that you're referencing is actually a round that they did earlier on in the tournament as well on the side of Unpaid. You know, Harn just running out towards the Red Room, but he got information on 2 players within Donut, and so immediately just got into Red Room and siphoned rotates. If it had been the exact same strategy, and had they not been ready to pounce on B, then they actually could have fallen into a Sangal trap. I think that's Sangal reading into some of the things that Unpaid had prepared, because there's very few rounds that you could actually look to on that roster and think, oh yeah, they're rehearsing this strategy, this is something that they like to run. But even then, Unpaid were trying to add another dimension to a strategy opening that looks very, very similar.
Unpaid are the team that picked Ancient. That means that Sangal actually had the luxury of choosing the side. I already kind of had a conversation with you like in the green room and it doesn't really matter about the sides. But probably there is a reason why a lot of teams would still prefer to start on the CT side, but on the other way around, like here, Sangal, they actually decided to start with T's.
Yeah, I actually think the more experienced team in general should probably start on T, just because you shouldn't have this problem of, ramping up into the rounds. I think you're definitely in control of your own fate a little bit more. Of course, the meta in Counter-Strike at the moment is very CT aggression focused, and so that's maybe why we see teams stray away from that philosophy. But I think when you look at the history of how poorly you can perform in that first map because you're not, I guess, getting your engine roaring, it actually can come back to bite you. I don't think that was necessarily the case here, because I think we actually got the Jota that we expected to see throughout the entire tournament show his face and get a lot of those kills
in the camera
very, very early on. And I still think he was finding impact.
The problem was Sammy, right? He also ended up being the player we kind of expected going into this tournament, which is a little bit unimpactful. Sammy, look, this was unordinarily poor. 3-15 is not what I thought would come through at all, but there is a lot of pressure, and you look at what is in front of him. It's Harn, who's getting mobile with the op, who's getting aggressive in these mid-round situations, who's going up to elbow on the CT side when there's 45 seconds left and taking a completely unassisted peek down to the B doors. Those kinds of plays are not going to be expected by this team at all. They haven't gone against these veterans on LAN with this kind of pressure, and sure, it's still a relatively comfortable LAN, right? You're still in hotel rooms, but this is a very different situation.
But they were at ESL Pro League in a group with FaZe,
but you're
Heroic.
not going to win there.
True. It is that is the difference, though. It's not that they're not against those types of veteran players or they haven't had that experience. It is that they are now considered the favorites entering into this game. And so, yeah, actually managing that emotion can be challenging.
Yeah, but I kind of believe when it comes to the semifinals, that is kind of the discussion that we had so far, that usually we have one team that is maybe the upcoming team doesn't have much experience. The other one is full of veterans. That's what we saw with Fnatic, and that is what did not work out for them. With Unpaid, is it the same thing? Doesn't seem like it.
I think it's just them being more comfortable with who the voices are and actually how they're moving around on these moments. I think Harn has definitely done a lot in terms of opening himself up to a bit more of the in-game leading elements of it, or at least offering ideas at the very least. I mean, he had a very great game, especially starting on that CT side, and there were a little bit of slow performances from Cypher and Jacob at the start of this game, but as you got further and further and you started to see Sangal, I guess, recede back, that's where those stars aren't going to be missing for long. Cypher ended up finishing very, very well, which I think is exactly what you want in a winning condition for Unpaid.
I also think this is great coaching coming out, to be perfectly honest. I'm sure Kazad knew that Ancient was going to be a map that Sangal already has a lot of strats on, that they've already showcased a lot of what they would like their playstyle to look like at this event. It did feel like, you know what, Unpaid do have a pretty good grip on what's going on. And more importantly than anything else, I think that they had their priorities set straight that, hey, Cypher, if you're not going to perform, we're not winning. Harn, if you're not going to be a bit more involved, we're not winning. Nexa, I mean, I'm sure these conversations have been had every single day to get to this point, and they're still being had right now.
Yeah, they are right now ahead. For Unpaid to get into the Grand Finals, they need to win at least one of the remaining 2 maps. We will talk about that one after a short break.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Unpaid are the team that managed to win the first map, which was Ancient. But now it is maybe time for Sungal to shine, because it's going to be Vertigo. And this map has been played at this tournament only once. And it's a map that they actually didn't have like the easiest time because it went to OT.
Well, it's been played twice. Fnatic also picked it earlier on in the tournament.
True, I just forgot about that.
That was so fast.
It was so quick.
It was really fast
I
game.
blinked and like it was gone. Honestly, sorry.
But Sangal have played this map at least at this tournament as well, and they had some problems. Even though this is a map that I think they're getting more and more confident on, they had an official against Seoul as well online, where I think they addressed some of the CT side qualms they had when they encountered Nemiga previously. But that was also their opening game of the tournament, where we were expecting a few more nerves perhaps, and a few. I think we only talk about growth within this tournament mainly because there were definitely problems that have since been addressed. So, I mean, look at this map for Sangal. There's a lot of good ideas on T-side. They have good performances from a lot of their key pieces. Sammy is definitely still one of those pieces, and so his absence on Ancient is a concern. But I imagine with Vertigo being a map where it's less focused on your AWPer to really put up those types of numbers, they should be able to take this map. I think it was always going to be kind of painted that way in the series.
And for Sangal, this was the map that they were hoping would win them the tournament, right? This was the map that they came into this one saying, well, you know what, we're going to prep this and we're going to use it as a first pick to try and trip up our opponents who have gotten too used to they're not paying tier 1 demos to watch, they're not paying tier 1 teams to scrim on it. All of these extra scenarios around Vertigo as a map itself. Now, the problem is, look at who you're going up against. Look at the fact that you're going up against Cypher, who made his name with aggression on Vertigo. Look at the fact you're going up against Jacob and Kassad, who once upon a time were the pioneers of Vertigo when they initially came into the map. 100 Thieves had a fantastic Vertigo, very heavily predicated off of what Jacob and Kassad brought to the team. Then you look over towards Harn, who in the Bulgarian scene has gotten such incredible aggressive opping out on this map as well. Now, the problem obviously is going to be Nexa. He doesn't really have the best experience on the map, not really as a caller, not really as a player either, in my opinion, but this is a large mountain to go up against just in terms of the individuals and their sort of legacy on this map.
Yeah, and it's not like they haven't played the map, at least in different iterations of the roster. It is, again, just how are they going to be comfortable facilitating those types of plays? You know, you're talking about Harn or Cypher, you're talking about Jacob and the different play styles that they all operated on this map. And no two teams play Vertigo the exact same way, and so there's a lot of small bits of structure. The util that you're throwing to facilitate some of those openers is going to vary from squad to squad, and it's just, I just don't think it's going to be a map in which they've got all of those fine details quite hammered in.
Yeah, but if Sangal pick this map, that means that Unpaid actually gets to choose on which side they want to start. Because when it comes to in the series of Sangal against Nemiga, Nemiga was like, we're going to start on the T side. We're going to be the ones who are kind of determining what is happening, at least in the first half. And we saw the Sangal managed to get on like 4 rounds in the first half in the City side. So maybe the same thing should now be expected from Unpaid.
I don't think side selection matters that.
I'm pushing my agenda.
I don't think it matters that much when it's Sangal and Nemiga. Because those guys play each other a lot.
True,
and it's very much a bit of mental battles, I guess, going into those games. Just like, how can I throw a curveball? How can I do something slightly different from series to series? I mean, if you're really going to choose a side, I think Unpaid will start CT. If we're going to be honest, just based on the way that you want Jacob, Cypher finding early aggression over on ramp control, or Harn and some of his reads on how to position himself with that AWP.
I'll be honest, I have no idea. Because I could see a really good argument also to be made saying that, hey, we saw Sangal had a bit of a one-dimensional play style over towards that B-bomb side. If you want to try and make them feel underconfident early on, if you want to try and exploit that Jota X-Cloud combination early on, the same way Xanter did, the same way that Risky Bob was able to a few times, I could see that angle coming in as well, especially when you consider what a heavy read-based system that they've been running, right? Because look over towards what happened in Ancient, look over towards what Harn has been doing in general. He's been taking advantage of the fact that he's very free. He can go aggressive on the T side in these weird lurks and whatnot. And to be honest, that's exactly what Risky Bob was doing. Now, that's not to say Sangal hasn't evolved their Vertigo since then. I'm sure they have. So to answer your question, I don't know.
After all that waffle, it's actually just...
Maybe yes, maybe no. You know, only the result of the map will show us.
Turn into a grandma for a moment.
I mean, you know, like sometimes yes, sometimes no. But I do wonder, does this, maybe like what we saw on the first map and the fact that we are getting Vertigo, should there be a third map, guys?
Nope.
The win conditions for me in this map for Sangal are Jota, X-Cloud getting their act together over on that B-bomb site. Youngster still able to find impact as well. I think it's less to do about LNZ in his individual form, but he has to be able to put his pieces in the right spots. And I think as well as Sammy maybe regressing slightly and shelling up, he has to be able to do something to get him back out of his shell. Because I don't think a Sangal like this can actually win a game against the heavy hitters that Unpaid have if they don't have Sammy there too.
Listen to how Michael's had to set up 5 different win conditions, one for every single one of these players. And sure, Jota's already accomplishing his. LNZ's not doing too terribly either. But there's so much for them to do mentally going into this one. On the other side, all I really want is your Cypher. I want him to pop off, and I want Jacob to have a better game. And I think that's honestly going to be enough. The double rifle core with good reads from Harn, I think that's enough.
So many possible win conditions, and none of them is based on the side that the team is going to start on. I'm really looking forward to seeing Vertigo. I know people are usually not huge fans of this map. What actually matters if our casters are fans of this map. Guys, what do you think?
Well, no, actually, I'm not a fan of Vertigo at all. But I am a big fan of these two teams, especially of Unpaid right now. I have to say, I'm still sort of reeling from that 13-5 at the moment. And again, it does fill my heart with a lot of, faith in the Cinderella story. But Vertigo is a very different beast to Ancient.
I'll put it this way. I'll be happy to play any map if it's a map that can deliver similar accounts of what happened on Ancient. We saw some impeccable rifling ability from the likes of Unpaid, and I'm sure Kassad and the boys will look at this and say, after such an outrageously good performance on map number 1, we want to come in and show on map number 2.
I mean, look, Cypher's smiling, Kassad's smiling, they're all looking like they're having a great time at the moment. And for Unpaid, I mean, that's certainly not a sight that you could necessarily expect to see coming into this tournament, coming out of this tournament. They're certainly going to be happy with at least the semi-final run, but that grand final position is so tenable at the moment. And you are right? It has been so based on Unpaid just doing great things with the individuals that they've had so far. And I always have this thought that it's like, there could be a map where things go off the rails and it could fall to pieces, and theoretically that could still happen, but given how many times we've now seen these guys just frag out as individuals, is that something we should now just start to not expect, I guess expect actually is the right word I'm looking for, right? Like, is that something we should expect going forward?
It's tough on a map like Vertigo. You have to be realistic. Yes, you would like to think that we're going to see the Riflers, but you're going into uncomfortable territory. You're going into a good map of the opposition and a map that doesn't get frequently played for Unpaid. Now, one aspect that I will say, this is 5 maps on LAN 1 in a row from Unpaid. They 2-0'd Solid, they 2-0'd Paravision, they're now 1-0 up. Mate, what's to say they can't go 3 best of 3s back-to-back without dropping a map?
Well, let's find out if that's going to be the case. Sangal are down by 1. Unpaid are on to their CT side start. It is Vertigo, Sangal's pick now in this best of 3. In the semi-finals, 1xBet's loyalties have shifted to the Unpaid side for good this time.
At least it's been 2 for 2 in pistols for Sangal. Let's see if that will change moving into the CT half for Unpaid. Cypher trying to see if he can hear all these footsteps and smoke off gap. You're already starting to see those B rotations.
Early smokes up to suppress. Cypher's caught inside of it. Youngster's going to try and lead them into the A site hit. Utility continues coming in. Burst of the Glocks will try and dish out some early damage, not a massive amount of it being done so quickly as Jacob falls away. Vladen is back up towards the outside of the bomb site. Jota draws out first blood as Nexa is taken down. Jota takes a Gusha. Vladen takes a kill back. Xflow catches Cypher point blank in the bomb site. Jacob returned back by LNZ. Xflow going to follow suit and leave it all on Vladen in the 1 versus 3. The ultimate clutch master of this tournament. Is he going to deliver one more for Unpaid like he did in the last map, like he has done in their previous series as well? He's trying to spot Sammy, doesn't quite see him there. Was White. Xval will be heard on the reload. Check position, headshot just barely lined up. Sammy still not spotted, and LNZ coming up towards the site itself. Headshot still lands on the second, but Sammy was right there to respond. I'm impressed he got away with even that much.
He did decent, and anytime he's in a clutch, you believe that it's possible. Now, one aspect that we do need to educate the viewers upon is that while Han has been the stand-in, he still hasn't played every single map in the map pool with this Unpaid side. He's yet to play Dust 2, he's yet to play Inferno, and he's yet to play Vertigo and Nuke. That's most of the maps in the pool. He has only played Ancient, Anubis, and Mirage. He's got reps under it, but we don't really know what to expect when you've on a debut.
As I said before, 2 times played in this tournament is Vertigo, and none of them by Unpaid. Sangal, of course, be buying in Unpaid with the upgrade pistols for the second round. And certainly not uncharacteristic for their buy strategy. We might see the SMGs coming in the next one. Minus a steal that comes forward with these hand cannons, but again, nothing that should be expected.
And there's a lot of young guys on this Sangal side that have been in very few LAN Grand Finals, so to push yourself into a third map, to get yourself that decider, to try and get it over the line is going to be critical. Xcloud up here against Vladen. There's not a heavy stack towards A at the moment.
Just trying to spot the man anyway. Ooh, just seen him, didn't actually pull the trigger. Vladen fires first instead and actually gets the kill onto Xcloud. Teammates called back as Utility starts coming down for Sangal's execution. They fall back behind the smokes and concede the bomb site.
They just look for exit damage now. Unpaid are going to be looking to eco in back-to-back rounds. Nexa's been able to catch a really good timing. Bomb plant denial does actually come in.
45 seconds on the clock, and now Sangal are on the back foot. LNZ looking to try and catch Vladen somewhere. Someone else has to go back for the bomb itself. Youngster has extended to reduce that man out from that alley position. Jota takes the man advantage back to Jacob's extension, but Nexa's not done. 2 to his name, 2v2. It's become at least expensive here for the Sangal side, and he almost connects another shot onto LNZ. Just the one tag, though. It's Han now up to clutch. Seeing Youngster getting an AK at his feet, throwing it out of the map, which is a good call to make, because it means that they can't quite recover that. I don't know if they have a third one that they can reach in time. They've actually gone back towards that back alley position, so they won't even be able to get that much there. So, expensive round done there by the Unpaid camp.
Very good work. They'll be happy with what they've been able to provide there. Nexa came in extremely close to actually stealing the entire round. Thought for just a moment there might be a second bomb plant denial, but not to be. Sangal get the 2-0 start, and Unpaid. Now, what aspect we haven't seen yet is hyper-aggression. Now, with 3 MP9s, maybe a fast play towards ramp and aggro play into mid. Watch out for them to be on the front foot.
Still just rocking the hero weapon in spite of the damage done to Sangal. SMGs on 3.
This is so winnable. Knowing that you've got these kind of upgrades with armor across the board, you actually can win this kind of round.
Boost initially, Jacob's M4 is going to be forced out into the open. They can't capitalize on the kill for it, though. The pistol goes aggressive for Han. Gets away with the kill on LNZ. Nexa now strikes on the boost, and Vladen catches Xcloud completely off guard. 4 versus 2, Unpaid. Look to put the early Sangal streak to bed in just the third round of the game. Jota and Youngster are going to fight from 2 very different positions. Youngster from mid getting Cypher. Their attention is drawn away from the bomb site, so Jota might even catch them with their backs all turned. The timing is completely off for them. The lineup mows them down, and that's Unpaid's chances wiped out.
That's unfortunate. You could feel how tasty that round was for Unpaid. A 4v2 at one point, but the timing that Jota finds. And if Jacob was on 100 points of health, we'd say there's a decent crack at this. But 18, even a kill is unlikely.
And the H is coming into the back site. He's still swinging a challenge, youngster. He still gets away with that kill. Jota next up. Is he going? Oh my God! Jacob! Christ, on a bendy bus. He got 4 kills total with his teammates. Another expensive round, and for only 1 rifle's worth of investment.
Well, let's think about this. They've had 2 alive, 1 alive. They are basically on double eco territory if you lose this next gun round. Try and get Han on the upgrade of the big green. Very good work. Sangle's economy is awful.
You can still feel that confidence from Unpaid. Sangle are hyped around how the round has gone down. Unpaid are a little bit disappointed, as you can see, but mate, that could all turn around in a matter of moments. There is no cash in savings for Sangle. They have to force the issue on Cypher, who mows right through LNZ and Xfloud. 5-on-3 gain. Same, we're looking up against Nexa. Close quarters with the SMG, and he catches him with the shoulder. Burst straight through to the head. It's now a 3-man advantage for Unpaid.
And they've just been farmed out towards ramp. Cypher gets another kill.
Youngster down, Jota, and ace clutch required out of the man who'll get the first. But now he's known, the rest of the CTs are all on their way.
Such a statement in the first gun round after doing the economical damage in the last couple.
This is a reset. Make no mistake about it.
I'm pretty sure Cypher was actually dinked on that jump spot before he even engaged with those fights to get the multi-frag of 2.
And still managed to get a triple overall in the round. Jota trying to find himself out of this position. It's not going to happen, though. Han credited with the kill. Jacob sponging that damage. And that will now start to spring momentum over to the Unpaid side.
And is this now added pressure of being in the playoffs? Yes, you might be in a bit more of a studio and hotel environment without the crowd, Jay. But with Youngster never being in a grand final on LAN, he's only ever played in a semi. You've got Jota that's only played in 1 grand final, Samey that's only played on 1. You don't have experienced LAN players here.
You're right about Cypher's jump face, by the way. He took that swing at 16 points of health.
Mental.
Low HP impact from him and Jacob in those last couple of rounds. Sangle down to the force buy. Imagine that Unpaid will be reading that there'll be some limitations, and the HEs will limit their HP. Jota tagged up, second one landing. He's now on 19 points of health. Incendiaries, Molotov to try drive him back. That should at least get the kill against him, including LNZ. Tagged at 25. Vladen finding a direct engagement on Youngster and continuing to spray through as Cypher's backstab drops the bomb. They should be aware of at least the next man. Xfloud accounted for by Han. Man, they are all over them.
I've got a really bad feeling for Sangle right now.
I do too.
I know this is really early, but with how these last 2 gun rounds have gone down with the economical damage on the previous, this is looking threatening. This is actually looking that Unpaid want to not get a 2-0, but they want to destroy Sangle in a 2-0. They want to absolutely pump them on Vertigo.
They'll get the basics out for Sangle in the next round. Money just is not there. Unpaid are playing a style of game which Sangle, well, they couldn't be prepared for it, and they certainly won't be able to prepare for it now. And go adjust towards it. Haven't seen that on Ancient. Vertigo led the start of Sangle early, but Unpaid just as early have brought it all the way back. And I've already found the first kill without taking contact in this eco. If they get any damage out, that'll be positive for Sangle, but even that will not seem to rock the Unpaid confidence. Make their way to the B-bomb site, mow through on all accounts, all 5 alive.
Now, surely if Nexa can win IEM Dallas with Stewie 2K standing in, he can win the RES Regional Champions with Han standing in.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree.
I mean,
I would wholeheartedly agree.
You can't debate that one.
Which, coming from you, actually, is a hell of a 180 from what you were saying like 3 days ago.
Very much so. And this has been an Unpaid side who, again, in every series, you're going to be the underdog. You're going to be the favourite. Yeah, T-Type might say, oh, I predict Unpaid. But from the paper and the logic, they are going to be the threatening team that is just trying to cause an upset. But to actually put that result up on the board, that's another story.
Vladen seen and sprayed. Jota takes the kill against him as Sangle try and reinstate some confidence. It's responded to, not in exact trades by Unpaid, but the HE's landing on xFloud down there at ramp. They're doing so much damage here from beyond smokes on Unpaid. Cypher, as it fades, however, unable to capitalize on the kill.
The utility placement has been on point for Unpaid. Unfortunately, they just lose 2 dry fights out there for both ramp and the B stairs. At least they've forced in a gamble rotation. They've brought in everyone to defend this A site now.
Nexa and Han combined with a third player on rotation. That's Jacob back at spawn. Nexa waiting for further clarity. Time ticks away on Sangal. Unpaid have at least put the most forces over towards the right bomb site. 2 individuals here as Jacob breaks away towards that B defense. Nexa and Han, what can they do with this? Stepping up very early. Quick swing. Sammy adjusts towards Nexa. And Han can blind spray back on Sammy, take him back. He has to deny the bomb from crossing. It will get planted.
I might as well just look for exits in this 2v4. If a couple of kills present itself, then you can commit for it. But double AKs would be nice to save them.
Yeah, and Han wants to prioritise the AKs above the further casualties against Sangal. They've got plenty of cash here Unpaid, so I wouldn't blame them if they stuck around. But keep those guns in for the CT forces. Sangal will break the streak early and just defend the lead.
Now, I've got a little story, Jay. Last year, there was a LAN event out in Turkey where Eternal Fire Academy were there, and so was Endpoint. It was grand final, best of 5. Endpoint ended up completely slamming out the Academy team, and Jota was on the other side. Now, when Endpoint won that event and won that grand final, the Eternal Fire Academy players were absolutely crying. And that doesn't make any sense, because the teams are completely different in just levels of, I guess, competitiveness. They weren't even comparable. Now imagine what happens if you're on Sangal, qualified to the RMR, been to Pro League, qualified again, and you get 0-2 in a semi-final to Unpaid. I can imagine those tears from Jota are going to come again.
Especially given that right now he is the top guy on Sangal on the board. For this map, he has put in as much work as he can feasibly manage. In terms of this series, he's also the top guy of the last map up as well on Ancient. Admittedly, wasn't given much of a chance to find impact with those 19 kills that he'd gained, but regardless, something to consider for his own individual impact as he gets challenging onto Jacob. Vladin training back on LNZ. The HG's, the Jota's position will not take him down as he holds back there at the stairs. Meanwhile, at ramp, Cypher's continuing the challenge. xFloud seeing him out in the open, but not swinging for any more. They know they've got the man advantage. Unpaid do not have to fight, but Cypher could still get caught off right here as xFloud goes back in from tops and takes it to a 3-on-3.
Yeah, Cypher just missed that timing of him walking up onto the gap site, so this is a very good moment for Sangal to maybe brute force distraction towards A. Youngster's going to try and exploit a timing. Mid is completely open and he sees nothing.
Swinging the check. Smokes start to come forward as well. Vladim's now going to have to play double duty while on the back site. Backup will start to try and get here towards Min. I think they netted out that smoke for Han to check it. Jota going to start dry facing, no flashes to support, and the M4 is going to take him. The bomb dropped and everything. Backup is considering its rotation, but they're so wary about that mid face that they even back away from the B site, despite having the man advantage here. Vladden still posted, but doesn't catch xFloud.
Can get the bomb down, but what can they do in the post plant? Hardly any utility, and HE straight to xFloud.
Incendiaries landing on that back entryway. Vladden finding Youngster above the smoke is now all xFloud just seen through that quick burst. Couldn't quite line up on Vladden. Han now coming in alongside Nexa to support their anchor. A triple from Vladden on the defensive and the retake thus far. Can he make it a quadra? Will Unpaid get someone else with the glory? AK, burst fire, engages one, only one. Nexa trades him and Unpaid are back squared up.
And do you remember at the start of the series, Jay, when I said that this game should be more difficult for a team like Sangal than it will be for the final? That might be the truth, and that might be something to consider. You've still got to push for the win. You've still got to make sure that you end up getting yourself in that grand final, no matter how difficult this game may be.
Unpaid is showing a level that will threaten that victory.
Well, this is tenfold better than what we saw yesterday against Paravision.
Seeing the fists in the desks as well, frustration starting to build on Sangal.
Well, you can imagine so.
Rebuys attempted to get as many rifles out. The Galil in for LNZ will still be a weakened element, and Han's going to hold his AK, continue the spray. He loses Cypher and almost loses himself. Nexa back in the sandbags, focusing X-Cloud as he was so pressed towards that alley position. Youngster, meanwhile, strikes out in mid, and Vladden hears him coming. Going to reposition as LNZ takes Nexa. Vladden may well need this trade, but he doesn't get it. It's Han all alone, 11 points of health. In this time, a much less doable 1v3.
Do you know, that's actually a sick multi to come through from Youngster, because there's a lot of chaos going down towards ramp. You've got overfighting, you've got players slightly out of position, and he just rectifies it, first off, with getting a strong duel against Jacob, but then the B-side anchor, who Vladden has been so consistent. He's been extremely strong with staying alive and maintaining those splits over Guardian and from the B stairs. He just gets deleted by the young Swede.
That means Sangul can get back up on the advantage once again. As you mentioned, Youngster there in mid made the difference in this round.
He loses that fight. They've got no chance of getting that bomb on B.
True. Still have a 1 versus 2 over themselves, though. Need as much confidence as possible, and they do lose LNZ to the bomb blast. So that's again expense having to be spared by Sangul. Unpaid, still have economy, so they'll be buying back.
Now, Unpaid just need to just grind their way. And I don't know if you heard that slightly on the comm, but Nexus said, what do you want to do, guys? That's something that we're starting to get a bit more of an idea about the comming style and the overall team play, is that it's not just Nexus saying, right, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. You're getting ideas from the other players. You're getting the thought process on what some of the stars want to do and how they think they can adapt on the map against Sangul.
And maybe you need to be a little bit looser, given, again, everything that's been going on with the roster itself. And Jota, not much going on in the kill department there in this round, attempting to get Jacob. Got so close to the kill, but took equal amount of damage in return, and neither player is able to get the opening. The HGs eventually land from Vladden, well placed on Jota. With Incendiaries to support, it will stall Sangul.
Well, it's a big whiff from Jota, and Vladden is not only capitalizing, but he's looking for a bit more. He's giving himself an off angle to look up against a walk in the B stairs.
Tees have got to back away.
Haven't even seen Han on the orb yet, have we?
No.
The money's not really been in a strong enough position.
The rifles are still doing okay for Unpaid. Need to bring up one more to get to the lead. Sangul flashing their way forward into ramp. Samey at X-Floud, making a fair amount of noise to their positions, and Nexa and Cypher will be ready to try and deal with them in their appropriate angles. One here at alley, the other boosted up on top of the site to look down at the crane position. The smokes are coming in. Nexa, when does he use that incendiary? At first contact, it may well seem, but mollies and flashes are forcing Cypher out of position. They will block off alley, and Youngster's pressing in from mid. Meanwhile, Jacob's going to be the first man to peek to him. He should go down pretty easily, but no! Jacob gets an all-important pick. Cypher has not seen the boost. The boost is going to catch him. Unpaid still hold them out advantage, but the bomb plant should be secured here.
Yeah, they could try and spam and put util down to deny this bomb, though.
Burst 5 from LNZ attempting to get involved. The smoke's back to clear. Nexa is going to be engaged upon Samey with that kill back. X-Floud going to strike on Vlad and swing towards Jacob, who still turns up a kill. But Han needed to provide that extra because he was the high HP element. Jacob, 12 points of health, this time not feeling quite as ballsy to dip back in for exits. He'll grab the AK and save it into the next. Sangul hit 6.
Frustration there for Unpaid, because they should have won that round. They dealt with the lurk in from mid of Youngster. They got themselves in a strong position. Jacob, first off, probably shouldn't even be winning that secondary fight, but Han needs to be getting at least one there. If he gets one, that round is set up for the Norwegian to try and get the clutch forward. It just doesn't quite come in. X-Cloud thought that he'd got both of those kills out in the sniper's nest, and Jacob actually falls trying to hold on to that M4. Sangul, they've actually gotten themselves into a moment now where it looked as if they were going to be really pressured in the first few gun rounds. Now it's a bit more of a relief, isn't it? You're up to 6T rounds. You're probably going to be pushing for 7, closer towards 8 at the turn. And then that gives you a lot of freedom moving into the second half to say, right, we are going to take our map pick, and we are going to force it into that decider on Anubis.
Minimums hit for Sangul. Unpaid can go 6 apiece. But that's doubtful given the buy state for the CT side. Hero M4 once again for Nexa. Engaged upon by X-Floud by the SMGs instead. I mean, Unpaid are doing quite a lot of very early round damage here against their opponents.
And maybe I am hoping that we get more confidence in these rounds from Sangul, because none of the rounds have been easy. There's always been very few players staying alive. A lot of rounds that you could look at being winnable or should have been won from Unpaid that just didn't quite get the marker. Unpaid with the lighter investment, with the hero rifle, have done damage to xCloud but lost the opening kill.
Sangler going to regroup. Move together onto this B stairs take. Vladen, first man with 5-7. xCloud going to catch his teammate and Jacob. Good kill with the AK. 5-7 going to dip out. The M4 might have to find a decent fly. LNZ is tagged so heavily. Nexa can take Jota back. Molotov sent his direction though. One actually doesn't actually land on the position he's holding from on the site. They do explode, but Sammy can still force Nexa into the open, get the frag for it. And Sangl, this time they've won the half.
And now it's looking more like the Sangl we recognise, but still not the one that we've seen in the group stage and from what we've seen in the last few months. They are certainly pressured today. There must be some nerves moving into this semi-final. They're having a struggle up against the Unpaid squad. If they can make it 8-4 at the turn, though, you'll have the security with the round buffer moving into that second half.
They are maintaining this lead, which is something they couldn't do in the last map, so it's an improvement from first to second. Vladen, M4 posted first in the last round of the half. Can Unpaid make it a 5th to close, or will Sangl make it an 8-4 half? Nexa, Molotov into the open, looking to engage, will go down at xCloud. Was burning out of position as xCloud shows some more of that star potential. 12 deep in this map, and 2 picks to make a 5-on-3.
Well, I remember back to that round that we were talking about, Cypher getting dinked. He had a triple kill. What's he done since then? He's on 5 kills, moving at the end of round number 12.
So contrasting to the last map where he dropped 20. Han through the smoke can take xCloud down, finally punish him for his transgressions. But needs Vladen and Jacob to support. Jacob is pushed downstairs to be ready to cut rotations to that B bomb site, but A is certainly the target. Swing up from the AWP, sees players outside and inside the site. Very good to get that shot off onto LNZ, but Youngster was so quick to trade it. It still leaves a man advantage for Unpaid to retake against.
Yeah, Vladen's just not getting a chance. No one's over-peaking here at all.
Jota behind that smoke. Won't be seen. The shoulder will be. Jota gets the kill. It's Jacob now all alone. Unimpressive stuff with low HP, but not at 100 and not in this round. It's an 8-4 half for Sangl.
Now, this is where Unpaid just need to keep the spirits up. It's unlikely that they're able to 2-0 now. I don't think we've seen enough on their Vertigo to give us that indication. But they can still be competitive. They can still make a threatening second half that gives them a lot of confidence moving into that decider.
Similarly poetic. 8-4 half that was returned upon by Unpaid. Sangl found themselves in the lead early in this map, but actually converted it into a half advantage, unlike with Ancient.
Well, this is very different to the Nemiga series, where parallels are the same on the opposition map pick of Ancient, but on Vertigo, it was actually Sangl starting on the City side rather than the T side, and they were down by quite a margin. They were down 4-8, moved into that second half, had to come back from 9-12 down. So to compare those best of threes, we're actually getting Sangl that are looking a lot more dominating, looking as if they're putting a lot more pressure on getting towards 13 first.
A pistol win could do them well. Unpaid take the second half one just to ensure that they maintain themselves in this matchup. The buffer that would grow with Sangl winning a pistol, maybe too much for Unpaid to post up anymore on this T-side line. HG's already doing the damage against the main force as they move on towards ramp and set to the A execution.
It could just be a retake-heavy setup here for Sangl. You've got players that can defend, but against the crossspokes, you might just have to give the respect.
Youngster engaging, Goosh down and kills on LNZ just beyond that smoke. Good shot on Cypher, however, takes him back outside of the site alongside Jacob falling the same. Vladen will trade, do damage to Sammy. The plant has been secured by Unpaid and Han undetected, checked by xCloud. At point blank, the Glock gets the kill though. Headshot secured and the Julies are Jota's seen. They don't want to engage it. Vladen knows it is at a disadvantage and Sammy's being flanked in by Nexa. Quick tap to the man, leaves it all in a clutch now for Jota. Engaging the first and the second, finding hard in the end. They are low HP on the T side, but Unpaid are playing hidden, and that's the right call to make. Stall for time. Jota hasn't got a kit. He will find Nexa in the end, and a flashbang found on his pouch, but he's run out of time for this defuse, and Vladen knows it. We'll eventually see him out in the open, will lose his life, but he will not lose the round. No, the kit has been picked up. Jota's going to hold the round together for Sangl just about. And the nick of time, yes, it's a pistol win for Sangl.
Ooh, Unpaid won't be happy about that one. They would have felt we were doing a lot of time stalling, we weren't really over-peaking, we were just jiggling, and we have seen some not so much unnecessary clutches, but clutches that shouldn't be won. I think about the Vladen 1v3 against Paravision. I think about now the 1v3 being won here from Jota. Very good work to isolate these picks, to get back out to the kit, and Vladen just knows, maybe overpeaked ever so slightly. That just cripples any of the chances that Unpaid have of recovering this second half.
They're forcing the issue. They're taking away from that standard hero weapon buy that they love. 3 Galils this time to work with. Flashes in, LNZ challenging Cypher, who does land a kill this time at the sandbags. Youngster very fast to trade him. It's only a MAC-10 loss though. Semi may be looking for these rifles next up. They're going to peek together and check it, and they actually win the fight.
A good timing. Nexa and Harm were pre-aiming the gap sight line. Now, Vladen is still lurking at the bottom of the B stairs. They don't need to commit straight away out to ramp. They can slow it in. They can think about a mid-round decision. The issue is they don't have any util for the bomb site. Nexa's got a single smoke, and that's it.
xCloud and Youngster starting to prod. Nexa fights, xCloud takes the kill. Youngster with the trade back, and from range, the MAC-10 of Jacob can barely come up with the pick. It's now Jota in another 1v2 clutch.
Oh, clutch once. Let's see if he can do it twice. A 1v2 seems easier than a 1v3.
It's rifles to play with. He's got the better of them. Vladen face first. Jacob undetected, and Jota has no idea. He's coming in from alley. We'll check it once again, but he has absolutely got to check the other individual positions. On site, he'll look towards back. Jacob knows that he must escape towards the sniper's nest. Swing in from the elevators, but Jota holds the spray and holds another clutch for Sangol.
Oh, where have I seen that before? Yeah, I think that was Unpaid in the majority of the group stage. Clutch after clutch, 1vXs being won. We have got Jota in back-to-back clutches on your map pick in a semi-final. With pressure on the line, the young man is delivering, and he's given us a bit of style too.
You mentioned the tears shared a year ago. Now he's here, smiles on his face, but Unpaid did tons of damage to Sangol. They're going to try and punish that damage with another investment in this late stage of the matchup. It might be the main thing, the only thing that gets them back into Vertigo.
And while this might be one of the least played maps in the entire pool for Sangol, it is still one of their strongest. 5 wins and just a single loss in the last 3 months on HLTV. We saw them pick it against Nemiga, and we saw them just about edge it out. This time around, it looks like they're going to win it by a little bit more than just that. Jota, LNZ, Youngster, Sammy, and xCloud look at a 10-4 marker and say, right, let's get the 13-4. Let's make sure we go completely undefeated.
Would be one better than the 13-5 that Unpaid just got on the first map as well.
And that would remark a very unusual semi-final if we get blowout maps.
Considering the fact it was a statement in the last map, we agreed to that for Unpaid. It would be a hell of a counter-statement from Sangol.
I would say this map has been more competitive than Ancient, even if the scoreline doesn't tell it.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Think about the amount of damage that Unpaid had done in several of those rounds, but Sangol have been able to get themselves together.
It's not even the first half looking at, oh, if Youngster doesn't quite multi-frag. You just have to look at this second half and say, Jota's had to clutch twice. What if those rounds go differently for Unpaid?
Just a couple of key examples. The execution utility inbound to the B-bomb site, staggered smokes, one to the left and one to the right of Generator. xCloud's going to make his way ahead of those smokes, but Jota support, SMG burst through at range. Jacob's going to catch that kill. Jota at range will find a kill and a double. His teammates are now on site. Famas around the corner, M4 forced to reload. Hans at low HP. Next is going to get Jota to fall, but Youngster and LNZ and Sammy are all there in with support as they lock down the B site, post some further confidence up. An edge closer to the end of this second map.
Jota looks really strong, and funny enough, individually, he doesn't actually post fantastic numbers on this map. He's one of the lowest performers on Vertigo in the last 3 months, only averaging a 1.12 rating in the 5 maps played. But in this one best of one, when we look at the isolated map rather than the entire best of 3, he has been farming. He has just been loving this second half.
Stellar from the individual. Galil's back for Unpaid again, trying to force the issue. Scrape together as much of the buy as they can feasibly afford with lost bonus. Vladen's found Jota first and foremost. And they're going to HE open the smoke, yet Nexa in the end. Cypher, blind as a back, cannot gain vision. Youngster starts swinging forward instead, getting Han next up. Cypher to swing and to fall. The Galil out from Jacob also drops with the bomb. And this is sheer confidence from Sangor now.
Indeed it is. You've got an aggressive ramp fight coming through from Youngster and LNZ, and they're just hitting everything. They're trapping in the T side. They're making it extremely uncomfortable to work the space. Vlad may have got that opening pick against Jota on the B bomb site, but that didn't mean anything into the rounds.
Dead to right as Sammy puts the last man down. And it is 12-4. 8 map points for Sangor to return in this series and take us to a third unpaid. Unable to mount up the same level of confidence on their map pick.
And maybe it isn't so much win the pistol, have a good performance, but be consistent in the first halves. Because look at Ancient, yeah? Sangor won both pistols but did absolutely nothing. Now, I would say the pistols haven't mattered a huge amount, but it's what happens after the back of that, the gun rounds and the consistent pressure.
Now Unpaid have got all the pressure against them. 8 in a row to make up. Perfect flash in from Sammy. Youngster just takes Cypher straight to the grave. Han can trade back the captain, but 4-on-4 fights can ensue elsewhere. xFloud with 2 to line up and 2 to knock down. As Vladen and Jacob are mowed through in mid. All left onto Han and Nexa to save Unpaid.
Well, at least we get a third map decider, unlike the previous semi-final. We get that third map. We get the final battleground between the two. Sangor can be happy with how they've educated a game plan, and while at times it was competitive, the scoreline looks very good.
Most certainly. Nexa and Hana run this clock down and try and search for some sort of miracle. Miracles won't come their way. They have to be proactive in this.
And while we haven't seen an increased performance out of Sammy, we have from the Riflers.
Yes.
Youngster with some of his mid-timings on T-side, cutting the rotations and creating space against players sleeping. Jota on the CT basis with back-to-back clutches and his defenses out on the B bomb side. So a couple of players making key differences has pushed Sangor into what is now a much more positive conversation.
Disallowing Unpaid stars to get going. Cypher and Jacob no longer high-fragging individuals as they were on that last map, Cypher especially. As Youngster from range will get hard next up. Nexa, well known about with the other utility sent in to support his teammate. All 4 CTs stand against him, ready to receive at the right moment. He'll fight on 1 and that second. Third, not so much though. Trying to run to the bomb site, 1 player will cut him off. And that's the map win for Sangor. 13-4, just as dominant on the scoreboard there for them. And look, if 13-5 was a statement again for the Unpaid camp, surely this was still to be a statement for Sangor as well.
Yeah, at the same time though, these are the favourites. This is their map pick. I don't know if you can relay it in the same sort of class. What I will say is body language-wise, they look a lot more hyped. They look a lot more positivity. I know you were talking about the death slams and some frustration. Towards the end there, it looks as if spirits are very high for them.
And that's one important, because the last thing you want to do is allow Unpaid to truly dictate the pace of this game, because that's what they were doing on Ancient, and you saw the end results of that. However, is it going to be enough now to take us up to our third map up and try and take the victory over the August squad? It's back to the desk to discuss that and more.
It seems like Sangor did some homework, because against Nemiga they had to go to double OTs. Now here against Unpaid, they pretty much had like an easy time, because Unpaid, they got those 4 rounds in the first half, and that's the only thing they got.
I don't think it's really about homework. Maybe some homework taken away or some lessons learned from some of those previous experiences, but it's not like they were going to be heavily anti-stratting or understanding how Unpaid were going to be playing. I think they had expectations of themselves. This is a map they're very confident in. It's one that they're very familiar with. And I mean, we had those win conditions rear their heads. It wasn't all of them. You know, we didn't always get the same we wanted. It wasn't like LNZ, I think, cold circles around them. But we got really good impact out of players like Jota, out of xFloud, out of Youngster. And those 3 can be lethal in the ways that they can open up the map for LNZ to make an informed decision.
And to be honest, I think Youngster has been the difference maker in Vertigo compared to what we had in Ancient, right? Just adding that 1 extra bit of firepower. And I think Youngster's impact was most visible to me in the 9th round of the game, where it felt like this is where I said Unpaid probably run away with this. You see Harn starting off, gets a good kill, backs off, doesn't get killed by the Molotov. Then you have Nexa getting a follow-up. There's a 4v3, and then it feels like Jacob should be in an advantage, but Youngsters double kill in and stopping the rotation means that that 4v3 is made absolutely worthless. And to be honest, that was a turning point in the game, and I know the score makes it obvious, but I actually thought the momentum was going the way of Unpaid before then, and that hard stop, that hard mid-control that he was able to provide, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, they dictated the pace, I think, really well at the start of their CT side. I mean, Cypher got aggressive in one round. He had 2 kills, and then he also flanked them when they tried to go up to B. And, you know, at the start of the round you were talking about, that was another round of aggression. But, God, can they win a pistol round here on the side of Unpaid? Now, they're 0-4 so far in pistols in this series, and then they get themselves into a 3 versus 1 in this afterplan, and then you just see, I mean, Joda clutching up and doing such a great job of finding isolated fights, had a kit as well. And it's not only just the pistols, it's these 4 spies that Unpaid are also going for that are just netting them next to nil.
I mean, they got 1 4 spy round before, but over here as well, it felt like they should have won it on paper. But then this damn Joda just comes out of nowhere again, and he's just, well, I might as well clutch it. And to be honest, Joda's the second man who we have to highlight. Joda was absolutely fantastic on Ancient. There were no questions about him. The only question would be, can he maintain it on Vertigo? And that is, the scoreboard speaks for itself. There is a clear answer there.
So if we'd have to make like a summary, was this like a team effort, or maybe someone just like outperforming what we usually expect?
I think, I mean, this is definitely a team effort. It's a very confident map. It's not like they had to go, hey, guys, we couldn't do anything on Ancient. I need you to make individual plays. I think, you know, the only one that's really working on some level of autonomy is Youngster, but his team are communicating about what they're doing on the B-bomb site or on A in terms of structuring the round. So Youngster is very familiar with those types of timings. It's why he was such a force to be reckoned with, and also why Unpaid really couldn't deal with him and these Sangal hits.
I also think there was a big underperformance, so to be honest, coming out from Cypher. Cypher came out incredibly hot on Ancient, was getting aggressive, was getting all of those opening picks, and over here it just felt like it was never going his way, even though he was playing confident. Even though he's asking for boosts inside of smoke, even though he's asking to try and take duels, he wasn't winning them. And if Cypher is not going to be here, that's win condition number 1 gone.
It's also Jacob. You know, these are the 2 guys that we're highlighting so much, and Jacob was a little reserved, I guess, on Ancient, but, you know, you're not expecting him to be a slumber for both maps in the series, especially when he's holding onto a pivotal position where he gets outclassed by the young star.
Yeah, well, we have good news for all the people that hate Vertigo. We are done. It was pretty quick. That means that there's only 1 map remaining, and that map will determine who is actually going to the grand final. We'll be back with analysis after a short break.
Let's see how many seconds it takes to finish. Let's go, let's start.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payout.
In this series, we are going for all of the newest maps. We just saw Vertigo, that was Ancient, and now it's gonna be Anubis. And it is definitely an exciting map because both the teams actually feel really, really comfortable on this map.
I don't know about really comfortable, but they've definitely been improving on the side of Unpaid. I think Sangal are definitely going to be more confident on this map. Especially when they're getting performances like they have out of Jota, if Youngster can be there. X-Floud also has looked sharp. You know, this is, again, this trifecta of riflers will be something that Unpaid have to be able to put away somehow. And I don't know if that's going to be these adjustments that they've made to their Anubis, and that Harn seems to be a little bit more mobile, and maybe Jacob is taking up sort of secondary mid responsibilities either on T and CT side. I think there's a lot to be, I guess, desired about how Unpaid have been, I guess, approaching this map, but it has been improving. Is it going to be enough against the Sangal that seem pretty fired back into the series?
I really think it's all down to Jacob, to be honest. Of course, Cypher plays incredibly pivotal positions, and I think Cypher will be taking some very important duels as well. But if Jacob can't control the middle of the map, and if he can't call around himself over there, this team will come down and crumble, which is why I will double down, because I refuse to believe that Jacob goes missing for 3 maps in a row. Am I expecting a star-studded performance from him? Maybe not, but I am expecting a middle-of-the-pack performance with Harn being able to get a bit more aggressive, with Harn continuing to go for his solo peaks, because he's had a good game so far, and you can't say the same for Sammy. And then on the other hand, I also think Nexa should be standing up. Vladim's been surprisingly impressive for my money this entire series long. You have the makings to still complete the upset, even if this is probably Sangal's best map.
I think what's wild is that leading up into the playoffs, Jacob was the pivot point so continuously on T sides, where he would silence rotations, he would get so much information, and they would just bounce between bomb sites. Even the long way round, they would be very comfortable going back through spawn to attack a bomb site that they thought would be weaker because of Jacob's call in those types of moments. I need that on this type of a map for Unpaid, especially when you're thinking about Anubis, Mirage, Ancient. Those are the types of maps where that kind of a player can do so much for you. It's exactly what Lear does for Nemiga, and I think it's one of those spots where if you're not feeling confident in your own individual ability as well, then some of those reads that you're maybe making may feel off base.
This is the 3rd map, which means they're gonna knife for the side. I already saying this, I can kind of feel that there's like a eye roll happening right next to me, because again, I'm bringing up the topic. Hey, is it an important on which side they're starting? This is Anubis, and for at least a real long time, it was a T-sided map. Is it important?
Can we just
at
ignore
least
her
here?
question? Is that an option?
I mean, we can talk between ourselves.
All right, so Michael, how are you feeling about Cypher going into this one?
I'm a little scared. I guess I am a little scared.
It's true.
I don't think what your point is bad. It is just, yes, it is a T-sided map. Teams will want to start T-side. Sangal will be more they'll be confident on both. I think CT starting for Unpaid actually is where they have their most weaknesses. We've highlighted Nexa and maybe his uptick in performance. That has to be, I guess, put through to numbers in the server when we actually get there. But also, given the turbulence that they've now encountered, is Cypher going to be able to reset? You're talking about pivotal positions. He's in spots where they are flooding mid or they want to go for A aggressions. He is that B anchor. He's the con player. He's put into star roles, and he has to be effectively able to show that in the server as well.
Now, the good thing is that Vladin on A also has a lot of options open towards him. Between him and Harn, we could see some interesting plays being made to try and combine into Canal. So even if Cypher isn't having the best game, he'll at least have a much larger aspect of support on this map than he does really anywhere else. Ancient, some pretty isolated CT side fights. I feel like over here on Anubis as well, on Vertigo as well, you're pretty isolated in some of the fights that you can take. At least this is a collective effort, so a lot of the time on Canals is a priority. That being said, you're right. You still need to show up and at least get your 1 kill per round whenever you try and make something happen. But I go back to the same question, which is, are we really about to see Jacob lose out on mid control against Maxter? Against Youngster, not Maxter. Wrong guy. I know he's...
He didn't even show up to the tournament he was supposed to. I think if we're really going to talk about CT side aggression, because that's actually become a staple for teams that are trying to counter out how I guess, comfortable Ts are, it's actually one of the biggest rehearsal maps I think there is in the pool, because your timings are often having to be very succinct. You don't want them blowing open smokes when you're going in for canals control, for example, on that CT side. You don't want to experience a Molotov or a poorly timed flashed. It is a map that if they have put in the time to, they definitely could level up quite significantly against the Sangal, who already have a lot of that down pat.
But do you think that the experience that Unpaid have, will it be enough for them maybe to reset after this Vertigo?
I think from a mental point of view, yes. But I think they also know that the difficulties they encountered on Vertigo would have been anticipated. The improvements they would have made to Anubis, I worry it's maybe not enough. Or they wouldn't have enough lead time to combat a Sangal that can be a bit more sporadic at times, that actually are willing to take individual duels outside of the system that they didn't even really discuss.
Mentally, they should have no issues, to be perfectly frank. There's also very little pressure on them as far as this match itself is concerned. They are heavy underdogs and whatnot. That being said, I don't really think mental pressure really matters at this point anymore. It is genuinely just down to, are you going to win aim fights? It's not even like, because I know I keep going back to the same players, but it's not like you see Jacob and Cypher being flashed off. That's not why they're losing some of these fights. We don't even have to worry about the incredible executes that Anubis can have, which other maps haven't so far. They're not going up against 3 smokes, 2 Molotovs, 3 flashes in your face. It's very often just aim duels they're losing. So I worry for them, but I still believe.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, whoever wins this series, it just means like one of the two things. One, either we're gonna have underdog grand final, like of 2 teams that we did maybe expect to see, or we're gonna have like another rematch of the group. So I'm kind of looking forward to seeing both of them. Another thing that I'm really looking forward to is seeing the faces of our casting.
Oh, how lovely. Thank you very much, Heku. Yes, this one is going to go down to the wire, in my humble opinion, although something that the likes of Tea Time did say was one of those things of, you know, how far is this going to go for Jacob? You know, that's one of the things that I was looking at in my sort of eyes and discussing in my head is whether or not he will have another Diather map.
Why should it be close? 13-5, 13-4. Why should it be close? Tell me.
Okay, that's a good point. That is a good point.
But you're the one that made it.
equally, however, you were the one that also said that a 13-4 didn't feel like a 13-4.
No, it didn't. It was a bit misleading. I will say that for Anubis, it is a very good map for Sangul. And knowing that it's one of your highest picked maps in best of 3s in a match that will progress you into the grand final, we should have a clear-cut performance for Sangul, which should close out this series for them.
So you're still on the Sangul hype train?
Sure.
Well, again, I want to come back to that whole point that, you know, Tea Time made about Jacob, right? Because he has been underwhelming over the course of this series. He bottomed out on the first map. He nearly bottomed out on the second map as well. Anubis has been a map which he did well over on against the likes of Paravision. Remember yesterday how he was actually the top-rated player of that particular map for unpaid. The only man that beat him out was actually Belgianok on the other side of the board. So, like, that's something to consider, you know. Are those mid-fights going to be as consistent as yesterday as they were today? Is that lack of form on the day performance going to come back to bite him here?
Well, I'll put it this way. You'll never know a comparison from one day to the next on the same map, whether you'll get the same performance. But my worry about him in map 1 and map 2 doesn't bother me at all. I mean, the first map, they absolutely stopped them because everybody else was stepping up. And then on map number 2 themselves, while it was a competitive start to the game, it started to then become very uncompetitive. So his performance in the series already doesn't concern me for a third map decider.
Then whose performances do concern you? Because then I look at the other elements of the board, and I remember how Cypher did absolutely incredible over on that Ancient. 20 kills, top of the board, once again, highest rating in that particular map up. Vertigo, he actually did bottom out there for
But then you can say the exact same thing for the Sangul side, for what they did on map 1 to what they did on map 2.
But equally though, if Unpaid's whole thing is they need those start riflers, that AWP, to go ham to find success, then is that going to become a concern for Anubis, you know?
Well, no, because they've played a lot of it. We had not seen Han play Vertigo. We had not seen Unpaid play Vertigo in this tournament, and at least in recent history, at least we've seen Anubis. They've got quite a few officials under their belt. I remember their T side against Fnatic. Once they started realizing that Crims was a liability on that B side anchor, they were hitting over and over, or A, I should say, through those camera splits and the A main. So one aspect they'll probably come to find, especially on their T side, is if they realize, right, Canal is a weakness, mid is a weakness, A is a weakness, wherever it is, they're just gonna keep pummeling that area, because that's exactly what they were doing to find success.
Well, success will need to be found in that either that regard or some other regard in terms of how the match is going to play out here. Unpaid, obviously teetering on the edge of losing out a series which they started so well on. As you mentioned before, you thought that the 13-4 was a lot more closer in terms of the actual like tangible rounds, the qualitative performance. I think you also did say that the first map wasn't quite as close in terms of the qualitative performance as well.
No. It was a whitewash on map number 1.
Yeah.
Map number 2, pistol round on the 8-4, Jota wins a 1v3. Very next round, he wins a 1v2. You have the youngster 2K that comes out from mid. All of those rounds go differently. We probably have an Unpaid that could be pushing for double digits, depending on economy and follow-up rounds. Again, you're going into the unthinkable, but you can be realistic and say that they probably would have challenged close to that marker.
So by extension, does that mean that qualitatively speaking, Unpaid played the better series?
They have played the better series. I don't think that means a lot, though, for a third map decider. When you're in a semi-final, you've got a experienced squad like a Sangle online that underperformed on map 1, but then performed really well on map 2. We are now starting to get the Sangle that we recognize from what we saw at the group stage, and maybe this is a lot of parallels to that Nemiga series. Really slow start, better beginning, go into that third map decider, which was Anubis, and absolutely pumped them. They came flying out of the gates and they pushed for a 13-5.
Indeed, and that's just their 4th of 6 that they've won in a row thus far, both online and offline. It's the only one that they've had in recent time that's been obviously at this particular event. The other ones have been the online ECLs and of various nature. So for them, obviously, they've got that little bit of extra momentum, and they've actually had some very one-sided wins against other top-end Tier 2 squads as well. Sora fallen to them. Nemiga fell to them the day before in that ECL online series as well. So like, there's a lot of, again, good results from Sangle going into this final map.
Well, I just want to press that even further, and it doesn't even matter that it's Anubis. The third map decider in these playoff games have been playing in ECL 13-6 against Sora on the third, and then 13-8 against Nemiga on the third to qualify to Pro League. They have shown the deeper that they get into best of threes, and when it is required to finally close the series down, they can do it in a confident fashion, and I think they will here today.
All right, well, Unpaid have shown their prowess over the course of the start of this series, over the course of their attemptive challenges in the second map, and over yesterday as well, when they were able to outclass just the out of the Paravision side. So in my eyes, it is still going to be a close affair. I still want to see them. I still want to see whether or not those individual elements are going to dip off, whether they're going to continue along this particular fashion, because that is sort of like the decisive factor for me. That's sort of like the difference maker for a team like Unpaid.
Well, I'm not sure if the desk mentioned it. I certainly don't recall it. That this is the first time that Unpaid are going to a third map decider. All of their best of threes in this tournament have been 2-0 wins or 2-0 losses. The loss of 9-13 and 9-13 versus Fnatic, the 13-5 and 13-10 versus Solid, the 16-14 and 13-10 result versus Paravision. You're now 1-1 in a series. We get to see what they're like on a decider.
Well, stressed on a marathon, needless to say, for Unpaid, and certainly compared to where they've been at in terms of the tournament thus far. Is the third map decider going to be their undoing, or have Unpaid just hit a small bump in the road? Well, Sang will be able to return fire. Will they be able to take this best of 3 away and their rightful spot in the grand finals as the last remaining tournament favourite? It's time to find out as we get into our final map decider. It's Sangle and Unpaid on Anubis.
And for me in particular, Jay, I'm looking at the veteran players for Unpaid in this decider. I'm looking at Nexa and Jacob to perform.
Sangle, the favourites at 1x bet as we go straight into the pistol. They're rushing it down. Cypher with 2 kills, looking to chase up that third. And Mofu, LNZ, Xflout and Samey all down on the A defensive, a 4v2 post plant.
That's a brilliant start, and the aggression only continues. Youngster drops out there from storage, and then deep into beach. Jota is the last one, and they've seen where he is for the 1v4.
His Julies will come out to play. Jacob will get picked up, but Vlad and happy to put the smokes down, and the Molotovs at the rate are trying to press him from pressing any further on in this retake. Meanwhile, you've got the backstabs coming in from Harm, which will eventually close out that exit frag against the man. This looks like it is a definitive Unpaid pistol, and with Sangle gaining so much out of the pistol rounds in this series thus far, that is an important win to take.
And that's going to help confidence for an aggressive rifler like Cypher, who didn't perform at a fantastic level out there on Vertigo. You go into the very first pistol round of the map, and instantly you are just doming. You're getting the gooshes straight away, you're getting the immediate entries to open up the bomb site, give yourself the first round, and Sangle now need to make a decision, Force Buy or Eco.
Yeah, very few times I've had to make this decision overall.
Yeah, this is now the first pistol round in which Unpaid have won in this best of 3.
Indeed. Unpaid's buy strategy was always the half buy, and then the other half buy off the back of that as well, get towards the confident guns by round 4. Sangle will not have such compunction. Into the force buy we will go. From us out for Jota.
Sangle are bringing a lot of bodies to A in the early rounds. HE placement going back and forth between both sides. Jacob aggressing that AK straight away into mids.
Swing forward, flash catches him blinded. LNZ opening up the kill counts. Xflout going to press forward with his smoke towards main. Harm does get blinded himself. Jota is forced to fight in his place. Vladen gets picked up. Cypher responds to the 3 versus 3. Sang have done some decent damage here, but not quite taken the advantage fully.
Unpaid have really recovered the round after losing, what, an opening fight to mid and giving LNZ a free AK. 3v3. Now, yes, there's an info spot out here in A main. The problem is the T's are just contacting into Electric. Youngster might need a multi-frag if he wants to win this round for his team.
SMG up to play for. All on 100 HP in this exchange. The quick backstabs are coming in against them, though. Cypher caught Youngster jump facing. Some mistakes being made out there. The Glil going to face back towards Sammy, see him and lose his life, but take a lot of damage back with it as well. Nexa will put the bomb down. LNZ and Sammy 2v2.
Oh, that's cheeky. He's planted open for CT, but Cypher is at main. They're not going to expect that on the post plants.
Smokes will clear and Nexa will hold back. They'll check their positions. They'll look towards this glyph position. No, they won't. They'll check the backside instead. And Nexa's going to be allowed 2 pretty easy kills as both individuals drop and Unpaid make a 2-0 happen.
Now, as soon as LNZ comes out of Electric, he sees that that bomb isn't on the default side of the bomb side. So even when Nexa gets that kill at glyph, notice how he's still looking to the backside of CT. He's still looking to that left-hand side of default, because with the bomb planted in that area, that's where you expect the secondary person to be from. Cypher is loving it, and Unpaid have got a 2-0 start.
Should go 3 as well. Sangle forced the issue, did not get the win, cannot sustain the buy, so it's back to the basic pistols. Jacob will make light work of LNZ to kick things off in this round. Youngster at range should also get forced back, a tap to the shoulder, leaving him a little under 70 HP rather. Next Floud. No next. HG sent his direction. The MAC-10 does get caught off by the pistol players, but next has got the rifle at range. And Kevlar is appropriate to support. They won't lose much with that SMG lost.
Cypher, we've seen a lot of hype from him, but we've also seen how hungry he would be to get into a LAN Grand Final. I know that in the Epic LAN Circuit, Jay, he's won 2 of them, and he's been in plenty of Grand Finals, but what about on the international landscape?
Yeah.
He was at that Assembly Summer event a couple of years ago with Into the Breach when they had Rusty and Draken on the team. They went up against Yano and beat them there. The only other LAN Grand Final was the one that they played in Mongolia early in the year, where they lost to the Mongols in the final.
You know, the outlier of the experienced in the LAN environment. Obviously, you talk up guys like Nexa and Jacob so much, it's completely contrast. Other elements of the board here. But he's dealing with it pretty well in the early portions of this map up, and obviously we've seen how he can pop off on that first map as a key example. Vlad will make sure that Youngster will fall in the meantime as he takes center stage to close out the 3-0 start on Unpaid. Sangle up to the rifle, buys their first one of the third map.
And you look at Youngster, you say, okay, Swedish player, probably grew up in the Swedish scene. No, that was actually completely the opposite. Played in the Norwegian scene. You and I, Jay, casted him very early in his career when he was on Metasport, and that was the only organization that actually took him to a deep playoff position on LAN. Ended up getting a top 4 playing in the Teller League Spring 2023 event with Metasport, where he lost out to Wizard, which was Gruss and Baselius. That's a long time ago to try and be in a semi-final to push even further for today.
Not the only Swede with that international experience on their board as well in their early career on Sangle. I'll come back to that in a moment, because Unpaid are about to take the first face, and Samy's going to catch Han off for it. Boost up of the orb towards mid, and the angle's being watched. The shot connects, and Unpaid are down a man.
Unpaid do not have a lot of map control at the moment, and Sangler trying to take more away from them.
Cypher leans in towards Canals. Jota and LNZ start pressing on towards B main. Jacob stand ready to try and receive them. Backed up in this corner, but not seeing all the way. Finally does see Jota take returning damage, but dish out some more towards the CT side. It's not a kill, not a trade for Unpaid. That's what they need the most right now.
Cypher wants this entry against the in-game leader, but it goes the other direction, and the spam continues. The spray is consistent. A lot of damage from LNZ.
Oh, Jota gets turned around. Vladen actually does get a secondary kill for free, taking more damage towards Youngster. As smoke start coming in towards his main position, X-Cloud is going to catch the backstab onto Vladen. It's now Jacob in the clutch, still on 42. 3 players to find. It's not going to be all too easy, and in fact, he doesn't like his chances. He's going to fall back and save.
And unfortunately, Jacob has kind of cost him the round, because if he gets that kill against Jota, LNZ probably isn't aggressive. The only reason that he is on that reverse default line looking down to Electric is because he doesn't need to worry about B main. He knows that Jota's got that area of the map covered. And the in-game leader set up, you could almost say, 3 kills. He gets, what, 2, and then Vladen down to red HP?
Sango will get there first by beating them into submission. Jacob is a guy to watch out for. Man that they highlighted on the desk. Will he truly have another quiet game? Yet to get loud here in the early portions of this matchup, and with the one rifle that stays over, which will be the basis of another buyback from the unpaid camp. See the other 4 AKs coming in for the other 4 players. Sang will have their start.
And perhaps you look at the Veto and say, was this a mistake for Unpaid not to be banning the likes of Anubis as a third map decider? This is a map that was picked in ESL Pro League for Sangul against FaZe, where they got that 13-2 result. They picked it against FlyQuest and got a 13-11. One of their highest picked maps in the pool, and one of the ones that are so successful. Vladen actually does bait the AWPer of Sammy, and because of that missed shot, they capitalise on an opener.
Youngster grabs the AWP and tries to turn it back onto Han, return the favour of his lost teammate, but ends up giving Han another good kill. Vladen up as well. Cypher, first man in against Jota, not expecting players to be so close to the electric. That smoke coming in does not phase the Brit. He just pushes through it, suppresses Temple with another smoke and further fire back against that position. xCloud not be allowed to move forward. Him and LNZ have got no choice but to save.
Good work. And if think about this for Sammy, okay, you've had a pretty quiet game, haven't developed much from map number 1, didn't really get the AWP out in map number 2. You come here to the decider, you've just won a gun round, you're down 1 and 3, you think, right, I'm going to get the AWP out, going to go for an aggressive challenge, and you miss straight away. And what happens? You miss the shot, and Varden just domes you. Then Han gets the refrag against LNZ that's looking for the trade. Confidence might not be the highest for Sammy. He might reflect on that round and say, oh, maybe I need to be a bit more passive. Maybe I'm not feeling like I can go for those aggressive moves. I wonder if he is going to be maybe a player that gets punished quite a lot on this decider.
Well, keep your eyes on him to see whether that is truly the case. He is a pretty important element for this squad. I mean, the success of Sangul does correlate to his addition to the roster.
Yeah. I mean, it does.
You don't sound like you agree, though.
I wouldn't say it's the main reason. I would say it's one of. You have to remember about the timing of the period. Jota came out, what, the end of March? And then the AWP came, what, a month later? And then the coach came just before that. So it's not just one piece, it's a few pieces. Okay. It's an AWP, it's a star rifler, and it's a coach. So I wouldn't put it on any of those 3 to say, okay, he was the difference. I think it was just structurally in the team, it all coming together because of the moves that they made.
Now it's time for that structure to take hold. Jumpy just called a tactical.
And in case you don't know about the AWPer, never played in the international landscape. Played on Aves in the Polish scene. Yep. PG Toro, one of those guys, or one of those teams, I should say, that grinded ESEA main and advanced for many seasons. Had a chance playing with Taz and Raiko out on Honoris, but really made his name on Anonymo before coming over here.
And that was actually the ex-Honoris roster, the core of which ended up going towards Anonymo. And
it did quite well, I would say. Yeah. Even the late Honoris Anonymo team was around the top end of Tier 2.
Yeah, it did all right. Especially considering that Honoris wasn't really known for its success when it was an existing organization.
Not at the beginning.
But like I can't remember if it was Taz or Neo that said in that interview on the organization's closing, they did produce some young talents, or this is one of them.
Yeah, very much so. I'd agree to that.
Unpaid. Looking to utilize more of that experience to put Sammy back down in the youngsters category. LNZ taking first contact. Sammy taking some damage to Jacob as well in the main and mid fight. They do adjust back towards camera. xCloud going to catch Cypher for a casualty back. Nexa is going to get left all alone with the old AWP as well. A third man also joining him there in mid. Suppressed by further utility, though. A minute to go for the hit.
It's a crazy amount of space for Unpaid, but unfortunately, they've already lost a first casualty, and they haven't been able to get a refrag. Now, Han is posted and waiting for another swing to come from camera, but he just misses that chance of finding one.
Not going to get a second one either as LNZ peeks into him. Jacob catches Jota, so at least keeps the man advantage manageable, but not by a massive margin, and also facing towards Sammy, who does get his licks in. Jacob down, 4 versus 2 now. Sangul in full control of this round, and Unpaid with 30 seconds to split their way into the A sites.
Well, it's good patience there from the CTs to not over-peek out from camera and put all of that targeting on the AWP. Vladen can try and work in from main, but it's unlikely they get a bomb down.
Checking back, sight up at heaven. xCloud's going to swing. LNZ catching Nexa looking the wrong way, and now that is the last man having to save once again for Unpaid. Sangul going blow for blow.
And this is what you want. Anytime you get a semi-final, anytime you get a last map decider, you don't want another 13-4, 13-5 kind of score. You want some back and forth, you want some fight, you want some territory between the two. LNZ could be happy about that one, but what about a round streak? What about some more confidence? And these back and forth rounds, we always say, affect the CT side, don't they, Jay? More expensive to buy, can break your economy harder.
Speaking of the CT side, they had the discussion on the desk of whether the T side start was truly important. Where do you sort of lie on that here for this match?
Not very much. I don't think so. Maybe more for Unpaid, just to be able to capitalize as much on the T side, but for Sangul, I don't think it really matters.
We're trail by 2, potentially still able to make it up to evens on the CT half.
Got to try and get rid of some of these AKs on the CT bases, because between Youngster, XCloud, and LNZ, with triple AKs on the CT side, you're thinking, right, this is where we're going to start doing some proper damage.
Youngster potentially the most exploitable man here, yet to find a frag in the early portions of this game, but Jota is going to join him with an M4 in support. A smoke down to the electric entrance. Meanwhile, Vladimir had to get flashed in, saying you're going to get completely blinded by it. The adjustment down towards the boosting player actually gives XCloud the information to get the returning frag.
Vladimir just tried to capitalize on the 2, but maybe should have stopped and just refragged and moved back out to the counter strafe. Jota and Youngster are going to set up a bit of an aggressive move.
Lean in, engage the spray. Jota wins it out. 2 to find, 1 with his head turned away. Jaken with a kill. Jota's now going to protect himself. Cypher does not move on to Electric directly, putting utility down to force the man out of position, start leaning in and checking the positions overall. Jota should be an easy enough pick to find. Gets caught off. Jaken doing damage. Cypher finishes off the job. They're down a man now on Sangul.
LNZ's been seen out to Glyph. Cypher wants to try and pin him, but he's not overextending.
Second man's also on the way in. XCloud will provide support. That bomb is outside of B main. It's got access towards mid, but time is so low that the rotation to A is not really an option for them. They're going to make their way up now. Put the utility up, and XCloud was also caught in transition, suspecting that there might have been an A rotation. He thought wrongly, and Harm will connect on LNZ. That's the casualty. Bombs on site will get planted. Nothing that XCloud can do.
Should opt to go for the save here. He's actually hanging around to look for some exit damage.
He'll lean forward. Check for Glyph. Check for main. Hearing Han's footsteps, hiding just outside of that smoke, but who loses out Cypher instead. Good headshot, good adjustment. Molotov the way from main. Senior had come through towards Electric, but towards the corner, not that the deep entryway. So still got exposed access towards the site and the bomb plant position. Han will connect on XCloud eventually. And Unpaid continue to make it happen.
And that's a moment where it's a classic B player's nightmare on Anubis, that if you get caught on that right wall, where do you go? Now, Jota has gone for that aggressive move, and he's kind of been cancelled, isn't he? He has to fall back into the bomb side, but you can't fall back into the side because Electric's open. So where do you go? You basically are a sitting duck. The best that you can hope for is to play around the pillar, maybe get 1 kill before falling, but between that crossfire of Jacob and Cypher, he just doesn't have a chance to do anything.
Now, broken investments for Sangul means that they can't do anything in this round either. Unpaid should hit 6. Fama being the best weapon, pistols for everyone else. Unpaid should make this a pretty easy round. A liability it should not be.
Easy picks out to A. And Unpaid, I'm looking at the score and I'm thinking 8-4 at the turn? Looks kind of likely. Good par, good goal to aim for.
I'd say so. The best case scenario, if they go flawless from here, is 10-2, and they'd absolutely lick their lips at that kind of scoreline, given the circumstances. Don't imagine Sang will be making it all that easy to attain, though. So they get the exit on Nexa. Youngster spots him. Jota actually does get the kill, but Han's there in extra support, so... No AK the game for the CT Forces. Samey's got 2 to find out here at Beach. Taps up Jacob. That's a good shot, or 2. Second man, still Cypher to get isolated, does take some damage, but not a massive amount of expense.
And this circumstance is really going to test the pedigree of an in-game leader like LNZ. Yep. Now, for him as a caller, he's really only had 1 good achievement on LAN, and that was winning IM4 of 2021, one of the RMRs with NIP, way back in October a few years ago. Had a best of 5 versus ENCE, which was a 3-1 win. Now, at the time, that was the Snappy, Dotto, Diha, Hades, and Spinks roster. We've seen him do decently in the Tier 2 landscape and in with the local scene, but to push for a grand final and to push a rematch versus Nemiga, you've got to step it up as an IGL now.
Making those moves in for Unpaid to continue along their fragging prowess. Youngsters seen by Cypher first, not able to get the kill for the AK. Had utility pulled out on the CT side. Backs off towards Glyph and supporting his teammates there towards the B main position. Vladen finding X-Flower, taking a lot of damage for it. And Jacob beating out the smoke for Jota. He's going to sneak his way all the way up to the bomb site. Youngsters are going to get caught for it, and Jota just holds the trade in time.
At least they get the man advantage. Now, Samy's getting pressurized out here in A, and LNZ is trying to press towards mid. Now, notice how Unpaid were utilizing so much of mid on the T defaults against Fnatic, but in this isolated map, they're hardly ever using mid.
Oh, AWP just about spotted. Vladen not connected in the AWP. Will land hard. A pixel sticking out of his backside, and Cypher has to force the issue on the B site, which he will do. Sammy up to clutch.
This is such a tough 1v2, because you don't have the info. You know that Cypher's on the bomb site, but where's Nexa?
Must have been aware of him to being towards the A site on the Unpaid information game. But where's he going to come from? Back at Canals to continue along his backstab campaign, or back from the A bomb site itself? He's looking towards Jail in the open exposed positions on the T side of the map. CT being checked. Nexa's moved towards Glyph though. Sammy, Incendiary in that position. Nexa just swings for the kill immediately. His back was turned. And Cypher's getting into this matchup. Most certainly at this stage, Unpaid of the half.
Now, I wonder, are Sangul playing to win, or are they playing not to lose? Because those are two very different things, and it does send remarks to the Fnatic series we only had a few hours ago. Fnatic should be beating Nemiga. Sangul should be beating Unpaid. But instead, I'm looking at a 2-7 deficit on the CT side of what should be your best map in the pool.
5 to the good on Unpaid, who certainly feel like they're playing to win in my eyes.
It's just slipping away from them. You can feel it from the rounds, from the camera perspective. I mean, Youngster, the Canal player, Electric's a star position. He's 0-7.
Sweet nada gained by him in this matchup. Unpaid. Another set of pistols to deal with. Upgrade pistols, yes, on Sangul. The T-side line with the rifle set and disallowing any chances for any steals in these kinds of rounds as well. So you can't look at this and give Sangul a chance, especially that LNZ's gone down.
And I would say, in a semi-final, in a last map beside Jay, when you've got a player 0-7, there's 3 people that should take responsibility. One of them is Youngster, the next one is the in-game leader, and the third one is the coach. Between those 3, they need to change this around. You cannot have a player performing to this.
Youngster on the back lines here of the A-site take with all 4 players stacked in, looking for damage, looking to take rifles out of their hands, and Jota will be able to strike with a couple. But now with all that information, the bomb backs off. Harm will stick around to ensure that they don't pick up these AKs and turn it into a retake. He lands on Jota to give X-Floud nothing left. All the way back towards the A-site. Grab one of those dropped AKs, save him into the Nexus. The best you can do, because Unpaid are up 8-2. And well, that 10-2 dream is feeling a little bit more likely.
And this is where you start poking the question, where is the Sangul that qualified 3-0 to the RMR? Where is the Sangul that beat FaZe in Pro League, that beat Heroic, that beat FlyQuest? The ones that have won back-to-back CCTs in the last few months. The ones that have just qualified to Pro League after beating Sashi and Saw and Nemiga in the playoffs. They are dropping off.
Third map deciders have been Sangul's key thing in this tournament. We were yet to see them from Unpaid, uncharted waters for the unorged side. And here they stand, doing lights out kind of work.
Are they getting humbled?
Possibly.
Are they thinking that Unpaid is an unworthy opponent? That we look at them and say, yeah, they've got some experienced players, but they're a mix. They're not going to beat us.
There's a very possible and plausible explanation behind it. I mean, these are all mental game things.
Imagine being Nemiga as well. Very similar to how the Fnatic story went down in the last best of 3. You would expect Sangul were prepping Fnatic. So surely Nemiga should have been prepping for Sangul on the rematch. And instead, it looks like we're going to get another opponent in the grand final.
The battle of the underdogs here in the RES Regional Champions, and how stunning that would be.
Aurora in last place, and Fnatic and Sangul to drop in the semis. Imagine that.
Hell of a day to be Unpaid. 6 rounds to the good on them, on the T side.
5 rounds away from winning another 25K.
Flash forward for Cypher in towards Electric. He's burning a little bit, but Youngster's blinded, but he does hold on to that kill barely. His first kill of this map at last, but Vladimir going to take it right back from him and look towards Jota next up. Jota continues to trace to go the way of the CT side. Sangler up a man.
The problem is the B players can't activate because of the resmoke towards main. All of that challenge that Vladin and Cypher put out to Electric is wasted. So what they need to do now is start pressurizing elsewhere on the map. Han is starting to walk out, create a bit of space towards mid. He might be able to catch a timing against Sammy and Temple.
We're going to go back for the bomb as well. Next is ensuring that no one's pushed on the Sangl side. AWP battle going the way of Han. That is all important.
That's a big frag to win because that doesn't give a huge amount of info. Jota's down here in the canals. Is it a drop down? Is it a complete play into camera? They don't know.
Looking into the window. Next has got the bomb on his back. A headshot to take for Jota. We'll have to send Unpaid back to grab it. 26 seconds to get down to the A bomb site as well. Incendiaries will ensure that it doesn't go any further than this. And now the AMK looks to peek in for Jota, but he didn't fire his bullet. Caught napping, LNZ now hearing footsteps towards mid, but where are they going? Back towards canals, into the B bomb site. Han leads the charge, but it's 8 seconds. LNZ, he's going to suppress them as best he can. The HGs are up, the smokes are in, and Han, he's caught damage with a defuse, well, the pot, I should say, it's coming back just at the last second, and they're in the 2 versus 2, but they're so heavily damaged up. The AK spray of X-Cloud does not find Jacob. He dips back behind that smoke, and Han waits for contact. A swing to come straight his way. LNZ's picked up, and X-Cloud is charging into the bomb site. He's looking for the bomb. He's looking for the tease. He's holding it. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Oh, and Han just peaks for the triple. Just gets the 9th for Unpaid.
And it's not quite a clutch, but it's a 2vx. That is a huge round. What happened in mid? What happened with Jota? He had the pre-aim. He had the fight. Was it a technical issue? We do not know. That looked as if every single day you would win that fight against Jacob, and it didn't happen. LNZ out there at the back of Glyph was so close to denying that bomb from going down, a few ticks away, but instead it was a bomb down and a Han play to close out 9.
Was that just divine intervention here in Belgrade? The admins go charging straight in to the playing room for the Sangl side, because that really came down to a single pick and a very last second plant. Everything coming undone for Sangl when, by all accounts, they had the bomb out in mid and everything should have gone their way. Oh my God! Alt tab for Jota! No way! Oh my God!
That's... Well, you have to give all the credit to Han. He's the one that won that fight against Sammy and Temple. He's the one that won that 2v2. Doesn't matter what happened on the other side. Han still had to win it for Unpaid.
That is mental.
Who would have seen that?
And that is everything for Unpaid. Just to add to the problems that Sangl have faced here in this final map of the best of 3.
That just tilts them. Mentally, that destroys them. I mean, it's already 2-9, but imagine that happening.
Doesn't help that the FAMASas are out to play, that Sangl have got to take it because that was an officially live round.
Oh, you got to push for double digits. Push for 10 here.
Unpaid smell blood in the water, and they strike on Jota. Jacob with his kill. The molly sent as well to catch Youngster off for it. He will get a trade, but Nexus right there with a double. And Unpaid take no prisoners.
Oh, they're coming for the cash. They're coming for the glory. They're coming for Nemiga at this point. Cypher to try and cut the rotation to get the kill against Sammy. And X-Cloud out towards CT is the last one in a 1v4.
Unpaid, unrelenting, and unforgiving to Sangl. Cypher will get taken aback. They put the incendiaries up, bring that bomb in towards this B bomb site. X-Cloud careful about giving away his position. He suspects that the bomb was already looking to get planted, but that HE will not do any damage. He will get up to the central pillar and back out towards Temple. He'll hear that bomb plant coming in, though. He'll ensure the backstab won't be coming out for them, though. At least know that his back line is clear. He's just got to retake to the site.
He's just not been given a chance. He's hoping for a CT flank. Vlad and Nexa and Han, they just need to not overpeak in this 3v1. Slow out the clock. There's just no way that you could lose it.
He's waiting for someone to make a move. He thinks there's a bigger plan at play, but there's not.
The kills from Nexa. This last one, so clean against LNZ.
Oh, hang on. Okay, I thought for a second they were going to go in for that attempted retake for Exile. He caught Nexa, but Han quickly shut it back down. 10-2 on the board. A monstrous opening half. And I know that T-sides might not matter, but at this point you are hoping that Anubis is the most T-sided map, I should say, if you are Sangor, because this is going to have to be the most monstrous comeback.
Now, I can be with a bit of forgiveness for the alt tab, okay? I can look at that and say that's unfortunate. What about the rest of the half, Jay? This is Sangor. This is a team that are our tournament favourites, that should be in the grand final having that rematch against Nemiga, and you are giving me 2 rounds on a first half on a decider. That is embarrassing. That is not good enough to compete at this level for me.
Especially when they fought so hard to gain the 13-4 in the last map.
Just been completely outclassed.
Unpaid, firing on all cylinders. Sangor have been unable to respond. They will need to do it now. How far is the tilt going to affect them on the T side? Can they bring something back? Jacob. USP set in to look to the shoulder baits of youngster Exile. Will get both of those kills. They're down and out.
A great start from Jacob. And Sangor, what's left? The B split, LNZ to come in from Electric, and the bomb to come out from main.
Julie stand to attention. Cypher almost looks away, looks back into Jota, who will still get that kill regardless. And Sami's bomb has been seen. CT attention will get drawn back out as Sami will trade to a 3 versus 3 and extend all the way up to spawn.
Jacob could be on for a triple. What about the timing? Doesn't know about the cave player aggressive.
Can't hit the headshot. Finally, LNZ will fall. Glock takes him back. 2 versus 2. But now Jota has been tagged up. They're on the bomb site, though, unpaid. Without kits. Looking around the corner, try and challenge Sami. Then they must have pushed together. Oh, good goose on Han. He's now low HP. It has to be on Vladen to get these 2 picks in. Maybe his teammate to hold the defuse down. Sami being chased up. Vladen needs to kill. Han's dropped now. Jota's low. Hearing footsteps to the left and right. And Jota's playing Ring of Rosies. And by 14 points of health and a quadra to his name, will save Sangor with the pistol.
Oh, just about. They hold off. But for how much longer? How many more survival rounds now? I want to take you back to one of the games that we saw between Unpaid and Gamer Legion in the RMR closed qualifiers. There was a massive, I think it was a 12-2 scoreline out Mirage, and it ended up going all the way to overtime. And it was because of that that they ended up losing and couldn't qualify to the RMR. This is going to be in the minds of a lot of the players to say, we've been in similar positions before, let's not buckle it. Let's not fall under the pressure, and let's deliver these final few rounds.
Unpaid will have to give up a couple more back to Sangor. Upgrade pistols again. And leaning more heavily towards the gun buy in the next round. We've got plenty of breathing room. Can allow a few more to come back from Sangor. Plants will look to be secured here on the B side because it has been cleared up. A lot heavy-handed towards mid from Unpaid. The next battle will recognise that, get some cash on his bank. Quick burst at a double, not the triple. Not like it matters.
The youngster just making sure that those anti-eco frags are being farmed up. Unpaid with all of the expectation in these next few pivotal rounds. Do not give Sangor a round streak. Do not give them a look in this second half.
Jota padding his stats a bit more. The impressive 4 that got them back into control in that last round gave Sangor a bit of a lifeline. Chasing down Jacob to see if they can get him to drop the same as Deagle. Take any of these players out would be an expense to be spared, but no one will fall, fortunately, for the Sangor side. Unpaid. Zico done. So what do they do next?
Round by round, things are going to have to be almost perfect from the Sangor side. You're going to be reliant on opening picks. You're going to be reliant on very good trading. You're going to be on the money with getting these bonus weapons up close and personal. It's tough, because when you're looking at this kind of scoreline, you want to get all the AKs out. You can't. You've got to protect the economy. You have to use this as a bonus.
Unpaid will take all their rifles back in, meanwhile.
And notice how no one's got only head Kevlar, so it's going to be difficult for the MAC-10 to force a kill.
No incendiaries for Unpaid utility belt, so...
This looks to be a fast B split.
Set in towards Electric in main. They've got Nexa and Cypher to hold the defensive. The M4 looking to lean in, add electric, got utility sent back there. Spraying, blinded, doing damage, not getting out of those kills, but is aware of their presence. Now Nexa has to smoke main, has to be ready for a split play to come forward. Han's backstab is going to catch the bomb carrier, and it's back up together. Unpaid, sneaky, so sneaky, we didn't even see it. And as the rifle has dropped, the MAC-10s will need to make their way into the bomb site and recover the bomb as well. Nex has fallen for one. Jacob will not be the same victim, at least not to Youngster, and certainly not to LNZ. X-Floud on a lurk on the other side of the map. There's nothing he can do. Unpaid, push up to 11.
And there is no denying that the weakened bomb site on the city side of Anubis in this tournament has been B. Cypher and Nexa have struggled to communicate between them. They've struggled to hold off on the bomb site hits. So of course, if you're LNZ, you're thinking, right, we've got bonus weapons. Let's go and target the weakened bomb site. Let's try and get ourselves out. And instead, you get a really good spam from Cypher, which tells him straight away, okay, there's at least 2 in electric. Han, make that info play. Go aggressive into mid, set up that backstab. And Han just wins the round off of that multi, doesn't he?
X-Floud trying to get something out of main before the round ends. Needs to go down before time. MAC-10's not worth saving. We'll take one player with, and the TTs are backing off, though they know what to do. Ensure that this man will fall with no cash bonus. Damaged up, 28 HP, dead to rights on Cypher as he peeks back into main. Threat neutralized, AK recovered, unpaid. Now only 2 more rounds away from the grand finals of the RES Regional Champions.
And we do see fairly frequently at the tier 1 level how good some teams can do with a stand-in or not quite the full lineup if something quite comes through. We don't see it very frequently at tier 2. Unpaid have been, well, proving everyone wrong at every single point.
Yes.
I didn't think they were going to make the playoffs, let alone push for a grand final.
1xBet didn't even have them as favourites in this series. Now they are leading by such a massive margin on that money line. X-Floud take a 34 to start things off for Sangul. Jacob took some of that in return. It's not an opening kill just yet. Utility coming in towards camera to try and force Jacob into an off angle. He just goes behind that smoke and gets the harder cover.
So much space from Sangul. The problem is, are you expecting potentially a CT player? Is Nexus somewhere around that temple or deep CT position?
LNZ spotted, Nexa takes the kill, and Sammy drops, double up, triple found! Beauty of a sequence! And Youngster and Jota are left with their heads in their hands, and with no game plan to recover this bomb. This looks like it is game, set, and match for Unpaid.
And do you remember at the start of this map, Jay, when I said, well, why should it be competitive? We had a 13-4, we had a 13-5. Look at what's happening now, 11-4. Nexa with a brilliant multi-frag, and now just stalling the T's even further. They're running out of time. I'd say they're running out of players. They have at least forced it into a 2v2.
But Nexa's still alive. Triple in this round. AK picked up. He's waiting for more. Facing from Youngster, trying to challenge onto Vladen. Nexa's on that corner, though. Smoke against him. Does go down. Sangul trying to pick up the bomb. Eventually, they will get it, but Vladen is now back towards CT. They have to go for the safe plant. Youngster might swing. Jota might plant open. M4 baiting out the AK to give up his position. Sangula trying to gain something left in this 2 versus 2. Han moving up, sprayed down, gets the kill. Jota returns, low HP 1v1, and Vladen is the man in the clutch. The last man you want to see on the other side of the board for Sangul, but it doesn't matter to Jota. Easily the guy that's delivered the most for his side, keeping them away from map and match points.
It just about looked as if that round was honestly completely over. Nexa did an extremely good job of slowing down this split, dropping the bomb in uncomfortable territory. A huge man up. That's a 4v2 at one point in the round. So a great recovery. Han gets almost both kills, lines them up. Jota's on 12 points of health. A must-win round, but surely it is just survival at this point for Sangul.
They'll get another round at least, but you are right. Unpaid. Giving this up by virtue of the weaponry and the economy state rather than anything Sangul are doing right here. Round 17, it should be number 6. We'll see them pressing onwards towards the bomb site, towards that plant. See if Unpaid's upgrades on Vladen and Nexa and Han can do anything of any worth.
Unpaid's full focus is going to be on that next gun round now. Han is got himself a decent cash flow, so I expect his eyes are going to be on the prize of getting that big green up.
Seeing how well he can do with that weapon as well.
He's had a really consistent best of 3. He's performed well in the decider.
Yes, he has. Extremely well placed, extremely well done. Unpaid. Beneficiaries of their lead. The efforts of guys like Hahn, like Jacob, who indeed has brought a lot more firepower in this map than he has done in the last 2. So T-Time was right about that one. He has made the difference.
Well, I don't know if he actually has brought as much impact. The numbers might be there, but I'm reflecting on the majority of the rounds in the first half. We were getting a lot of good entries from Cypher, and we were getting a lot of good late round situations from Hahn. Holding weight of individual players have pushed Unpaid to 11, and now with a tactical timeout coming through, just simmer, just relax. Because they are, what, 2 rounds away from winning at least 50K?
Yep. 2 rounds away from the grand finals. No doubt that when they get there, if they get there, and still, I mean, I'll say when, you know?
Yeah, I'd agree to that. And yeah, PCs would probably go flying. I imagine Cypher's getting up on the desk. He is breaking everything as soon as they get to 13.
What an incredible run this has been for Unpaid, regardless of if they make it to the grand finals. And they still are odds on to do it. 5 to make up for Sangul. They're still facing a bit of a broken buy for Unpaid. SMG for Cypher and for Nexa. Hahn's on the AWP, Vlad and Jacob are on those rifles. And it's slow to contact for Sangul, as you would expect.
And while we've been covering all the Group B, Jay, and not casting any of the Group A games, I will say that this is easily the most disruptive series to an AWPer of Sammy that I have seen.
Yeah.
Hardly anything has come out of him on map 1, map 2, and the 3rd. Sangul reliant on the riflers and reliant on Jota to get them out of trouble. Cypher and Nexa on B. You've got a triple A stack at the moment. Oh, actually, no, triple B with Jacob on a boost up to look into that B main area.
And that M4 watching for any contact that might come out early. In the end, that's not to be received by Sangul.
Really silent in this round.
Past the minute mark, and Molotov start getting sent towards mid. Clearing up that position, and there is no active contact there for Unpaid. They might have to start considering rotating a player back, though. That camera individual of Vlad and the HGs that will try and place pretty nicely. Not any damage being done there towards Jota. He now makes his moves up. Hahn's AWP, got to play double duty on scopes towards Jota, but Vlad's on the side with a kill. Turns back towards main. X-Cloud quickly overwhelms. The AWPer's got to rotate back and regroup with his teammates for the retake.
And Vlad has done everything that you can there. The issue is, do you even want to commit to this retake?
Lack of mid defensive for Unpaid. The AWP still scoped in. They're going to face together. They won't quite get as much, but Jacob lines 2 up. X-Cloud has got to trade it, but they've lost the man advantage here, Sangul.
Oh, he should be going for this now. Cypher's got a flashbang and Nexa's got an incendiary.
Still caught up in Tembleson's going to take extra time to get towards the bomb site. They're making their way in right now from range. X-Cloud sprays, does tons of damage. Youngster can finish off one of the kills. Hahn knows where he is. He's got no kit, though. Got to tap the bomb. Got to force him out to take a fight. Tap burst of the AKs from both sides. Eventually, Hahn goes towards the kit, but he loses his life, and Sangul maintain their lives.
It's been back-to-back rounds where clutches are being reliant. These late round scenarios of 1vx's. Great lineup from Jacob. Frustration from Hahn because you're very defensive in there at what we call storage, in at the beach position. He probably should be winning that first fight against the swing. He should be connecting on that heaven player. If he just gets one, maybe it sets up Jacob for more in the rounds. Unpaid are struggling to close, but at least they're going back to these hero rifles. And remember, back to all tournaments so far, they have looked deadly on these kind of buys.
Talk about clutches. Remember how many clutches came through for Sangul in the last map.
And finally, a B stack that's actually being hit.
Unpaid to receive early damage being done to several players. The M4 sneaking inside of the smoke. Nexa trying to block them. Cypher's blinded by all these flashbangs. Hahn is going to get found first. Cypher to strike, and Youngster and Jota can overwhelm Nexa and Cypher all the same. The 5-7 of Vladen from the back lines will take Jota with him, and Jacob will press up with the hero M4 bought in. $100 left on his savings. So got to find some impact if this retake comes together. We'll save the weapon very early. X-Lab is picked up. Samy's adjusted towards, and now Youngster is all alone. underwhelming in the first half, picking up some pace in the second. Can he clutch this time? Bomb tapped once for Vladen, swinging with the AK. Jacob goes with him, and Vladen uses the bait to secure Unpaid's map, match, and semi-final points.
And that entire round is just mind-boggling. Jacob is sitting, fading the smoke. He gets the player on the backside, and then Samey's what? Trying to wide swing, trying to trade? The timing is completely off there. He needed to swing earlier. He needed to be in a closer angle. Instead, he gives Jacob isolated fights. Watch it again. That is a ripper of a shot from Jacob, and the boys know that the job is nearly done.
5 chances to close. Cinderella's gong has not sounded. The princess keeps twirling, and Unpaid keep moving on here, so long as Sangul do not break the curse.
And this is the buy to do it in. Notice there's one Galil and there's a lack of util across the board. You don't have a full set of utility bases here for Sangul.
Galil for Samey, it's weakened in areas. The AWP's in for Han, the AK for Vladen.
We've just seen being B-stacks, round after round here for Unpaid too.
And they're gonna keep it going, 3 players out here. Will Sangul fall for the same trap again? Smokes in early towards mid for Jacob. M4 behind position. The HEs that will go deep to dish out some damage. He will take a pop shot against his name. The HE at the T side trying to reveal his presence, but he'll just blind fire from beyond that smoke, give away no kills.
Sangul are desperate for an opener. They've been very defensive on this T side. They've been running the clock. They haven't been pushing electric all that frequently, haven't been exposing the A main space. They've been slowly retaking mid. Now you've got a deeper smoke on B, but no attention's drawn. This is set up for another A split through camera and main.
Nice HE on Youngster. Continuing to wear down the health of Sangul.
They're gonna swing mid. They've got 3. We've seen this set up before.
This could be the bomb carrier dropping as well.
This is the Fnatic setup. This is what they did against Unpaid.
Taking a leave out of their opposition's playbook because it was so good in that series, but Jota is broken before it even gets started. Valen's good for a kill. Now Nexa's got a strike. 2 for 2 trade, and Jota drops. The bomb's in the open, and Nexa's got backup on the way, but Sangul are going to be quicker. Youngster's already out here. HE sent this direction. Down a half HP, he'll go. As smokes and incendiaries come out, extinguished. HE's try and dish out some damage, and they've just recovered the bomb for it. Plant secured. He's still a man up for Unpaid.
LNT needs to fight straight away against the camera individuals, but he only gets 1.
Youngster swings back against Cypher, but Cypher has locked it in. 13-7 Unpaid. Unreal, and all the way into the grand finals.
Now they've worked hard for that, but they've delivered a masterclass. Map 1 of Ancient was comfortable, and Map 3 of Anubis was swimming with confidence. 10-2 at the half, with Youngster struggling to get a kill. This is a shocker of a showing for Sangul. The upset of the tournament for me.
Yeah.
To have both Nemiga in the final beating Fnatic, and to have Sangul losing out to the likes of Unpaid, it doesn't make sense on paper.
In terms of individual results, I'll agree with you here that this is probably the biggest upset of the tournament. The fact of the matter is, though, we've lost both of our favourites in the semi-finals, and that makes things very, very fun for our grand final later today. But for now, it's all celebrations in the Unpaid camp. They take the series over Sangul. It's back to the desk and the boys.
I probably look too happy for a person that was so horribly wrong in my predictions today, because, I mean, at least maybe the thing that makes me feel better is that I'm not the only one in that, but there's T-Time who is doing his like victory dance right now because he is right now the big brain of the desk.
Yep.
Take it. Go for it.
I'm going to keep on going because here's the thing. It always felt like Unpaid are eventually going to get these stable players showing up. Eventually, someone like Jacob will. I could have doubts about Cypher, I'll be honest. I think that is a bit more of a unsure variable. But at the same time, the reason why even going into the series, I'm looking at who's overperforming for Sangul. It's Samey and it's Youngster. And although Youngster still had a decent map too, I just didn't think he's going to keep it going when there's this much pressure on him. And, you know, that's sort of what we saw.
Yeah, and I think as well, they came in with a very aggressive mindset, I think, on the side of Unpaid. They started off with a very aggressive pistol, and then, you know, they lose a round, and then immediately they see this reaction where you can see Sangal wanted to take control of the canals. This is the type of play I thought Sangal would go for very frequently, but they got punished for it so well by a well-timed flash. They had Vladin inside of the smoke. They had a protocol built, actually anticipating, I think, a play like that, and they were so quick to react that Sangal had, like, what, I think one more round on that CT side where they actually drove a bit of the initiative, and even then they still weren't able to close that round. They, I think, really turtled up from there on out, and that was also part of the problem in that when they were playing defensively, that youngster ability to win his fights and get to late round situations, that wasn't present for Sangal anymore.
And look, this is also where it was sort of expected, right? That this is going to be, if you're not going to be able to actually overcome these small early initiative pieces that are supposed to give you confidence, are you going to pull that out again? You know, this is where I did have question marks for someone like LNZ, someone like Jumpy, about whether they'll be able to rally together the troops. And unfortunately for them, the answer was no. Of course, that wasn't the only question that was asked later on. We also had a very nice play being made by Jacob. This was a push through the smoke being predicated off the back of Cypher showing presence early on. We don't see the kills from Jacob over here, but Cypher as well then does the same. There was this great interplay on this T side between Jacob and Cypher every time they felt like they were putting the B-bomb site under risk, and that's one of the reasons why Youngster was having so many issues.
Yeah, no, I think in general, you could definitely see that the nerves, I think, crept back in. I think the massive talking point this tournament, I guess, for Sangal and their ambitions to win is whether or not Sammy can get on the same page and actually produce for them on an AWPing level. He had done that for the majority of the tournament up until this very series, which I think is a little bit of a shame, because I think the growth was definitely palpable in those types of moments. But I think there were so many rounds that when we reflect on them, I'm surprised at how well Unpaid are able to get all these rounds together. You know, if I'm really thinking about the ability to call in clutch or to push them away. And this is not to say that there wasn't moments where, I mean, Jota showed up this entire series, but this is a type of round you cannot afford to lose if you're Unpaid. Or against, or rather, Sangal. You're on a low buy on Unpaid, you're trying to defend, and then Jacob, in back-to-back rounds, finds multi-kills, re-entering into both the A bomb site and B as well. This time they were able to take it over the finish line, and that felt like the final knockout punch.
And of course, that wasn't the only round where it felt like Sangal couldn't afford to lose, but they still let it go. There were a couple of places where they felt like they had advantage. And over here, I mean, you look at this again. Youngster initially does actually manage to find the kill. This was what broke his drier streak, and then immediately afterwards you see the advantage found, but Harn continues to pressure out in middle. Jota then goes forward, is able to pick up a frag or two, but that's again Harn and Jacob, that late round play between each other, great communication, fantastically cool in these late round clutch situations, and yeah, they're just not losing.
But a little bit of fortune going their way as well, because we had the unfortunate note of Jota reflanking mid in a 3 versus 2 and then crashing. Like, that is one of those circumstances that's just heart-wrenching. If there was going to be a path back into this game, it felt like that was going to be the first start of maybe a third or maybe a fourth round to come afterwards. But I mean, that's a very... It's just heartbreaking. I can't describe it any other way.
Yeah. It's definitely heartbreaking for Sangal, because in the LNZ interview he mentioned that, like, as a team that has like maybe the highest rank, they obviously are the favorites and they maybe have high expectations for themselves. And right now this happens against a team that is literally being unpaid.
Yeah, well, they've guaranteed themselves at least $50,000 out of this tournament.
They're still fighting for the full 150K over here as well. But I also want to credit Sangal for what they've done over here, because I think the fact that they're still able to put together such a convincing performance on Vertical was very promising. This is a team that has shown us that they can both have level ups from players we don't expect it from, but also step ups as far as the calling department is concerned. This is a team that has shown that, you know what, going into the RMRs and whatnot, they should be feared. And, you know, this is going to be an incredible experience for them going forward. I I wasn't just joking when I said that I think they need to face adversity like this. They need to see the value of experience and veterancy and close games not going your way, and in some cases close rounds not going your way. And one of the reasons why so many of those rounds didn't was Vladin. Throughout this tournament, he has been the clutching rock on the unpaid side. He's been great at some opening frags as well, but mostly in the late rounds when they leave him to his own devices, he plays 20 years ahead of his age.
And it's definitely a characterization we had of Vladin coming into this tournament, but it's also something that he didn't show in the early days or in the earlier series that they played. But it definitely further as it's developed, I think they're creating more opportunities and more spaces for Vladin to flex those muscles.
Yeah, in a way, it's kind of wild considering that like we had like the groups, we had like only 8 teams, and so far not a single series repeated. Maybe we were expecting, you know, like a Sangal in the end against Nemiga, but no, that's not going to happen. Basically, the second teams from each group managed to survive, and they're going to face each other in the grand finals. Considering that right now Unpaid had to go to all 3 maps, I do believe that they deserve a little break, and so do we.
The world is changing quickly.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
We had to wait for this moment for a little bit longer than we expected, but it doesn't matter because we actually wait for this for a few months. Finally, this is the grand finals of the RES Regional Champions. And we have two underdogs that most of us did not expect to go this far. Guys, this is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, when we looked at the initial groups, we thought, oh, there's maybe a couple teams that are out of place in terms of LAN experience. They're maybe still trying to build themselves up. But, I mean, I think it's very fitting that we end up with Nemiga as one of our teams within the RES Regional Championships because they have won 3 of those events that had them qualify and get so many of those relog points. To get to this position, it would be a shame if they teetered out when they were so I guess, driven to get to this point.
And it's actually funny because it feels like one of the few teams that actually beat them even in the online editions was Unpaid under their former name. And it's fitting, right, where we've got it. It's unexpected in every way because on one end there's Nemiga, the amateur team, the rookie team coming through with a lot less experience. On the other side, it's Unpaid with baggage for days, more than an airline would let you carry coming into this tournament, and they carry it on their backs instead, doing fantastically well individually. This makeshift squad has come through stolen hearts, but meanwhile, Nemiga have broken hearts again and again. They started with Group A, where they took a bit of a beating from Sangul, but it's not like they didn't take it to them as well. Soon after, eliminating Aurora, invited team, eliminating Fluxo, the Brazilian dream, and guaranteeing themselves into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, that started off what is turning out to be multiple days where Sangul and Nemiga were likely to play each other. And then you look over at Group B and the road that Unpaid were able to travel as well. For them, they got kind of brutalized versus Fnatic, always trailing in both those maps. And then when you see them in the lower bracket, get a bit more confidence against a team Solid that did improve, but maybe didn't impress, and a Paravision that completely, I don't know, I didn't feel like Paravision really stood much of a chance against a powered-up Unpaid.
In some kind of way, we can say that both our teams are going through like a Cinderella story. Maybe one team a little bit more than the other just because of the whole situation, but yes, Unpaid and Nemiga are the two teams that we're gonna see right now here in the big final. Honestly, I have like such mixed feelings because, as I already mentioned, no one likes to be wrong, but this is a great storyline.
Oh, I mean, it is a great storyline, just purely from the perspective as, I mean, a team that is having issues with their contract or their organization now put into a tournament where there's $250,000 on the line. And for them, I mean, it's about redefining and making sure that their careers are, I guess, stable after this point. There's a lot of questions about whether or not the team stays together based on how well they do at this event or future events that are upcoming as well. And whether or not there are organizations that will look at some of these players. But I think there are definitely a few names on that list that have still stood out even when the games have looked the toughest.
And for the unpaid side, I mean, this is also where it's going to be even more interesting as we go forward and consider everyone they've beaten, everyone they've gotten past in this tournament so far. When you look over towards the names, it's so many teams that have actually made the RMRs where that felt like a dream they've lost twice out over. Once to a player not checking in on time, once to obviously dire circumstances that you couldn't talk about. You took all the flack for, then months later you come out and over there. So it's nice to see them get this run, but nice doesn't matter, right? At this point, it's not about, oh, what a lovely story it would be, this and that. This is about war, and Khan has been the one leading his team as far as surprising impact is concerned in the rifling position, sometimes in the op as well at the group stage. Then, of course, Risky Bob right behind him. Fantastic lurking presence so far, has really highlighted himself as a man to watch out for. You still have a lot more where that came from, though. Zwei also stepping up into the field, looking absolutely fantastic. And then Lair, IGL of the team, making some great calls. Finally, how can we not remember Xanter, the man all hyped up going into the tournament and built up as it proceeded on and on and on.
Yeah, no, I think this Nemiga team obviously have so many different threats at different points. And, you know, there was a lot of emphasis on Xanter and Risky Bob, I guess, primarily as sort of entry, I guess, assertive players on the team. Maybe a few questions about Khan and whether he'd actually hit a level within LAN. But I think the real revelation has been Zwei and the level that he himself is unlocked, because there's so many rounds of high impact frags he's able to do. He's also someone that can sometimes lurk extremities. He does have a variety of tricks up his sleeve, so to say.
Yeah, but this is the lineup that we're going to see on one of the sides. On the other, it's going to be unpaid. And there we can see way more familiar faces because some, as already mentioned, they actually got to play in the grand finals of a major.
Yeah, part of the Cinderella story is as well that there are Serbians on this team, and we are in a LAN in Serbia. I mean, Vladen, of course, has come in clutch so many times. Jacob as this mid-rotating, heavy, calling heavy kind of guy as well. Also going in for a lot of opening frags. Harn, I think, has added some extra stability as the tournament has progressed. And then you have Nexa, the actual in-game leader of this squad that is trying to facilitate and allow his stars to shine. And of course, one of those stars that he's trying to enable is Cypher, that honestly, coming into the semifinals was looking a little shaky, but in the maps they won, he was a big influence.
And this is a team that's come with momentum behind them. Momentum, obviously, from leveling up, but then also the momentum of a story. And although I keep saying this is not about the stories, internally, when you're in this team talk, when you feel like you're against the world, and to be very honest, they were against the world for a couple of these last months with all the criticisms, everything being levied against them. When you come from all of that to a place where you can take it all, it feels like nothing's going to stop you on the inside of the team. The comms are good, the vibes are good, you're feeling like you can take it over, and you don't critically have that same kind of pressure because you've all been there before.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I'd highlight the Serbian players on the team. There's always a Serbian coach that has actually been the face and is, I guess, the lightning rod for a lot of the criticisms as well, as an outspoken analyst, broadcast, coaching guy. He has a lot of opinions, and people were not scared, I guess, of sharing their opinions about his team.
Well, at this desk, we got to talk about a lot of players, but I feel like in the last 4 days on Nemiga, we really pointed out one player in particular, and that is Risky Bob.
Yeah, Risky Bob, of course, coming through, not necessarily the player who I thought would be starring the highest. I thought, okay, would have some decent rounds here and there, but he's come through as the highest rated player on Nemiga. A team that has had a lot of individual performances and very few letdowns, and that's a crucial point. Risky is at the forefront of a very fortified ship, and you can't say the same for Jacob. Jacob obviously coming in a little bit cold off of the back of the semifinals that we just witnessed, but overall, he has been there when no one else has. When Harn has been faltering, when Nexa hadn't quite found his grips on his gun yet, when Cypher wasn't necessarily playing at his best, it felt like Jacob never faltered, at least not until those first two maps of the semifinals.
He's put in the high influence positions. You know, he's maybe not put into star positions, but if you're going to try and put Jacob anywhere, you want him in the middle of the map, you want him being able to, I guess, control the game to a certain degree and make some very informed decisions, which he will be able to do very handily, and that is a great sort of secondary man that Nexa has, a reliable piece that will find frags. flags, find information, and make sure that they're making the right call.
That's why he has also pretty high impact numbers, because sometimes you might not even need like the flashy plays. In the end, it just matters if you're getting the needed kills that actually turn around the whole round.
Yes, but he also does sometimes get the flashy plays as well, right? Because I don't want to just diminish him down to only a supportive cast, because I think sometimes that seems to be what people say. That being said, you saw in Anubis the impact he was having, creeping through smokes, shoring up weaknesses where need be, being always on time on rotations, feeling like he's always at the right place at the right time. That's the Jacob they're going to need in this finals. There's also, however, another Jacob, the one who's doing none of those things. And that is the one who, if that shows up, Nemiga is eating good tonight.
We'll see. That really depends if they're maybe getting their ancient that they really like. I believe that today we are all going like through the ultimate exam, considering how long this day has been so far, especially for the players that get to play like multiple best of threes. You guys, you also don't get to relax. You're also getting the final exam in the vetoes.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I'm definitely feeling as though Ancient... I mean, it hasn't been the most reliable for Nemiga in a map that is online, very traditionally their go-to. I would like to see them stray away from it. I would hardly say that being predictable in the veto, at least from the unpaid side, would actually, I imagine, give them the advantage.
I'll be honest, I want this to be the most predictable veto possible. I want this to be unpaid going into Anubis. I want this to be Nemiga going into Ancient, and I want a Mirage Decider. I don't want this to be gimmicks and whatnot. I do hope that it's just Nemiga banning Nuke, Inferno being banned out from unpaid is what my hope was, and I just want the big three that we'd all expect. If we get that, let's see who the better team is. No gimmicks needed.
Ooh, we get an Inferno instead.
We got a gimmick.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the thing. I mean, last ban of rotation was done by Nemiga.
Yeah.
And of course, Inferno is very traditionally a protocol-driven map, and one that they haven't had much experience playing on, except against Fluxo, where they had a few questions to be answered about whether or not they'd actually convert in that series. I think this is actually supposed to be like a punish that ends up in the decider, because Unpaid won't have studied or practiced as many of those protocols in much the same way.
Yumi, I don't like this. I'm sorry, T-Time. I don't like this smile. I'm confused.
He's giving a look.
Because I'm trying to understand what is happening in that brain.
I'm wildly confused about why Unpaid banned Anubis, to be honest. That's a lot of respect being given. Sorry, why Nemiga banned Anubis. Yeah. That's a lot of respect being given over to Unpaid. And the fact that Unpaid's picked Mirage over here, we've seen Nemiga be decent on it, but we've also seen them be absolutely dismal on it. So this is fun because they're going into what has been coin flip territory for Nemiga, and they're going into it with a lot more homework than Nemiga will be able to do. I mean, look, we can't ignore the elephant in the room. Nemiga's had no time off in between the semifinals and the finals. They've been playing Counter-Strike non-stop.
I think it also has to be noted, Nemiga have played against Sangal multiple times on Anubis, and then Unpaid just destroyed them on that map. So I do think this is a bit of respect, but also they don't have the most lead time coming into this game to heavily prepare anything wildly different, any sort of anti-strats, any tendencies they can exploit. I think that's something that Lear does like to I guess, have as information, because he makes a lot of very good and informed calls. I think, though, you know, if you're thinking about how Nemiga are as a squad, they are very good at getting equal distribution amongst their pieces. You know, whether it is Xanter, whether it is Risky, whether it is Jouet, whether it is Khan. Khan also did have a very solid Anubis against, the French team that they were playing, 3D Max, just prior to this game. So I guess maybe a little weird that after a good game like that, they don't think that they can translate that into this series. But I think this is just supposed to be a curveball thrown at Unpaid.
I think a fun matchup for Mirage especially is also sort of Khan versus Harn, because Harn has showed a lot of impact in terms of making interesting moves in the mid-round. He hasn't actually shown that much impact in terms of just raw numbers. They're all right, but they're not, oh my god, I'm taking over the game numbers. And it feels like when you look back towards the match they had against Fluxo, where Zevi did kind of out-op anyone on the Nemiga side on the first half, but on the T side, it felt very unimpactful. I'm wondering if maybe Khan would also be having a word in this Mirage and how he wants to make this play happen. We've already talked about how maybe rifling is a priority on him. Maybe forcing him onto the op versus op is also something Unpaid have in mind.
Yeah, I mean, Harn is going to be comfortable enough on a rifle. You see him in clutches. He will pick it up very frequently. He has no qualms wielding that weapon. I think he's definitely a very vocal, ideas-driven guy. So, I mean, that is something that Nexa can also use to his advantage. If Harn finds that he's confident in a fight, there seems to be like there will be opportunities for Harn to make those types of plays. I don't think this is, I guess, the main focal point. This, for me, when you're looking at a Mirage, the win condition is Jacob. He is going to take fights. If Cypher loses his duels, he will look for opportunities back. And he, especially when we've been able to watch them previously on this map, they just exploited the hell out of power vision rotations consistently, and it was always hinging off of Jacob. So that is who I want to see perform if Unpaid are going to make this a compelling series.
And for Nemiga, it has to be Zwei. Because it feels like Zwei's entries have been what have gotten them this far, and as much as Risky Bob has been very good in the mid and late rounds, it does look like Zwei is the man to go towards for entry kills. It's not really been Xanter the way we maybe would have characterized going into the tournament. I would love to see Zwei pop off versus Cypher. All of these head-to-heads are so interesting, but it's always any aggressive player going up against Cypher is just, it is a pure coin flip in terms of it's heaven or hell. There's no in-between. Either you're going to get Cypher looking crisp, looking like he's going to clap anyone, or he might be looking like he just doesn't belong on the server at all.
It's sometimes the problem as well with how they're positioning Cypher is that they're giving him a lot of territory that he has to control, and then if he, like you said, it's a bit sink or swim. If he doesn't succeed in winning one of those fights, then life can get very problematic very quickly for an Unpaid that shouldn't have as much structure, but they have got really good clutch players. Like when you're seeing them in late round scenarios, they are often outmaneuvering their opponents. Whether or not they can actually convert those rounds consistently, it's a whole different thing.
There's also what Lair did in the clutches versus Fnatic. Let's not pretend like they don't have a Vladin of their own in a lot of ways.
Also close clutches.
Sure, the point is they've got their own clutch players as well. Lair and Zwei came through. They've had so many fantastic clutches all across this tournament. Nemiga and Unpaid have a lot of very strong late round players. That's why I'm really interested about the early round and seeing who activates the most.
Yeah, I mean, who is also going to be, are they going to be fatigued? I think is also another angle here for Nemiga. We understood semifinals, going into finals, that was already going to be a bit of a problem for both squads. But then now you add in this extra official that they also had to play that was quite long-winded.
At this point, I don't know, it was like 5 minutes ago or 10 minutes ago, you addressed like the elephant in the room. And that's how I feel right now with my current pick, because, you know, like I kind of got inspired by you, Yumi. I decided, like, you know, like if you want to try to have a chance like to go on the top, you got to take risks, because we have like, me and like the casters, we're kind of like sharing right now like the same spot. So what do you thought? What do you think?
Inspired by me as the one person all the way at the bottom. I shudder to think what else you're inspired by.
All right. I don't know. Honestly, I'm really looking forward just maybe to starting this series, because this is not the grand finals that we really expected to see. It is maybe a grand finals that potentially might start building some storylines for maybe teams getting picked up, you know, getting paid and all those kind of things. So let's go into Mirage with our great casters. You know them. They don't really need to be introduced. Jay and Mike.
Thank you, Heku. Yes, indeed. It is time to get into our grand finals for today and for this tournament circuit overall. As she said as well, not the one we expected to see. We thought it would be Sang, we thought it would be Fnatic. We don't get either of them. Nemiga and Unpaid looking for a spot at Glory. Saw the prediction sheet, Dweg. You and Heku back in Nemiga. Talk me through the reasons why.
Well, the Desh just spoke about what about fatigue. Well, I'll post it this way. We have got Nemiga playing 42 best of threes on HLTV in the last 3 months, whereas Unpaid at 23rd. Now, if it was maybe another team, I'd say, yeah, there might be an issue. But I've seen Nemiga play 3 best of threes back-to-back. I've seen them have a heavy schedule, and they're not a team that faltered because of it.
Very logical argument, Dweg, and here's my problem with that. Logic has not applied to this grand final, because as I said before, it would be a very different grand final if that was the case. So in my eyes, I'm just going for the Cinderella story. I want to see Unpaid do it, and now I'm thinking that they can do it. They've shown me enough. It might have been shaky at times. It certainly wasn't the best of starts, but they are here and now in the grand finals to make the ultimate Cinderella story happen. It's about time to get into the grand finals of the RES Regional Champions. The Nemiga take on Unpaid. It's Mirage to start things off.
And even territory going into Mirage. 7 wins and 5 losses in the last 3 months for Nemiga. Take that with 9 wins and 9 losses for Unpaid. I'm back in Nemiga and 2-0.
The 1xBet odds, as usual, have Unpaid as the underdogs. Nemiga on the CT side with a pistol still set in with the USPs that take initial contact. Zwei is going to take some initial damage. A Goosh down to 65 points of health. Risky Bob trying to get the opening kill with Cypher instead to turn it around on him. Follow suit with a double, not quite the triple. Zwei still involved here towards stairs. Hahn's going to wrap that corner and struggle to get a killing blow that he needs. But with Hahn's support, with Jacob backing him up, Unpaid get the start in the grand finals.
And that reminds me heavily of the semi-final last map decider between Unpaid and Sangal, where they started on the T side of Anubis. You've got Cypher running it down Rugs, getting into that A main area, and he's just cracking entries. He's opening up the bomb side. He's allowing the pathway for the players to trade, both from stairs and under Balk and back there at triple. Players are struggling on the CT side to trade.
Solid though you want it to be for the Unpaid camp. Good stuff again from them, feeling as hyped as ever. And knowing that they may well have themselves a chance to do absolutely miraculous things. No one expected them to be in this position, not even the most miraculous thinkers in the scene. But here they stand, up already, looking to maintain that lead against the Pistol Ecos and Nemiga.
You've got 3 players on the Nemiga side, Xanta, Lear, and Zwei, that have never played in a LAN Grand Fight on HLTV, and you compare that to Nexa, who's played his 23rd Grand Final on LAN. There is a big disparity when it comes to LAN experience and when it comes to, I would even say, Tier 1 experience between these squads.
And that might make a difference for the Nemiga side. You have faith in their grind mentality. Let's see whether that's going to outweigh the experienced nature of Unpaid. Stacks in towards short. He's about to get discovered by Hahn. The bomb is there with him, though. Vlad actually might take first phase. He does take the smarter approach and allow his teammate to peek, or does he? Okay, now he recognizes what should be going on here. They should recommit towards the A site. Next is there with support, and there is no threat in this round.
None at all. We saw a bit of a gimmicky stack similar on Ancient against Fnatic for the Nemiga side earlier on today, and it was actually very successful in their campaign. This time around, not to be, but hey, we move on to the next gun round. That's where the main focus is going to be.
Indeed it will be. Unpaid, even in their particular buy strategies, they've gone with some slightly more upgraded half-buy rounds to sustain more buys over the course, well, not more buys, but like, more firepower and the weakened buys over the course of more rounds.
Nemiga are very different. They don't do that. So we will see 2 different styles from the beginning of the majority of rounds, or the majority of halves, really.
And straight to the M4s as soon as is possible, and they're out on all 5 individuals. Unpaid, treating this as a bonus round as you would expect. Mac-10 and Galil for Nexa and Vlad and Still. The AK set to pace the opening frag. Cypher fragging away against Xanta.
Hey, we're seeing some good mirages in the group stage for Unpaid. The 13-5 versus Solid and the 16-14 win against Paravision.
Khan going to try to find an impressive moment right here towards mid, but he's got 3 players to meet him up top. Vlad credited with the kill. Very little damage done in that particular exchange towards Jacob or Hahn. Cypher now dropping out to the B bomb site. He is low HP, so this could be a pretty easy trade for the short defender. Cypher captures him as he tries to transition back behind hard cover and still wins the double. Now the B site is under full T site control. Nemiga are out of the round.
Cypher was impressive in the semi-final. He turned around his individual game massively from the group stage to the all-important matches. And already I'm getting the vibe that he's looking on the money, he's creating chances, he's creating pathways to open up sites. And that can only be looked at as a positive. Jacob in here at jungle does get away with one, does get traded. But Nex is in a good pause to make sure that Zwei does not hold on to this AK.
Quarter HP down, no helmet either. It's going to be an easy pick for the man himself. So the hype train keeps running here from Unpaid.
It's a simple round 2. They get, what, the opening pick for Cypher in the apartment, and then they just freeze. They wait for the opposition to make a bit of an info, and Khan gets forced into this aggressive top mid. And as soon as he loses that fight, that pretty much gives all of the legs of the round over to Unpaid.
I guess that does lead into another big question, obviously. We're talking about preparation for each of these matchups, how Unpaid are very unpredictable, and you can't really prepare for them if you're an established team. And let's talk about from the opposite direction, because they've had all this time to watch that previous best of 3 that Nemiga were playing. How much do you think Unpaid may have been able to pull from that last one?
I actually reckon it would be better not to prep. Okay. You got to remember, this is a side that is basing a lot of their moves off of intuition. So if you prep too heavily for counters and maybe what to expect, I mean, even the Veto is slightly different than what you'd normally think. You'd expect Anubis to come through rather than Inferno as the decider. So I would almost hope that Unpaid haven't done preparation for Nemiga.
Well, prep or no prep, it's working for them in the early game. Should lead to the 4-0 start. Unpaid have developed a bit of a habit from playing from the back foot in these series, so it's nice to see a positive change in the early matchup. Any spanners to throw into the works here? You've got some players trying to find presence in mid and Risky Bob and Xanta. Majority of CT forces over on this A bomb site and gamble stack, if you will. find that impact with those SMGs and those pistols.
We've hardly had any competitive maps in the playoffs, have we? Yep. You've considered the Sangul series against Unpaid. Nemiga had that one 13-5 on Ancient versus Fnatic. It was a 13-10 on Dust 2, and that's the only one that I look at.
Xanta has found competitiveness in this round with his one pick back on Jacob's opening kill. His way has fallen in turn. Nexa was being challenged by players in at mid underpass. In the end, they will start to scatter, and the teams will start walking their way in towards ramp. Khan is going to be out there at Palace. He's not being watched directly. The Molotovs are in the dark. He may try swinging at the last second, but there is another Molotov up there towards the entryway, so plant to be secured. Lear might be the next big threat. Vladimir will have to face and swing against him. Kill comes up. Bomb plant denied. Triple not quite secured, but Cypher's got to go back for the bomb, and Khan's still not shown himself. This is a round-winning play as the Nemiga find the counter steal and counter with their opening round.
And it comes off of the back of the in-game leader catching the right timing. You've got Vladen trying to aggress down towards CT, loses that first and then loses the second. It puts a lot of chaos on the bomb site. Khan with the late wraparound in from Palace is always going to deny. Unpaid up against a very light half buy. Should have been able to make this 4-0.
It's caught off by one AK and one P250. All the difference in the world in that patience. Unpaid will buy back into their full set of weapons. Want to respond early to Nemiga. Missed window smoke, yeah. Correct. Khan, you know, full vision of mid as a result. There's already utility up there for Unpaid, so they're not going to start, or against Unpaid rather, they're not going to start swinging.
It was very surprising after Lear getting this opening kill to talk about the in-game leader. He played in IEM Chengdu with Nemiga, and he's played here in Serbia. That's the only lands that he's played on HLTV. And for you and I, we've casted Lear for quite a few years in Tier 2.
Indeed.
Very few opportunities at this level.
The Cypher's just seen one individual out there towards the site, but Khan's going to come in with that support. Peek back towards ramp as Cypher shows himself towards the big green gun. It's a kill that comes forward, and Vladen has to trade back one. It's still 2 for 1, though.
It's just been a good response, though, for Nemiga. You just win an anti-half buy. You've now come into the previous gun round. You've punished against the missed window smoke, and you've made it a 4v3 where's the space for Unpaid? You don't have mid. Don't have anything towards A ramp. 50-odd seconds on the clock and a little bit of util. This is going to be a tough mid-round.
45 seconds for Unpaid to make their move. Good chance of save call maybe on the table for them here. Putting up those smokes towards mid to try and cut off that as, you know, just an avenue of attack for Nemiga, although the focus is definitely on the apartment, so how much attention will get drawn towards it? Not enough from the B-bomb site.
The problem is, if Xanta just goes 1 for 1, Lear's going to be the guy to basically close out the round, isn't he? Even though he's on low HP, that ninja box on low time is so tough.
And in the end, Unpaid don't even bother for the execution itself. They fall back to hold their weapons because there's not a lot of cash available for Unpaid. Issues of winning 3 in a row, no loss bonus, and therefore the 2 back from Nemiga resets the economy state. These weapons will be able to get bolstered up by a couple of force buys, but nothing major in from the other players that fell. Unpaid, right call to make to keep the rifles.
And Khan's got a lot to prove in this grand final, because we've casted a lot of Nemiga online, and I'd say his AWP is cracker.
Yep.
But here on LAN, his rifling actually does look better than his AWPing, and he's a guy that's only played in 1 HLTV LAN Grand Final, and that was all the way back in July of last year with a 2-1 win over Traffic at Chashkan, if you know them, the Uzbekistani boys, with Frock and ISIS loans. So he has a very small tenure at this kind of level, but in a Grand Final, if you want to prove anything, this is the game to do it.
Orb not hitting the crack angle shot, and that is case in point to what you're talking about right there. Khan, on the contrary, takes away, and the Eagle of Cypher takes one back. 2 shots of Khan, finally showing up to a 3 versus 3, but he's supremely low HP, needs that backup of Risky Bob, and Han's Orb is still posted up at Tetris. Small angles being taken, HG's come back, the AK fights on, and Khan is credited with the triple against the man. Advantage taken for Nemiga, and the bomb's been dropped out as well. Nexa and Vladen, 2-pronged attack into the sights.
Yeah, Khan's having a round right now after them losing so much off the front of it.
Xanta would have been held on that drop-off as well. Nexa, with the attention pulled away for a moment, but this is just going to be a push into the apartments that gets the information for Nemiga.
The problem is they've got to go back and get the bomb somehow. And where do you do that? You got a minute on the clock. Is it Vladen to go back to spawn, or is it Nexa to try and push out on the A bomb site and then go back to A ramp?
They're aware of a potential wrap or just one player back towards the other side of the map. Now Risky Bob's pushed in towards that bomb, so Unpaid are going to have to do this the hard way.
Yeah, this is time stalling, and Xanta and Risky Bob have got nades. Yeah,
Perfect.
good usage.
Block the entire entry. Unpaid are going to have to push the issue without flashbangs to get him around the corners either. Nade open the smoke, counter flash of Risky Bob. Vladden's turned away from it, and with support of Nexa, they can get the kill, but they're running right in towards Xanta. 30 seconds. Nexa thought that he might not have wrapped the issue. The Incendiary comes in to block him away from the bomb. Xanta, considering a swing, instead he's picked up another Incendiary to further keep that man suppressed, and HG's dishing out a small amount of damage. Is down to the one fight that is won by Xanta. Nemiga even the board.
A very good 1v1ing ability there from Xanta to go close to the wall to pick up that second Incendiary, but then also don't give a huge amount of respect to a veteran player like Nexa in a 1v1. Don't give him the time to maybe pick up the bomb, maybe move back to the A side. No, you want to go up there and you want to pump him. You want to go up there and you want to fight him. You do not want to give a player like him the respect and time to work with. So well done from Xanta, and well done from Calm with that triple out in default.
Indeed, just as you critiqued his AWP. Two important shots in a very high pressure position. And ultimately bringing the round home, or bringing the advantage home for Nemiga, and the round by extension Unpaid. Down to the pistols here, truly living up to their namesake on the economy.
Yeah, Unpaid just need to be able to take a couple of players here. If you can just get 2 kills, that will make a difference, because let's just reflect on the CT money. Khan's got cash. What about everyone else? There's hardly anything in the reserve.
Risky Bob domed in by Cypher, trying to be that difference maker like he was in the semi-final earlier today. Some cracking deagle shots from the man, seeing that second player unable to land a flick as he was already transitioning out of mid.
He even had one in the last round of that opening kill. My issue is, how many rounds is he going to be able to win off of the back of it, Jay? How many of these entries are actually going to lead to round victories?
Unless he just spams his way and gets 5 simple headshots. I mean, you're probably looking at the other players to try and deliver the extra support, aren't you?
You might be right.
Very unlikely sequence, to say the least.
Good timing again.
Blocking the entryway towards the A bomb site. The T's making their way towards A. They are looking to end here. Bomb plant, and almost a necessity at this point. Flashes are sent, Cypher's going to get taken down. Jacob diving in with the Tech 9, does land a quick jumping head shot. Calm misses a flick on towards Vladden, does connect him a little bit closer, and Han's unprotected as a result. So can't get that secondary kill. Xanta comes in with support out towards short, and Nexa, 12 seconds to either plant the bomb or go falling here. Might have to just prioritize the cash bonus of the loss. Still finding Lear, and PG50 pulled out against Xanta, doing damage, but not able to get the kill against him. Expensive round limitly for Nemiga, but it is a round for Nemiga nonetheless.
And this is where I pose you the factor between the two teams, Jay, on do we actually think Unpaid have got what it takes to win this event? We look back at the RES Regional Series with all the qualifications to get to LAN. They were very consistent. They got into 2 grand finals, but they couldn't get that final push. They couldn't win a tournament. Compare that to Nemiga, they won 3 tournaments. Every time they got into a grand final, they never got defeated.
It is very true. In fact, in the last regional series for Europe, number 6, they actually, again, made it into the playoffs. One of the victories that Unpaid took along the way was against Nemiga, so they have proven that they can at least beat this team in their previous iterations, in previous online tournaments. To do it offline, however, that's the next key concern. Lear pushed into the smoke. Han's going to get completely flanked out. Jacob may even get discovered himself. He's waiting for his chance to strike. See the second man straight through, but get neither of them. Oh dear! Damage done to both, can't at least trade it.
At least he knows that the Han at top mid is low. At least that information could be relayed over. So Khan here at bottom con can try and use that AWP with the smoke protection to look down underpass, and Han is going to get out of trouble because he knows there might be an incendiary coming.
Nexa making his move to try and catch that AWP off. He was seen towards top, walks right into the AK with a pistol pulled out. Nexa retains the man advantage, but for how much longer? There's another push coming in from Xanta in the apartment. Cypher's walking his way out towards the A-bomb site's way. Gets that opening kill towards the defensive. Vladden can trade it back. And now the engagement of Nexa is going to become the next pivotal factor. Xanta could turn it into a 2 versus 2 because Nexa's head has been turned away now. Risky Bob starting to lean into the bomb site. Vladden's going to catch him, and the timing was just off there in that apartments fight. So the site will be taken, and it's probably going to be a safe call for the last man.
And Lear's going to be furious at himself. It's unfortunate because he's made the right play. He's used the trigger discipline. He's looked at the long-range fight against Jacob, and he's thought, right, let's go with him first, then deal with Han. And I would say, what, 9 times out of 10 you get both kills there?
Well, Xanta getting the kill on the high HP player here. He's going to try and hunt around for a little bit more for the exit frags, however, not for the full-blown retake. I don't know if they knew the information that Vladden was also tagged. They definitely know about Han. but they're unable to capitalize upon this clutch. Now you see how quickly Han was able to adjust towards that and everything. And you are right, that was a key opportunity for Lear right there.
That could have extended them to what, 6-3?
Yep.
Really good start on the CT basis, and maybe it does come to us concluding that round in 10 rounds time in the second half, where we go, right, that one there, maybe it was a difference of why it wasn't a win, why it was a loss.
Des was talking a lot about fatigue over the course of this matchup. I know that you definitely disagree, but mistakes like that do make me a little bit alarmed.
No, I wouldn't put that on fatigue, though. I mean, that's just... Look at the shot that Han hit. He's literally spinning all the way around and hits it straight away. So I disagree on that one. If fatigue is going to come in, it's going to be more so on decision-making. It's maybe going to come on over-peaking, being a bit lazy with checking corners. That's where fatigue you're going to see the most.
It's been a busy day for Nemiga. And if it does set in, when will it set in? And what form will it take? 4 apiece for the time being, unpaid have equalized. The AWP of Khan is going to be the main rifle in this round. Only one other automatic in ways from us. Very broken by here for the Nemiga side. We'll need to make something happen out of it, else unpaid could be the ones that look to take 6 or even the half here. In towards mid, they'll go. Khan cannot engage the first play. He's dived out of his vision.
It's all about timing on when the T-side players get up towards bench. Cypher has tried these aggressive short plays quite consistently.
Flashes in from mid, going to enable them to try peeking towards Khan, but Khan is focused on killing off Cypher first. From the short position, the Molotovs will try to drive him out of the way. He's forced to use a smoke, but he's going to burn quite heavily for it. Risky Bob starting to move with the SMG. Catches Han off guard, but the damage output better for the rifler here.
And they know that Khan is trapped. The problem is they need to start putting pressure elsewhere rather than focusing all their attention in ladder room.
He's drawn so much, and Khan is still hunting for the man. Lear's caught Nexer in the meantime. Khan turn back. Khan will get that trade, and still the SMG of Xanta makes his move in. Advantage now taken for the CT side with the bomb dropped in mid as well. Vladimir will walk his way up towards site, will combine with Jacob to take a kill onto Zwei. It's a 2v2 ensuing, but again, they've got to get back to no man's land, and Xanta is still firing away. The AWP picked up and dealt with Valorant with it. It's now Jacob with a 1v2 clutch.
At least he's got time. At least he can try and slow play this.
Not much of it though, 30 seconds, and they know that he's gonna have to make the final move.
He'll probably have to fight for the kills. He probably won't get the respect of picking up the bomb and getting it back to A.
Flashed over from Connector, but he's not going to peek with it, making noise, so they know exactly what's going on. The AWP is Xanta up top mid as well. Baited, shot spray, transfer back towards the first, and the second burst for damage. Now Jacob's got to go for the bomb plant.
Now it's the AWP's chance to try and get aggressive into Con, but Xanta's actually slow playing it.
Safer plant, down at default, tapped once and stuck for the second. Xanta moving in, Galil's been picked up. The AK, is he going to start swinging right here? He's backed in the corner, he fights his fight! And Jacob wins the clutch this time.
Oh, here we go. We're back to the unpaid clutches. There. It comes to the Norwegian. And for the most part, for at least the playoffs, at least what we saw earlier, it was Nexa getting the clutches. It was Cypher having the clutch. It was Vladen being the guy to watch out for. It wasn't frequently Jacob in the late rounds.
In this one, he was the king. Beautiful stuff from the man. Watch it from his perspective one more time. The adjustment was right there for them. The third kill, how close. You see that bullet whizzing right past his head. That could have easily been an Nemiga round. But the clutch is making the difference for unpaid individuals, once again stepping up in massive fashion. Jacob's ready to try and farm some cash that his team has significantly lost in that previous Mac 10 in hand. Khan caught first players in Connector's way. Going to try and stick around alongside Risky Bob out there. Cypher in the meantime in the apartment's going to ensure that Xanta's backstab doesn't do anything right here. Similar story for Lear in towards mid, so no threats again generated by the pistols.
And the Des was talking about an aggressive Risky Bob and what he could be made of going into this grand final. 1-8. Seen hardly anything from him.
True. Maybe that's one of those things that you have to consider with Nemiga.
The issue is, unpaid are very quick in some of these high-tempo rounds. They don't mind a good old freeze, but when they're actually committing for mid, Cypher is just running it up short.
Yeah.
You've got Jacob getting into Con really quickly, so it's difficult to judge the tempo when it's either very quick or quite slow.
And much like that opening map of the semi-final that Unpaid had won, you see how dominant they were looking when they had all these individuals on a very good kill spread. Look at the board right now. Cypher, Nexa, Han all on 9, one more man, Jacob down at 8. Vladen, yes, he's the laggard by all accounts, but right now you've got 4 players providing all that impact and great individual moments again.
And you have to remember that Xanta won, what, a 1v1 clutch down there towards A main when he was up against Nexa with the incendiaries. You might start looking at a few key rounds with these clutches on just which way it positions Unpaid with the scoreline. AWP from Khan has looked pretty good in this first half. This is where he's going to be required to get us back to an even playing field of 6-6.
Incendiaries up towards top end of mid for the CT side. They're going to try and block Unpaid from mounting up anything in towards those mid fights. You'll see the flashes. They will try and get them forward anyway. Cypher hearing Lear's jump phase. When's he going to swing to try and take the kill, if he even does so at all? He's got players right behind him in apps, so there's potential that Unpaid might set something bigger up.
And Nemiga have believed in this roster for the majority of the year, only making a single player change that was forced out. Cypher is trying to force out a bit of an entry out there from Van, but Risky Bob on the boost up is going to miss his chance against Jacob.
How the hell has he just done that? Cypher continuing to fight. Xanta challenging Jacob, at least takes the trade back, but Lear's being challenged and tagged up. Xanta continuing to be faced upon as Nexa is the other player out towards mid. Cypher gets his kill in the end. The B site has been overrun. Unpaid. Get away with an unlikely win.
As Cypher finished the group stage being one of the lowest rated players in the entire tournament, Jay, and he turned it around in that playoff game earlier today. I remember some of his clutch moments on Anubis, him getting nearly 50 kills, about 86.7 ADR and a 1.24 rating, making him almost top of the team by the end of that game.
Half gained by Unpaid. Showing signs of, wow, okay.
Jacob's done that a couple of times now.
Yeah. I don't know what it is about him, but sometimes he just finds himself in these positions where he can get the most unlikely kills, even on low HP sometimes. You mentioned that those clutch attempts from Vertigo is a key example.
So what would you put that down to? Belgrade Magic?
Oh, I don't know. I really don't know. It is something really special at the moment for Unpaid because, again, difference maker and all. Cypher and Nexa will ensure that lesser rifles stay in the hands of the Nemiga, and even Khan missing a shot, loses the AWP at the very last second. Unpaid, taking no prisoners.
And they're looking good on Mirage. They're looking consistent. They're hitting the right timings in a lot of these rounds, and there's no better feeling than hunting down the last few players when you know the money's already crippled.
Yeah.
And Nemiga at 4-7 and should be 4-8. I mean, to bring one rifle into round 12, it hurts because you could have had a lot more.
Indeed you could. Jacob's clutch could have been a turning moment for the economy state. That could have been Nemiga taking the half advantage. At least he's not going to be allowed to do much in this round. Khan's going to take that frag. Xanta down at underpass being faced upon by Cypher, who does lose his life towards the man. Nexus on the corner, and he also loses towards the SMG. 5 versus 2 immediately for Nemiga.
Xanta, with these awkward weapons, is making the most out of this round. Now, Han is trying to retake this space deep in the TV, down to underpass in the apartments. The problem is, they are still up against aggressive players.
Risky Bob just got spotted there. Han going to get smoked. Molotov to try and push him back from a common aggressive position.
Just missed that timing, isn't he?
Yeah.
Xanta's done well to get out of there.
With an AK in hand, one for Risky Bob as well, Unpaid.
Well, you can count this round out, I think.
Pretty much.
2v5. It's Vladen, but come on.
Yeah, I mean, just... You are hoping, you are clawing at miracles at this stage. They have no choice but to go for it. Last round of the half and all.
Another missed window smoke. That's what cost them the opener.
Oh, dear.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, at least they don't need to throw the window smoke in the second half.
That's also true.
And don't need to throw it for the rest of the tournament now, so...
Yep, that's also true. But they have got themselves an issue to deal with in the here and now. The fact that they have lost the picks to that missed window smoke, and the fact that they are now down by 1 versus 4. Han alone, tapped by Zoe. And Nemiga take 5 on the board to close the half. Still 7 up on the part of Unpaid.
And Liam mentioned it in the interview that Zoe's played a couple of local LANs, but all of the guys on Nemiga, at least they played IEM Chengdu. Until you remember, no, Flammus was still there at the time. Zoe wasn't sort of an addition to the roster. So this is his first crack. And yeah, you and I, we can both say, well, Nemiga were expected to do decently. They were probably a team that could make the playoffs, to be in a grand final straight away is being thrown into the deep end.
Yeah, it's being thrown into the deep end with an ankle around your waist. A weight around your ankles, rather.
That's it.
Yeah.
Got there in the end.
Scuffed the saying a little bit, but...
That's what we're going to have to do to Yumi after all of those crap predictions. Come on!
He asked me not to flame him in the middle of the desk.
Did he?
But
I didn't hear that.
He said nothing about you. So,
yeah, so I've got a free pass.
Yeah. Oh, well. Sorry, Michael. I hope you can forgive me later.
Now, one person I do want to talk about a little bit for Nemiga is going to be the coach at Box. Now, a lot of people that have watched Tier 2 Counter-Strike will remember that he once upon a time was an ex-pro. He played on Good Job, he played on Nemiga for over 3 years, a team called Platoon Alpha, and Webster's most recently before moving into coaching. Now, he has played in 7 LAN Grand Finals. So, even though the players on the team aren't experienced on LAN, I'm sure preparation will be difficult, but mentality, making sure that you're using timeouts at the right time, Box is going to add a lot to this grand final.
Nemiga are certainly benefiting from a decent CT half. But down on the scoreline, Unpaid taking slight odds favourites now at 1xBet. They are very quick to adjust these now as Zwei adjusts towards Jacob's opening kill against Khan. Nexa having 3 players on the site defensive. They're going to let them get back towards jungle and start wrapping their way towards mid and potentially in a market. The Julies are set to receive it. The bomb's still up in apps.
Now this is almost a around the world sort of setup. You've got players coming up con, but the bomb is trying to lean out to B.
Nexa's got the advantage. Risky Bob can need to continue to engage here at the sniper's nest. Vladden's going to be left all alone as Nexa falls. The closest rotator has just been taken out of play. If he doubles up right here, he could still win the round. Xanta's first port of call, dead to rights. Vladden looking for the second man. He heard those footsteps. He knows that Lear is somewhere, and there's no backstab as he quick peeks. Shots on. Risky Bob now in a full 1 versus 3 clutch. Unpaid, swarming him now at market. He'll isolate Cypher, but Vladden holds his nerve.
The Julies on the bomb site is the one with the utils, and Vladden doesn't even have any armor.
P2K desperate to land all the perfect headshots. As Han gets out of the way to join the site defensive where the bomb is lying, not planted. Risky Bob making his moves, trying to find these 2 CT players. 30 seconds left for him to try and win the pistol clutch for Nemiga. They're starting to prod at information. The Julies of Vladden considering his options here. Han's going to wait for him to peek out into the open. P2K fires back. Vladden swings. Damage being done. 13 points of help. And Vladden will eventually get his triple. A stellar B defensive from him as Unpaid take another pistol round.
If you took the HUD away, I would have thought they were playing strat roulette there. That was a very creative round for Nemiga, but capitalized upon from Vladden. The B site anchor steps up with the multi once more and actually makes those Julies rip. It's their second kill.
So fast you barely register it without the X-ray.
Is that CS2? Or is that just a good shot?
A little from column A, a little from column B. I think that's the fairest assessment to make. Nemiga on pistols, not forcing the issue into this round. They didn't get the bomb plant bonus, so of course has to be limited in some capacity, and they will go with the upgrades to the Eagles here.
Risky's walked out A already.
Zwei is out towards Palace. I mean, they've got a bit of like just that one player of Nexa in at the firebox. Shaken's eventually going to go ahead and join him. From range of that, Famas revealing himself, but getting dinged down. This could be a great chance for Risky to swing for the kill. Zwei is going to challenge. And Nex is going to sit back here, but they do the damage. Eventually, he has to force the fight. Jacob going down, but Nex has got Han in support as they rotate to defend the bomb site well and truly. Bit risky, bit awkward for a moment, but it seems to all come up the way of Unpaid.
Oh, I actually thought that might have been a round still. How does that get so close? Well, I know straight away there's a massive gap in the defense in Risky Bob is able to walk out from A. But with such limited upgrades, you do not expect to almost think that that round is winnable.
I mean, even sussing out Nexa is just like, man, there's...
Yeah, Cypher did that. Was it? I don't remember if it was today or whether it was yesterday.
I remember the clip you're talking about.
No, we didn't have Mirage there. It must have been the Paravision game when he spammed up against the firebox.
Yeah, that's correct. So a little bit of medicine return towards Unpaid, I guess you could say. Nemiga almost stealing the round for it. They've done a fair amount of damage with just the basics. And now the rifles can come through, or they can reset economy and bring back this deficit. And they're setting towards the B apartments.
Yeah, there is no one on a quick rotation out to B, so this is going to be Vladden by himself.
Ready with the incendiaries, jump facing, spotting them right there. Got to just put it out towards the balcony. HE can also on his pouch, and the fire is enough to cancel the hit for Nemiga. They back away with smokes at play just to make doubly sure for Unpaid. That said, Xanta is still going to press the issue.
Yeah, I like this, just to try and toy around, because... I'm not sure.
it's barely seen.
He will see him when the smoke clears.
X-Ray is making it very difficult to tell. Now he can, but he wasn't ready for Xanta to pop his head through to the kill.
That might be round over. There's no one else near B.
Well, they're still playing around the mid defensive, and Bisky Bob's going to find Han. The bomb will eventually get picked up and should commit. And given the circumstances, I mean, Unpaid probably shouldn't be going in for a retake here, even with a two-man disadvantage. There's no control of the bomb site.
I actually do feel for Vladin, because you're sort of pre-aiming the edge of that smoke, and then Xanta just walks out and you're just dead instantly. You just don't even have time to react in that duel.
The plant will be secured, and Unpaid have already consigned themselves to their fate. At least they're taking exits. Lear will fall. If they can get that in the hands of Cypher, then that'll be a positive AK for him to hold. In terms of the round itself, though, it is going to be for the Nemigas. Money will be a little bit limited for Unpaid, so keeping these 3 weapons is top priority.
Now, Risky Bob out on the Nemiga side. Jay has played in 2 HLTV LAN Grand Finals, both best of 5s, and both times he's only won just a single map. So he's probably hoping that this time around, you could just get a bit more out of it. The last time he was on LAN was the 4th of December 2022, lost 0-3 to Chiron, Alien, Celta, and Magnagez on the Boston Crab mix. So we'll probably look at Unpaid today and say, yeah, should have an easier time.
The Nemiga are the ones trailing at this moment.
Clean.
Wow. Well done for Xanta. Very clean shots in that round for the AKs. Pushing them back a peg over on the Unpaid side. They still hold the lead. I want to see what this buy looks like here. And there isn't one, in fact. I would have thought that maybe they might have forced around the M4s, but it's first stage of loss bonus, I guess. A double eco their way in towards, single eco their way in towards another rifle round.
Yeah, Vladin is double eco. It's very awkward with the money, but we've seen Unpaid do work with these kind of buys. So I'm actually looking at this saying, honestly, this could be a 10th. This could be a round win.
The guns are in the hands of Nexa, top of the board, and Cypher. Individual who's had his impact multiple times over, currently boosted. Look into the short position.
But one's in ladder and one's in short, so they're trying to funnel the T's into B if they can.
P250 fighting from Jacob at range, and that pistol being at play with the USP doing damage to Xanta. And Cypher's going to transition over towards short. HE's on Vlad and certainly won't assist the defensive line. However, they have fended off Nemiga.
You know, when do the counter rotates start for Unpaid? Because unfortunately for Han, he's not going to be able to do much on a defense by himself.
Especially as they have access towards the A bomb site. Lear is already pushed up towards Sandwich. Unpaid, recognizing that they've vacated apartments, but they're not too aggressive on those rotations. Han will get caught off, so that should give him a better indication as to what's going on right here. Xanta's still 2 points of health, so he's starting to swing out from Palace. The Molotovs will extend towards Vladin. He will burn to his demise, so it's down to the 3v5. Still with both of the M4s in place. Cypher's trying to get that impact, but it's not happening for him. Jacob checked in the cubby corner, swing from Lear as well. Nexa can get 2 of those picks, but needs a full-blown ace, and he's got 3 so far. This is not impossible, but Khan is the big threat.
You might as well attempt it. 1v2, maybe look for some more exits. Do you really want to save the M4? I suppose the money isn't great.
No guts, no glory. Khan is down, and Nexa, surely he should know that Xanta's low, but there's no kit in play. And time seems to have ticked a little bit too far on him to get these 4 kills. A valiant effort, an expensive round for Nemiga, but they have 7.
And we have seen a little bit of mirage from Nemiga over the course of this tournament. They didn't play it in their opening game against Sangul, but they did play it in the elimination game against Aurora. Ended up getting an 11-13 loss, got 6 rounds on their CT side, struggled to close in the second half. And then in that Group A decider match against Art & Co on Fluxo, they had a 13-9. So getting the reps in this map already. Nemiga know with the scoreline being tight that they are getting close to pushing for a lead.
Two rounds to the good. Unpaid. got their full weapon sets against Nemiga, whose money is limited. Han can't hit the first shot, can hit the second. Xanta not going to be allowed those similar apartment shenanigans as previous rounds. Out as the first kill.
I actually love that he's double dipped there, Jay. It tells me that Hard is confident to not just back off once he's been baited by Xanta.
Well, Khan dropped now at the task, but instead Lear takes the aggressive fights into Connector. Jacob punishing him for it. We're down to 3 now on Nemiga.
Jacob could just play in and around Con. Breakage of the smoke doesn't reveal him that much vision. Knows there's a player underpass and knows that Khan is somewhere in mid.
Deeper smoke on the T side. Do they think that they frost Jacob out, or are they going to suspect him to be pushed up? Certainly suspecting it for Risky Bob. But his spray gives him away, and Jacob can punish again. Now Zoe to look out towards the bomb site. Hell of a tap to Jacob's head, but 2 more CTs to deal with, and Khan well known about. Neither player with the bomb as he swings on Nexa and Cypher, and well, Nexa's credited with the kill. Khan left alone in an impossible clutch, and that's the reason why.
And that economical damage that Nexa did in the last round, followed up by this, is going to make a huge difference to Unpaid in what the economy actually looks like for the opposition for Nemiga. Good work for Han to get that first, and then Jacob, well, he's just being an annoying pest in Con, isn't he? Because he's at the top, and then he's at the bottom, and then he's still alive, and it's like, man, can we just kill Jacob? Can we just deal with him?
It's a very apt way of describing it, an annoying pest. Annoyance is the name of the game right now against Nemiga, especially because the annoyance will now come in the economy game again. Unpaid did so much damage. Nexa did so much damage with that 4K.
21-7 in a grand final.
Yeah, he's
impeccable.
Hell of a performance right now. Deagles set in for Nemiga, trying to make their way up to the A-bomb site. Jacob is trying to prod them. Not spotting from range. The Deagles do the damage, so it's at least a positive start in the HP, but not the kill to open up just yet. Nades will return that damage all the same to Lear. Nemiga trying to look for a bomb plant here.
Now, Jacob might get baited, and Risky Bob might try and hard swing him.
Nope, Jacob's ready for it. Doubles up as well. As the pest problem extends out of Connector in towards the site itself. Triple as Khan can trade back Jacob, but Nexa's ready for the bomb carrier, and Cypher can mark Xanta in at underpass. Unpaid at 11. 2 more to go to take the first map.
And we talked about the IEM Dallas win most recently in June for Nexa, playing with Stewie 2K in America as a stand-in and getting that win over Vitality. Can you remember what year roughly it was since Nexa won a LAN before that one? Just spitball me a year. If that was this year, when do you reckon the last LAN win was?
I'd have to think about that.
He's been on OG, been on G2.
Just give me the number, do I? I don't know.
He won the Champion Cup final with G2 on the 22nd of December 2019.
Yeah, I do remember that, actually, yeah.
The 2-0 win over Spirit at the time of SDY, Chopper, Idis, Balance, Magix, and Mir. So we're talking about, what, a 5-year dry spell without winning a tournament. You win Dallas, you've then been put on this unpaid roster, you've been benched, you're here to in-game lead. And you are now, what, a few rounds away from going 1-0 up?
4 more to make happen. Nemiga have got to bring back this deficit, and already they're taking damage to Risky Bob's part. Native Vladden could have been deeper there. We did spot the players in-app, so Han's going to adjust with the AWP. Will Xanta peek into him? No, he'll back off.
And Nemiga are desperate for a bit of an opening kill. And I would normally look at someone like a Risky Bob to say, right, this is where you need to take the challenge. This is where you need to take the pedigree. Nemiga are reliant, and Unpaid haven't given many chances, I want to say, in this first half and second half.
Yeah, I would agree.
You might get the odd round here or there, but you're not getting round streaks, are you? You're not getting continuations.
AWP now set towards the A-bomb site as they've rotated back to the appropriate defense. Nemiga going in for the execution. Shot missed. Jacob holding his nerve. Good spray on 2 players, doing a ton of damage to Khan and Zoe. And Jacob moving closer to try and contest it. The H-Chiefs do not land the kills just yet. The smoke start coming in. Han getting closer to landing one with the AWP whilst blinded. Missing angles. Jacob closes in with his kill, finally finishing the job that he started. Han waiting for players to wrap the corner. The flashbangs are in, but Nex is there to save him and look towards the bomb carrier. Focus on Risky Bob. Double up. Triple's not secure, but Vladden's still there anyway. And Khan, 16 HP. and 4 players to find. Vladin takes him on first face, and it's map point for Unpaid.
Nexa has been unbelievable in this grand final. Think about Han in that scenario. You're trying to pin yourself with the orb, but you're being flashed, you're being pressured. Xanta is on the front foot to get you to drop, and Nexa is the one that swings from CT to defend his AWPer. But not only that, he's involved in the pack to make that retake on almost immediately when the bomb goes down.
Unpaid establishing their confidence. Nemiga testing at times, but this second half has been all CT all day, all Unpaid.
And it's the experienced players. Nexa 24 and 8, Jacob 17 and 14. You want that in a grand final.
The 2 men that have the most time behind them, and the most desire to take the victories, not only because, as you say, Nexa's title drought has been quite staunch over the years. Jacob in a very similar spot as well. 3 AKs available. The only man without them on the CT side, other than the AWP, is Nexa. Jacob heard there in connector. Risky was going to try and hunt him. Edge of the smoke. Staff pixels away with contact, and Jacob takes the kill.
Oh, they're trying to spam him up, and he's actually pushing.
7 HP. Are they ready for this? Way it's going to take Nexa. Lear checks his corner and does hold his kill. So fortunate enough, because you can see a world in which Jacob would have won that fight. And now with that man advantage with the A site taken, Unpaid might have to reconsider their options. They've got cash in the bank, though. It's a case of how much they value these AKs. Han doesn't hit the shot either. Now it's got to be a save.
A Cypher might be able to catch this exit onto Zwei.
Galil versus AK. Shadow advantage for Zwei, though. Takes him. Takes the AK back. Vladin might fight outside of the site, but this will be a round for Nemiga. 1 out of 5 for overtime.
Now, it's a chance, but how many more are going to realistically be offered? Good work in Con. Maybe Jacob looked for too much there, Jay. Maybe backing off, getting out to jungle would have been the right read. Lear, I'd say good clearance. I guess he's known from previous rounds that Jacob's like to stay in Con even after he's been taken down to low HP. If that quarter doesn't get cleared, it's a very different round, so it's the in-game leader that makes the difference.
Number 8 on Nemiga's board. I don't know if Vladin's going to stay alive here. You've got Zwei actually hunting outside of the apartments. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, okay, I think he just got in the kill there for Vladin specifically.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. So, 1 AK that stays, Nemiga. All-important round worth of survival. For how long is it going to go on, Dwight? That's the question. At what point do you consider this overtime a threat?
Well, you have to look at the coaching staff and think about what Kassad can bring. I mean, the Des was mentioning how he's been in many different roles, but one thing that we know that he enjoys the most is coaching. But it's been a while since the titles come. The very last time that he's actually won a LAN as a coach was on the 5th of November 2017, which was a 2-0 win over VP, which was Snacks, Neo, Taz, Bialy, Pasha at one of the Star Series events. That's when Renegades at the time had NAF before he went over to Liquid.
Yeah.
So we're talking, what, 7 years since you've won a LAN? He had the Cloud9 project after Renegades, he had 100 Thieves. And now here on Unpaid, they got close. Out there in Mongolia, second place to Mongols is decent, but it's not a title. It's not an event win.
Certainly a tournament at Mongolia where you would have thought they would have been one of the front runners. The only real concern was that Mongol side.
I'd agree to that one, yeah. They had Gaming Gladiators there as well. I think they were maybe the only other European threat, but they were looked at as one of the top teams.
Certainly not looked at as a top team here in this tournament.
And looked at a team that should have got grouped.
Yeah.
They had an easier group than Group A, but I wouldn't say making the playoffs was easy. You still had to upset. You still had to prove that you could beat some decent teams, and they did that against Paravision.
Ultimately gave them the success to springboard into the semis, and of course, their victory over Sangor, something that even the most, romantic of us wouldn't have even seen coming, despite how incredible this underdog run has been.
And with how one-sided it was. You had, what, an 8-4 half on Ancient, which they ended up closing down 13-5.
Yep.
They get into Anubis, they start T-side, and they go 10-2. How does that happen? 10-2 first half, last map decider in a semi.
Pretty staunch unpaid leads has been the name of the day for them.
Yeah, that could be concerning if it goes the other way, because that's what happened on Vertigo. It was competitive to the start, but then it was a bit of a blowout.
Down to clutches at the same time, though, as you said before. That scoreline isn't indicative of the exact competitiveness of that game.
It's true.
Nemiga certainly have had their impressive moments. It's not like they've been completely blown out of the water here, even the half of the 7-5 differential.
And it's nice to see Nemiga getting more chances, because again, the IEM Chengdu event, they had to come through the EU closed qualifier. They upset some really good teams to qualify to that LAN, and I think they beat FlyQuest there, but that was it. They basically lost to everybody else. They have now qualified to the RML. They're here in the grand final of RES. They've just qualified to ESL Pro League. So their calendar towards the end of the year and moving into next year should, in theory, for the organization say, right, we want to start prioritizing LAN events.
And in my eyes, I mean, like, it does make a lot of sense that the LAN event that would sort of give you the proof in the pudding that lands as the next step for Nemiga would be RES. Because remember, right, we talk about the Cinderella story of Unpaid. Think about how Nemiga broke onto the scene. It was with a victory in RES EU.
Yep.
And that's the thing now. They stand here because of those victories, not just the one, but many others as well. In fact, they won half of the European series. Love nothing more than to take the championship in what has been their circuit. But they are down by 4 rounds. Unpaid still hold the cards. And they want to capitalize upon that. Putting pressure on Xanta, dishing out damage early towards him, almost 30 points worth. Risky Bob prodding into the A site, unresisted by defenders. It's only Jacob in connector.
This is an issue, but now Jacob's going to start getting the knowledge and the tell that A is already compromised.
Flashed in, counter flash with the CT side. This guy's going to get caught blinded. His teammates can't provide any support, and now the underpass player might become a next key threat for Jacob. He will get smoked off, so he doesn't have to look on towards the site, but it has fallen to Nemiga's hands. Wade's going to get Vladen, and Xanta turns on Jacob. Looks back at Cypher's position as well. Nexus is going to get caught up in the mid-window, rather. And Cypher and Han now suddenly left alone as their teammates have fallen so quickly around them.
They just got caught napping on the setup. Now, that's a very aggressive mid setup, but they're not really taking mid. You've got 1 in con, you've got 2 towards short, and 1 in there at window, which means no one is on A directly. And it was a good timing for Risky to start walking out, to create that space. And as soon as he catches Jacob off in con, doesn't even matter if he gets the kill straight away or not, he targets that area of the map, and it means the bomb can go down easily.
All right, Nemiga up to number 9 now, closing in on Unpaid at the moment.
Should hunt down this AWP too, probably will get him.
5 players all coming in from closer positions. Han only with the 1 pick on Risky Bob, so yeah. Money's not exactly amazing for Unpaid either.
And look for a light eco. I'd be surprised if they go hero rifle here, just because when you're on map point, I'd like the priority to be there in the gun round. I know that we've seen the hero weapons do a lot of damage. I mean, they're doing it for Jacob. Maybe he can silence me.
Had some real impressive moments with this M4.
But what's around it? I mean,
yeah, that's the problem,
armor for 1 and then upgraded pistols. I'm not a fan of this personally.
Well, they call it a hero rifle for good reason. You are looking for a hero, and the person you have faith in the most right now is Jacob. It's going to get boosted to look up to Vlad, and he misses his second jump. Xanta's head will be seen. And the HGs will dish out some damage, but he pops up to get the kill he's looking for. Molotovs will have to force him back. Vlad's going to make his way in towards the ladder room as Jacob now's got to turn his attention towards the B bomb site defensive. He turns away at the wrong moment. Lear comes up with a kill. Cypher did find a trade on Risky Bob. A number of rifles dropped there in mid for the CTs to pick up, but that's as far as you're going to go in this round.
Yeah, probably not going to commit for it. Maybe Cypher, because he's got armor, might look for another exit, try and make it slightly more expensive for Nemiga. But you're right, prioritize the drop weapons and save them.
Nexa will lean around and maybe put his pistol in to recover 1 more exit and another good rifle.
And you're never going to know when you invest in a hero what you get out of it.
Yeah.
But 2 AKs being saved with what? Just a single M4 being invested? That is a very good hero round.
You can drop those guns with the money that Vlad and Cypher will get in.
Harm will get on the AWP too.
That's true. So well placed on Jacob's part, and with the assisted kill of Cypher on the, I think it was a P250 he had in his hands.
So they'll have a really good buy for round 23. Depending on whether they save or if all players drop, there could be some issues to get a good buy together for round 24.
Okay, Unpaid. This is where it gets tricky. What we call crunch time. Nemiga brought back 3 rounds overall out of the 5 required to get to overtime.
Yeah, but this is the same position in the Paravision game, isn't it? Where Unpaid were up 12-10 and they closed it immediately. They've had a little bit of a buff up. They've given a chance back in for Nemiga, but we've seen this scoreline before.
Nemiga. Quick into those default apartments is the emphasis. Hans Orb again posted on top of the van position. Quick Molotovs up. He's going to get forced out towards the back lines. AWP scoped in towards the window. HG sent his direction. Molotovs again going deeper. Further utility with smoke to suppress on Nemiga. They're going to back off. And that utility is actually even going to force Unpaid to start to rotate back away from the B-bomb site.
It's actually driving a lot of distraction to leave Han on B, but maybe start moving some of the rifles over. You've got Jacob in window and Fnatic just behind, but the timing as Jacob goes down in jungle.
Flan's going to have to swing, get a decent kill with one head turned away. Risky Bob's going to fall. The second player unknown to them. Molotov start coming into the CT player, and Han gets his AWP shot on. Zwei has fallen. Look back into the apartments and land the leg shot on Lear. Not the full-blown kill against him. His teammates are coming in towards short dome, and Van's going to detect them. Spray is awkward, but it comes through on Khan. Xanta nading him down at 54 HP, but now he's got to prioritize that bomb plant, and Nexa has joined the AWP here.
Han needs to get another kill. He doesn't have a huge amount of support on a crossfire.
Backstabs are closing in. The USP is drawn out against Lear, who is low HP. Jump facing, shots on Vahan, connecting. Oh, and the tap to Xanta as well, with the pistol in his hands. Finally brings it home for Unpaid, victors of the first map of the grand finals.
Han doesn't even look hyped after that one. He's like, yeah, whatever. I just got the round and won us the map.
Stone cold killer sight is what I say right there. Well done for him and well done for Unpaid. Solid start in this series. Mirage, their map pick taken away. And yes, there was that buffer. There was that attempted comeback from the Nemiga side. But I think all in all, Unpaid can be happy with that.
And they can be very happy. It doesn't matter what map it is in the series. It's a map win. It sets yourself up in the series on a positive note.
And you saw what they did with the map up in the last best of 3 as well. It did end up getting stretched to 3, but ultimately Unpaid came out on top. They may be changing their namesake very soon, though. We'll find out how much with the desk right about now.
It is possible that Unpaid took a little bit more rounds than they were hoping, but I'm just glad to see that JKM is back. He's ready for this grand finals, and obviously Nexa. We have not seen that Nexa for some time.
I mean, it has been powering up as the tournament has progressed. You know, we've had performances where he's been able to get a lot of those kills together. And some of them did feel like there was a couple empty calories in there, but those actually did have some high influence as well in the game. I mean, Nexa calling great, but I think playing with a lot of confidence individually, him and Jacob were a constant threat.
And look, at the end of the day, Michael, this is something obviously we alluded to, but we weren't able to get too far into the mental game of everything, right? And for Nexa to even get these empty calories in rounds where maybe they feel like they've won them anyway on Nemiga's side, it still matters, right? Because it still feels like every round is a fight. And I think that really the mental game did break down for them in one particular round. You go back towards 4-3, that 8th round of the game. You saw a very nice play being built up. I think it was by Lear as he went through for a flank on top middle, managed to get very far backwards. Had a chance for a double kill, had a chance for Trigger Discipline to work out, and it unfortunately didn't. He missed it. It's a 1-for-1. They lose the round. They have their economy broken. Their money's gone immediately after one of those rounds where you said maybe some empty calories coming out, but those empty calories meant money was gone.
Yeah, no, I think as well that you know there were these moments, like you're saying, awkward positioning that should maybe get more out of it. But then as well, when you're thinking about the clutch potential of these players, Jacob also had a lovely clutch at about 4-4, which was another situation where they start in dire circumstances, and I think Nemiga did a lot right in this round. There were definitely challenges in terms of how they're going to, I guess, continue to build off of those kills. But when they get into that advantage, when Jacob is able to slide out and he's detected, they get into a 1-on-2 where Jacob is somehow able to break down this setup. I don't know why Xanta is jump peeking or why he's unable to hit that shot, but as soon as you ended up in that clutch, it was very awkward. And then you get to 9-6 where the Molotov finds the kill, they get out con, or they get close con, and they fight towards jungle, and then Nexa gets 4 4 kills in this round. And sure, he doesn't go for the full 1 versus 5, but it's one of those situations where Nemiga were teed up to have their money broken in the following round, and that's exactly what happened. They towed closer and closer to that line at that finishing point, and Nemiga, I think, realized they lost too many of these key rounds along the way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to, like maybe rain on the parade of unpaid, because in the end, like they did manage to close the map. But there was like a moment when Nemiga, they slowly, like started getting one round and another one, almost as if like there's actually going to be an OT.
Yeah.
Is there something maybe that unpaid needs to keep in mind for the next map to make sure that this doesn't happen again?
Look, for unpaid, of course, they have to keep in mind that they can't let things get out of control. But also for Nemiga, this is a good reminder as we head into the next map that if not for 1 or 2 of these unfortunate circumstances, this could have been them coming out on top. Now, this is where your mental is well and truly tested. What do you take from this map? Is it, oh my God, we messed up so many advantages, we messed up our economy, we lost out against these clutches? Or is it, guys, we got it together towards the end, Xanter's getting kills, Risky Bob is relevant again after he's had this terrible series, and now we're going into our own map pick. Which of the 2 mentals comes out?
Yeah, no, I think as well we have to contextualize. This is the first chance at an international trophy for both of these teams where they are in that final and they both think that they probably should win it, whether it's the experience on the side of unpaid or whether it is the building and the firm gameplay and testing of individuals that Nemiga have shown throughout the tournament, as well as the whole RES circuit. It can't come to a crux here where suddenly you're in this LAN environment, you're a map down, you're going into your comfortable map. There's also questions to be raised with the way that things happened in Sangal's series, where maybe they were too comfortable, too confident moving into their map, and things can get very tenuous, I guess, if you feel too confident. I think this is shaking them up, and they'll also have to address the fact that Risky did go missing at the start of this map. You know, he has been the highest performing player on Nemiga. It would be a shame if he teeters off, but who is to replace him in that impact?
And obviously, Risky is the one we set up in the head-to-head, and the man on the other side didn't go missing at all. Jacob was very much there, and this is always the thing about a grand finals. It feels like it's a case of belief, and how much do you have, and how much is being withered down. Veterans always start with more, and rookies can very often have that crumble away, but that doesn't mean we can't see resurgences. We saw it obviously coming out in Sangal as well, in map number 2 up against Unpaid. I do think that Risky can come through one more time and really just show what he was missing. Lear as well, a couple of those rounds that way he didn't really get himself off, but the problem is still going to be, you can say the same about Cypher, right? Like, Cypher also didn't have the greatest game. You didn't necessarily have that super aggressive piece ready. So it's not like Unpaid have been firing on all cylinders either. There's still room for them to grow into should the final demand it of them.
Yeah, but I will say, I think Nemiga did play a little reserved. You know, there were moments outside of the Lear round where, sure, they could have gotten aggressive. I think Khan as well pushing into Palace was another one of sort of importance. But when it started to get closer and closer to Unpaid overtaking them in the scoreline, I do think they played a bit more defensive than I think even they're really used to.
And a bit of quick love out to Khan because I do think on the CT side especially, he showed some great impact. The AWP, I have to say, even if Harn's numbers overall were better, if you just compare raw CT side opping impact, it felt like Khan was doing a lot more for his team. It's just some of those rounds weren't converted upon.
I mean, he was opping from default as a solo site
and
anchor.
getting triple kills.
And getting triple kills, yeah. I know, it was actually mad the way that he was positioning it and just how aware he seemed to be consistently. I don't think he got caught off that much on that CT side.
Yeah, maybe there's a chance that right now Nemiga are kind of running on fumes because they had like a real long day. But, you know, that cannot be an excuse. Because Unpaid, they also had to play the semifinals and, you know, like, with all the experience. This was the last mirage of the event. And we're going to go to the second map pretty soon. But first, a break.
breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast pay.
Well, we have some breaking news here at the RES Regional Champions. The final map of the series is actually going to be Anubis. When you were happens to the best of us. I mean, that's like why during the video there was a lot of surprise, like, huh? Anubis being banned? But you know, we're gonna talk about that map if we'll get to it, because first it's gonna be Ancient, and in the last 3 months, Nemiga got to play this map 34 times.
Oh my god.
That is insane.
How many of them have been on LAN and in the finals? Resounding 0.
Some of them. Some of them.
And look, Michael's right, because it's not even just about the finals part. How different have Nemiga looked on LAN? But here's the thing, Michael. Teams regress to their means. And I do think that we're seeing some of that happening over here. We are seeing Xanter becoming that priority for this team one more time. We are seeing everyone else taking a step back, feeling uncertain, feeling unsure, other than Khan. I will say, I've been very pleasantly surprised that between Khan and Sami, we do actually have Khan coming through and still looking like he could be a major contributing factor to this grand finals, especially with Harn on the other side, who was doing the same earlier on Ancient.
Yeah, I just think, you know, if we're going to add a dimension to Khan, it is really just about how much influence he can have on that T side as well. You know, it does feel like he's a punishment AWPer at times. He's very defensive on his CT sides, but he's very good at positioning himself to get those types of kills. It will, I think, come down to that regress state, still showing some signs of growth here in this final. I don't think you can afford to have Risky go missing. Jouet also not having as much influence in some of those openers, still going for them, still having I guess, the bravado to go for those plays. But I think they need the extra conversion that Risky often offers so that Xanter also doesn't feel so stressed. I feel like there is this paradigm created between these three where if one falters, the others start to also get dragged along with them.
Yumi, I know you don't like this topic. You don't like whenever I talk about this in other conversations. But, you know, Unpaid right now get to choose the side. Do they want to let Nemiga start on the T side? Because so far, they would usually side and they would be unstoppable.
Yeah, I think there's 2 ways you can look at it. Unpaid could either try and mitigate the damage that Nemiga are going to do on that T side, because I do think that is their better half. Or they could just start on T themselves and just set tone. I don't know which one they'll prefer. I think they maybe recognize as well there were a few shakes on the Nemiga side, so I actually wouldn't be that upset if they decided to start T and just try and give the fight to them.
I would like them to start T, but for none of the reasons you just said. It's because I want Cypher to be activated on Ancient. And the benefit of starting T side in any map is that you get to pre-program your first 2 gun rounds. And if you have something like that, if you can make it so that Cypher is a priority in one of those calls that you're coming through with, if you can get him activated early on, this series is over. Like, genuinely, if Cypher is playing his A game on Ancient, there's no way you're going to have anything but an absolute heroic performance from Xanter to counter that one out from the Nemiga side. That could be soul destroying. That's why I think they should maybe go for the T side, but also, like you said, merits to CT as well. And one of the merits would be maybe you don't want Khan to be starting off too hot either. Let's not forget, he was like 1-10 versus Fluxo on his T side.
Yeah, T-Time, and I really love the fact that you are pointing out like the importance of the pistol rounds, because maybe in the beginning of the tournament we're kind of saying like, yeah, Unpaid, maybe in order to not have like such scorelines that are so close, they need to get the pistol rounds. Today, they had no problems with that, so we can see they've been doing some homework.
Yeah, but it also, you know, on the inverse, if they had lost their pistol rounds on Mirage, is this not just a completely different series, right? So they've been on the receiving end of some pretty poor pistols that have, I think, affected some of their results. But yeah, they're getting the better graces today, and I think maybe that's a talk that they've had internally, because they don't always, I mean, when they've had those poor starts, it has been hard for them to climb back.
And when we talk about pistol rounds, it would be amiss if we're also not talking about force buy rounds, because I feel like Nemiga across the tournament have been one of the best teams at having good force buy strats that always find success. I mean, you even look over towards what I think it was 9-6 on Mirage, where Xanter knows exactly how to go in, go for that double kill on the MP9, know where to push the boundaries. We've seen across Inferno earlier on versus Fluxo. Nemiga has made these force buys a strength of theirs, but the question is, will they have the wherewithal to pull them out here?
Yeah, I mean, this Ancient is potentially the final, the last map of the whole tournament. If we had to just give like a short summary of what each team needs to do, only 1 point, not like, oh, this, what would be? Yumi, what would you say when it comes to Unpaid? One thing that they need to focus on the most.
Clutch.
Clutch. Tea time. When it comes to Nemiga, what do they need to do in order to win their Ancient?
Openers.
Openers. Okay. So we have the clutches versus the openers. Well, then I'm looking forward to starting this Ancient. Dwayne, Jay, let's go to you.
Thanks, guys. Yes, clutch and openers. Maybe those might be the decisive factors of this whole matchup at this point. Maybe that Anubis thrown in at the end might become a little bit of a curveball towards the end of things, but we'll cross that bridge when we have to burn it down, I think. Ancient, obviously, the next one up, and considering that Unpaid did so well on it earlier today, I have to say that my faith is only bolstered in them at the moment.
This is a 2-0 potential. It very much is. When I remember back to especially the City side versus Sangul that they had earlier on today, you had Jacob that was running down mid, putting pressure towards elbow, and you had Cypher running it through cave and into cheetah and putting pressure towards lane. So there's going to be a few pressure points to watch out for, and a few individual moves. Across the board, I want to see if Han can maintain consistency. Really good closer to end Mirage by him.
Indeed, and of course a consistent guy over the course of this tournament. I know I've sort of debated the idea that I didn't think it should have been him, but obviously he's proven himself in that particular respect, and in that sense he is the guy that you want to look at to deliver that consistent level. So if he can continue along that road, then I want to see him do well. Tea time, obviously looking at Cypher, seeing if he can get enabled much earlier into this matchup, because he's proven at times that he can be a guy that takes over the game. And, there's several elements, of course, that can do the exact same thing for Unpaid. But I feel like for them, one of their key qualities that stood out, especially in that early matchup, was the number of individuals that were having those impactful rounds spread across the entire board.
Something that does help out a player like Han in this sort of environment is while he made his name known the most on Fiend and working with Bubble, he's played on a lot of international teams. I remember when he played on Blue Jays and when he played on that Enterprise roster that was Czechoslovakian but also English-speaking at the time, the Lettuce Cook and Podpa team, and then most recently with Thomas. Now, he's actually won a couple of LAN tournaments a little while ago, to be fair, but back in 2023 with Pompa, that's where they beat Eklot in a grand final, and then when he was on Enterprise a year earlier, where he was able to beat Asuba in a grand final. So he's played on LAN, he's played at a very high level. I remember back at the V4 Future Sports Festival, top 4 for Fiend at the time. So he's got the pedigree to not crack under the pressure, and I think after seeing map number 1, it pretty much goes that way.
I'd say that V4 tournament probably got to be the most high caliber of those events though, right?
He played an RMR. Remember, he was 1 game away from qualifying to the major when they lost out to Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, do you know what, during that 2021 period, I forgot there were any LAN RMRs at the same time.
Yeah, that's right.
That is a very good point. And that particular matchup as well, that led to the rise of Copenhagen Flames.
It did, and it basically broke apart the Bulgarian scene. So there is memories on both sides of that one, and I'm sure it is living rent-free in Han's mind, but he's also reflecting on it today, a few years later, saying, right, I'm here with a mixed team, I'm here as a stand-in, and we are 1-0 up in a series where we've actually played some pretty good Ancient CS across the tournament. Let's push for the 2-0. Let's go and not only upset in our opening game versus Sangul, but upset again in our second game versus Nemiga.
A hell of a way to go through with it as well. I mean, look, it would certainly be one way to not make amends per se towards the guys that fell down when around that time, but to make amends to himself, now being in this LAN final position with an opportunity to decimate a team that have been able to dominate here in the RES circuit. So for him individually, for the team overall of Unpaid, many individuals, things to watch out for in terms of those guys, and as a squad itself, they have been on fire to the point where they are now up by 1 in the grand finals and 1 map away from claiming the championship. The most unlikely of circumstances to see this set of players take a trophy. Unpaid onto Ancient. It is Nemiga's map pick as we get started with their home territory in the grand final.
And there is a big disparity of success on this map in recent history. Last 3 months feature 21 wins and 13 losses for Nemiga, with just a small 6 wins and 9 losses for Unpaid. They have looked good on Ancient in the tournament, but historically, it's a weaker map in the pool.
Let's get this one started. Julie's in for Vlad and Unpaid are on the CT side. Start. You've got the utility for Han. Cypher's got a HE as well. You're putting early smokes down towards both of the short and long crosses. The B-side execution is set and ready. Blind fire of the P2000s do some damage, but it's returned quite heavily by Nemiga. Han down to 23 especially.
Just more spam bullets coming in. Decent amount of util to get set up for the for the retake, I should say. Han's got smoke molly and a flash to get them in.
And that HE landed right towards the bomb when Xanta was making his way up towards it, so he evaded the majority of that damage. Incendiaries on the back site as they make their way in. Vlad going to try and lead that charge. Risky well with a decent kill. Jacob returns fire. Khan back on the back lines. Fires to return a kill. All the same towards the Nemiga. Trades are good, but Nexa keeps control. Lid with a responsive. Nexa and Han, a solo HP. Found all the same. Han cannot hold this clutch. Nemiga take the pistol this time.
Unfortunately, just a bit of missed util usage there. Now, that first incendiary that went down towards default, there was a bit of a gap, wasn't there? Xanta basically held, and it allowed him to get one kill on what was the long players coming in quickly. Good work from Nemiga. 5v5 post plant is successful.
Start on the T side that they're looking for. Just to let the monsters roll, if you will. Get on the opening stance of their map pick and try and take some return, because in this grand final, it has to be a 3-mapper for them to take the victory overall. Galil's in, AK's out this way. And nothing of major value for Unpaid, although they have gone with the upgrade pistol. So I guess some value there. Slightly heavier buy.
And there is no denying that from a Veto perspective, Ancient followed by Anubis is perfect for Nemiga. They win out in that perspective. But on the day performance, mistakes being made, star individuals showing up, those are all caveats that do not go into the conversation of what maps are being played.
And that difference to be made by the Nemiga camp.
I want to see what Nexa can do after map number 1 with just how on fire he was individually.
I mentioned it on the desk. 24 kills on Mirage.
Impressive for an in-game leader.
Both the veterans had their moments, had their game today. And they deliver another one. Jacob's up the task. 5-7, does find Risky Bob.
And now the bomb's going down towards A. Just look for exits. Try and make this expensive for Unpaid.
Galil picked up on Jacob's part. Unpaid. Careful about the range game. Vladen does evade the contact at a Mach 10. The Galil continues facing in from main. Xanta unrevealed past that big box position. Nades coming in to suppress at CT spawn. Jacob eventually is revealed towards Xanta. Xanta takes that very quick responsive kill. Deagle a Cypher at range. 2 players face him. Doesn't get either of those shots, doing some damage towards Khan. Further, just coming closer towards the back lines. Now Nexa with his 5-7 exit frag attempts will get 1 pick, no more than that. So expense will be spared. Deagle back for Han, still unable to connect. So unfortunately, they weren't able to get that 3rd pick in. They did all that they could given the circumstances, though.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed. They were in decent exit fragging positions, 1 from main, 1 from Donut, and out from CT, but only got away with a couple of kills. Xanta didn't quite fall to the bomb blast bonus, so should be another light and deco here for Unpaid, looking to try and bolster up strongly in the rifle in the next.
2-0 stance for Nemiga this time. It's Unpaid, and they've got the start of Mirage. Not the same here for Ancients. So on the buy status, they'll go for the half C's into the 3rd. See the SMGs and a couple of individuals, upgrade pistols as well. Similar stance as well with 1 player maintaining his lifeline, that being Cypher to push forward towards this ramp position. Xanta will get caught off guard. Risky Bob there for a very good trade. Now Han swinging onto Khan, seeing those ways utilities coming in, but both players actually don't quite deal with both the individuals. Nexa is good for a trade, but no more than just the one.
Jacob's got an aggro play to elbow. If he gets this kill, this round is on.
It's awkward on the spray, but he comes together for it. 2 versus 2, 6 points of health though. Would have loved to get that more confidently. Vladen's 5-7 has got to do the heavy lifting.
You're right. If you get that first bullet, you're on, what, 100 HP. It's a much winnable stance. Now, Vladen at least has got armor, and he's hearing the util coming from ramp, so he probably gets the idea they're both together.
Molly's deep, so we can hug this corner. Risky Bob in the open, swing out. 5-7 misses his shots, and now he's been tagged low, so their chances are reduced to nil. Jacob make his way up towards Shelf, see if he can at least get 1 good burst, and he has done well in these low HP scenarios, but unfortunately for him, Nemiga have read him like a book, going to the A bomb site. B is no longer their final target.
And Nemiga really have been the kings of Ancient in Tier 2. I'd say they've easily been putting up results against the top teams. They've been pushing the boundaries to maybe call themselves the best team on Ancient. The issue is they've had some struggles on it in this tournament, and maybe that's because it's the LAN environment, the loss to Fluxo in particular. And translating online results to LAN, especially when you're an inexperienced team, it's never easy.
It's definitely true. Something that we'll have to again be sticking in the back of our minds as we assess the Nemiga going forward. Third up to their board. For now, they are in control, unpaid. Hope to take that control away. Money lining up to the economy state, and look, in terms of, you know, the bigger picture of the round itself, it's still a half buy with 3 players worth of casualties, so it's positive in that respect.
And we've seen a few grand finals being played from Nemiga online in the last 3 months, but not against the strongest of teams. The Hellcase Cup number 10 event, they had a 2-0 win against Endpoint in the final, and then most recently in Fast Cup, they had a best of 5 where they lost out to 9. So I don't suppose it's the best of preparation, facing off against middle-of-the-pack Tier 2 teams and then instantly going into a LAN Grand Final when you're going up against Cypher, Jacob, and Nexa.
Speaking of which, Jacob's pressing in towards Elbow. That HE revealing nothing past the gap. Utility inbound towards the A-bomb site, which they have vacated for the most part, although they have got Vladen on the way into the central bomb site. Nice Molotov. That'll have to cancel, and Utility will get wasted.
The players are rotating in quickly. Han's going to try and set up this AWP from Temple.
They're coming in, AWP at the ready. And the Khalil to peek for first port of call. Molotov's deep. Shot does connect. Han with the kill. Vladen is going to burn quite heavily, though. 7 points of health. His teammate flashing his way out of position. Jacob with a swing forward, and Khan's HE will get the kill from range. Risky Bob with 1 on site and 1 through the smoke, and Nemiga deal with the defensive pretty well.
Now, unfortunate there for Unpaid that it gets slightly awkward with the util usage, doesn't it? Vladen's getting mollied, Han's trying to get the flash out. They sort of block each other for a bit, but in terms of the entries, that is a fantastic round for Nemiga.
Leaving Unpaid to get the hell out of there. Han and Cypher to retreat.
Jacob's just trying to turn away from all the flashes, isn't he? He's trying to get on the front side of Donut, but he's up against so much util. Vladen was burning, and then Nexa got straight spammed from CT.
It was a good start for Hans Orp on defense, but just the rest of the rifles not given much breathing room to have the similar sort of impact.
And that is worrying for a first gun round.
That's true. Unpaid. Fall back and rest on the max loss bonus for not the next round, but the round afterwards, because Nemiga are about to set themselves up with a 5-0 start. Han watching for contact, watching for presence out there with exit frags attempted. Cypher might also have to receive some contact of his own. They're out towards Peter in the shelf angle. But he will maintain his life. So those 2 guns will be imperative to Unpaid.
Now, Unpaid can treat this round and treat, I would say, the majority next few gun rounds as we need to get a move on, don't we? Because let's be realistic. If you lose out here, 0-6 down, do you actually have the legs? Do you have the ability to come back and show us a performance on map 2?
It's true. Unpaid have done well to bring the fight to their opposition. Nemiga gauged upon Jacob, first man in towards mid. Risky Bob falls to him this time. Cypher trying to play that cheater aggression like he said against Sango earlier. Kills not found though. Zwei spraying away. And Jacob just backed up towards Tetris. Han may look for a boost up to look over towards ramp. Is he going to spot? He may well do in a second. Jacob's going to get picked up. Shot towards Khan. Lear trying Cypher though, so it's a 3 versus 2 overall.
Yeah, it's starting to get a bit chaotic. We're starting to see some more aggressive moves from Unpaid. Now, previously, we've seen a lot of backstabs towards A-main and elbow. Vladen is not exuding that position all the way. He's playing into A-main, and because of that, Red Room and all of CT can be just basically abandoned by the CT side.
Start walking their way in.
Missed the timing completely.
Indeed. Unpaid. Unaware of what's going on at Nemiga's hand. There should be a bomb plant at the very least.
Have to play this retake heavy and have to be very reliant on Vladen to get a contact kill.
Depends how far the red player wants to extend. Nexa considering his options. The smoke down towards Donut will start to indicate what's really going on, so they'll pull attention back and start to go for the retake. But they have to wait for Vladden to get to position.
He's got shadow advantage if the T's aggress him towards main.
Xanta and Lear moving closer. He sees the shadow, takes the fight, wins it. Lear unaccounted for though. I think they may be aware of it. He evades that secondary shadow. The CT start making their way up towards the bomb site. Vladden's going to put utility down, so actually Lear has traded places with his aggressor. Diffuse held, 10 seconds to the stick. The patience could be everything. The smokes are in the way though. He can't find Han, and Vladden will get him just beyond that smoke, leaving unpaid their first round.
Now, Lear has played that situation correctly again, but I want to remind you to what happened on Mirage when he played that trigger discipline, could have got 2 kills and fluffed it up. Man, that's going to be tilting for an in-game leader. In back-to-back maps, in a grand final, you've made the correct play to slow the round down, to not take the jewels straight away, and both times you've been unfortunate, unlucky. What sort of excuses can you give there? Because he has made everything correct.
Unpaid can start to close the gap a bit more if they follow up on that round victory. Money's not amazing for Nemiga after the rebuy. Orbs in on both sides again for Khan and Han. Han, the consistency, Khan showing up a bit more of that orb prowess in the last map up, but not enough to get the victory for them. Of course, Xanta walking through the smoke and Cheetah. Cypher's caught off guard for it. Now the B defenders, they might not be aware of how close this player wants to charge to. Nex is going to be waiting, and Xanta will tap and flash his way out towards Cave. Man is completely blinded. Nex is going to be goner. The shot from Han can find the kill to return. The flashes and Molotovs coming in his direction. A reface is going to be difficult, but he lines up the collateral, doing damage to the next player. A flash in for his teammates. Han has got a triple. Zwei trades Khan's orb on the other side of the wallway. Scene, shots on for Han. He's got himself a quadra, and Jacob's there to close. A beautiful round from a beautiful man.
And Xanta's done everything. He's aggressed through from Cheetah. He's caught the timing against Cypher. He's making him his puppet right now. Cypher is struggling in from Cheetah. And notice how Xanta's not overpeaking here. He's using util correctly. He's putting pressure onto Nexa. But Han just recovers the entire round and by himself.
Honestly, how do you even think about just dealing with that for Nemiga? Deagle set in for them, broken investments and all.
He's literally the last line of defense, isn't he? Jacob's still rotating over. He is alone there.
Risky Bob already naded down at 60 points of health, unpaid. Chance to close out their third, close the gap. Elmore to Nemiga, playing from their early back feet, but coming up with some stellar rounds.
Honestly, that might be the AWP sequence that wins you this LAN. Like, those are the kind of rounds that give so much confidence to this unpaid side.
Considering how unpaid have been so momentum-based, and Nemiga could have shut that momentum down before it truly got started, I wouldn't blame you for making that assessment. Honestly, I'm still in awe at that rush sequence. Zwei trying to respond to it. Jacob's the man in red. AK on Deagle. Deagle wins the fight. So there's a spanner in the works to Nemiga. Vladden now has to hold the A site almost completely alone.
At least he's got util. This incendiary will help slow down these donut players.
Giving Nemiga a lot of breathing room though. He's only now turning away. He's actually holding passive behind the big box. The AWP to draw attention away. No, even he unscopes. Swing the Xanta kill. Found Lear is going to be allowed that bomb plant though. Vladden, he can now get pushed away by the T-side players, but he gets Risky Bob. Gets there as well. USP pulled out against Khan on the bomb site. The incendiary has finally come up, and Cypher will maintain control of the situation. Zwei takes one more player out. Vladden ends up with his quadra. Still a bomb plant bonus for Nemiga there, though.
Now let's consider this. Han's just had a mental round, got 4 kills. Vladden is alone on A. It's an anti-eco, but he gets another 4 kills. These are the sort of rounds you need to be thinking about, because it's getting the individuals involved in the game.
Yes.
It's getting them confident. It's getting them with the belief that they can win on any round in any circumstance. But you are right from Nemiga's point of view. They've done economical damage, they've got a bomb plant, and now their main priority is the next gun round.
Tacticals called in by them because they recognize the same. Money will not be broken per se on unpaid, but their own cash basis is bolstered, and this again could be a chance to shut down momentum before it truly gets out of control for the unpaid camp. And they've got their full sets of AKs. No AWP in sight for Nemiga this time.
Now have a chat with Box, a player that has not won a LAN for over 2 years. And the last time he actually faced off against Flamus and Risky Bob and sent them home. Unpaid with a 1-round difference right now, but Nemiga need to stabilize because we know that their T side is solid and we know they've got what it takes to push this to a third map.
HG's flashes. Molotov sent past this elbow position. Jacob in towards the corner. Cypher domed in by Xanta, trying to aggress all the way through Cheetah. Nexus burning. He has no idea. He's good, lucky to get away with that one pick. Now Vladimir will need to get a trade here. Khan, no idea of the danger that he's in, but the danger isn't all that much. Vladimir dishing out damage. Now got to turn towards elbow. Risky Bob moving. Zwei trades him. 3-on-2 for Nemiga.
He's done everything he can there. You are overexposed from both lane and from elbow, and you've got one kill and done damage. You can't ask for any more. The problem is, how do you recover this round? Now, Han and Jacob have over-rotated to B, and they might just have to gamble it. They might have to look at this 2v3 and say, let's not make any info plays, let's just hold on the bomb site.
To their credit, these are the two players that held down B in the last stellar round. Han's AWP especially. He is trying to prod out towards ramp, won't go so far as to extend all the way down that position. And the bomb is still there at the B doorway. So Nemiga, if they run this clock down, the only option would be the B bomb site.
With Jacob holding Red Room, it means that Han has to be wary about cave and ramp at the same time, which is actually quite uncomfortable for an AWPer.
How's he going to deal with it? They are going to commit here towards the B site. So Han leans forward, his timing to the ramp position impeccable. The utility starts coming down, holding up at cave. The attempted wallbang sprays won't do much, but Wood will get cleared up. Jacob's going to be drawn into the bomb site hard. Shot to the collateral! That's turned everything back against them! And Khan can now have to face the 1 versus 2. The first pick found, playing around a smoke, and he adjusts towards Jacob. 9 HP to the good, and just saving Nemiga.
And imagine tapping the bomb and drawing a fight against Jacob. The veteran player on the server is the one being drawn for a bait. Well done from Khan. Han does everything in his power to hold off on that round with the clan. You would expect Khan smoke the bomb and stick, but instead Khan draws the fight in the open, and Jacob knows right there he's been played by the youngster.
Nemiga. So close did that round come. One extra bullet. That could have made the difference between winning and losing, and they know it. But with that success, Nemiga can push up to number 5, end Unpaid's little 3-round streak, and start to look for their own half advantage.
Well, I'm surprised we're not seeing more A-lanes. Remember, Nemiga have been hitting B, and they've constantly been fighting against the AWPer. So surely in the back of Lear's mind, they're thinking, okay, in these late-round situations, they're not leaving Han to anchor A or play around Red Room. He's always on B with the AWP.
2 rounds to the good. And the buy-up for Unpaid starts to get a little bit more dicey. SMG for Jacob this time. But Han's AWP still stellar as always. The M4s for the other players. It's interesting that it's Han and Vladimir with the top frag positions, with the 3 stars to the last map up. Exert, Jacob down at the lower position. Cypher's done only 3. He's trying to get more involved. Good burst on Lear, but not enough to get the kill for him. Now Vladimir's up to task, and there's players all coming in from main. Han can provide support from one of the entryways, not to the other. They'll peek in. Risky Bob with a kill. Xanta also mowed through. Vladimir almost held on the triple. But Zwei trades him. Han's ready to receive. Flashes don't connect. Han does connect. And now Khan holds him pinned in a corner. A flashbang to force that player out. Han will try crossing the Molotovs in to make sure he can't peek back, and eventually will spread to that big box angle, so he has to fall away.
Han's looking impeccable right now. He's looking confident. He's aggressed in so many of these angles. But Vladimir, that crosshair placement to get 2 is so difficult aggressive in A main.
Even then, the damage. Zwei caught in the end. Lear tagged up. Khan trying to work his way into the A bomb site, or at least grab some utility off his dead teammates and work a different position. I mean, he has to regroup at this stage with 40 seconds to go all the way towards the B execution.
This should be a save. They shouldn't commit for this at all. Money's not great. In my eyes, there's just no workability in this round at all. Great sequence towards A, and it's the first time we've actually seen A pressure from not just so much a walk towards elbow, but to have a bit of a setup.
Unpaid beating him into submission. To Vladimir and Han's efforts. And it's funny that you said that 4K round could be like a difference maker to the overall matchup. Honestly, Han could just be a difference maker to this whole matchup with the way he's playing at the moment.
Yeah, he's had some good rounds. He's had the 4K, he's had the collateral, he's had the kill there with Vlad. And I would say right now you need to facilitate Han. If he says, right, I want to go aggro B, Nexa, give him the reins. Wherever he wants to call, wherever he can feel. He's an experienced AWPer in Tier 2. He'll know how to work around a team like a Nemiga. Han is being the one. And sometimes it doesn't matter who the one is, as long as there's someone in a grand final.
Nemiga have to find a way to neutralize that someone. A second tactical. Because the threat continues from Unpaid, even though they're down, even though they've got to make up a round to even the board and take one more to actually get the lead away. The threat posed will keep the economy limited, so the buy will not be fantastic for the T side.
Well, consider what I just said a moment ago. They need to start hitting A because Han keeps playing B. Well, what about now? Now you've seen the AWP towards A. It is a big question mark, and maybe it is, let's try and search for information. Let's find out where the AWP is playing from. This was a really good start into the map for Nemiga, but Unpaid are knocking on the door of tying up the scoreline and pushing for a lead.
It's a valid point. Be thinking about where's Han playing in this round. Is he going to go back to that B-side defense? Is he going to be posted up ready with Vladim's crossfire on A, or is there something else that you can play at? It's a boost for this round. Jump face and Han connects it. Oh, chef's kiss.
Yeah, this is rolling back the years, isn't it? This has given us the vibes of Han in 2021. Khan is hoping for a contact. Jacob out from the big box, has seen the AWPer and vice versa.
Swing for the rifle, actually only the leg shot for the AWP, and Vladen gets picked up. Zweis Deagle has turned it back around with Risky Bob's follow-up. It's now on Han and Nexa in a 2 versus 3 clutch. Zweis picked up the AWP as well. Nexa's got to hit the shot. No, it's now all on Han to clutch it.
Well, I don't even know how Zweis been able to get 2 there, but for Unpaid, it's just overpeaking, isn't it? It's a very good start to the round from Han. It's a good pick out there on A. And then Jacob and Vladen just start to swing quite harshly to the right-hand side, and Zwei hits 2 incredible domes, which ends up becoming a round steal when it really shouldn't be. That's the round to probably go 6-6, maybe 7-5 if you're Unpaid.
Yeah.
Now, with the money, you might only get 4 or 5 CT rounds.
See Han's first pick again. We'll also spot these 2 deagle shots for Zwei. Oh, good adjustments to Jacob.
Cypher's had a real tough time.
Yeah.
He's been punished a crazy amount out here in the cheater and shelf position. He just needs to make sure that he's not tilting, and he's staying strong mentally right now.
Talk about the idea that Nemiga might not do a lot of preparation. Remember how Cypher was a monster in a cheater at several points throughout this tournament. Maybe they have picked up on at least something to try and neutralize him.
Well, they'll know that he's aggressive. The problem is, Xanta is a fairly aggressive lane player, and Cypher's quite an aggressive cheater player. So when you've just got those 2 locking horns, I would almost say it comes down to a 50-50 fight. It comes down to repositioning, to util usage, because between those 2, it is just going to be a firefight in that area of the map.
Well, the bright spots of Han and Vladen will will float Unpaid's current scoreline. The sinking elements will just as easily bring them back down. And this time the nades to counteract Han as Nemiga are starting to adapt to him. The boost attempted for a second time, being in towards the York position of Khan as well. At the doorway, seen crossing. Khan will have that information. Khan won't connect any wall bangs either.
That's a very good protocol. And they realise that the orb's been boosted up there at long in a couple of rounds, so double HE it. And make sure that you limit the impact of the AWP. Han is not wary of this play out from red, which means Zwei gets an easy kill, and Vladen should get cleared as well.
Deeper smoke against him, ensuring that you can't see anything, and even if he could, this USP probably wouldn't be enough to do any major damage. Nexus grabbed the AWP, but now his concern is going to be to try and save it. B site is the most close one, is where the bomb is the closest, although they have got that donut present, so a rotation towards A might give Unpaid a little bit of escape room. But Nemiga will look for number 7 on the T-side board, the half advantage here.
Now what Nemiga should do is get the bomb down on A, but hunt for the AWP. They should make sure that that falls.
Money's not good enough to where they can buy it again here on Unpaid. Nexa will stick around to try and look for another exit kill, but needs to be so wary about that. The plant will be secured. And they'll start moving out of the bomb site, so the hunt is on. Will it find its success?
Khan is just basically pinned out here to watch the bottom ramp in B-Door's area. Nemiga are clawing, and while this has been, I would say, an uncomfortable first half, it hasn't been the cleanest of performances, you just need to look at the scoreline and say, we're starting to get separation.
Yeah.
We are starting to feel as if Nemiga can close down a good first half performance and give themselves a good likelihood of sending it to a decider.
They're still hunting Nemiga, looking for the AWP of Nexa. On that corner, position at long, dealt with. Jacob can take one pick back, but they have lost the big green gun. Running into Liam, meaning he can't even save onto a rifle. Last round of the half. Nemiga have already won said half. Can it still be 5 at the turn for Unpaid?
So Han can reinvest into AWP and armor. The problem is, because you don't bring that saved in AWP further, other people are limited. You've got an MP9 for Nexa, one for Cypher, one for Vladin, because they want to get more util out. Unpaid are desperate for a bit of a round steal, and this is going to be a tough one to work. This way, just putting an anti-rush molly down with util out to elbow, but for the most part, it's a single lurk in B and what looks to be a pack set up towards an A exec.
Kill on Xanta, Cypher down. Immediately, once again, lane pressure from Nemiga, punishing a man that has struggled so far in this secondary map-up. Unpaid, we're going to gamble stack on B. Jacob will be looking to try and defend back from CT spawn. Utility starts pouring in towards that A bomb site. Trying to find a gap there over at Temple, seen by Khan. A shot rings out. Jacob is toying with him though. Trying to spot for something of some sort of bonus in the end. The site will be taken. The retake will have to come down to Unpaid.
At least they've done spam damage onto Sway, but they need more than just that.
Bomb plant held. Vladimir was thinking of an incendiary right here. Blind sprays will come back towards that corner. You've got Xanta also working up towards mid now. His opening kill to turn into a cut-off, a rotate, a backstab. Something out towards red room. Smokes involved. Sway gets the kill. Lear lines up to an Unpaid. Looking a lot more like underdogs in this second map. Nemiga turnover 8-4 at the turn of the half.
And on reflection, a couple of key rounds had gone unfortunate for Unpaid. You have that one where Han's back deep with the AWP in Temple, and Vladin gets mollied out from Big Box with Jacob at Donut. That round goes differently. Maybe you could push for 6 or 7 CT rounds, but just missed the chances, and it's going to be difficult for the international team now.
Sounds a lot like missing the chances in an earlier series as well for them.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, the 1v1 that Khan wins out against Jacob when he taps the bomb, definitely examples that you can look at.
Might lead to the map loss. Unpaid if they can maintain themselves. So we'll try and hunt for the series win, but they have a second half to play for here.
And let's think about this, yeah? Anubis is the decider. We have just seen a couple of hours ago Nemiga 13-2 3D max on Anubis, which is the French are very good on that map. They are a very clean Anubis team. Now, yeah, they were a bit stressed for time, and they wanted to make sure that they had what it takes to get that qualification and play in the grand final here. But even still, if you're Unpaid, I'm looking at Ancient thinking, if we don't close 2-0, we might not close the series.
Yeah. Considering all the confidence that you've had in this series in today and on this map as well today.
Yep.
You said at the start of things that this could end up being a 2-0. The potential was there with this map. And that potential is really slipping away from Unpaid. So many major concerns. And this was the concern that you would ultimately raise when it comes to picking against Unpaid at any portion in this tournament. It's so individually based, and when those individuals dip off, then this is what you get.
And even someone to the stature of Jacob, 30-year-old player that's very recognized in the Tier 2 and Tier 1 scene, he actually doesn't have a very deep trophy cabinet. He won the Tip Spot Cup in 2022 with Apex, which was basically all the local Czech and Slovakian teams. Ended up beating Sinners, which was Zedco, Beastic, Shock, Neofrag, and Forzi at the time. The only other tournaments he's won was a local Norwegian tournament when it was a Norwegian Apex, and then before that an Asia Minor for the London Major way back in 2018. That's it. he's had some close achievements. The closest one was probably Alyssa Masters Espo of last year, going up in that best of 5 versus Furia. But he'd love to add something like a RES Regional Champions as a mix, as a stand-in team to lift the trophy.
Just the extra added bonus of the circumstances being what they are for this team, to go through all that adversity, to take that title. That might be one of the more special ones, especially for a guy that has, as you mentioned, been in the tier 1 space. I mean, 60 S-tier events on his profile. He tries to look to engage upon an A-tier victory. Pistols set in for the second half, and Jacob is the man that takes a lot of the red room control with a kill onto Risky Bob, spotting several players other as well. Gets a chance to reload. Khan goes falling. Lear challenging as well. Damage being done. Zway comes in with support towards mid. Meanwhile, Unpaid have executed towards the B-bomb sites.
The bomb could go down safely, but Xanta's here to take contact.
Nexa almost got caught there. He just got up as the bomb went down. Zway being watched. Shadow advantage doesn't mean jack to Han. Vlad now in at lane being tested as Zway gets another kill. A triple to hold. It's all on Nexa now. He's caught that first. He's taking wallbang damage, and Zway has just domed him. A quadra for 20 deep and a pistol win.
And this is coming from a Zway kid that is 16 years old, that's making his LAN HLTV debut here in Belgrade, and he is dropping crazy numbers in a grand final.
Second top of the board for Nemiga on Mirage. Clearly top of the board right here on Ancient.
Not easy duels at all, especially with the pre-aim out there in Cheetah.
Crispy stuff from the young man. Talk about Khan being a difference maker for Unpaid. Well, difference makers of Nemiga are also set in. Unpaid did get a bomb bonus. They're going to force the issue back into this round, trying to stop this onwards charge to map point. Blast fire from Lear, those already caught. Cypher tagged heavily to 14 points.
It just means that the entry kills out from mid are going to be even more difficult. Nexa and Jacob have got a bit of a crossfire. This Galil wants to try and get the donut player.
Sprayed to engage. Risky Bob's going to get Cypher in the end. The Galil Jacob caught off at range by SMGs. Nexa's got to come up with those kills. Lear comes forward from Cheetah's position and takes Nexa down. Jacob will eventually drop, so the rifles are out of play here for Unpaid.
And they're just getting trapped out of mid. You've got the time, but let's be realistic on this fort. What are the chances of a 2v3 in this scenario? I'd say less than 10%. It's not looking promising.
Zway fights on. Vladen will fall. 22 kills deep for him now.
Zway is almost posting the same amount of kills that he had in the entire semi-final against Fnatic in this one map.
Doing well, is saying the least.
And he's a player that had replaced Flammus to a decent degree. We'd casted him online. It was never easy to replace a player to the nature of Flammus, but out here to get LAN opportunities, to continue to prove it online, what a pickup. What a find.
Han can only do so much here in that exchange. The damage to 3 players will not mean much to this this Unpaid side.
Yeah, not when you buy it up. That's the thing. Especially when you're at this sort of margin, you need that to be a round victory, because now it's just a few survival rounds. It's to hang in the game for a bit.
Yeah. And that is the problem ultimately. For 11 on Nemiga's board, and Unpaid. They're going in with hero rifles again. Jacob trying to bail them out of a very sticky spot. Tried his hand at entries towards the A site now. Here over at B on ramp, engaging a spray. Oh, not catching Xanta though. The rifle has fallen. It's next man, Nexa, will move forward to pick it right back up and trade, but now Lear's involved towards Cheetah, and the range game is too much for the pistol players. The bomb is on site, but it's unsupported as Cypher continues to fight back. Nexa is getting a 2K, at least forcing out one of those defenders, trying to challenge Lear alongside Cypher, but now Zway comes up from range with the SMG. Cypher's only got a pistol. The challenge is this 1 versus 3, and he's not going to walk far. Nemiga press on, Unpaid, pushed back. And 2 more rounds to go before map 3 ensues.
And I am convinced that the first half was a bit of a misleading scoreline. If a few kills go differently, we could have seen a lot more impact out of Unpaid when it comes to round victories. The problem is, when you have an 8-4 half, you need to deliver straight away. They've missed out on the pistol, they've missed out on the force buy, and now even the force again, you're just not quite getting that impact.
Yeah.
You don't have the rounds to work with, so what? You're 4-11 down, it's game over.
Jacob fighting so awkwardly. Spray against Sway, barely comes up with the kill. Meanwhile, 3 picks have come in, including the trade on Jacob. A 4v2 has ensued without any efforts, it felt like, for Nemiga. So quickly, Unpaid fell apart. Nexa and Han. The 2 men involved in this clutch attempt. Never going to get away with that. Han alone now, 1-on-4.
And it does tell you that star players underperforming is going to make a difference from Unpaid. The style that we saw from almost everyone in that Fnatic matchup on Ancient was hitting the marker, producing good individual moments. Instead, honestly, Han's been the only guy.
Yeah.
There's no one else that comes close to me.
Can't even get Xanta in the corner. Dead to rights. Map point for Nemiga. Ancient. Gonna fall by the wayside for Unpaid, and it's such a deflating second map as well, considering how impressive they looked on that Mirage.
Well, even if you just compare the pair, if a few rounds go differently, do we get a 2-0 for Nemiga? I don't think you can say if a few rounds go differently, you get a 2-0 for Unpaid. You certainly get a more competitive Ancient, but you don't get a 2-0.
This second half especially has looked far more dominant. Nemiga are now just within touching distance now. Galil's on 2, Vladen and Nexa. AKs for the other 3 of Unpaid. Jacob still cannot win a mid-fight. It must be getting frustrating here. Khan tries to catch Sway. Sway's backed off instantly, incendiarying off the main entrance. Cypher walking up towards the B-bomb site. Lear is ready for him, though. For the swing, the adjustment's good for Cypher. A double up. Finally, the Brit breaks his kill drought, and he's looking for more in the back lines. At 4 points of health, though, Khan is ready to receive.
And there's a cave player. If Nexa falls to Risky Bob, all of that work on B is wasted.
Just the one man known about here for the T-side line. Vladen making his way up towards red and mid. Khan could get caught on timing if he's not careful.
Yeah, he's tucked around the corner, though, so he'll be okay.
Checks it. Shots on! Oh! Nexa will at least get Risky Bob. Open up that B-bomb site a little bit more. Smoke down on short, but look at where Han is, the other side of the map.
Nexa's got space, though, and this is trying to slow down Khan. This AWP knows that Nexa's going to be somewhere on the bomb site or back in there at cave.
Tap damage done by his way to Nexa. Han coming in, considering a counter-rotation as well. Eventually, the stalling of this bomb plant is going to force Nemiga to reconsider the idea that A is going to be the play. Next is starting to extend that towards long. Sees where Khan is. His back's turned. Timing is everything. And it works better for the captain. So Unpaid look to maintain their lives for just an extra round. But it is 8 in a row required to get to overtime, Dweck.
Well, the money's pretty good, so Zway can look for an exit. Maybe try and see if he can go back to recovering that AWP from Khan. If you can get that, then that's a decent upgrade.
The M4 of Zway to try and keep that AWP away from T-sided hands. Eventually will pick it up and fall away, so that's not an upgrade that Unpaid will get.
Such a ridiculous couple of kills from Cypher, and it makes you wonder, where has that been?
Yeah.
For a player that's been on 3 kills, how does he do this on the B-bomb site?
Trying so hard, so many times to force the issue on lane on the CT side for Unpaid. It didn't work out for him over and over and over again, and nothing was found in the entries for Jake, and eventually Cypher was forced to force the issue, and he finally finds his success. It's just so late in the day.
Indeed it is, and it's at a moment of time where this scoreline is unrecoverable. You can try and push to double digits, try and show that you've got some overall game plan on the T side, that the riflers can adapt. But Anubis is calling, and calling pretty quickly.
Unpaid steps away, being conceded to map number 3, and if they're going to bring it to the overtime of Ancient, it's going to need to see a miracle out of them, and unfortunately miracles don't happen here. Not at least in this map. Jacob has fallen, Nex has been picked up as well. Vladen tagged low, Cypher tagged low. Matter of time before they are being found. Lear's looking down onto Han. AWP of Khan does get caught, seen, but not quite fragged upon by Cypher. He's going for a big old backstab. that Lear's found the bomb carrier, so it might just be completely irrelevant. Cypher with that trade, still a 2 versus 4, and Khan is lying in wait.
And Khan is waiting for the fight. He's trying to see if he can toy Cypher to be even more aggressive from lane.
And with Lear having the bomb, Cypher and Vlad need to combine together to take these 2 individuals down and then find the next 2 in mid on the retake.
It's just the HP numbers.
Yeah. Even before we get into those intricacies. And Vlad seeing nothing from beyond these smokes. Cypher making some noise on the B bomb site, trying to draw them away from lane. Khan's AWP is watching the back. Vladen smoking up towards Cheetah. Khan actually does get caught running right into that rifler. Still got 3 out here with the bomb position. Cypher dishing out some damage, spraying through. Lear is caught, tagged up heavily. Vladen with a kill. Needs to go out for that bomb, however, needs to pick it up and get towards the bomb site. 30 seconds to do so. Sway seen beyond the smoke and drops the 1 man required in this clutch. It's Cypher in a 1-on-2. He gets a headshot. 1-on-1 now. No idea where Risky Bob's repositioned up towards, and he's going for the A-Rap.
Now, Risky Bob, 100 points of health up against Cypher on 21. Now, he doesn't exactly know where Cypher's going to go once this bomb goes down. Because he's out on the B bomb side, when the bomb plant comes in, he can go Temple, he can go CT, he can go Donut, he can go back to A main.
Mid-site plant, smoke there as well. Risky Bob coming in real quick. Cypher playing out at main, wondering if Risky Bob's... Oh, he's made shots. He knows now. Information given over to the Brit. He lies in wait. Risky Bob. Footsteps heard, taps that bomb once, swing for Cypher, catches him with his head turned away, and unpaid by the skin of their teeth for maintaining their lives here.
And just a bit of a lazy rotation from Khan, a bit of util being drawn, and he just runs with his knife out, doesn't even have the USP drawn out of anything. As Cypher gets an easy kill, good spam out there to the cubby corner in lane. A round that looked unthinkable. A decent work there by the 2 last players of Cypher and Vladen.
Just barely hanging on to it.
Round by round, that's how you've got to take it.
Any one round could be their last. That's how Nemiga have to approach this. Quick in towards the main push. Vladen's going to hear them coming. Burst fire of that Galil may have to sacrifice himself. His teammates in from elbow though. Jacob inserted with the MAC-10 as well from next, so may get a couple of extra bonus kills. Indeed he does, so ultimately all threats neutralized.
And now the conversation starts becoming, how many more gun rounds are we going to see from Nemiga? Unpaid are getting close to the double-digit marker. And in MR12, if you can get to double digits, you can steal the map.
We're still a few rounds off from that, though. And there will be a rifle buy for Nemiga in the next. So that's the answer, or one key answer to your question. There is a pathway back from here to win this rifle, push the economy down, get to number 9, another rifle round, get to number 11, another rifle round, overtime.
Well, we did see some long and extended streaks in that matchup for Unpaid versus Sangal. I'm thinking about Ancient. It was, what, the 4-0 start from Sangal and then 8 in a row. And then they won the pistol for Sangal, and then it was completely undefeated. So that entire Ancient that was only played earlier today was just streak-based.
Indeed it was. Unpaid stacking up a small streak already. They're going to continue forever. Cypher trying to play entries. Hans Orp is actually going to find the opening kill. Straight in towards mid against Zwei. Risky Bob falling back. Xanta moving closer. HE sailed right past. Barrel seen. Easy kill for Cypher. As Xanta overextends, that might just offer up the round at this point.
As Cypher's taking the space and he knows about the Cave player. Lear in from Cave does at least get the refrag. Doesn't know about Nexa on the walk-up though.
Risky Bob's pressing on towards lane. Are Unpaid going to account for this? Making a fair amount of noise. Flashes evaded. Jacob and Vladen line up. Risky Bob has also evaded the shots on Han. The bomb's dropped once again. It's Nexa and Han. This time in a 2vx. Shots to the AWP. Needed to connect to something, but he misses every single opportunity he takes. Now Nexa's on the scene. A minute to play with. Isolate these picks. Khan's all posted. He does take Lear, but now Khan has left it all towards Han to clutch and save Unpaid again.
Bomb dropped in the open and no util in a 1v2 on half HP. I don't think you can get a tougher clutch scenario than what Han's got in front of him right now. He's going to try and move out from elbow, get himself out towards shelf. The problem is the internal timer from Khan is already looking.
And that shuts him down. Nemiga will close out this map, looking good in doing so. Just as good as Unpaid did on their own map victory, 13-7. It all comes up good for Nemiga. We are going to a third map in our grand final.
Indeed, Anubis is calling, and for the most part there, Jay, I'm looking at the circumstances thinking, Unpaid, they missed a few chances, the 1v1 versus Khan in the first half, but really in the second half, they needed to follow up rounds straight away, and they didn't do it. They missed the pistol, they missed the anti-force buy, then missed the next anti-force buy. When you're 4-11 down on a scoreline, it's basically over.
Pretty much, unfortunately. I mean, that only becomes a threat, as you say, once it gets to double digits, and they were still so far off from that position. So it is unfortunate in certain capacities. It maybe could have been a few extra rounds, but not enough to ultimately take the map victory on Ancient. It will not be a 2-0 win for Unpaid. The Cinderella story is under threat. Will it continue along that route? Will Nemiga bounce back? Well, time to ask that question to the desk.
Despite Harn getting some crazy kills, getting some crazy highlights, that was not enough for Unpaid to end up being victorious on this map. In the end, yes, it is a team that has been just like farming this map, not only throughout this tournament, but now like in the last 3 months. There was maybe a glimpse of hope there in the end.
I think there was definitely small moments of weakness expressed from Nemiga, even though they were very good at sort of converting some of these awkward rounds. I think we started to see that teeter off towards the end of this map, but I think they just play a very solid game. They were consistently finding entries, even though the Harn AWP did cause some disruptions in the early stages of that game. They were still getting opening picks. Obviously, they highlighted both Dweg and Jay highlighted the fact that there were a lot of rounds that did come down to Cypher actually just getting entried, and then I think Nemiga are so good at slowing things down. But this is that Harn highlight that we were talking about. I mean, he gets a collateral, and then he's able to follow it up with 2 more kills, and then they try and go to that B bomb site again, and it's kind of off limits. Harn's AWP able to find another collateral. He really did start to heat up and have some of those impact rounds, but I think this is the thing with how Unpaid were on Ancient. It was only really these small flashes of greatness from individual players as opposed to having nice collected holds altogether.
It's also the fact that there were these few rounds in a row, right? Like, I mean, this one, obviously, they still ended up losing the round, even though Harn gets a double kill because Jacob doesn't win the 1v1. Unpaid were making the same sort of mistakes that we actually saw from Nemiga earlier on, and this is a prime example of that one. Harn starts off with a beautiful kill, but then immediately afterward, you see Zwei moving forward. Jacob completely whiffs his spray, and Zwei manages to get a triple kill off the back of that. And listen, Heku, there's something I like to call light switch rounds, which is that suddenly everything starts to work. Everything is illuminated, and from that point onwards, Zwei was unstoppable. He was already doing all right, but you could see his aim's kind of shaky here and there. They were second-guessing themselves a little bit when they're going into Harn. That's one of the reasons why their spacing was sometimes left with little time to adjust, and then he was just on. He ended the game 26-12.
Yeah, I mean, Zwei had a fantastic map, and I think I just want to highlight before we step away and start highlighting how, you know, maybe there are nerves available here for Nemiga and maybe some questions about Unpaid. But I think this is what we were talking about towards the end of this map, in that there is a couple questions to be asked about Nemiga and how fearful they are in these, I guess, 4vx situations, because this is a round that never should have happened. You know, first off, it's high impact from Cypher, which wasn't really a factor for most of this map, and then because they're in this advantage, they keep pressing into that bomb, and I think there's a lot of safety in actually playing back towards bomb sites or even committing to stacks and actually just trying to play out for retakes. They always wanted to keep pressing that issue, and that's the parity, I guess, I'll draw between how those CT sides looked, is that Nemiga were getting into those advantages so frequently because they were asserting and because they were finding opening kills, but then those few rounds slipping away, that does make me a little nervous for the following map in the series.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we said about Mirage too, right? That, oh, what if the pistol rounds had been won by Nemiga? What if these few clutches had gone the way of Nemiga? That happened over here, and you see it ends up in a 13-7.
Yeah, and obviously, maybe if you're just looking like more of like on the final rounds, Cypher, he had some like really clutch kills. He was basically the reason why they were taking those rounds, but before that, he was really having a really hard time.
Yeah, no, I think he was getting abused. You know, he was losing opening gunfights without even really being able to fire a bullet back. And I think that's all credit to players like Risky and like Jouet that were finding opportunities to strike him down before he even really got going. You know, we came into this map saying they need to find a way to activate Cypher. I don't think he was as much of a pivotal piece on Mirage either. And he's a star on this team that actually I don't think can afford to go missing.
And I hate to be bringing back the sides conversation, but Heko, I actually think you were right over here on this one. I would have really liked to see Cypher being started off on this T side, right? I would have really liked to see him get the same impact that he did in the second half, but earlier on in a way where he can feel in control of the game. What is he going to do from Cave that's different? Oh, maybe I'll throw a flashbang late and peek out into lane. Maybe I'll do it early and peek out into lane. It's a peek that they were prepared for on the Nemiga side. They got a lot more confidence for it. There was very little space for creativity, and that's sort of what we credit him to, this crazy creativity of Cypher. And I hope that as we move forward, he is allowed that.
And I think as well, you know, Jacob as that secondary driver, maybe as a veteran, also recognizing that Cypher was having a pretty poor game, maybe he was forcing fights a little too much. You know, he was having a better game than Cypher, but it wasn't like he was super clean and crisp on all of his kills either. I think, you know, if you're pushing Jacob out of your comfort zone to try and compensate, you cause more problems than you fix.
Yeah, but, you know, Unpaid, they are a really experienced team. Like, they have so many experienced players. So, like, I feel like considering they already had like a hard time throughout like this tournament, and they managed to, you know, do like the Cinderella story, they should have like no problems right now, like when it comes to the mental game to make a comeback. We will talk about that possible comeback after a break.
Quickly.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
The final map of the grand finals is finally upon us. So many finals, but Anubis. It is going to be Anubis that we're going to be looking at right now, and we know that the teams, they kind of feel relatively good. This is like why in the video we were kind of surprised seeing that ban, but now it is official. It is going to be Anubis, and this is where we determine who is lifting the trophy and getting the lion's share of the prize pool.
Yeah, now that we are on equal playing fields with both teams winning their maps, we have to refocus on this idea that this is the first international LAN event that either team can really lift. They get themselves into this opportunity by beating favorite and favorites from different respective groups, and they have both grown so significantly coming into this tournament. This is where you cannot afford to have all these pieces that have seen that growth and seen that extra production shy away, and that's where these the conversation about veterans is that much more important.
And for Nemiga over here, this tournament could be a gateway to Tier 1 in a way their organization has never been able to access. Your Ences of the world, your B8s of the world, these type of orgs are what make Counter-Strike great. great, and Nemiga want to be one of them. You win this tournament over here, in a couple of weeks from now, Michael, we're heading into invite territory for the first Tier 1 tournaments of 2025. This could be what ekes you over to your first $1 million invite. But you have to still win it out. You still have to get those points. You still have to get those dollars. You still have to get the big W.
Yeah, and we just saw that, actually, Nemiga already got to play Anubis today. And they were just dominating, just literally before going to this grand final. Do you think it is good or bad for them, considering that if they wanted to maybe bring in some kind of like last-minute changes, it's basically impossible?
I mean, any last-minute changes in general to this series were also impossible. And even if you were looking at that on the side of unpaid, I don't think it's where you should focus in on. You know, they dismantled 3D Max when they played them in their online official. They actually were able to get so many opener kills from Khan as well on that AWP, and that was mainly punishment to the CTs when they were on T. So I don't think that it is maybe a conversation of anti-stratting. It's not even a case of, you know, which procedures or what tone you set within the game. I think it is literally just about holding one motivation in winning this tournament and also maintaining focus throughout it, because it has been a long day for both teams, but more so for an Nemiga that have all these excuses to fatigue, inexperience coming into this tournament. They don't want to have that conversation if they lose in this match. They want to know that they fought with their absolute hardest, and so far, so good coming out of Ancient.
I mean, something that maybe is like on their side is the fact that they are a young team. They maybe have like more energy in that regard, like maybe for the veterans. It is a little bit harder. We do see that unpaid, currently they're sitting at the 43% win rate. They did manage to win against Sangal on this map, which was, again, happened today, was a big surprise. But will they be able to do any kind of surprises against Nemiga?
Let's look at what's at stake over here, right? Sure, they might not be youthful, but I'll be frank, the fountain of youth is fueled by victory over here. And for them, this is about the future of every single player over here, be it, you know, maybe someone who's come out of semi-retirement like Harn, be it someone who definitely is maybe on the last years of his career and the greatest points like Jacob, someone like Cypher who wants to prove himself. You can't afford to be fatigued, even if mentally you might be. Waiting as well is a bit of a tiresome task, especially when you're coming out of a game where you're thinking, man, we lost the pistols, we lost these crucial rounds, Zway is dominating us, Cypher is not fracking out, Jacob's not fracking out. Sure, Harn's doing well, but also at the same time, he's not doing well enough to completely take over a game unless they're coming to his side. So what do we have to rely on? It has to be experience. It has to be faith. And frankly, faith comes from your IGL and your coach. I think Nexa and Kassad will be playing a massive part here.
And to caveat the Harn angle, it is also, he's supposed to be the least involved. He's supposed to be the most detached piece of the puzzle here coming into the tournament. And sure, he has had these rounds. He's had moments where he is clearly calling for things to happen around him. But I don't know how much you can rely on that moving forward. The main drivers, Nexa, Jacob, Cypher, those are the three that I'm really looking to win or get into winning positions the most. And then maybe we can talk about Vlad and Harn in clutches or these late round situations as well.
But overall, like if you're talking about Cypher that like maybe became like warm or like even hot in the end of the previous map, should we expect something like this from him also Anubis? Does he feel comfortable on this map?
Well, funnily enough, talk about sides again. You know, if we can if we can get him on T side on Anubis, I think there is definitely a path back in. Of course, it is a T side favored map in general. He's also a player that likes to get aggressive. Both him and Jacob can combine in both the B extremity as well as taking over dark control. I think there is definitely a way in which they can levy that. They did so against Sangal, who Nemiga have a lot of experience playing, and they know that team is hard to put away on this map.
I'm also going to put the gun on Nexa's shoulders a little bit over here, because where I talked about in the Fluxo series how Art is the kind of IGL who can step up, Nexa is as well. Right, like Nexa can call around himself, especially when you're looking over towards teams like Nemiga. Nexa's used to playing against the best teams in the world as recently as G2. If Nexa wants to say, you know what, guys, you're not having a good game, you flash me out for a B main peak, I'm going to take a one-tap, I'm going to take a duel for myself. I want to see that. It's the final map of a grand finals, the first you could have won in a long time. I need to see you have some damn agency.
And Nemiga know that they play a nice controlled game. They will slow down rounds. They always have pivot points as well. You know, you have players like Risky that have taken a while to get engaged, but you have Zway as this piece that just keeps on giving so far this tournament. I think if we're looking at clear motivating factors, Zway might be playing the best Counter-Strike of his life as this younger, newer addition to the core, and you can tell that he is hungry for it the most.
He is hungry for some kills. I am hungry to find out who is actually going to win the trophy, win the title, and there's no other people that can be better at this than guiding us through this journey than Jay and Dweck.
Thank you very much, Heku. Yes, the unpaid Cinderella story has been a joy to follow here over the RES Regional Champions, but we are at the 11th hour and Nemiga look to strike the midnight bell. Will Cinderella's dance finally end, or will unpaid get their Prince Charming in the trophy? It is Anubis, Dweg, a map that certainly has its reps in for the Nemiga side, and considering how well they looked on comfortable territory a moment ago, there's a lot of positivity right now for our key favourites.
Indeed there is, but there's a lot of storylines of hunger in this final map decider. Is it Jacob to fill the trophy cabinet for what is one of the very few opportunities? Is it Sway on his LAN debut to take it all? Nemiga will be our favourites in our final map decider. They're the better Anubis team. They're the better team in this best of three. But what about pressure? What about this last map to really cut the mustard on, is it going to be unpaid? Is it going to be Nemiga?
That is, again, the key question on everyone's minds, and you can look back at how the regional champions has gone so far. Obviously, unpaid, having this map as part of their 2 series victories to lead into the grand final. Sangal, earlier on today, Paravision in the group stage decider matchup. This has been a very good map for them on LAN, but Nemiga, at the very tail end of this series, in that last map, they seem to have finally come into their own, and it feels like, to me, that they've got a lot more of a hot streak in this matchup now.
Well, if you're going to mention the results against Paravision and against Sangal, we need to talk about the differences in the T side. Now, the group stage decider, which was against Paravision, 6-6 at the half. It was fairly competitive, moved into the second, went all the way to overtime. The official that we had earlier on today against Sangal was a 10-2. It was a completely different T side. It was Cypher that was creating openings. It was Jacob working mid. It was Han and Nexa working some of the mid rounds. So I don't know. Are we going to get the team that's average on T side, or are we going to get the team that's explosive on T side?
That is the next big question. Of course, they mentioned obviously the individual performances from the unpaid side on the desk, and that's something to consider from them. And just in general, I want to say, because I have to say that first map, absolutely stellar from certain elements, and coming into the second, not so much.
The problem is, though, is Nemiga's map pool strength. Now, their #1 map in the pool right now is Ancient. If a team bans it against them, or maybe their Ancient's really strong, their second choice is Anubis. And we've just seen on comfortability what they're able to do on their map pick. Now, I look at this as a decider, but I still look at it as a bit of a map pick. I look at it as a pure strength for the Nemiga organization.
Certainly so, and the extra extenuating circumstances of unpaid, you mentioned obviously you want to see whether or not they're fired up. I mean, it could also work in reverse, right? You've just been absolutely decimated in terms of guys like Cypher, who wasn't truly able to get involved for the majority of that matchup. For Jacob, who struggled on that T side to get the entries in at mid and in at lane, you know? Like, these are things that you have to think about with unpaid being as close as they are towards that glory. And, you know, obviously the fatigue angle is something I could argue for Nemiga, because they just came off a best of 3 straight into this one as well. And for Pain, I guess you could say a similar sort of thing, because they also had their you know, their semi-final come up as the second one of the day. Equally, though, I said that Nemiga probably got that a little bit worse.
I don't think it makes any difference. Again, I said it at the start of the series, 2 best of 3s, 3 best of 3s, it doesn't matter. Look at what they just did on Ancient. They slapped them. You can't tell me that fatigue is going to make a difference between the two. What it does tell me, though, is that we're getting another map in which Han is at least getting reps under his belt. It is incredible to think that Unpaid have played against Fnatic, Solid, Paravision, Sangal, and now Nemiga, and they are still yet to play Dustu, Inferno, and they're just evading the majority of maps in the pool, which means that this team is getting more reps and more officials in the more comfortable maps.
And that might be a point towards their credit, because, again, this has been a map that has been comfortable for them over the course of this tournament here for the unpaid side. It's always that difference of the 2 maps in requirement as well. You mentioned that Nemiga, it's still a strong one for them in general, so let's see whether that strength for the 25 times played in the last 3 months are going to make a huge difference, whether they'll be able to stomp unpaid, or whether unpaid Cinderella story will roll on a little bit longer, or whether they can take it in this 2-1 affair.
And I just want to draw on that point. You mentioned 25 maps in the last 3 months. It is the highest win percentage out of any map in the pool 18 wins to 7 losses. That is quite a record.
Indeed, it is, and it's a record that Unpaid are going to have to figure out how to break, how to turn it against them, how to ultimately come up with this series victory and be the champions of the RES Regional Champions, because that is what we're fighting for now. There are no more lower brackets. There are no decider games. There are no upsets into back, comebacks or favoritisms at this moment. It is all about the championship. It comes down to Anubis.
And just knowing that you've had a 13-2 against 3D Max, that's going to play on the minds of both teams. It's going to play on the minds of Nemiga to say, we've just beaten... I would even classify 3D Max as a bit of a tier 1.5 team in the current day. To beat them and slap them in such an important game that qualifies you into Pro League, you're going to be feeling really confident. If you're unpaid, you're probably looking at that and while you might say I'm not nervous, how can you not be?
Yeah.
How can you look at this Veto and say, going up against Nemiga, we're going to have an easy time? You can't. That's just completely unrealistic.
For a team, especially that their members have been public in saying we are fighting for our lives here in this tournament, in the next tournament, and in whatever tournaments they'll be able to muster up over the course of the tail end of the year. And I don't know if they're going to be existent in this form or even at all by the time the next year rolls over, by the time the major cycle is finished up. I mean, there's so many question marks around this roster coming into this tournament, and maybe we've answered a few of them over the course of the tournament, but there'll still be many more coming out of it as well. What I can say is that a championship right here would at least bolster them to say that we can stay together. It might bolster them to have some more cards to play when it comes to finding a more long-term future in CS.
And this is where, again, I'm going to look at the veteran pieces. Nexa with nearly 600 maps played on LAN, with Jacob at a similar number, and say, okay, between the two of you, what can you muster up? What can you do to position yourself in an uncomfortable Veto to cause another upset, to be able to just get that leg over the line, to push for that 2-1 victory? Again, Cypher might be a key point. We had a very uncomfortable performance from him on Ancient. Maybe the first few rounds of Anubis is something to watch for, but players have dropped off. Look at that Sangle series. Look at what happened to Youngster, a player that was performing very well in the group stage. Looked to see that he was going to push for the semi-finals. He was, what, 0-8 at one point? Players do drop off. It's about turning up at the right time.
Well, Nexa and Jacob did turn up at the right time at the start of this series. They were the two guys that led the charge, of course. It's interesting that you mentioned Cypher as well, actually, because in general, it has been a much more poor series from him. Bottom of the board in Mirage, and of course, mid-table over on Ancient. So let's see whether those will be the elements to make the difference, whether Hahn can keep his AWP fragging prowess going, and whether Unpaid can make the fairy tale truly lock in against the Nemiga, who are on the T side. Starts of Anubis. Pistols are already live. Smokes are already into the B bomb site, and Cypher is looking for first contact. He's seen one. Risky bomb scored. Jacob taps to the P2K, getting one kill, running out of ammo. Needs to trade places with his teammates. Hahn moves forward. Nexus with the smoke, but will go falling. Cypher with a trade. Calm with a response. Vlad on alone. A 1v3 to make happen.
And we've been talking about it all tournaments so far. The B site on Anubis on the CT side is weak from Unpaid. Nexa and Cypher being targeted in the very first round of the best of 3 on the decider.
Electric cleared, canals checked. Vlad and well known about at this stage and will be seen by Lear, so they can confidently put that bomb down wherever they want, knowing that this Glock is probably getting the final pick of the round. Does manage to miss Vladen, so he gets another little lifeline, but still has to clutch this.
At least he knows there's 2 on the bomb site. That's information that he can work with.
Surely set in towards main, seeing one player at heaven, and Risky Bob just peeks straight in for the shot, straight in for the kill, and straight in for the pistol round for Nemiga.
And if Unpaid are going down, they're going down swinging, aren't they? They're coming into this decider, and they are giving us the biggest fight that they can bring in this entire tournament, because it has been a tough road for them. Their opening game against Fnatic, they couldn't even take them to double digits in either map, their map pick or the opposition. It was a good back-to-back couple of 2-0s against Solid and Paravision to get them into the playoffs, and that's where I thought they were going to be done. The 2-1 upset versus Sangle, and now the 1-1 here against Nemiga in the final. The light and deco for Unpaid to treat this as a double eco.
Nemiga face the same buy strategy that Unpaid have dealt with or have taken to the fold throughout the course of the tournament. These Deagles found their impact at times. Cypher's going to try and find his impact out here towards main. So he just spotted, but Cypher can't adjust, so opening kill still goes to Mac 10.
And in those 3 RES tournaments that Nemiga were able to win, they were beating some excellent teams in the playoffs, Jay. From Mal's NXT to Zero Tenacity to Bait and Passion UA. We're talking about names that are constantly in that deeper title fight in the majority of Tier 2 Cups.
It was a shock at first to see a team like Nemiga getting those victories, now lesser so.
I'd never even heard of them when they qualified to IEM Chengdu.
True.
Players and names that the only one you can look at is Lear. Oh yeah, he played on Zorka, the Academy squad, we remember them. Had a little stint when it was a different looking Nemiga a couple of years ago. But to bring up basically unknown names. Khan came from the Cube organization. Risky Bob played on RCL 163 on Envision, which was one of the teams that was playing on HLTV quite a bit of the time. Xanta in-game and Incilio. Zway from the Vaseline Worms. I mean, we're not talking about recognizable names. We're not talking about organizations or tags that are even developed in Tier 2.
I mean, I wouldn't even say serious tags in certain cases.
Very much so.
2-0 for Nemiga, and they certainly are serious about this grand final.
And a young team too. I mean, you've got Khan at 20, Xanta at 20, Zway at 16, Lears at 22, Risky Bob's at 22. The coaching staff brings a bit of depth. Box at 29, the analyst Roman that used to play on Nemiga 2, he's 35. So some veteran pieces in there with the youth.
Unpaid take for their half by now. 1xBet odds having Nemiga as our favourites once again. Flip-flop between Unpaid and the opposition. AKs be out for Lear. Bonus weapons in effect for Nemiga, of course. Seeing whether Unpaid can output some decent damage. One of the positive signs when they were playing from the back foot in the previous series today was the fact that they were at least taking names with them, or at least making these rounds expensive. Nemiga, we faced upon the SMG of Jacob, doing decent dink damage. Cypher going to capitalize upon one of those kills of Khan. Risky Bob will have to trade it. Him and Xanta are low.
And they're putting a lot of pressure on this aggro A, but they're not committing all the way with it.
Just the pistol players now on the defense. Next, back up to the B-bomb site. Hard naded to half HP, or a little over half HP actually. 4v3 still ensues. Unpaid, waiting for Nemiga's next move.
Now, Unpaid know that gamble stacking is the correct call, and by the looks of the radar, it looks as if it is the correct one. You've got 3 players with the bomb moving into this canals, a lurk of Zway outside of B main. I'm looking at a gambled up bomb site with some decent weaponry, and I'm thinking the chances of a steal here look pretty good.
Smokes come together. The gamble about to pay off for Unpaid. Molotov's in towards Glyph. Han is going to burn towards it, has to get inside of that smoke. Bomb down at default, not quite denied. Vladim's trying to take it. 5-7 of Han trying to do the exact same thing, but now they've gotten themselves onto the site part of the bomb. They get off of it and set up for that retake. Unpaid, given nothing here.
Yeah, Han is just searching for a pick, but no one's giving them a fight. Not even a jiggle out of Electric. This is so disciplined for Nemiga.
And eventually they do have to start falling back. Nexa is on the bomb site still, but without that kit, without a smoke, he's not going for any ninja diffuses. Exit frags at best if they do look to peek back up again, or maybe he'll hunt back at Electric to find someone later.
And they're hoping to catch the lurk, but there's just nobody.
Find a fight on Lear from range. 7G plus burst through and just barely survived to the bomb blast. Xanta at range as well with the Mac 10, low HP, but still just about wins that fight and keeps that rifle away from the CT side. And half by damage, not quite as amazing for Unpaid this time. But now they get to the rifle. Slow starts again for them. Nemiga in early control.
And the Des was talking about Vladen trying to win on home soil. He's actually never lost a HLTV LAN Grand Final. The 3 back-to-back victories, a 2-1 win over Zero Tenacity, a 3-0 win versus Zero Tenacity, and a 2-0 win versus Game Pub. Yeah, it might be against local teams and local competitions, Jay, but this is to prove it on the international scale. This is to prove it against some of the very best in Tier 2.
It's a very different beast, however. Might be undefeated records, but that may well come to an end tonight. Unpaid. Onto the rifles, the AWP of Han, the M4 of Jacob, good shot, good spray, transfer, but not quite good enough. He's blinded behind those smokes. Xanta can take that trade to return. Vladen's forced to utilize another smoke and suppress the Nemiga side.
They're trying to go in quickly. Han's being pressured by Util.
AWP set in, shot to connect with flick of Vladen's kill. Han will double up as Lear will drop in trade. Khan now on the T side, a 1 versus 3. Bomb dropped out of his position as well, so Unpaid have locked in their first.
Good defensive on A. Now, we know that Vladim's going to be quite consistent as the A site anchor, but one aspect that we did see quite frequently in the Sangul series was how many more players were out there on A to help. There was Jacob from camera from time to time. This time around, he had Han with the AWP out from default, and while he's burning and basically sitting in that molly, still gets 2 kills, still gets as much out of it as possible.
Taking 4 players away from the Nemiga, 2 fell on unpaid. And the first rifle can go well enough for the international team. It's an important one to start, but the concern that we have now is got to look back on that last map and those follow-ups, Dweg. Something that unpaid were missing upon. We'll have rifles to contest against them. Of course, money is bolstered on the Nemiga side this early in the game. Orb staying in also isn't too terrible either. They'll recover a couple of AKs, so firepower can start spooling up for the defense.
Unpaid. They'll need to be able to capitalize on this by not just making a few rounds one in a row. When you're on the city side of Anubis against a strong team, you need to be pushing for probably 6, 7 CT rounds if you can. I mean, it's not easy. But take this moment and try and drive that economy into the bin for Nemiga. AWP for Han is going to continue with a couple of AKs around it. Keen to see what Cypher and Nexa are going to be able to adapt on this B site, because it has been a weakness over the course of the tournament.
Oh, what a shot for Khan.
No flash over mid, just nothing. Just a complete dry face from Han.
Zams are going to find Cypher elsewhere as well. A fight, I think, out towards Electric from Canals.
It's not the response you're looking for at all. Just win a round victory and you lose 2 kills, what, 20 seconds in?
Vladin even tagged up, unpaid, unable to find a decent start here in round 5.
And they just gambled because of it. They've lost too much in the round.
Nothing more that they can do. Didn't take long for Nemiga to win it outright. The picks were so simple and so easy to gain. You saw that flash coming overhead towards mid a little bit later after Han had dropped. I don't know what the overarching game plan was, but it did not work out.
Well, the gamble stack is giving themselves, I'd say, a chance against this exec.
Still got 4 players executing into 3 defenders total here, so I don't know about...
Depends if Xanta gets the space. If Xanta walks out A and sees nothing, then the bomb will just not commit. It will go back into mid.
It's going to go running as well, recognizing that actually, yeah, it was a gamble stack towards B site.
Good lurk. And that's the in-game leader having faith in Xanta to make the correct lurk at the right time, to not be running into a trap.
Zwea's going to stick around, look for Nexa, and doesn't quite win that fight. He's done enough damage to where Nexa will not be considering any sort of retakes right here. Mid engaged upon Nemiga. Bomb now on site will get planted. This will be 4-1 on the T-side board.
And our lovely observer, Chev, I'll bring up some trivia. Nexa beat him in a LAN final once upon a time, a few years ago now. Some Relog staff who are also there. Chev, Ain, Wire, Muffy, and D. Going all the way back to the A1 Adria League Season 2 finals with Valiant. November of 2018. Chev, do you remember that one? Sure, Nexa does. Losing again on HLTV. Who would have seen that coming?
Oh, you banter. Even in a grand final, you can't stop bantering everyone at Relog.
Oh, they love it.
Well, unpaid are not loving the 3-round deficit.
No, they're not. This is a slow start, and normally I would say slow starts are okay, depending on the map. When it's a slow start, the city side of Anubis in a grand final, pressure starts to build, and that's where mistakes get drawn.
We keep those 3 rifles in for unpaid. The lost bonus can stack back up. I think they'll have enough to get the buy together, but you can see how quickly they lost this round.
Jeez. I mean, it's back-to-back good shots, but think about it from Han's perspective. On the city side, he was being really active on Ancient, wasn't he? He was getting a boost up at long. He was looking for challenges. Now, you start searching for challenges, but you're getting denied. So then do you go a bit more passive? Do you maybe change up the play style?
Let's see how they do react to it. He hasn't got the AWP in his hands for this round. He's got the M4s instead. Picked up on Han and Cypher. They do get the reinvestments together. Vladden, he's trying to prod out of main early, falling back away from position and being left alone as the only A-site defender, unpaid, heavy-handed towards being mid. Nice nades, that should do some damage. That might turn things back a little bit.
Problem is, they don't have much of a rotation. Han is so far away.
Smoke start coming down. Molotovs will start burning him away from the fountain. He will get the kill, however, but Risky Bob is going to take him. He sticks in the fire for way too long. A 4-on-4 can ensue. The jump of Han is trying to get involved, trying to spot, but didn't see anything, didn't blind spray for luck, so it's a 4v4 retake.
And it's an excellent hold from Vladden. He's done everything correctly there to do as much damage as possible. The problem is, can the team actually win a 4v4 retake?
Needing more support around him. Next is the only kit in play. He's backed up towards the heaven position with a teammate. They're moving in towards camera. Cypher and Jacob. Molotovs and HG sent towards Lee. He's going to burn and tank down to 44. Han's going to get that kill as a result. But time is still ticking. Risky Bob with a decent return. Jacob responds. Han follows it up. Khan 1 versus 3. Shot on Nexa. That's the kick drop. The second man will fall. They've got to get right on that defuse with a full 10-second stick. I think they'll just have enough time for it unpaid. And second round will be on the board.
The util usage was on point. There was a lot of T-side players that were suffering in the bomb site. They were trying to reposition, but then you get yourself out of position. You're in the open, you're trying to fight against the bricks, and down there at the stairs of heaven, and an instant tactical after that last.
I don't think we saw any of those on Ancient, did we?
Don't recall seeing many tags.
Not from unpaid, at least. And, might be something to consider in terms of their approach towards this map-up and how much can Kassad get involved to give the unpaid side the little boost that they need. Last chance saloons for them in the tournament. So if you've got those resources, use them and use them well.
And let's be realistic. If unpaid win this tournament and get 150k, that actually buys them time if they want to keep the lineup together. To say, right, we've got some buffer room of some cash that we can work with. We can try and push for another 2-3 months until we need to look for another organization. So that's, I would say, extra motivation, excluding, of course, if players find other opportunities when other orgs coming. But to keep this core going, to potentially bring Han into the team on a permanent basis, can they rebuild?
Oh, Khan shot onto Han again, an Orkney battle one, this time to Electric. Look at the response for Nemiga. A 5-on-3 generated so unbelievably quick. Cypher can't hold on to the B bomb site. Oh, Nemiga. This is terrifying.
Now I can sit here, Jay, and I can pinpoint slight mistakes of over peaks or utility usage or timings, but when you're getting hit like that, when the sharpness is on, I don't think you can critique. Those are some blinder shots being hit for Nemiga right now.
Straight kill from Khan.
Look at this one.
Oh, so fast.
Oh, they're on the money.
Unpaid, how do you counter this? How do you respond to this? Because there's no fatigue on Nemiga, I can tell you that much for free. This is a sharp squad that are showing that they've got some fight in them, that they want to take this trophy. And take their 4th RES Championship. The 3 online, the 1 on LAN. What a record it would be.
And it reminds me a lot of when we first started seeing the Blink boys, the B&E lads, come into the fold, in which you've got star players, but it's not always the star individuals that show up. You've got a lot of guys that can hit very hard. You've got supportive pieces that can deliver with sharpness. And this is a Nemiga side that have been pushing to the higher ends of Tier 2. And a trophy here in RES would push them to the top.
Jacob diving straight in, damage done to his opposition. The HGs of Vladden and Cypher will get Khan in the end. A player known towards water, next is going to strike, finally, unpaid. Come up with something to answer back to Nemiga. A 5-on-3 for their favour this time.
And very good aggression, and it catches off 2 players. Xanta and Khan cannot even get traded.
Vladden's got utility in his hand, seen by Lee! And that's a headshot instantly. That's the A-site completely opened up.
Zwei is going to stay. He's going to try and cut rotations. This could be the 3v3.
Jacob caught HP down, done on him, and Zwei's taking him. Oh, unpaid, worked so hard to get that 2-man advantage. It's gone to waste.
You might not even go for this now. MP9 on a retake, Cypher on 42 points of health, no kit. This actually might just be a save.
Smokes up main to ensure, flashing their way into the beach position. Han seeing two. The mid players start making their way in from Camry. Still got one player at the backside for Nemiga to cover that off as Cypher starts making his moves. Sway's still going to catch him. Risky Bomb follows suit on Han. I can't believe Unpaid did all that work to yield no returns. Minimum 6 for Nemiga.
And if you're Vladden, you've got util in your hand, you are not committing to a fight there. You're jiggling, and then you're going to throw the util, and what? You just get beamed. You just get absolutely deleted by Lear. And then the cautiousness for Sway to hang around, to wait for him to cut the rotation against Jacob.
They are playing championship winning CS right now.
They're getting pumped. Unpaid are getting owned on this final map decider.
And gone are the days of the loud screams of joy and celebration. They are getting frustrated at that.
And no one's answering back. Look at the numbers. 3 for Vladden, 2 for Jacob, 5 for Han, 3 for Cypher, 3 for Nexa. No one individually is playing to the same level as Nemiga.
And that's a problem. When individuals were the answer for Unpaid success, those individuals going missing will be their undoing.
And how do you adapt? Even that last round, you changed it up, didn't you? You went for that aggressive move, you got a 5v3, and you still lost the round.
Jacobs bought a Hero M4 with Nexus saved AK, a couple of rifles to try and fight back.
Someone's going to have to come up with an idea. It might not even be Nexa, it might just be any of these players from Unpaid.
Let's scan across the board and see who it's going to be.
They've got to get creative. You play Nemiga on a defaulty kind of game, you're just going to lose this map.
Risky Bob. Alongside a teammate there in mid. Shoulder bait from Cypher does not cost him his life. Khan, his AWP rings out across the B site, but does not connect the opening.
And with that lurk smoke down for Xanta, it's a lack of info for Jacob. Now this could be an A split or a B split. You've got lurks in different sides of the map, and Nemiga have got time and plenty of util.
They brought 3 players over towards the A-bomb site because they have left Vladden completely alone out there. He's been overwhelmed. Now, Han's 5-7 may be all that they can get. I think Jacob just saw the player crossing of Xanta past the pillar. The gun barrel may have been spotted, but now camera is a concern. They smoked off that tempo entrance. Xanta just won the straight-up fight. Vladden's going to go back in for that M4. Han trying to resist, but cannot do much with it. Lear finds Vladden. Nexa with a response to get 1, no more than that. Nemiga take the half with ease.
But you certainly can't use fatigue as a factor anymore, can you, Jay? They are ripping. They are hitting so hard on this T side. And to a level that I don't think we even saw on the last map of Ancient. I thought there was quite competitiveness in the first half. We saw some back and forth rounds. We saw some chances. I'm not seeing chances here for Unpaid. Maybe I can take that 5v3, but when I look at what happened when the bomb goes down, there's no chance there.
Just deflating the way things have gone for them when they played a lights-out series in the semi-finals and a lights-out opening map. The Unpaid we see now is a far cry from the best of them from this tournament. And the Nemiga doesn't even feel like they're working for this lead. Doesn't feel like they're being tested all that much at all. And again, the only thing you're hoping for at this stage is that maybe Unpaid get an amazing T side.
And they're not letting us down. They're not letting the viewers down. They're letting themselves down at the moment, Jay. This is a veteran squad in a final map decider that's getting owned.
Sway and Xanta towards B's position. Cypher tanking damage. Sway looking on AWP of Han, missing his shot on the boost. Cypher does get Risky Bomb and doubles up. Finally, a big moment and a big set of frags from a set of stars. 1v5 for Khan. His execution of his teammates has fallen towards that B bomb site, so he's best to hold on to the AWP. Unpaid get to number 3, which is fine. It's the follow-ups now for them.
Every single time there's been an answer. Now, previously we've seen Jacob on that boost up. This time around, it's actually the AWP. Han missed the first connection, so it was up to Cypher to make as much happen as possible. And good work from the Brit to basically be on a turnaround kill. Look into Electric and then look out to jail. Unpaid to get to 3. But you're right, they've got to go undefeated. They've got to try and push themselves to that 5-7 half.
Need as much buffer as is possible. And they are no strangers to playing from the deficit. Seen it over and over again here in the tournament. It's the ability to battle back, to find those star elements, to find guys like Han fragging away with the orb, Vladen and his clutch potential, Cypher, Jacob, they're rifling, and even Nexa. All guys that have made differences at various points in this tournament. Need to make a difference now. One of them, all of them, any of them. Number 3 on the unpaid board. 2 more rounds to go in the half. And still could see a 9-3 best case scenario for Nemiga. They're going to take a tactical timeout to approach that reality.
And I wonder if Jacob's getting flashbacks of one of his very first grand final knockouts on LAN, all the way back on the 5th of October 2014 when he lost to London Conspiracy, which was Rain, Rubino, and Polly. That's 10 years. Moments in your career flash across your eyes. It will not happen again. We will not come second. We will go for the trophy. We need to see an upgrade in performance. We need to see more consistency. And we need to, well, be realistic and say Nemiga need to drop off a bit. If they keep up this level of form, I think it's going to be very difficult to win the final.
Unpaid have an opening. But like their openings before, they have been unable to convert upon their follow-up round. And that is the next key concern for them. 3 on the board, need 4, need 5. Going to press on towards this main entrance over at the A site. Mid also being challenged. Vladen expecting Xanta and adjust towards him accordingly. The M4 shot on the AWP. Han gets caught moving back towards the doorway. And Zwei catches the spray of Jacob, keeps him at bay, does some damage, and backup is on the way. But if they go towards the AK, it's going to be only these 2 individuals. No, they're running into Nexa and they're running into Cypher. The AKs and the CT forces 2 players peek. 1 will fall. Cypher turns up the orb. Shots will ring, but they will not connect. Lear in the end is forced to take the damage, take the kill. There are 2 tagged up players on the Nemiga, but 3 total to fend off.
And Vladen and Jacob want to come in quickly, but they're just being stalled by time. The blockage of these counter util is going to opt for the save, surely.
Vladen's got the kit for this retake. Jacob right behind him. A reload will be heard. A flashbang from Risky Bob will continue to put utility down. The incendiary glyph will force him out to the open. No, it misses. He can hug the back corner. The HGs at the CT side landing to do team damage. Vladen picked up by Risky Bob. And we're back to the same old story. Unpaid. Unable to string together consecutive rounds. And Jacob caught on the jump face at the worst possible timing. Oh, Unpaid. It's not looking great.
Now, I haven't ripped in to Unpaid for the majority of this playoff bracket, Jay, but I'm going to rip in now. How in a grand final at 3-7 down in a third map decider are we getting miss util? How are we getting a miss glyph molly there? It can't happen at this level, and if it does, you're going to get punished for it.
Case in point, that round.
Nemiga have just never even been close to being ecoed, whereas Unpaid, we have seen constant awkward buys from them.
Force as much as they can into this round, although albeit they will have 4 M4s to it. Cypher on only the 5.7 pistol. Jacob in mid, trying to fight. Blind sprays on Risky Bob. He's burning to 10 points of health. He'll get away alive just about. Second teammate Han moving up. Lear to engage him. Vladen to trade back on Han's deck. 4 versus 3. Still held together. The man advantage is Unpaid. Nexa is waiting for more action in this mid position. Xanta looking for fights out of main. Vladen to reposition. Jacob to try and provide support. So he snuck by a camera, unaccounted for, undetected by Unpaid. Jacob will be ready for them to make their moves in as Vladen's still going to get caught in the open. The adjustments there as Jacob can't capitalize on the kill, but Nexa's got a backstab of his own. Kill found the first man. Seen 1 and 2 towards the bomb site. 3 on 2 still for Unpaid at this moment, but it could turn at the drop of a dime.
Xanta's aggressive, and Jacob is too.
M4 on the corner, dealt with. Quick burst from Xanta. Zwei looking up for Cypher and Nexa. The blind sprays won't connect damage as Xanta passes that bomb off towards his teammate. Zwei will put it down. It's a retake on for Unpaid.
Xanta has another molly, and Zwei has a flash. It's all about the timing on how they set up this 2v2.
Cypher's got a smoke. He's going to opt against using it to extinguish the flames. No kits on Cypher or Nexa at the moment. No flashes in towards camera, but Cypher wins an all-important fight. Xanta is watching for the second CT player, but now he hears both sets of footsteps. They're moving together. They've got to hold a 10-second stick. Cypher onto that smoke, fought upon. Xanta with the kill. Nexa around the bomb site, engaging the man, trying to dish out some damage. Tap that bomb once, tap burst to the AKs! Xanta will adjust, and Nemiga keep the hype train running. 9-3 at the turn of Anubis.
They cannot be stopped. They are not going down, and the similarities in reverse are coming in the grand final. From a 10-2 half in the semis to a 3-9 deficit in the grand final. This Anubis looks completely different than earlier.
Unpaid, unsuccessful, and now staring down the barrel of the end of their fairy tale. They're trying to keep their spirits high. They're trying to transition over to the T side, but this needs to be a comeback of epic proportions. 6 to make up. 4 to the win on Nemiga. 1xbet odds. Have them as favourites. Understandably so. And if this pistol is taken, unpaid chances will go down the toilet.
Well, it's an A exec against 3. Now, last time, Cypher got a multi-frag, but I don't know about this setup.
Julie's on Xanta. USP set in. Flashes to come forward. Xanta going to peek. Khan's going to get the opening kill. Try and tap up his own teammate. Jacob and Nex actually punish that. They take a TK of their own, but they've still got a man advantage, and they busted open the A sites.
And Jacob's very low. This is very workable from Risky Bob and Zwei.
Needs to get that plant down sooner rather than later. Zwei's looking closer. Plant will be secured. Heaven will not be contested. Jacob should get taken up very soon indeed. Zwei taps up. Looks for the second headshot. Nexa double dink. Double goosh. Risky Bob now to move on. One player sitting in the open. Nexa tapped up so much damage. And it's 100 HP on Han to clutch out for Unpaid. A 1v1. And he domes the man in. That is all important survival for Unpaid for now.
Kassad doesn't even get hyped about that one. Maybe they need to reserve the energy. Maybe they need to try and keep it for what is going to be a monster second half if they want to recover the scoreline. 1v1. That was basically the ticket to getting a 13-3. Force in the force buys, make Unpaid get very uncomfortable with the economy state, but denied. And Nemiga don't even buy it up here. They give the respect. They try and get the rifles up early.
USPs will stack their way in towards this B main position. Jacob's there with Nexa to ensure that they do not threaten the rifle players. The MAC-10 will get a little bit of cash out of this. USP if just about catch Cypher. It's only a MAC-10 dropped, fortunately for them. Vladen will be there to hold the trade. Risky Bob and Khan taking the Deagle fight from range. Harm will actually also get picked up, so they are trying to make this expensive on the unpaid, or against the unpaid side rather.
They've invested $700 into one Deag and they've got away with 2 casualties. It's pretty good so far.
It's still available for a third. Jacob's low HP here. That 1 Deag, 1-shot headshot potential is also at play, so don't call it here just yet. Both players will separate. Risky Bob will grab that MAC-10, although the teams will now recognize his position as smoke comes out towards the main. Jacob's going to mow him down. And that should be the round.
Indeed, it should be. And now you start wondering, is this just flashbacks to what happened in the RES European Series? So many knockouts from Unpaid to the likes of the Nemiga organization. They knocked out what? In the second cup in the grand final, got knocked out in the 5th cup in the semi. You want to get the one up. Yeah, you're right. They were able to get a reversing one in the group stage in number 6, but in the playoffs, it was always the other way. Unpaid on this next gun round are going to have a lot of pressure on their backs.
We want to talk about history and how things worked out in that last series. Anubis was played as the first map in that best of 3. It was taken by Unpaid at the time. It's a 5-7 deficit at the turn of the half, and Nemiga led on their T-side start. It was the T-side return from Unpaid. They have to channel that energy right here.
It's the same call. Still Cypher, Jacob, and Nexa. It was only Hampus and Nork that was still in the team then.
Correct. Different elements today, of course, but will they come up with the same success? Tacticals called in by the Nemiga side. Unpaid. They buy back some expense into this round, so it's not going to be the most pretty of economy states. Still be treated as a bonus with a Galil and a Mac 10.
And this does remind me of the campaign in the RMR close qualifier for Nemiga, working really hard for that qualification, for that jump in the next level. The 13-11 against Arc Red, the 13-11 versus Sashi, and the 3-mapper affair against Incilio in the 2-2 bracket. Anytime you win a tournament or you push yourself to an advancing level, you've got to fight for the wins. And they have worked hard today, and they are close to closing. Calm with the AWP, backed up with the FAMAS and M4s across.
Smokes and mollies in towards main. Xanta's got HEs at the ready. Faded the damage by Unpaid. Thought that Vladden and Harm were going to walk straight into that. Smartly dipped out of position, and they can hear the bullets coming down range from Nemiga's part. 2-1-2 splits from the CT defenders and keep all those entryways covered.
And Risky Bob on the bomb site, thinking about smoking off out here to Electric. The timing looks pretty good as Cypher tries to take the space away.
Smoke on the CT side will block him. Nexa starts prodding out of main. Will Zwei give himself up? Will Risky Bob start taking peeks? Two defenders considering their options. Risky Bob is going to get seen, but Nexus spray does not connect to kill.
And it doesn't give them a huge amount of info on where the B bomb site holders are holding from. Khan can rotate quickly out from Temple, and Cypher has to go through this smoke.
Peeking drives. He's watching it though. He reads Cypher's actions and punishes him for it. Now, the 3 remaining T-side players have to walk their way up to the bomb site. The AWP is also on the scene. Zwei gets the kill on Vladden. Khan might be glass cannon, but he's got a lot of distance, and there's 10 seconds left for Unpaid. Risky Bob will get picked up, but these 2 AKs need to stay in here. Nemiga get to 10, Unpaid stumble for the first time in this half.
And a conversation that we've had a few times online with Nemiga J is, how do we compare the online era team of Lollipop 21K, of JO, of Idis Balance, and how the accolades of that team qualified them to the Brazil Major? Is that the same to this team today? Have they reached the same sort of levels? I'd say they haven't surpassed it. Qualifying to the RMR, being at Chengdu, 3 rounds away from winning here in Belgrade.
Unpaid, 5 to make up to equalize. And the buy state is broken even with those saved rifles. Only an extra AK to the scene. An execution towards the B bomb site. 3 players to hold in total. The Flakman does not catch Zwei blinded. He connects a kill and a half. Vladden trading. Khan's up, still ready to receive. As Vladden goes down, a second shot does not come in from the AWPer. He unscopes at the wrong moment. Risky Bob trying to engage around the pillar of cliff. Nexa forced to fight back, and the AWPer can't take him. It's Hahn all alone now. 1v3, AK in hand, Molotov to damage, and Nemiga are closing in on title victory now.
Unpaid just look like they're running out of steam, don't they? They tried to go in for the quicker B-pop, but even the read, you've got a very defensive Calm with the AWP and Electric. You've got Risky Bob out the backside, just being so frustrating. He's not over-peaking, he's not giving you much of a chance, and then more CT players are just flooding the bomb site. Lear just pops through the left-hand side smoke, gets himself out to jail, and Unpaid are going in for a hero Galil onto Jacob. 2 to close.
And 6 to make up the deficit for the Unpaid side. Nemiga have been stellar in this 2nd and 3rd map in the grand finals. They have given their opposition no chance. Jacob has got to force out a chance. No other options in it for Unpaid. The Tech9 Cypher be the first port of call here at Electric. Risky Bob has seen instant incendiary. Tech9 will take the fight. Cypher gets the kill. Can't land the dome on Zwei. He gets that trade.
And now he just needs to stall for time because rotates are actually quite slow. Smoke off main and get a cheeky flash into Electric. Look at that for the lineup.
Dead is Jacob. The rifle is gone. The Kevlar with it as well. The Galil at least gets picked up by Vladden, who sees that man spraying in the back lines. Zwei going to get out of position, try and continue the engagement. Vladden around the corner, still drops the bomb. Nexus the Eagle going to strike back, and the AWP is now here with backup of the rifle. Shot doesn't connect. Nexa domes Khan in to a 2 versus 2 we go. Hahn's bomb plant, unexpecting the backstab from Xanta. Cash bonuses will be lost. Stalling out the post plant now. Needs Nexa to clutch the 1 versus 2. Needs the Deagle. Headshots to connect. And he just can't find the accuracy. Nemiga are now on the highest position you want to be on map, match, and tournament points in the RES Regional Champions.
And up against a weakened buy, you've got a Galil out for Jacob, you've got Light Util. You needed that cash injection, you needed that bomb plant bonus. Everyone is stepping up for Nemiga, and Unpaid are just not bringing in that fight we saw on map number 1. A good effort to set up a map win in the series, but not good enough to challenge for the title.
7 chances to close for Nemiga. The tiaras are coming off. The glass slippers will be lost. And Cinderella shall stop dancing on this night. Zwei is first to fall as Unpaid, try and change the narrative. Stay alive for a little bit longer, but how much more longer at this juncture? It could still be around for Nemiga, even down by a man. Xanta is being pressed upon, smokes away. Jacob can't even adjust. Caught looking the wrong way at the wrong time. Nexa is good for a response. And Unpaid keep their lives.
And they've been given a chance. Cypher wins an opening kill out to the Canals position. You have Jacob with a really good timing in from camera. And an instant save comes through from Nemiga. Now you might look at this and say, oh, they got heaps of money. Yeah, but they've also got series point. Why waste it? Protect that money. Make sure you give yourself the best chance of closing down round number 12 and pushing it to that 13th. Unpaid will have a lifeline. They'll have a survival round. But it's the similar conversation of what we were having on Ancient. What was it? 4-11 down? Mate, now you're 5-12 down. It's almost the same.